I climbed out of a garbage pile in a strange city. Right away, glowing words appeared on a wall telling me I'd entered something called the Endless World. I had 10 days to board a ship heading south, or I'd be stuck here for a whole year. I wasn't surprised. I'd found a mysterious book back home that told me about this place. It's a world that pulls in people from all over, and if you survive, you get incredible powers. Most people get dragged here against their will, but I found a way in on my own. The wall told me my body had been digitized, so I opened my status panel. My stats were pretty average, nothing special physically, but my talent was called Heart of the City Lord, ranked number 147 out of 1,000, and it was mythical level. That's the highest tier there is. This talent lets me take rooms or buildings from the worlds I visit and use them to build my own city. Because it's mythical, there's no limit on how big my city can grow. I realized this was amazing. Imagine collecting a magic tower or a dragon's treasure room and adding it to your personal city. I had brought a special item in my pocket that could change my talent, but since I already got such a great one, I decided not to risk it. I threw the item on the ground and crushed it so it couldn't be used. Then the wall gave me a farewell gift, a wallet with some money, an ID card with my photo, and a wooden walking cane I could use as a weapon. I couldn't read the writing on the ID since the language adjustment only works for speaking, not reading. I pocketed everything, grabbed the cane, and walked out of the alley to start my adventure. Behind me, the paper I'd crushed caught fire on its own, but I didn't notice. Something flickered in my talent display too. When I stepped out of the alley, I saw old cars and horse-drawn carriages on the road. The air was full of coal smoke and dust. This world seemed to be in some kind of early industrial age, like the steam engine era. The smell was awful, but at least it covered the garbage stink on me. I needed a plan, so I walked over to a nearby newsstand. A bunch of kids ran up trying to sell me newspapers, but the old man at the stand shooed them away. I asked him for a city map instead. He didn't have a proper one, but he found a tram route map showing all the stops and lines. Since I can't read the local writing, I asked him to mark important spots for me, where we were, the docks, safe neighborhoods, and places to find work. He circled everything and pointed me toward a place called Yoda District, which was decent and not too dangerous. He also warned me that the lower district was cheaper but risky. I paid with the smallest bill I had, 1 shilling, and got 11 pence back in coins. After counting my money, I had about £6 and 17 shillings total. Enough for food and a bed, but I wasn't sure it would cover a boat ticket to the south. I started walking toward the tram station. Along the way, I saw people lined up for free food, bread and onions. Life here was clearly tough for most people. Then I spotted 5 big men in black coats and tall hats walking together down the street. They carried walking sticks and looked like thugs. Everyone moved out of their way. Even the police ignored them. I tried to stay out of sight, but one of them noticed me. He whispered to the others, and suddenly all 5 were staring at me. I gripped my cane tight, flipping it so the metal end faced out like a hammer. These kinds of canes were actually made to double as weapons. I looked around for escape routes while staying on guard. One of them walked toward me shouting about money I supposedly owed them, a classic thug trick to start trouble without bystanders stepping in. But they didn't expect me to move first. Before they could close in, I charged straight at them and swung my cane hard into the lead man's face. They didn't expect me to charge at them. I smashed the metal end of my cane into the first guy's face and knocked out a few of his teeth. Then I kicked him backward into 2 of his friends, taking them all down at once. That left just one man standing in front of me. He was completely confused. I didn't give him time to think. I swung my cane at his throat with a precise hit. He went down grabbing his neck. I stepped over him and knocked out another one who was trying to get up by swinging the cane up into his chin like a golf club. 4 men down in seconds. The last one was so scared he couldn't move. I just pointed my cane at him and told him to talk. He quickly threw his friend Fred under the bus, saying it was all Fred's idea. I woke Fred up with a kick and made him explain everything. Turns out these guys weren't even a real gang. There's an actual gang around here called the Bonk Gang. Fred had seen the Bonk Gang toss me into the trash earlier. He figured since I'd just been beaten up, I'd be easy to rob. So he and his buddies dressed like tough guys and planned to scare me into giving up my money. They picked the wrong person. I made them hand over everything they had, about 9 shillings and 17 pence, plus a pocket watch, a top hat, a pipe, a silver flask, and a cigarette case. Not a fortune, but every bit helped since I still needed to buy a ship ticket south. But the real prize wasn't the money. When they mentioned the Bonk gang knowing me, a new mission popped up in my status panel. A temporary quest called Identity. It told me to find 5 clues about who I am in this world. The reward was an achievement that would give me a recognized status every time I enter a new world. That's huge. The book I'd read before coming here said the real gains in the endless world don't come from main quests alone. You have to grab every side mission you can. I was lucky to trigger one this early. I rode the tram across the city, watching the streets pass by. I kept reminding myself what mattered most, the main mission. Finding my identity was important, but if I missed the ship to the southern subcontinent, I'd be stuck here for a year or maybe forever. After 3 tram transfers, I reached the docks before sunset. I'd learned along the way that the city had 2 dock areas, one for sea routes to other lands and one for river routes within the islands. This world felt a lot like Britain during the Industrial Revolution, with colonies and regular shipping routes. That was good news. It meant the main mission wasn't designed to be impossible. I found the ticket office and walked in. The place was rough. People were sleeping on benches, hugging their luggage, watching everyone with suspicious eyes. I tapped my cane on the floor and told them to stop staring. That worked. A friendly security guard started chatting with me. He couldn't read either, and he laughed about how the officials put up a big notice board that most people couldn't understand. While we talked, someone posted a new notice, but neither of us could read it. I felt like I might be missing something important. When my turn came at the ticket window, I asked about ships heading to the southern subcontinent within 10 days. The clerk listed 4 options. The last one caught my attention. A superliner called the Cyclops, leaving in 9 days with discounted third-class tickets. That timing was perfect because it would give me the most days to work on my identity mission before departing. A third-class cabin cost £6 and 15 shillings, almost all the money I had. The clerk warned me meals weren't included for the 30-day voyage, just 1 barrel of water per day. I could tell the system had planned this carefully. The easiest-sounding choice was actually the hardest because it would leave me broke. But I didn't hesitate. I paid and got my ticket. No refunds, no transfers, no missing the departure. On my way out, I passed the notice board again. Something nagged at me, so I grabbed one of the posted sheets of paper. I couldn't read it yet, but I had a feeling it might matter. After leaving the ticket hall, I didn't rush back. The tram stopped running after dark, and I didn't have a place to stay yet anyway. So I headed toward the taverns near the dock where sailors usually drink. I picked the biggest one and walked in. It looked busy from outside, but inside it was nearly empty, just a bartender behind the counter. Every booth had food and drinks set out like people had just been sitting there, but no one was around. It felt strange, almost unsettling. The bartender pointed me to a seat at the counter. When he handed me a menu, the room seemed to go dark around us, like it was just the 2 of us. I told him I couldn't read, and he poured me a free glass of rum. Then he asked what I wanted to know. That's when I realized this wasn't a normal tavern. It was more like an information guild. They sold intel, bought old goods, and posted bounties and mercenary jobs. I put the items I'd taken from those fake thugs on the counter. The bartender appraised them and offered £4 total, 3 for the pocket watch and 1 for everything else. I knew he was making a profit, but I didn't care. £4 was decent money. Then I started asking questions, paying 1 shilling each. He told me about the Bonk gang, a small group of about 40 people controlling 3 streets. I hired him to investigate why they attacked me and threw me in the trash. That cost 10 shillings, with results expected by tomorrow. I also asked about other ways to reach the southern subcontinent. He listed several, renting a whole ship for £500, or working as a sailor for free passage plus pay. Good to know as backup options. I asked about learning to read, since being illiterate here was a real problem. He mentioned a church school in the lower district that offered short courses. Not a sure thing, but worth checking out. Finally, I handed him the notice I'd torn from the board at the ticket office. He read it for me. A ship called the MYTHICAL was returning tomorrow, and the port would clear the channel, delaying all ships scheduled for that day. The bartender seemed surprised, muttering something about the MYTHICAL having had an accident. As he read those words, a new message appeared in my vision. A new mission popped up in my vision, the treasure fleet. A mysterious ship called the MYTHICAL was returning to port tomorrow, carrying some kind of treasure. All I had to do was go watch it arrive and gather information. The reward was a green treasure chest, which had to be better than the gray items I'd been finding. I decided to take the mission. I asked the bartender about a safe place to sleep. He took another shilling and told me to go left, third building, look for a sign with a small knife. He said it was the safest and around. He also pointed out a gambling spot and a real bar nearby if I got bored. Then his tone got serious. He warned me that between 11 at night and 1 in the morning, I absolutely must not go outside, no matter what. When I asked why, he said I couldn't afford the answer. That was all he'd say. The darkness around us faded, and I was back in the normal-looking tavern. I realized it wasn't actually empty. I just couldn't see the other people there. I finished my drink and left. Outside, I spotted the rusty knife stuck in the inn's doorframe. Up close, I could see old bloodstains under the rust. The knife gave off a strange, threatening feeling, like it was protecting the place. I started walking toward it, but after a few steps, I realized something was wrong. No matter how far I walked, the inn didn't get any closer. Then thin mist started rising around me. A cold wind blew from behind. I knew I shouldn't look back. I just had to keep my eyes on that knife and move forward. That's when I saw a woman's body lying in the street ahead. Her stomach had been cut open with something missing from inside. It was horrifying. I realized the body had been placed there on purpose, to make me stop, to make me look away from the knife. The sky had turned pitch black even though it should have only been 7 or 8 in the evening. Something was messing with this place. Time, space, all of it. I figured out what was happening. Whatever was behind this had first tried putting the body behind me to make me turn around. When I didn't look back, it moved the body in front of me instead. It wanted me to go closer, to lose focus on the inn. I stopped running and just walked steadily, keeping my eyes locked on that knife. I didn't look down, didn't turn my head. I swung my cane as I walked, hitting my own hand to make sure I wasn't dreaming and to keep myself sharp. I couldn't even afford to blink. Slowly, the distance started to shrink. I was getting closer to the inn, but also closer to the body. My face went numb from the cold, but I didn't care. I kept staring at the knife. Just as I was about to pass the body, a sudden scream rang out right in my ear. A dark figure lunged at me with a scream. I didn't blink. I swung my cane and smashed right through it. The shadow broke apart, but a sharp cold pain shot up my arm. I pushed forward and realized I was now only 3 steps from the inn door. But those last 3 steps were impossible. That strange force was back, stretching the distance no matter how hard I ran. The woman's body started sliding toward my feet, and I could hear something dragging itself closer behind me. I forced myself to take one more step. Then the woman's eyes snapped open and stared at my feet. I froze, my leg wouldn't move. A cold hand pressed down on my shoulder. I had one idea left. I threw my cane at the rusty knife in the doorframe. It hit with a sound like wind chimes, and suddenly the spell broke. The cold, the body, the hand, all gone. I ran for the door, but just before I grabbed the handle, something yanked me backward. I turned and saw a massive dark shadow with dozens of arms reaching out from the darkness. One hand had me caught. I grabbed the rusty knife from the door and slashed at the shadow. This time the blade hit something real. The hand let go, and I threw myself inside. Something slammed against the door from outside, turning it completely black. I realized pulling the knife out had weakened the door's protection. So I drove the knife back through the door as hard as I could. A scream came from outside, and the door returned to normal. A message appeared in my vision. I had defeated something called a demon shadow, an extraordinary level 1 creature. My reward was a white treasure chest. A man dressed like a sailor came out from behind the counter. He opened the door and checked outside. Everything looked normal now, just people walking home from work. He pulled the knife out, flipped it around, and stuck it back in place. He told me the shadow was something that appeared every night around the docks. He thought I'd just gotten lucky, that it left on its own. He didn't believe an ordinary person like me could actually beat something extraordinary. He also warned me that the creature had a powerful master who wouldn't be happy about what happened. I asked for a room. He offered a shared room for 2 shillings with no windows, and told me to leave the dock area at sunrise. But honestly, I was already thinking about hunting that shadow again. It dropped treasure chests, after all. I paid 10 shillings for a private room with breakfast included. 3rd floor, room 3105. I found my room on the 3rd floor, small but clean. A single bed, a sofa, a side table, and an oil lamp. There were some newspapers on a rack, but useless to me since I can't read. I opened the white treasure chest I'd earned from beating the shadow. Inside were 4 items: 2 blank talisman papers, a check worth 100 pounds, a bottle of refined corpse oil, and something called bottled mist that creates a fog trapping anyone below level 5. The talisman papers hit me hard. I suddenly realized the paper from the book I'd used back home, the one I turned into a talent-changing item and then destroyed, was actually a purple-grade talisman paper. That's way more valuable than these white ones. I'd wasted something incredibly rare without even knowing it. I kicked myself for not keeping it. The bottled mist was interesting, though. I realized the nightmare I'd gone through outside was probably caused by something similar, a fog that traps people. I only escaped because I found that rusty knife. I went back downstairs and paid Charles the waiter 2 shillings to tell me about that street creature. He explained that a month ago, a woman was murdered at the docks, her body cut open. Anyone who tried to move her got torn apart. Now every night between 11 and 1, the scene replays. Get close to the body and you die. Try to run and you can't escape. The strange part was that I got targeted before 7, way too early. Something specifically came after me. Then a policeman walked in asking about the shadow I'd hurt. He checked my ID and read my name out loud, Jack. That triggered a clue in my mission. The system told me my name in this world was Jack, and my hidden identity was connected to one of many famous Jacks. My mind started racing. This world looked like Industrial Revolution Britain. A woman murdered with her organs missing. A famous Jack from that era, Jack the Ripper. Then there was the giant ship Cyclops leaving in 9 days. Could that connect to another Jack? There were several possibilities. The policeman left after warning Charles to keep things under control. I stayed downstairs chatting with Charles since I didn't dare go outside. Then I heard wind chimes, the same sound from when my cane hit the rusty knife earlier. Charles cracked the door open and I peeked out. The street was empty again, the woman's body back on the ground, blue lights spreading across the road. A message flashed in my vision. I was witnessing part of a demon apostle's advancement ritual. The system asked if I wanted to unlock the demon career path. It gave me the odds: 35% chance of becoming a demon, 41% cultist, 22% demon apostle, and 2% chance of turning into something useless. I said no without hesitation. The book I'd read warned me about demon-type careers. They change your body, and the playstyle didn't match me at all. I'm not the type to charge in blindly or turn into a red-skinned monster. I went back upstairs to get some rest while Charles locked the door behind me. The next morning, I went downstairs for breakfast. Charles warned me that whatever had been after me last night left when I did, meaning it was targeting me specifically. He suggested I stay in the upper or royal districts to be safe, since that thing only appeared around the docks and lower district. Breakfast was simple but filling: dark bread, fried fish, potatoes, and a thick gravy that was actually pretty good. I ate as much as I could since I'd barely eaten the day before. After leaving the hotel, I headed for Pier number 5 to check out the Melina, the mysterious ship from my treasure mission. The dock area was huge, so I took a public carriage instead of walking. On the carriage, an old man next to me started chatting. He told me all about the Melina. Apparently, it was bringing back a mummy from the northern continent, supposedly the body of a sun god. But the thing was cursed. People kept dying on the voyage, accidents wouldn't stop, and the ship nearly sank. A 15-day trip took 30 days. The old man was surprised when I told him I couldn't read. He thought I looked educated. He gave me the address of a place where I could learn to read in just 3 days and told me to mention the name Isaac if they gave me trouble. That was great news. My problem wasn't intelligence. I just couldn't recognize this world's writing. When I reached Pier number 5, a big crowd was already gathered, mostly families waiting for passengers. Out on the water, I could see the Melina approaching. It was a mix of sail and steam power, with a wooden hull covered in metal. The ship looked terrible. Large parts were damaged, and it was relying on sails because the steam systems were barely working. There were waterweed marks high up on the hull, as if the whole ship had been underwater at some point. A dead arrowfish was nailed to the bow. No wonder people thought the ship was cursed. When it docked, police in black blocked the crowd. Then 5 silver-white carriages arrived carrying soldiers in white and red uniforms. These weren't ordinary soldiers. The light around them seemed to bend and warp, like they were absorbing sunlight. Whatever power they had, it was clearly extraordinary. The soldiers jumped off their carriages and took control of the dock. Half held back the crowd while the other half boarded the Melina. The sailors brought out a heavy golden coffin, Egyptian style, so large it took 20 men to carry it. I figured the northern continent in this world was probably Africa. 8 soldiers took over carrying the coffin. I could swear the sunlight seemed to bend toward it when they lifted it. While watching, I noticed a few people in the crowd wearing black raincoats on this sunny day, keeping their faces hidden and sneaking glances at the ship. They were clearly up to something. Then disaster struck. One soldier's foot suddenly broke, and the coffin crashed onto the dock. The lid shattered, and yellow sand poured out everywhere. The commanding officer shot white light from his hand, pulling the sand back into the coffin. They sealed it up, and things calmed down. The crowd around me started gossiping about mummies, the queen's husband, and how high-level mummy parts were like health tonics. When the soldiers left with the coffin, people rushed forward scrambling for leftover sand. Some guy even tried to sell me a bag of mummy sand for £1, but I saw it was just ordinary sand from his pocket. I didn't complete my treasure fleet mission since I never got close enough to examine anything. Honestly, after seeing how powerful those soldiers were and knowing there was a cursed mummy and a demon chasing me, I decided not to push my luck. I'm still just an ordinary person. I called a carriage and gave the driver the address the old man on the carriage had told me about, Southwick Street, the place where I could learn to read. The carriage cut through narrow alleys and came out along the Tadarla River, the main river running through the city. The water was completely black with white foam floating on top. Coal barges passed constantly, dropping black ash into the water, and sewage pipes emptied into it every 100 meters. But what really caught my attention wasn't the pollution, it was the heavy security along the riverbank. I spotted 3 different groups patrolling. The powerful white uniformed soldiers from the dock, regular police posted near every few drainage outlets, and plainclothes agents pretending to read newspapers but switching positions every few minutes. Something about that black river drew me in. I had a gut feeling it was important, like the river was the lifeblood of this city. I've learned to trust my instincts. After all, that same intuition was what led me to believe in the book and enter the endless world when no one else did. Something about the river bothered me. When the carriage dropped me off at Southwick Street, I doubled back to take one more look at the Tadarla River. I leaned over and immediately pulled back. In the black water, I could see twisted faces made from the white foam. They were bodies dumped in the river. This city had dark secrets everywhere. I headed to the address the old man had given me, 117 Southwick Street. A priest in black robes was outside handing out flyers, trying to get people to learn to read. Nobody was interested. When I actually took his flyer, he was so shocked he grabbed me and pulled me inside before I could change my mind. He laid out his plan, 3 days of one-on-one teaching, and I'd be able to read newspapers. The cost was £2.1 per day, and I had to follow all his instructions. He showed me a thick book with 3,300 words. My job was to learn to read them and copy the entire book 3 times, once per day. It felt like I was being tricked into doing free labor for him. But honestly, his method made sense. For this kind of writing, the fastest way to learn is just reading and copying over and over. He started teaching me word by word, pointing at each one and then having me copy it. After about half an hour, I started getting the hang of it. I'm no stranger to studying hard. I survived college entrance exams back home. Around the 5th page, I noticed messages popping up in my vision, reading experience 1 and copying experience 1 for each page. When I checked my status panel during a break, 2 new passive skills had appeared, reading level 0 and copying level 0, both at 15 out of 100. The descriptions were brutally honest, calling my reading like an illiterate person and my writing like primitive drawings. The priest kept pushing me faster. He'd turn pages before I finished copying, forcing me to speed up. But if I made even one mistake, he'd make me start over. That pressure actually helped. It forced me to memorize the spelling of words more deeply. By evening, I'd made real progress. The priest nodded and said, "You see, this is the power of knowledge." After a full day of reading and copying, both my skills had reached level 3. That meant I could read signs and menus in any world and write well enough to send letters. Not bad for one day, but I wasn't stopping there. I'd seen that at level 10, these skills could upgrade to magic reading and mysterious copying, meaning I'd be able to read and write magical texts. There was no way I was passing that up. I begged the priest to let me keep going, but he said we had to stop because he hadn't paid for lamp oil and couldn't light the room. He offered to let me sleep on his floor for 3 shillings or go sleep on a bench by the river for free. I told him about the demon watching me and that going outside at night was dangerous. When I mentioned I'd disrupted a demon apostle's ritual, the priest immediately grabbed the pages I'd copied, poured water on them, and they glowed with white light. He seemed relieved and agreed to let me stay, promising safety, bread, and red wine. He wouldn't let me copy more without light, but he pointed me to a pile of old newspapers by the window. The streetlight outside was bright enough to read by. Even at level 3, I could recognize numbers, dates, and guess unknown words from context. Years of studying Chinese had trained me well. I found something interesting in the papers. Someone was using the classified ads to send coded messages through tea advertisements. Every day there were new varieties listed with oddly specific details, prices per gram, exact locations. Nobody buys tea like that. It had to be a code for something else. From the newspapers, I also figured out the time period, around 1885, the height of the British Empire under Queen Victoria. But this world clearly had darker secrets underneath. I was about to sleep when I noticed something outside. The police patrols suddenly pulled back, and a group of men in black coats and tall hats appeared on the street. They carried sticks and small axes and dragged out long black bundles from dark alleys, shrouds, with bodies inside. They hauled them to the riverbank and threw them into the Tadarla River. So that explained the faces I'd seen in the water earlier. This was how the city disposed of its dead. I ducked behind the window to watch. Then a message appeared. I'd witnessed part of a maintenance ceremony for a lord-type profession called Queen of the Sunset. Dumping bodies in the river was actually the foundation of someone's power. But since I'd only seen a small piece of the ritual, I couldn't unlock the career path or get more details. This city was far more dangerous and twisted than I'd imagined. After reading the message about the Queen of the Sunset, I shrank back from the window. The power behind this world was terrifying. Someone was using the entire empire as the foundation for their ceremony. I didn't want to attract any more attention, but trouble found me anyway. A bloody handprint slammed onto the window, and fog rolled in outside. The female corpse appeared again in the middle of the street. The demon apostle had come for me, right in the middle of the queen's ceremony. Bold move. The priest woke up and pulled me back. He placed the scriptures I'd copied earlier on the windowsill, and they glowed white, blocking the fog from seeping in. Then he demanded payment for the scriptures, claiming the ink, paper, and method were his. That's when I realized the real reason he taught people to copy. The copied scriptures had actual protective power. Clever business. Outside, the men in black who'd been dumping bodies noticed the corpse and pulled out weapons, axes, knives, staffs, and even guns. They moved in formation, firearms first. But the priest kept yanking me away from the window. I heard gunshots, then screams. When I looked again, they were all dead, torn apart next to the body. I put all my small change on the windowsill and promised the priest 10 pounds in the morning if he'd keep me safe. His attitude changed instantly. He even offered me his bed. I stayed by the window watching. Under the glow of the scriptures, I could see farther into the fog. Dark, sinister shapes swirled around the corpse. The priest called them elusive shadows. Not even real ghosts, just things that gather in dark places. I asked the priest to explain what was happening. He studied the scene and told me the demon apostle was advancing through a path of serial killings. It normally operated at the docks. You could tell by the white fog, since lower city demons use black fog. The fact that it left its territory meant something was drawing it out, possibly something beyond just its normal ritual. He looked straight at me when he said that. I told him I had no idea why this thing was so fixated on me. I'd run into it at the docks, but never provoked it first. Then everything changed again. Strange singing rose from the Tadarla River. Rays of sunlight burst up from the black water, cutting through the darkness. Within the light, a ghostly army appeared, rows of spirits carrying weapons. They surged like a flood toward the female corpse in the street. What I saw outside was incredible. The spirits from the Tadarla River were a chaotic army. Some carried stone weapons. Others wore military uniforms with muskets. There were ghost ships, undecayed sea creatures, even alien-looking things with shells. The Queen of the Sunset had been collecting all of this in the river. No wonder she needed daily maintenance rituals. Without them, these spirits could break free and destroy the whole city. The spirit army charged at the female corpse. The dark shadows around her scattered instantly without a fight. The spirits grabbed the body and dragged it back into the river. In seconds, everything was calm again. Then a sharp scream hit my ears, and a stabbing pain shot through my left wrist. The priest grabbed 2 of my copied scriptures and pressed them against the wound. The paper turned burnt yellow, but the pain faded. The priest explained what happened. The demon apostle's advancement ritual had just been ruined by the river spirits. To recover his losses, he'd shifted all the damage onto me. If he could kill me, he'd get everything back. So now I was his #1 target. The priest offered to help, but I had a different idea. I asked him, could we hunt the demon apostle instead? His ritual failed, so he was hurt and weakened, probably at half strength or less. He was desperate, which meant he'd come to me no matter what. We wouldn't even need to find him. I was the bait. The priest admitted he couldn't fight, so I asked him to find someone who could. I pointed out that since I'd be staying here 2 more days to learn reading, the priest was also in danger. That convinced him. Before leaving, he gave me a stack of scriptures copied by other students. He explained that he'd made a vow to God to dedicate 3,000 handwritten scriptures, and these carried divine power. It was his year's work, and he offered it as protection. But I saw through him. The priest wasn't driven by faith. He was running a business. He charged people for reading lessons, had them copy scriptures for free, prayed over them to add God's power, and would eventually sell them to wealthy people. The scriptures genuinely worked. I'd seen them block the fog and heal my wrist, so rich people would pay good money. Clever man. With the scriptures for protection, I felt safer. I peeled 2 pages off my wrist and looked at what was underneath. A black mark had appeared, shaped like a surgical knife with a hook, forming a letter J. I could hear sinister laughter and strange footsteps when I stared at it. This was the demon apostle's mark on me. I pressed my hand over it and said one word, Jack. The demon apostle's symbol was a surgical knife. My name in this world was Jack, a serial killer in industrial Britain who used surgical tools. The pieces were coming together. An hour later, the priest came back with a tall, thin man, about 6 feet tall, with curly black hair, a long face, a hunting outfit, a deer hunting hat, and a wooden pipe. They caught me copying scriptures by lamplight. The priest immediately complained about me using his lamp oil. The tall man got straight to business. He grabbed my left hand and examined the demon apostle's mark. He confirmed I was the real target, and then turned on the priest for taking my money while telling him there was a free opportunity to ambush a demon apostle. He asked my name. When I said, Jack, he nodded and explained something that changed everything. The demon apostle hunting me was also named Jack. We shared a fate connection, which was why he attacked me the moment he found me. The tall man asked how many times I'd been attacked, and I described both encounters. He listened carefully and then whispered the word legendary, meaning this demon apostle was trying to advance to legendary rank. He explained how demon apostles work. They're a supernatural profession that ordinary people can take. They commit 6 precise serial murders following strict rules, specific targets, fixed timing, twisted methods. After 6 kills, they gain supernatural power. To advance to legendary, they have to recreate their original killing pattern and attract enough attention. This particular Jack was a level 9 extraordinary demon apostle who killed women and removed their organs. He'd been hiding in the city for 20 to 25 years without being caught. But now things had changed. The Queen of the Sunset's river spirits had disrupted his advancement ritual, and all the backlash got dumped onto me. His strength had dropped from level 9 to about level 5, and he was badly injured. I was his only chance to recover. The tall man laid out the situation clearly. We had a narrow window. Every day the demon apostle would heal a little more. In about 7 days, he'd reach level 8 and abandon his advancement, going back into hiding, maybe for another 20 years. Right now was our best shot. He looked me in the eye and asked if he could trust me. Then he made his request. He wanted me to act as bait. The demon apostle was bound to come for me no matter what. If I stepped forward, we could lure him out and finish him. I nodded without hesitation. It was dangerous. A level 5 extraordinary enemy was still far above an ordinary person like me. But something about this felt right. I was excited, not scared. I agreed to be the bait right away. I told him I'd been thinking the same thing. I didn't want a demon watching me through my window every night. The tall man warned me that courage wasn't enough. Demon apostles are tough to kill. They have strong survival instincts, tricky methods, and can sense danger. Any trap had to be perfect, or the demon would see through it. He was honest about the risk. I might have to face the demon alone before help arrived, and I could die. I understood, but I'd already made up my mind. He felt guilty about putting me in danger, so he gave me something, a tiny silver bottle from a wooden box. It was called a Silver Star Potion, a blue-grade item. Drinking it would make me invincible for 30 seconds to 1 minute, blocking any attack under 3,000 damage points. Blue-grade meant legendary level. This man was serious about keeping me alive. Then he laid out the ambush plan. The location would be a factory area between the suburbs and the city, well-managed territory with a small processing plant his people owned called MYTHICAL Factory. The gate had a cross made of wrenches. My job was simple. Around noon tomorrow, I'd take a carriage along Itna Avenue towards St. Newton Cathedral. When I reached Ming Road, I'd have the driver turn onto a Nuck Road and speed up, acting like I'd noticed something following me. The mark on my wrist worked both ways. The demon used it to track me, and my reaction would tell him I'd spotted him. Anuk Road was a quiet alley where the demon might attack, even in daylight using his fog. I'd have to run through it on my own and reach the factory. Once inside, I just needed to hide while they handled the rest. I told him plainly, I wasn't planning to fight. I just wanted to hide and watch the demon get caught. As I agreed to the plan, a new mission notification chimed. My identity quest had updated. The demon apostle and I shared the name Jack, and our fates were linked. The mission gave me 2 options: survive 7 chases for an extraordinary level identity fragment, or defeat the demon apostle for a legendary level 1. The notes revealed important details. The demon had 3 resurrection chances. Each time he revived, he'd be weaker. Killing him 3 times would earn extra rewards. But if we waited too long, he'd heal from level 5 back up to level 8 within 7 days. The choice was clear. We needed to strike now, while he was at his weakest. Looking at the mission details, I noticed something important. The system had been tracking my progress quietly all along. The escape count showed 6 out of 7, meaning last night's encounters all counted. The kill count showed 2 out of 3, crediting me for when the river spirits destroyed the demon's ritual. I only needed 1 more kill to finish the mission. That gave me an idea. I asked the priest if he could squeeze 3 days of reading and writing lessons into 1 night. He nearly exploded about the lamp oil cost, but I put my 100-pound check on the table. I told him my plan. The tall man had given me a potion that would keep me alive for 1 minute. I wanted to use that minute to face the demon apostle myself, but I needed something that could actually hurt him. The priest tried to talk me out of it, but I wouldn't budge. Finally, he sighed and pushed aside the sofa by the window. Underneath was an old wooden box covered in strange symbols. He told me his story. He used to be a military doctor in Afghanistan, part of a combat unit that fought real demons and fire-worshipping fanatics. The box held weapons and trophies from those days, gifts from soldiers he'd saved. He pulled out a short musket. It was front-loading, wooden with copper around the barrel, and clearly had been repaired before. He told me the story behind it. An old soldier who obsessively loaded his gun every day, a habit everyone mocked. But when their unit was wiped out by a fire-worshipper high priest, that soldier's overpacked musket was the only thing that brought the priest down. It blew off the soldier's hand, but he survived. He later gave the musket to the priest. When I held it, the system told me everything. It was called Kiss of Rest, a blue-grade single-use weapon with 700 to 900 attack power, 100% critical hit rate, and damage equal to a legendary weapon's full strike. 1 shot to the head or chest could kill instantly, but it would explode again after firing, so I'd need to protect myself. This was my ticket. 1 shot, 1 chance. I pushed the check across the table without hesitation. Then I told the priest I still wanted my reading and writing lessons too. This might be my last chance to learn, and I wasn't wasting it. The priest looked at the check, looked at his burning lamp oil, gritted his teeth, and agreed. We'd study through the night. After studying all night and through the morning, my reading and writing skills both reached level 7. At level 4, I'd unlocked bonus abilities: reading comprehension that could detect hidden meanings in texts, and font imitation that let me copy anyone's handwriting. I was finally a literate person in this world. I'd hoped to reach level 10 to unlock magic reading and writing, but the priest was exhausted, and repeating the same 3 scriptures gave less and less experience. Level 7 was my limit for now. We shared some bread and red wine, and then it was time. I had to go play bait for the demon apostle. There was one embarrassing problem. I was completely broke. I'd given the priest every penny I had, including the 100-pound check. I couldn't even pay for a carriage. The priest was annoyed but went out and hired one for me. It was an old, beat-up carriage pulled by aging horses, with a one-eyed driver who reeked of alcohol. Typical Daminsk City. The priest reminded me to watch the road signs. I waved my tram map at him and assured him I could read now. We both knew not to say too much out loud. The demon apostle could be anyone on the street, watching and listening. I climbed into the carriage and kept my eyes on every passerby, gripping my cane tight. Any one of them could be the demon in disguise. What I didn't notice was that someone was already following me. He looked like any ordinary person, dark coat, tall hat, walking stick, newspaper under his arm, but his heels never touched the ground. He walked on his toes with a strange, twisted stride, moving through the crowd as fast as the carriage, slipping through gaps where a vehicle couldn't go. As we rolled forward, I spotted the road sign I was looking for, Damming Road. My heart jumped. I called out to the driver to turn onto a Nuck Road, just like the tall man had instructed. The plan was in motion. The moment I told the driver to turn, he muttered, "Is this Damming Road?" And I knew instantly something was wrong. A real driver would know his own city. I didn't hesitate. I smashed my cane into his head with everything I had. It exploded. The mark on my arm burned with pain. The demon apostle was watching. I kicked the headless body off the carriage, grabbed the whip, and drove the horses myself onto a Nuck Road. The street was empty. Every door and window was shut tight. Fog started closing in from all directions. The plan with the tall man might have been exposed. I was on my own now. I gripped my gun and watched for the enemy. A figure appeared behind the carriage, standing stiff, arms hanging, legs barely moving, but gliding toward me faster than the horses could run. He closed from 40 meters to 20 in seconds. I whipped the horses harder, but he kept gaining. Then I spotted the gate ahead with Minkita Factory written on it. But suddenly there were 3 gates instead of 1. The demon apostle was messing with my sight, creating illusions. None of them had the wrench cross the tall man described. The figure jumped onto my carriage. Fog rolled in to blind me, but I'd already made my move. I pulled out the bottled mist from my treasure chest loot and smashed it on the carriage. My fog spread out in a 100-meter circle. The idea was simple. The demon apostle was trapping me in his fog, so I'd trap him in mine. Since my mist stopped anyone below level 5 from leaving, and the demon was currently weakened to level 5, it should work both ways. It did. Through my fog, I could now see the truth. The 3 factory gates were all fakes. The real Minkta factory with the wrench cross was farther ahead. The demon's illusions had names on the gates, but missed that detail. Shadow figures lurked near each fake entrance. The figure on my carriage was stuck too, half a step from me, but unable to close the gap because of my fog. I whipped the horses toward the real factory. The mark on my arm burned again. The figure on the carriage started twisting and deforming, like something was trying to tear its way out. The demon apostle was getting desperate. I compressed my fog from 100 meters down to 20, crushing all the trapped shadows against the edges of the carriage. The horses smashed through them, spraying flesh and blood everywhere. That mess disrupted the demon's next move just long enough. The carriage, fog, shadows, and all, crashed through the gates of Minkta Factory. The carriage smashed through the factory gates, and I immediately felt danger. I ducked and drank the invincibility potion just in time. The carriage and horses were sliced to pieces by beams of light. I survived thanks to the potion and landed in a pile of broken wood. The tall, thin man stepped out wearing a dark red cloak and carrying a silver crossbow covered in glowing runes. He said the demon apostle hadn't sent his real body, just servants and clones. He told me to gather my fog so he could handle the rest. I pulled back the fog, and a dark figure appeared behind me with hands turned into surgical knives. I dodged forward. The tall man raised his crossbow and fired, but not at the shadow. He aimed at me. The bolt bounced off because the invincibility potion was still active. I grabbed his arm. That's when I knew the truth. This wasn't the real tall, thin man. This was Demon Apostle Jack in disguise. How did I figure it out? Because I could read now. The crossbow had Hell's Grip written right on it in big letters, a demonic weapon no real demon hunter would ever use. Jack thought I was still illiterate. He was wrong. I pulled out the priest's musket, pressed it against his chest, and fired. The kiss of rest blew his entire upper body apart. The gun exploded in my hand too, just as the description warned. But it worked. 1 shot, 1 kill. A mission notification confirmed it. Demon Apostle Jack killed. Total count now 2 out of 3. He'd revive again, but weaker, down to ordinary level 9, severely injured. A green treasure chest appeared on the body. Inside I found 4 green talisman papers, a ruby worth 3,700 pounds, 2 bloodstained threads that could control corpses, a metal fragment with clues about Jack's identity, and a dagger called Lu Ying with bleeding and stealth abilities. The dagger's stats were too high for me to use properly, but I kept it anyway. I left the Hell's Grip crossbow on the ground. It felt evil, and I didn't trust it. When the fog cleared, I realized I'd entered through the wrong gate. My fog trick hadn't fooled Jack at all. He'd known the plan from the start and set his own trap. I'd only survived because I could read his weapon's name and had the potion and gun ready. The real tall, thin man arrived with armed companions carrying silver warhammers. He checked me with white light to make sure I wasn't possessed, then relaxed. One of his men spotted the Hell's Grip and rushed to take it away for disposal, saying anyone who uses it gets dragged to hell. I was annoyed. That was my trophy. The tall man offered me a trade, another item of similar quality in exchange for the crossbow, since purifying the hell weapon would be expensive and the result wouldn't be great anyway. It wasn't a fair deal. The church would use it as a valuable offering, but I swallowed my frustration and accepted. I showed him the mark still on my arm. Jack wasn't truly dead yet. I wanted to finish him off. The tall man examined the metal fragment I'd found and identified it as a golden bow medal from 1453, but couldn't determine Jack's identity from it alone. He wrote me a note to access the main library for historical research and handed me the traded item. Looking at its description, I agreed it would actually be useful for hunting Jack down. The tall man gave me a silver cross necklace called the Holy Cross pattern. It boosted my strength, constitution, and perception by 1 point each, automatically purified illusions every 5 minutes, and could be wrapped around a weapon to double damage against demons and undead. That last part was exactly what I needed. I asked about buying a gun, but the tall man said firearms were heavily regulated on the streets. He suggested sticking with a magic staff. I only half believed him. Gangs clearly had guns, but I didn't push it. I hung the cross around my neck and left the factory. Outside on Anuk Street, everything looked completely normal. Windows open, people walking around, as if nothing had happened. Nobody noticed a battle had just taken place inside the factory walls. I found a tram station and was about to head to the main library to research the Golden Bow medal, but a notice caught my eye. Deminster Bridge would be closed for a full day on the 22nd. I got that strange gut feeling again, like when the dock was cleared for the Melina. This could be connected to the Treasure Fleet mission. I stopped a carriage instead. I needed money first, so I asked the driver to take me to a pawn shop. On the way, I asked about the bridge closure. He said road closures were common in the city. Every time royalty moved around, they shut down streets. But a full-day closure was rare. The last time it happened was for a high priest's funeral. That word, funeral, hit me hard. My mind started connecting the dots. The Egyptian mummy from the Melina. The bodies thrown into the Tadarla River at night. The Queen of the Sunset's maintenance ceremony. A full-day road closure that might be a funeral procession. These pieces were forming a picture, but I couldn't see the whole thing yet. The carriage stopped at a large, fancy pawn shop. The driver jumped down before I could pay. He wasn't letting me out of his sight until he got his fare. Fair enough. Inside, 2 clerks greeted me warmly. I told them I had a ruby worth 3,700 pounds and needed it appraised. That was above their pay grade, so they brought out an older gentleman with a tray. He asked to see the gem. I just pulled it from my pocket and dropped it on the tray like loose change. The old man looked like he wanted to scold me. Apparently, you're supposed to wrap rubies in silk and carry them in a box. But I've been fighting demons and sleeping on floors. Proper gem etiquette wasn't high on my list. The old gentleman examined my ruby with a magnifying glass and confirmed it was real. I told him straight, £3,700, standard pawn rules at 70%, which came to $2,590. I pushed for $2,600 and asked for it split into checks and cash. No pawn ticket. I wasn't coming back for it. He agreed. They'd make over £1,000 profit either way. Then I asked if they had any pawned firearms for sale. The old gentleman gave me a knowing look. He understood why I'd come to a pawn shop instead of a jewelry store. I'd given them a huge profit margin, and now I wanted something in return. They brought out 6 guns on trays. I touched each one and checked their properties. 2 stood out. The first was a plain hunting rifle, white grade, nothing special but functional. The second was much better, an 80-centimeter double-barrel rifle called Crossfire, green grade, with carved wood and ivory on the handle. Both barrels fired at once for double damage. It needed strength 6, which I didn't have yet, but it was worth buying. I also liked a metal revolver, but the bullets were too expensive and hard to find. So I bought just the 2, the hunting rifle for £10 and the Crossfire for $30. The old gentleman sold them at cost without haggling. They'd already made plenty from the ruby. He didn't have gunpowder or lead for making bullets, though, so I need to get those elsewhere. After paying, I gave the carriage driver £1 for his trouble. Then I tucked both guns inside my coat, flipped it inside out, and ducked into an alley. I was carrying over £2,000 now. I wasn't about to let anyone follow me. I slipped out of the alley and caught a tram. I asked about getting to Dminsk Bridge, but the road was closed, so the ticket seller suggested I get off at William King Street instead, the wealthiest area in the city. He told me the main library was across the river in Westminster, just over the bridge. Once the road reopened tomorrow, I could walk right to it. For now, I had money, weapons, and a plan. Find a good hotel on William King Street, rest up, and tomorrow cross the bridge to research the golden bow medal at the library. When Chun-Gu got off the tram bus, he had already learned about the transportation routes and districts of Daming City from talking with the ticket seller. At least in Daming City, Chun-Gu no longer needed to wander around aimlessly like a headless chicken, not knowing where to go. After leaving the tram station, Chun-Gu looked at the river. From where he stood, he could see the Daming Bridge nearby. It was a large bridge built over the dark Taita River. On both sides of the bridge were tall towers over 40 meters high. Chun-Gu saw that all the soldiers on the towers were dressed in white uniforms with red accents. They carried long rifles and carefully watched everyone approaching the bridge with suspicion. At the same time, police officers in black uniforms guarded both sides of Daming City. Chun-Gu also noticed that among the crowd watching the scene, there were many gang members dressed in black trench coats. Thinking about what he saw last night, Chun-Gu believed these gangs were also an important part of Daming City's defense system. He looked at the river for a moment, but didn't see anything unusual. He looked around, then decided to walk toward the hotel closest to the river. Most of the people coming in and out of this area were educated and wealthy. The signs here no longer displayed drawings or weapons at the entrance. Instead, large metal letters hung on the rooftops. From afar, these signs made it clear what kind of place it was. Chun-Gu glanced at the surrounding buildings and then headed toward one of them. Before he could get close, a doorman in a black tuxedo opened the glass door for him. A housekeeper in his 40s came out and asked, "Sir, do you need anything? Just a room. I want one by the window, so I can see the Taita River and the Dminsk Bridge. Also, what is for lunch today? Today's beef is quite good. I recommend it roasted. We also just received 2 codfish, which can be fried. The chef's bacon soup is the special today," the housekeeper quickly explained. "All of that, and bring a bottle of wine. By the way, do you have today's newspapers? Please bring me a copy and deliver everything to my room," Chun-Gu casually said. Right now, he just wanted to eat well and then go to sleep quickly. Since yesterday daytime, Chun-Gu hadn't slept much. After the big fight just now, he was feeling very tired and his mind was almost overwhelmed. "Please follow me," said the housekeeper, noting Chun-Gu's requests. He led the way and explained the hotel's facilities. "Sir, how about this room? It has a window and a view of the Taita River and the Dminsk Bridge." He opened the door to a room and guided Chun-Gu inside. Chun-Gu looked inside and found the room a bit small, about 10 square meters. It had a bed, a desk with chairs, and a sofa under the window. From the sofa, he could see the river and the bridge below. Is there a slightly better room? Chun-Gu thought for a moment, understanding why the housekeeper brought him here. He took out a £10 note and handed it to the housekeeper. Is this enough? The most luxurious rooms might not be enough. The housekeeper hesitated but said. Chungu then remembered the 6-pound train ticket he had and thought about the room he could rent for 2 shillings the night before. Feeling a bit helpless, he asked, "Do you have a room with a balcony that's a bit better?" "Yes, I can arrange that." "Follow me," said the housekeeper. Understanding Chungu's needs and budget, the housekeeper quickly led him upstairs. This time, Chungu finally found a room he was satisfied with. The whole room was over 40 square meters, divided into a living area, a bedroom, and a bathroom. Upon entering, there is a living room with tables, chairs, and sofas. Flowers and fruits are placed on both sides of the living room. The food Chungu requested has already been set on the dining table. Beyond the living room, there is a bedroom area. Besides a large bed that can sleep 3 people, the bedroom also connects to an outdoor balcony. Sitting on the balcony, you can see the entire Tadao River and the Damansik Bridge, which meets Chungu's expectations. What Chungu likes most is that the bathroom has not only a toilet, but also a bathtub filled with hot water. Having been in this world for a few days, Chungu feels he is already dirty. He really wants to take a good bath, eat something, and then go to sleep. Seeing Chungu's satisfied expression, the butler also smiles slightly. He points to 3 ropes at the door and says, "If you need to buy anything, pull this white rope, and I will come to help you. If you're hungry or want hot water, pull this black rope, and a servant will come to assist. If you're feeling lonely, pull this red rope. Our personal maids are the most beautiful nearby." The butler winks at Chungu as he speaks. Chungu immediately understands what the personal maids mean. If he weren't so exhausted, he would really like to experience the style of the 19th century. But right now, he truly has no energy for that. "All right, I understand. This is a tip. If I need anything, I will call you." Chungu gives the butler a 1-pound tip, then sits at the dining table to eat. Seeing Chungu's indifferent attitude, the butler is a bit surprised. He has served many guests over the years, but someone like Chungu is quite rare. Chungu is too busy focusing on the food on the table to pay attention to anything else. As the butler said, these dishes are the chef's specialties, especially the bacon cream soup, which looks like corn chowder Chungu might not like, but tastes rich with cream and lots of pepper. When drinking it, the sweet, salty, and spicy pepper flavors create a unique taste. Chungu finds himself unable to put down the bowl. As for the small steak and cod, I can only say the meat quality is quite good, enough to get by. There are no other notable highlights. After finishing, Chungu looked up and saw that the butler had left without him noticing, and he had also closed the door. Chungu glanced at the red string by the door, hesitated for a moment, and finally walked over. "Master, please wake up." The sleeping Chungu was being shaken, and a pleasant voice sounded in his ear. He slightly opened his eyes to see a red-haired maid dressed in a black and white maid outfit. She looked a little flushed, her hair still damp, and her blue eyes shimmered with a hint of flirtation. Seeing Chungu wake up, the maid quickly put on a professional smile. "Master, something you asked me to watch for has happened." Chungu rubbed his forehead and casually placed his hand on the maid's shoulder. "How long have I been asleep?" He remembered that before falling asleep, he was worried about missing something, so he asked his personal maid to watch over the Tadera River and the Damansik Bridge. This way, he could sleep peacefully without worrying about missing any changes on the bridge. As for other thoughts, he had none. Yes, absolutely none. The changes in the maid's appearance were because she secretly took a bath while he was sleeping, nothing to do with him being a gentleman like Jack Chun. The maid pressed her face against Chungu's chest and whispered, "Master, you've been asleep for 3 hours." Chungu wrapped his arm around her and stood up. "What happened outside?" As he spoke, he moved to the balcony. It was clearly nighttime, but the lights at the Damansik Bridge were bright, even brighter than the usual gloomy daytime. Looking out at the bridge from the balcony, Chungu noticed a convoy stopped on the bridge, with many soldiers dressed in white with red, holding lanterns, standing beside the vehicles. "That's the royal convoy. I thought something big might happen today with the road closed, but it turns out the Empress is just passing by," the maid whispered into Chungu's ear, her agile tongue almost licking his earlobe. "Do you often see the royal convoy passing by?" Chungu held the maid in his arms, feeling her slender waist, and casually asked. "Of course, but the Empress usually travels in the early morning or evening." The The roads are closed for only an hour or two, and to save time, her convoy never stops on the Damansek Bridge. Oh my, it's the Empress. The Empress has gotten out of the car. I've only seen her wave from the carriage window, but now she's actually stepped down. Hearing this, Chungu became more alert. He looked at the woman who had just stepped out. Although he could only see her silhouette from afar, her outfit and presence made him feel impressed. The Empress isn't very tall. She wears a simple pink dress and doesn't wear a crown, just holding a scepter in her hand. But even with such a plain outfit, when she stands there, she seems to be the center of the world, like the sun in the sky. Mountain of Light. The maid in Chungu's arms suddenly softened completely. What? After helping her steady herself, Chungu pinched her gently to wake her up. What were you just talking about? The scepter the Empress holds is the Mountain of Light. Whoever possesses it owns the whole world. But they also have to bear the disasters it brings. Only God or a woman can hold it without facing punishment. Wow, it's really beautiful. But at this moment, Chungu's attention wasn't on the maid anymore. He unconsciously loosened his grip without realizing it. Chungu noticed a very familiar carriage behind the convoy. On it was a pure gold Egyptian-style coffin. Isn't that the mummified coffin he saw at the Five Dock? Chungu suddenly became alert. His guess was right. The mummy was connected to the Tadarla River. This is the secret of the Sunset Queen. So Chungu didn't care about anything else. He leaned on the balcony, trying hard to see everything happening over there. At this time, the soldiers had already lifted the mummy's coffin. The Empress stood calmly on the Damansek Bridge, watching everything in front of her. It wasn't until the coffin was carried to the edge of the bridge that the Empress walked over to it. As the queen approached the coffin, a bright light like sunlight began to radiate from her body, shining from inside out. When she reached the side of the coffin, her staff, embedded with the Mountain of Light, pointed directly at it. The coffin lid was instantly lifted, and a large amount of yellow sand poured out. The sand also carried sunlight, resembling the hottest midday desert sun. However, the sand was still calm, and the sunlight was absorbed by the Mountain of Light, flowing into the queen's body. Then, the queen waved her hand, and both the coffin and the mummy were thrown into the Tadora River, disappearing immediately into the whirlpool. After doing all this, the queen did not leave right away. The sunlight on her body began to spread outward, flowing into the soldiers nearby. At the same time, Chungu noticed that the spirits in the Tadora River also emerged from the water, all shrouded in strange sunlight. Chungu saw that the mummy just thrown into the river was mixed among the spirits. The sunlight on him was even more noticeable. Many spirits were willing to follow this mummy, and some mummies that had already been thrown into the river earlier also stood behind him. Soon, this mummy formed a small group among the spirits. The spirits in the Tadora River walked back and forth, and when they returned to the water, nearly an hour had passed. During this hour, no one on the Damsta Bridge left, not even the queen, who stood on the bridge watching the spirits below. It was only when the last spirit sank into the river that the sunlight on the surface disappeared, and the Tadora River returned to its normal state. The queen on the Damsta Bridge also did the same. She retracted the radiant light from inside out and returned to her carriage. Watching the royal carriage start moving, Chungu slowly sat down on the balcony floor. At this moment, he no longer cared about anything else. He had just seen the relevant information. Ding! You have observed part of the enhancement ritual of the Sunsetting Queen at the level of monarch. You have gained partial information about the Lord-class profession, the Sunset Emperor. Sunset Emperor, Lord-class profession. Bloodline requirement. None. Talent requirement. Lord-class talent. Activation conditions. 1. Controlling a territory that is always bathed in sunlight directly affects one's strength in their profession. 2. Use a light element item as a royal inheritance tool. 3. 4. Build a city and hide the sunlight town underground or in a river, ensuring that at certain times, you are the only source of light in the city. 5. 6. Ascend to the throne using the sun or other sun-related titles, such as the Sun King or the Queen of the Sun. Strengthening and maintenance. 1. 2. 3. Defeat other forces' sun gods and seal them beneath the city, absorbing their solar power to enhance the practitioner's control over sunlight. 4. 5. Use corpses and filth to maintain the darkness that suppresses the sunlight city, ensuring the suppressed sunlight does not leak out, and making the practitioner the only light in the city. 6. Lying on the bed, holding a blushing maid in his arms, Chungu quickly analyzed all the information he had received. Whether it was what he just saw or details about the Queen of the Sunset profession, Chungu's mood remained restless for a long time. Although the Queen of the Sunset profession is far from his current situation, Chungu still saw many clues about possible career directions. After his excitement, Chungu began self-analysis. Based on the partial information he obtained, Chungu made some small guesses about Lord-type professions. First of all, aside from other factors, a Lord-type profession must have a special talent. This is a standard requirement for becoming a Lord. Without this talent, there is nothing. Chungu suspects this is because Lord-type professions require a fixed territory, and they cannot exist only in one world forever. When they leave, their territory must be properly arranged. The Lord talent is the foundation for managing a territory. For example, Chungu's talent, City Lord's Heart, indicates that he can carry his own room with him. This is what talent means. Others, even if they have their own rooms in this world, cannot bring them along, which is impossible. After gaining talent, there are about 5 or 6 essential conditions to activate a profession. Based on the activation information from the Queen of the Sunset, Chungu guesses that the 4 points shown there correspond to the territory attributes needed for the profession, inheritance items, a city aligned with those attributes, and related titles. Among all these conditions, the first one is the most important. It's like the foundation of the Queen of the Sunset is the land where the sun never sets. No matter what method is used, as long as sunlight constantly shines on the land belonging to the Queen of the Sunset, it counts. This, sunset, is the key attribute of the entire profession. Everything revolves around this attribute. Next, look at the inheritance item needed. The inheritance item chosen by the Queen of the Sunset is the Mountain of Light. It is a diamond filled with bright energy, and it serves as a transfer point for the sunlight energy that the Queen of the Sunset absorbs and transforms. Chungu personally saw that all the power belonging to the sun is transferred through the Mountain of Light before entering the Queen of the Sunset's body. Then, the only light in Damansk City. Both the title, Queen of the Sunset, and this transfer process emphasized and strengthened the first condition. So, Chungu guesses that if he wants to become a Lord-type profession, the first thing he must do is determine the attributes of his territory. So, I need to go somewhere to get a land deed first, Chungu muttered to himself. At this moment, the red-haired maid lying on Chungu's chest lifted her head, her moist eyes looking at him. Master, you want to buy a house in Damansk City? How about I be your personal maid? She said sweetly. Speak normally, Chungu patted her bottom. That voice doesn't sound like you. I've been practicing for a long time to speak like a noble lady, she said, twisting her body. Who taught you that? Chungu asked, a bit speechless. Miss Mary from the next building. When she was young, she worked as a cleaning maid for a noble's lover. She's quite experienced, she replied. Chungu sighed and rubbed his forehead. Just speak normally. That's more your style. The red-haired maid's interruption broke Chungu's train of thought. He always felt as if a thought had just flashed through his mind. But now, after thinking carefully, he couldn't remember anything. Finally, Chunguagan, feeling a bit dizzy, decided not to think too much. He hugged the red-haired maid into his arms and went to sleep. He hadn't had a good rest in a long time. If he kept going like this, his back, no, his mind, would not be able to hold on. Closing his eyes, Chunguagan fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already bright outside. The red-haired maid had left during the night, and his clothes were neatly folded and placed by the bed. There was no sign that the cash and checks in Chunguagan's pocket had been touched, but the £1 cash he left on the table was gone. He stood up, stretched lazily, opened the door, and then pulled the black cord beside it. Bring up breakfast, and also help me hire a carriage. I plan to go out for a walk today. After speaking to the corridor, Chunguagan casually closed the door and went to the balcony to look at the Darnitsky Bridge. The bridge, which had been closed off yesterday, was now open again. The passing carriages had erased the traces of last night's events. Looking at the lively scene in front of him, no one would think that there had been a parade of spirits here last night. Just as Chunguagan was admiring the view outside, the room door suddenly opened. Before he could turn around, He felt a gentle breeze of fragrance rush from behind, and a soft body lightly bumped into his back. He was a bit surprised. Turning around, he saw a food cart parked at the door, with breakfast already prepared on it. The person who bumped into him was a blonde maid dressed in a black and white uniform. Compared to the previous red-haired maid, this blonde maid looked a bit more beautiful. When Chun Guogan turned around, she placed her hand on his chest. "You're the guy Lena mentioned, right?" Guy? Chun Guogan was confused about how he could have such an impression. The blonde maid smiled and gently traced circles on Chun Guogan's chest with her slender finger, slowly sliding downward. "Of course, it's because you were raising the prices there. Originally, I only needed to pay Lena 10 shillings, but you gave her 1 pound. She must be very proud now. That was the price I set. You should compensate me." Chun Guo felt a bit speechless. Was there even a need to argue? Seeing Chun Guo's indifferent attitude, the blonde maid suddenly raised her voice. "Don't underestimate this price. I tell you, 1 pound is the price for our top girl at the hotel. I was the only one who ever got that before. Do you understand?" Startled by the maid's shout, Chun Guo was also surprised. But he quickly smiled and asked, "And then?" "And then?" The blonde maid looked at Chun Guo with confusion. "Money is mine. I can give it how I want. What have you done to deserve me paying to promote you?" Hearing this, the blonde maid was also stunned. At that moment, Chun Guo gently pushed the blonde maid aside. "You've been praised for too long and forgotten who you really are. Is the carriage ready? I need to go out now." "Ah, wait, sir, your meal isn't finished. I'm not hungry anymore." The hotel's hired carriage was from an old acquaintance, with the hotel butler helping to negotiate the price. Chun Guo agreed on renting the carriage for a whole day. He also clearly realized that his understanding of money might be somewhat wrong. Renting a private carriage for a day only cost 1 pound, which was quite luxurious. The carriage even had lunch and drinks prepared by the hotel butler. It was clear the hotel had thought of everything. If this were in Chun Guo's time, it would be like a fully equipped Rolls-Royce providing all-day service. And it only cost 1 pound. Considering the money he paid yesterday, Chun Guo felt like he was not valuing money enough. But he didn't say anything. He wasn't short of that amount. If it brought him convenience, it wasn't a loss. Sitting in the carriage, Chun Guo picked up a sandwich from the basket. The butler had specifically reminded him. Although Chun Guo had ordered breakfast earlier, he hadn't eaten it before leaving. The butler brought a bottle of milk and prepared the sandwich. The milk was boiled, and the sandwich was still warm. It wasn't made by the hotel chef, but surprisingly, it tasted very good. Chun Guo was also hungry. He quickly ate his sandwich while looking out the window. Soon, Chun Guo's attention shifted to a building outside. "Wait, what is that place?" The coachman looked back at Chun Guo and confirmed the direction he was pointing. "Oh, that's the Han Sloan Museum, also called the Brightness Museum or the Light of Immortality Museum. It holds historical artifacts and artworks from around the world." Han Sloan? I haven't heard of that. Chun Guo thought carefully and confirmed he had never heard of this name. It seemed to be an unremarkable museum, but he was still curious. The museum was located quite conveniently, right on the square they just passed, and it was quite large. Its Greek Revival architecture made it very noticeable. That was probably why it caught Chun Guo's attention so easily. Before Chun Guo could figure out what felt off, the coach had already passed through that square and entered another one. The coachman turned back and said, "Just a little further, and you'll see the main library. It's not very easy to park there, so I'll find a spot nearby. You just need to walk a few more steps to get there. I'll wait here until 8 p.m., he added. "If you can't come back or go somewhere else, just find someone to tell me." As he spoke, the coach stopped at a corner of the square. Chun Guo noticed many other carriages were parked there. The drivers nearby were either cleaning their horses or letting them rest. Seeing new carriages arrive, they weren't surprised. Many carriages come here every day. They were used to strangers joining them. Chun Guo got out of the carriage and looked at the large library not far away, ready to head there. But the coachman quickly stopped him. "Sir, your lunch." Chun Guo blinked, about to say something, but saw that the other drivers nearby looked at him with understanding. He finally realized that people who came to the library usually brought their own lunch, and some even brought dinner too. He just got out of the car without taking his lunch basket, which was quite an unusual action. Chun Guo smiled. Having just finished breakfast, he knew what was inside the lunch basket. There were 7 or 8 slices of toasted bread with butter on top and a roasted pigeon. Although he hadn't eaten it yet, Chingu could tell that the pigeon was filled with various seasonings. There were 2 thermos bottles, one probably containing tea and the other coffee. Further down, there was some dried luncheon meat. It wasn't very tasty, but it could be eaten raw. Most importantly, since Chun-gu was going to the big library, the lunch basket was specially packed with many towels for wiping hands. It could be said that the butler thought of everything he could. Chun-gu carried the lunch basket and headed toward the big library. As for the coachman, he didn't ask whether Chun-gu could go inside. In his view, since Chun-gu was so wealthy, he would definitely be able to get in with his status. Carrying the lunch basket, Chun-gu arrived at the main entrance of the big library. By now, there was a long line of people, each holding a similar lunch basket. At the gate, 2 security guards dressed as officers were checking the baskets. All food with oil or unsealed soups was taken out and not allowed inside. Some strongly scented fruits or brightly colored fruits were also not permitted, to avoid affecting the books inside. Most importantly, all items that could cause sparks were banned. After all, the library was full of books, some of which were quite valuable. If anything caught fire, no one could afford the damage. Fortunately, everyone knew the rules, and the checks were done quickly. Soon, it was Chun-gu's turn. Following the others, Chun-gu placed his lunch basket on the table, but he saw the officer extend his hand toward him. Chun-gu was a bit confused. Was this about money or a ticket? The officer also looked a little annoyed. Library card or other ID, please. Hurry up, there are others waiting. Chun-gu then realized that not just anyone could enter the big library. He quickly took out the note written by the tall, thin person. The officer was a bit surprised that Chun-gu only had a note, but he still took it and looked at it. Go ahead, you can only enter once. If you want to come again, you need to get a borrowing card at the office. Oh. Chun-gu responded and quickly carried his lunch basket into the gate. When he entered the large library, Chun-gu noticed many tall and small bookshelves, each filled with different books. Between the bookshelves, there were desks for reading. Although it was still early, many desks were already full of people. Some people simply found a corner to sit and read their books. At this moment, Chun-gu felt surprised by the situation in Daming City. Is this not like London during the Industrial Revolution after a magic modification? Was literacy rate really that high back then? There were at least thousands of people in this library, each seeming to know so much. It felt a bit strange. As Chun-gu looked around, a voice suddenly spoke behind him. Are you looking for something? Chun-gu was startled. He turned around and saw a man in his 30s standing nearby. The man had some thinning hair, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and dressed in a blue suit, holding a folder in his left hand. For some reason, Chun-gu felt like he was seeing a priest for the first time. Nothing much. I'm just curious why so many people can read. Chun-gu smiled and made an excuse. Oh, you just arrived in Daming City, right? You might not know, but in 2 weeks, there will be a civil service exam here, recruiting 3,000 basic officials who need to have basic literacy and arithmetic skills. The man explained the situation. Chun-gu quickly understood what was going on. Then the man asked again, so why are you here? Can you read? Yes, I can. I'm here to look up some history. I want to find information about the Golden Sparrow medal. Chun-gu explained his purpose. The man looked a bit surprised. The large library does have records of the history of the Sun Never Sets Empire, but few people care about it. After all, the nobles have a long history of tradition, while commoners simply don't have the time to study these things. However, Chun-gu asked, and the middle-aged man naturally wouldn't make things difficult for him. Go straight from here, up the 3rd staircase to the 2nd floor. Turn left at the end, and you'll find the 11th bookroom. The book you're looking for is there. Chun-gu was about to thank him, but when he looked up, he realized the middle-aged man had disappeared. This surprised Chun-gu, but he had encountered many strange things in the past few days, so he was starting to get used to the weirdness of Damsk City. He didn't think too much and simply followed the directions given. Chun-gu didn't notice that when he passed by the people reading, all of them looked up at him, staring with wide eyes. Only after he moved out of their sight did they return to their normal actions. Soon, Chun-gu reached the 2nd floor. In the 11th bookroom on the left, several people were already reading. When Chun-gu pushed the door open, they all looked up and glared at him. Some even signaled with their eyes for him to leave. Chun-gu ignored them. He bypassed the group and went to the bookshelf in the room, quickly searching for what he needed. The people who had been talking earlier looked a bit embarrassed now. They sat awkwardly, unsure whether to continue their discussion or stay silent. Finally, one of them stood up. "Hello, what are you looking for? If it's not something very important, could you let us have this space? We have something urgent to discuss." Chungwa rolled his eyes and thought, "Who are you? If you can come in, why can't I? Do you believe I won't turn my money into coins and hit you with them? I'm looking for information about the Golden Star Medal. Only this room has it. Find it, and I'll leave." After saying that, Chungwa ignored them and started searching again. The man who had stood up looked a bit awkward. He wasn't sure if Chungwa was really here to find something or just pretending to listen in on their plans. After hesitating for a moment, he approached Chungwa. "I know a little about the Golden Star Medal. Tell me what you want to find, and I'll help you." Chungwa flipped his hand, and a fragment of the medal appeared in his palm. "I want to find out who this medal belongs to and who finally received it." The person listening looked a bit embarrassed. He was also from a noble family and could tell at a glance that the medal Chungu was holding was the Golden Bower Medal. However, originally, only 761 of these medals were issued. Some went to nobles, and others to ordinary soldiers. Although the list of recipients was kept, only noble lineages were recorded, and there was no trace for common people. Looking for clues about this medal in the big library might be a waste of time. At that moment, someone among the waiting group stood up. He walked over to Chungu and looked curiously at the Golden Bower Medal in his hand. "Can I see it?" Chungu looked up at him and saw that he seemed to be in his early 20s, not a bad person, so he handed over the medal. The man took the medal and examined both sides carefully, then used a magnifying glass to look at it closely. Finally, he said to Chungu, "Could you get me the 6th book on the 3rd shelf?" "Thanks." Chungu quickly found the book as he was asked and asked curiously, "Did you find out anything? This is the 3rd edition of the medal. I remember when the Golden Bower medals were first issued. It was to show we weren't afraid of that so-called saint woman. Initially, only 100 were made. Later, to promote it more widely, a few more batches were added. Each batch used different materials. The first edition was mostly given to nobles or their children, with some gold mixed in. Later editions were made of copper, and some even had lead. Judging by the quality of this medal, it's definitely from the 3rd edition. The list of recipients for the 3rd edition is in this book, along with records of their identities. Check it to see if there are any blacksmiths among them." Seeing how much he could deduce from the medal, Chungu became curious. "Why a blacksmith? Look here," the man said, holding a fragment of the medal in front of Chungu and pointing to a spot. After it broke, someone tried to piece it back together. There are signs of remelting. Although only a small amount melted, without a blacksmith's furnace, it is very hard to leave such marks. Also, this spot should have a slight curve, but this piece is flat. Why do you think that is? Did someone accidentally hit it with a hammer? Yes, so I guess the first owner of this medal was probably a blacksmith. After hearing this, Chungu quickly started searching. He quickly flipped through the books in his hand, checking the background of each medal recipient on the 3rd list. As for their stories, Chungu didn't have time to pay attention for now. Soon, Chungu stopped flipping pages. The two others, curious, leaned in to look at the page Chungu was on. Jack Williams, 1424 to 1478, from Gascony, a military blacksmith who broke and melted the witch's armor, sword, spear, and shield after she was captured, destroying her weapons. Chungu placed his hand on the page, blinked, then quickly flipped forward. He found that all the soldiers awarded the Golden Broomstick Medal in this 3rd batch were connected to the French Virgin. It was clear that this batch of awards was the last stubborn stand of the sun never sets empire. After all, they were close to winning the 100 Years' War, but in the end, a little girl turned everything around. In this situation, they must have looked for a way to boost morale. At least on the surface, they would say they won against the Virgin. Oh, in this country, that Virgin is called a witch. Chungu flipped to Jack Williams' page again, quickly reading about him, his appearance, height, other details, and where he died. After reading several times, Chungu closed the book. "Thank you all. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to find this information. No need to thank us." One of them took the book and gave Chungu a look. Chungu understood what he meant, that they wanted him to leave. He put the medal in his pocket, thanked them again, then pushed the door open and left. But just as Chungu stepped out of the library, he felt a sharp pain in his left hand's mark. This crazy person, no need to look. Chungu is still searching for information about the demon Apostle Jack. Jack has come to find him instead. This is different from what he expected. He thought that the badly injured and weakened demon apostle Jack would hide himself and wait until he recovered some strength before acting. But unexpectedly, Jack is so reckless that he came directly to attack. Thinking of this, Chungu reached out and tore off the Holy Cross tattoo from his neck, wrapping it around his magic staff. Chungu wanted to use a firearm like a gun, but the problem was he had no bullets. Right now, the staff was more useful. Just as Chungu was preparing for battle, the middle-aged man who had guided him earlier appeared behind him. Feeling something was wrong behind him, Chungu quickly swung his staff to defend. Bang! Chungu felt as if he had been hit by a pile of paper. He turned around and saw a book floating in front of the middle-aged man. Chungu's powerful strike had only pushed the book back a little. Is that the power of holy light? You're not a demon? Aren't you the demon apostle? Chungu and the middle-aged man shouted at the same time. The middle-aged man finally realized he had made a mistake. He waved his hand, and the book that had blocked Chungu's attack fell into his hand. Sorry, I just noticed everyone in the hall was affected by your power. I thought they were influenced by demon energy and following a demon apostle trying to advance. The middle-aged man quickly explained, then extended his hand. My name is Mallory Primo, a librarian at the Grand Library. Chungu shook his hand. Jack, I just arrived in Minsk a few days ago, and on my first day, I was targeted by a demon apostle. I'm here to find clues. After shaking hands, Mallory's suspicion disappeared. He could already tell that Chungu didn't have the scent of a demon. Although he didn't know why Chungu attracted the demon apostle's attention, that was enough. If you're worried about being attacked by a demon apostle outside, you can stay here. As long as you're human, the Grand Library will protect you. No need. I've already taken him down twice. I don't mind doing it a third time, Chungu said seriously. Relying only on that necklace? Your staff can barely harm an ordinary person. Mallory shook his head, clearly doubting Chungu's strength. I've already found where the enemy comes from. As long as we locate the true body of the demon's follower, we can defeat him, Chungu said confidently. Oh, tell me more, Mallory asked eagerly. Then, realizing his excitement, he added with a shy smile, Sorry, it's just a habit. As a scribe, whenever I hear a story, I can't help wanting to write it down. Chungu grew curious. What kind of job is a scribe? Can you tell me more about it? Oh, it's a special profession in our Grand Library. Anyone who copies 1,000 different books in a library watched over by a god of wisdom can become a scribe. There are 2 key points. First, it must be a grand library under the attention of a god of wisdom. If it's just a small library, no matter how many books you copy, it won't count. Second, the 1,000 books must all be different. The length doesn't matter, but the total number must reach 1,000. After becoming a scribe, we receive a blessing of wisdom from the god. If we later copy or donate 10,000 books, we can become librarians. And if someone builds a grand library with over 100,000 books and gains the attention of a god of wisdom, that person can become the head librarian. As Mallory spoke, a soft chime sounded in Chungu's mind. Ding! You have learned the complete initiation and advancement rituals for the library profession. Partial information about the wisdom-based profession head librarian has been obtained. Head librarian, wisdom-type profession. Scribe librarian head librarian. Can be a secondary class. Bloodline requirement. None. Talent requirement. None. Activation conditions. 1. Reading and copying skills at level 10. 2. A grand library with over 50,000 books under the attention of a god of wisdom, legendary level 10 or higher. 3. Personally copy 1,000 different books. Advancement conditions. 1. Copy or donate 10,000 unique books to advance to librarian. Build a library with over 100,000 books and invite wise spirits, above level 10 legendary, to watch over it, promoting to library director. 3. Promoting to Grand Library Director. Job attributes. Copyist. Intelligence 10. Increases magic attack effects by 10% librarian. Intelligence 30. Increases magic attack effects by 30%. Creates a personal domain within the library, a legendary energy field. Library Director. Intelligence 50. Increases magic attack effects by 50%. Manages a divine realm of the library, the foundation for becoming a demigod. Seeing the information in front of him, Chungu sighed. just as Mallory had finished speaking. That's great. But it's a pity I can only stay in Darkness for a few days. I really want to stay and copy 1,000 books to try out the copyist profession. There will be chances in the future. Wisdom is everywhere. Can you tell me about the demon apostle now? Chungu was momentarily stunned, then confidently said, yes. I was attacked by a demon apostle on my first day in Darkness. The reason is hard to believe. It's because I share the same name as that demon apostle. Later, with the help of a demon hunter, I defeated him twice and received this golden starflower medal. So I checked the list of medal holders and found something interesting. The original owner of this medal was a blacksmith during the 100 Years' War. He melted down a full set of witch armor. Now I know his name. As soon as I find his true form, I can eliminate him. Mallory listened carefully to Chungu and nodded. Everything Chungu said seemed quite reasonable. Although some details were skipped, there was nothing wrong. He could tell that much. But as he listened to Mallory, he felt something was off. Wait. Are you saying your enemy, the demon apostle, is a blacksmith? Yes, I am sure. I've already found out his information. As long as he shows up, I can take him down, Chungu said very confidently. At this moment, Mallory's face changed. Oh, I've been fooled. As Mallory finished speaking, an explosion sounded from nearby rooms. A large number of pages flew out like flying knives from various library rooms, stained with blood. Chungu immediately stepped back, while Mallory took a step forward. The book in his hand transformed into a door, blocking Chungu's path. Then Chungu heard the clattering sounds outside the door. He could only see the patterns on the door, nothing else. After the noise stopped, the door was pulled back. Chungu noticed that the nearby walls were covered with pages. Some men and women who looked very much like Mallory rushed out from nearby. Mallory, what's going on? Chungu held his staff and looked around carefully. Mallory casually explained, earlier, some instruments detected a demon envoy sneaking into the library. I saw your reaction in the hall, so I reported this news. It turns out you're not the demon envoy, but they reacted to one. He hesitated a moment, then continued, the demon envoy that came in this time isn't the one bothering you. When I heard you mention the information just now, I knew. The demon envoy we're watching is someone who can hide inside stories. Every time he appears, he gathers a group of people, tells a story, and then pulls one person into that story. This demon envoy caused a long period of fear in Damsk, where no one dared to listen to stories, and even the number of readers in the library decreased. Mallory explained the situation to Chungu. At that moment, the men and women who had rushed out also came over to Mallory. Mallory, what happened? Who is he? One of them asked, glancing at Chungu. This is Mr. Jack. He also encountered a demon envoy and is here to find clues about it, Mallory replied. Before he finished, the person who had asked Mallory reached out his hand to Chungu. He grabbed Chungu's left hand, turned it over, and saw the mark on the back of his hand. He then asked directly, are you being targeted by the demon envoy? When the explosion happened, did you feel any pain from the mark? Yes, I did. I thought the one watching me had followed me. Chungu's eyes lit up, and he understood that this was a good thing. Exactly. You are now being watched by a demon envoy. The demon envoy's mark can let you sense the presence of other demon envoys. You help me. He then started taking things out. This bottle is a potion to enhance perception. Drink it, and your senses will double for 5 minutes. Received Starry Sky Potion 1, Starry Sky Potion, Green Perception Enhancement Potion. After drinking, Perception 1, and for 30 minutes, perception is doubled. Note, the one perception effect only works the first time you take it. He looked at the dark-colored potion in his hand, which looked like ink, and drank it without hesitation. Seeing Chungu so decisive, the man nodded with satisfaction and took out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. This is a focused gaze glasses. It can help you see some different things. Here, I give it to you. Received Eyes of Wisdom 1. Eyes of Wisdom, green, glasses, attribute, Perception 2, special. When activated, can view item or character attributes for 10 minutes. Each activation consumes 1 white talisman paper. Note, things like yin-yang eyes or aura reading techniques. Someone as wise as me wouldn't believe in those. Let's stick this talisman paper on first, okay? Chungu glanced at the man and understood his intention. He wanted him to help find the demon envoy. Chungu was willing to do such a favor. He took the glasses and put them on. This time, He didn't need to activate them. He immediately saw the scene around him change. Everyone present had 2 lines of data above their heads. The first line showed everyone's level. Mallory was at level 7 of the extraordinary realm, and the person he just spoke to was at level 9. The next line displayed a number for each person. Chingu couldn't tell if it represented life or something else, because Mallory's was 779, while the other person's was only 360. But even just the first line was enough for Chingu. He could at least know the skill level of the person he was facing. At this moment, the man took out a third item. This is for your self-defense. As long as you help us find that demon envoy, we can agree to one more condition. Chingu did not speak. He took the third item. It was a simple, plain staff made of wood. There was no gold or iron decoration, just a carved unicorn head at the top. The mane was carved to look like it was blowing in the wind. Morning breeze, green, civilized staff, attack, 59 to 77, requirement, strength 6, special, glowing. When casting a mental spell, the staff's head can emit a bright light, with a chance to blind enemies. Note: the unicorn in Morning Breeze is always chasing the sun. After receiving this staff, Chingu immediately set it aside and wrapped the Holy Cross pattern around the new Morning Breeze staff. When the Holy Cross pattern was wrapped around it, Chingu felt the top of Morning Breeze glow briefly, as if the unicorn head sculpture was pleased with the pattern's properties. He held Morning Breeze in his hand and looked up. Tell me what to do. The main library is quite large. Even if an explosion occurs in one area, the sound doesn't travel far, and even nearby archives don't hear anything from outside. It's unlikely to cause chaos. Chingu quickly moved through the library with Mallory. Behind him, a group of male and female scribes followed at a distance. They stood farther apart and scattered, as if they had just happened to pass by. No one would believe they were walking together as a group. So, no one paid attention to them. As for Chingu, it was as if Mallory was guiding him to a specific archive room. This kind of situation is common in large libraries. Normal people might glance, but wouldn't interfere. Only Chingu knew what he was doing. He was watching everyone in the library, trying to identify if any of them were hidden demon apostles. Every person he looked at, Mallory would mark with a small, unnoticed symbol. Only scribes could see this mark. If someone changed or turned into something else, the mark would disappear, and the scribes would immediately notice something was wrong. He pushed open the door to a hidden library, but before Chingu could step inside, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Mallory immediately sensed something was wrong. He looked at Chingu's left hand. Chingu slowly lowered his head. The moment he pushed the door open, he felt a hot mark on his hand. He also saw the entire room covered in a faint red glow like molten lava. In the center of this red light, a glowing symbol of the highest level, level 9, flickered. Without hesitation, Chingu picked up the Morning Wind sword and strode inside. As he moved, the red glow transformed back into the usual library scene with shelves full of books. A few men and women were sitting in the middle of the library, reading their books. Mallory was still thinking about how to talk to Chingu and hide the reason he suddenly rushed in. He didn't expect Chingu to be so direct. He quickly followed inside, but he was a little slower. Chingu had already walked quickly to a noble girl reading a book. The girl had slightly curly blonde hair and looked quite adorable. She wore a white lace long dress, held a cup of Ceylon tea, and had small snacks on the table. From her appearance, she didn't seem to be here to study, but rather to enjoy afternoon tea. Around her, many noblemen or well-mannered men sat, each holding a book. Every few seconds, they would look up at the noble girl. Chingu's appearance made these men nervous. Although they were still sitting, it was obvious their seats had shifted as they prepared to rush forward if Chingu made any move. But Chingu didn't give them that chance. When he was about to reach the noble girl, he suddenly let out a hey. All the men looked up at Chingu. In that moment, the shining light of the Morning Wind sword flashed, and the entire library turned into a bright white glow. Everyone who saw him saw only red before everything went dark. Seizing the moment, Chingu stepped forward and swung the Morning Wind sword, hitting the noble girl's face. The girl didn't expect Chingu to come so quickly. She thought her pursuers would block Chingu for her, giving her a chance to deal with him later. But now, Chingu has made everyone blind, which forces her to face Chingu's attack. The noble girl at this moment also forgets everything else. She quickly stands up and opens her small mouth painted with lipstick. Before she can make any sound, a gust of wind hits her face. Then, a mark like a page from a book appears on her forehead. This mark looks very similar to the one on Chun-Gu's left hand. But as soon as the mark appears, the room instantly fills with the smell of sulfur. At the same time, a large pile of books, over 3 meters high, appears around the noble girl, burning fiercely. The pile is filled with all kinds of books. Standing on top of the fire pile are story characters who have turned into demons. It's clear that these demonized characters and the fire pile are part of the noble girl's power, similar to the fog of the demon Apostle Jack. Chun-Gu sees that all these demonized characters are staring at him. Their eyes have no pupils, only white eyes. Chun-Gu doesn't hesitate. He knows exactly what he needs to do. He strikes again with morning wind, hitting the noble girl's head. This blow tilts her head to the side. Chun-Gu then flips morning wind, aiming to stab the sharp tip into her eye. But just then, Mallory, who is behind Chun-Gu, pulls him back. At the same time, the book in Mallory's hand flies out and transforms into a door panel, blocking the attacks coming from all sides. Meanwhile, the other scribes rush into the library room. One of them says to Mallory, "Take him out." Before Chun-Gu can react, the scribes draw their weapons and rush toward the noble girl. Chun-Gu wants to watch their fight, but Mallory has already pulled him out of the library room. After closing the door, Mallory presses his heavy book against it. Then he says to Chun-Gu, "It's safe now. We've found the demon apostle. He can't escape. Is that enough?" Chun-Gu looks confused. "The demon apostle I met before, even if he died, he could still escape." "Every demon apostle is different," Mallory says with a hint of pride in his eyes. "And the Grand Library is prepared. Don't think I just closed the door. I've actually trapped the demon apostle inside. Even if he dies, he cannot escape this room. He will be constantly attacked by our scribes until everything disappears." Before Mallory finished speaking, the door of the room suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Not only was the door blown off, but the walls also shattered. The scribes inside the room were thrown out by the explosion, with 2 of them even crashing down from the corridor into the first-floor hall. This caused chaos throughout the entire library. Screams echoed one after another. People reading there ran in all directions, making the library a complete mess. After the explosion, Chun-Gu finally looked toward the previous storage room. This storage room was completely destroyed, with only broken bodies and charred books remaining on the floor. Seeing the room with no walls left, Chun-Gu tightly held Chun Feng's hand, wanting to go inside and look. At that moment, Mallory, shaken by the blast, grabbed Chun-Gu. "Don't go in." Chun-Gu was momentarily stunned. He saw a man in simple suit appear in the destroyed room. The man looked very ordinary, wearing a plain gray suit that didn't stand out, with deep blue sleeves on his arms and ink stains on his index finger. After appearing, he looked around the destroyed storage room, then reached out and found something among the bodies, something that looked like a ruby. At this moment, Chun-Gu's glasses flickered, and he received a relatively complete piece of information. Demon Bone blew the core of the demon apostle's power. After becoming a demon apostle, a demon bone is generated inside the apostle's body and is strengthened as the apostle grows. When the demon bone's quality reaches purple, it will transfer to the demon apostle's head, forming demon horns, allowing the apostle to master demon transformation skills and eventually transform into a demon. Seeing Chun-Gu staring at the demon bone, Mallory pulled him again. "Don't look at it. That demon apostle is already dead. Only dead apostles leave behind demon bones." Chun-Gu withdrew his gaze and looked at the man who suddenly appeared here with some confusion. As Chun-Gu looked at him, the man reacted quickly and suddenly appeared in front of Chun-Gu. "Hello, I am the librarian of the Great Library. You can call me Marcos. I already know about your situation." At this point, Marcos glanced at Chun-Gu's left hand. "I think this might be useful for you." After saying that, Marcos lightly tapped Chun-Gu's forehead. Chun-Gu felt a warm flow of energy from the spot where he was tapped, and then he seemed to see someone performing a sword technique in front of him. "Ding! You have received swordsmanship experience from a master swordsman. You have learned basic sword skills. You gained swordsmanship experience from a master swordsman, and your basic sword skill level has increased. Basic Swordsmanship Level 7, 3433/10,000, a very good level of swordsmanship in the Endless World. Your foundation in swordsmanship is quite solid. Whether it's a long sword or a short sword, you can use any sword easily. Your basic swordsmanship has advanced past level 4. Please choose a branch option. 1. Military Sword Specialization. Focused on military sword techniques, increasing attack power by 15% when using standard weapons. 2. Street Swordsmanship. Specializes in street fighting. When no sword is available, sticks or iron bars similar to swords can be used as long swords. 3. Elemental Magic Sword. Incorporates elemental power into swordsmanship, allowing fire or lightning effects to be added to the sword. 4. Power Swordsmanship. Basic skills for dual-handed heavy swords. After learning, your strength attribute will influence your attack power. Chungu looked at these options, then at the morning breeze in his hand, and then at Marcos. It seemed he understood something. Marcos shrugged helplessly, smiled at Chungu, and then disappeared in front of him. At this moment, Mallory whispered, "Wow, you can actually communicate with Marcos?" Chungu chose the street swordsmanship branch while curiously asking, "What's wrong with him?" "You don't know? He was once a legendary scribe here. I heard he copied 1.5 million books by himself. Almost half of the library's books were copied by him. Most importantly, the handwriting in the books he copied is almost identical, as if printed." Mallory spoke exaggeratedly. Chungu then realized that Marcos was actually a legendary figure. He had forgotten to check Marcos's skill level just now. He was lost in thought, while Chungu waved the morning breeze in his hand. He found that since he chose a different sword style, he had better control over the civilization staff. Before, he only used the civilization staff as a hammer to hit faces. Now, Chungu believed that if given the chance, he could accurately stab the civilization staff into armor. With this skill level, Chungu felt that even if he faced the demon Apostle Jack again, he could fight him. Watching Chungu keep swinging the morning breeze, Mallory seemed to understand something. "Is what Marcus just taught you not swordsmanship? It looks like Marcus really believes in your potential with swords. Since I don't know what to give you, come with me." Mallory pulled Chungu and headed in another direction. By now, the chaos in the Grand Library was gradually calming down. The scribes in the library were quite skilled. Besides Mallory, who used books as shields for defense, many others used abilities similar to sound waves. Thanks to their efforts, the crowd became quiet. The bookshelves knocked over by the crowd were also reorganized. Leading Chungu through the crowd, Mallory finally reached a row of rooms on the first floor. He pushed open a door to a small study. Inside, besides walls full of books, there was only a desk and lots of paper and ink. "This is my copying room. Wait for me here." Mallory quickly searched the room and soon handed Chungu a stack of already bound papers. "This is my copy. It's not a legendary secret, but it's a good book. Most people aren't focusing on swordsmanship now, so my copying isn't very useful. I'll give it to you." Chungu took the book and looked at it, a piece of information flashing in his mind. Freestyle Swordsmanship, green, a basic sword technique passed down for many years in Damsk City. It can be improved through sword experience. Each level up grants 1 agility or 1 stamina, up to level 10. Chungu flipped through the freestyle swordsmanship and then looked up at Mallory. "Thank you." When Chungu saw the first move of the freestyle swordsmanship, he understood why Mallory gave him this book. The freestyle sword technique is actually a fast striking sword method. Besides stabbing, slashing, and slicing, it also involves hitting with the back of the sword and using the sword as a hammer. In other words, this sword technique is very suitable for Chungu, who often fights with a civilized staff. If Chungu masters this sword technique thoroughly, his future will be much easier. "You're welcome. If you want to thank someone, it should be me. By the way, you saw earlier, if you defeat the demon apostle and get the demon's bone but don't know how to handle it, you can go to this place. There are people who can take care of it." Mallory wrote down an address for Chungu and then patted his shoulder. "Keep going. I believe in you." Chungu is now quite familiar with the city of Damingseek. Even without a carriage, he can take the tram and not get lost. However, having a carriage makes things easier. At least he can rest inside it. Sitting inside the carriage, Chungu opened the freestyle swordsmanship manual that Mallory gave him and studied it carefully. This kind of swordsmanship inheritance isn't an equipment item. It's not something he can just carry and automatically learn. Chungu needs to read and practice himself. Only after mastering the techniques in the manual can he truly learn them. It's not like in games where you flip through a book and it turns into a flash of light, and then you've learned everything. Earlier in the big library, Chungu didn't want to look at it seriously, but now that he's in the carriage and no one is bothering him, he studies it carefully. Chungu notices that this three-style swordsmanship emphasizes coordination between hands and feet. The hand movements are steady, aiming for precise strikes, while the footwork is quick and flexible. To achieve good hand-foot coordination, reading alone isn't enough. He needs a place to practice. For now, in the carriage, Chungu can only practice swinging motions with his hands. As he focuses on practicing, the sound of his sword swings echoes in the carriage, making a whooshing noise. After some time, the carriage slowly stops. The coach gently taps the window. "Sir, we've arrived." Chungu opens the door and gets out, saying to the coach, "Wait here for me." Then he walks away. The coach looks puzzled as Chungu heads in another direction, not going to the ticket booth in front. Chungu doesn't explain where he's going to the coach. He pushes open the tavern door with the morning wind and enters. Inside this mysterious tavern, Chungu sits at the bar by himself. In the next moment, everything turns pitch black again, with only him and the bartender visible in the darkness. The bartender glances at Chungu, then pours a drink and places it in front of him. "I thought you had died outside." Chungu smiles, knowing the price here. He casually takes out a 2-pound coin and places it on the table. "How did it go with the information I asked for last time?" "This is the intelligence." "Do you know how to read?" The bartender took out 2 small pieces of paper and placed them in front of Chungu. The papers were filled with writing. "I just learned this," Chungu said as he quickly looked at the papers. Hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared in the bartender's eyes. A few days ago, when Chungu arrived, he couldn't read at all. In just 2 days, he had learned to recognize characters, but he didn't pay much attention to it. The papers were already in Chungu's hands. If Chungu couldn't read them himself, it didn't matter to him. Looking at the documents, Chungu's expression gradually became serious. According to the information, Chungu was beaten by members of the Bangek gang and thrown into a trash heap in the back alley. Many people saw this happen, so there was no need for proof. You could ask around on the street that day. The Bangek gang is a legitimate group that collects protection money, fights illegal boxing matches, and supports small-time thieves and those involved in rough trades. They rarely attack ordinary people without reason, let alone throw someone into the trash. That behavior didn't match their usual habits. So, some people immediately suspected that Chungu had accidentally offended members of the Bangek gang, and they wanted to teach him a lesson. In the end, they questioned members of the Bangek gang more deeply. It was confirmed that Chungu's beating was entirely his own fault. Chungu's identity, also known as Jack, turned out to be a hidden wealthy person with property in Damsk City. He owned 3 apartment buildings in Damsk City, each 3 stories high, with 20 rooms per floor. Rent was 10 shillings every 10 days, providing Chungu with about 9 pounds of income per month. The gang didn't refuse to give him this money. On the contrary, they sent it regularly to a farm outside Damsk City. If Chungu hadn't come to cause trouble, he could live quite well outside the city on that 9 pounds of rent. But Chungu's body had come here, and he had clashed with the Bangek gang. The reason for this conflict was quite absurd. It turned out that this body discovered the gang had turned the 3 apartment buildings into red light districts, with each room occupied by women selling their bodies. They even categorized the women and named the buildings accordingly: the Cow Farm, the Golden Harp Stage, and the White Swan that lays golden eggs. Chungu's current body immediately knew about this matter and went to Damsk City that same day. He sought out Banka and asked him to restore the apartment building to its normal use. Otherwise, he would take back the property. As a result, he was beaten up and thrown into a trash heap. If it weren't for the fact that Chungu was the owner of the apartment building, and that his death could affect the ownership of the property, he might have been killed. He placed the documents on the table, and his expression became serious. Ding. Identity, Clue 3, Deed. You discover that the identity you are using now holds the deeds and ownership of 3 apartment buildings. This makes you an enemy of a gang. Make your choice. Your decision will activate a temporary mission, apartment, and gang side quest. Mission description: reclaim control of the apartment buildings. Mission requirements: reclaim control of your 3 apartment buildings, 0/3, or defeat the 3 leaders of Banka Gang, 0/3. Mission reward: identity clue 3, from common to extraordinary level. Note 1. Each time you regain control of an apartment or defeat a Banka Gang leader, the quality of the identity clue fragment improves. The fragment's quality will not exceed the extraordinary level. Note 2. The gang leaders of Banka Gang possess extraordinary strength. Be very careful. Note 3. The women in the apartments are not part of the property unless you earn their approval. Note 4. Controlling 3 apartment buildings or defeating all 3 gang leaders will grant extra rewards, apartment deeds. Deed? Just seeing these 2 words made Chingu's eyes light up. He could ignore other matters. Even if it was just a fragment of his identity, he was close to completing a clue. As long as he defeated the demon apostle Jack one more time, he could obtain a legendary level identity fragment. A mere extraordinary level identity didn't impress him much, but a deed was different. His innate talent, the City of Heart, requires clear ownership to transfer rooms and buildings. Right now, there was nothing better than a deed to clearly establish building ownership. He placed the resources in his hand on the table and said with a half-smile, "So, this is the situation. It seems the Crank Gang isn't a good group either. Hey, brother, you're also in the intelligence business. Do you have any information about the Crank Gang? Looks like you've really learned to read. I'm not bragging, but in all of Darnaminsk and Dostan, there's no gang that can't be tracked by us. But you know, some information isn't cheap." Chingu didn't say much. He took out a few 1-pound notes and placed them on the table. He tilted his head and looked at the bartender, signaling whether this amount was enough. The bartender smiled and took away 2 of the 1-pound notes. The Crank Gang isn't a big gang. It has only 41 official members, including 3 with special abilities: the Giant Pete, the strategist Margok, and the leader Chris Mason. Giant Pete often appears on the streets. If you see a tall man over 2 meters 4, that's him. His special ability is super strength and stamina, but he's not very fast. If he fights, he can't win, but he can usually escape. Strategist Margok handles the gang's finances. Besides collecting money on collection days, he rarely leaves their hideout. Rumor has it he's a magician and never fights without preparation. Leader Chris Mason is a skilled shooter. He draws his gun very quickly and also knows how to make mechanical devices. The guns he uses are all made by himself. Because of him, about 30% of the gang members carry firearms. He and Margok usually stay at their hideout. The bartender paused here, glancing at Chingu. "Where's their hideout?" Chingu took out 2 more 1-pound notes and pushed them toward the bartender. "There's a big bridge at the intersection of the Tadarla River and Karaludo Street. Under the bridge, there's a sewer that's been abandoned. Their hideout is there." The bartender reached out, and the 2 1-pound notes disappeared from the table. Chingu added some more cash to the table and asked casually, "And where's the cow farm? Do the Crank Gang members usually watch it?" "All around Madara Street near Karaludo Street. Since it's right next to their hideout, no one really keeps an eye on it," the bartender explained, taking away a shilling coin from the table. Chingu looked down and immediately understood that the bartender was not cheating him because he had more money. Chingu is now quite familiar with the map of Daming's city. He closed his eyes and quickly pinpointed several addresses in his mind. After a moment of silence, Chingu picked up the drink prepared by the bartender and took a small sip. "I want a full set of tools for making bullets, including some materials and gunpowder. Do you sell those here?" Chingu knows his strength is not very strong. Relying only on the civilization staff, Chinfeng, is not very safe. Against enemies like this, firearms are more suitable. So, ammunition is very important. "Someone will give you some when you leave," the bartender said, reaching out and taking away another 2 pounds of cash. With the bullets secured, Chingu's face showed a slight smile. Having ammunition makes him feel much safer. Now that he has some clues about the Brank Gang, he also needs to find out more about the demon apostle Jack. "Oh, by the way, I came here this time to ask for your help in finding someone," Chingu said as he placed a fragment of the golden starflower medal on the table. "He should be a blacksmith named Jack Williams. I'm not sure which district he's in, but he often works around the docks. He glanced at the golden starflower medal, then looked at the bartender. Is that all? That's all I know, Chingu replied, feeling a bit helpless. After all, he couldn't reveal other clues here. If he said that Jack has been alive since 1424, who would believe it? Sir, judging by your expression, you probably have more clues. Please tell us everything you know. It's hard for us to find someone otherwise. I know some clues might sound unbelievable to you, but this is a world of the extraordinary. Anything can happen here, the bartender said seriously, staring into Chungu's eyes. All right, Jack was born in 1424 and died in 1478. He participated in the 100 Years' War and melted down the full armor of the French witch, Chungu explained. Exactly. Tell us everything you know so we can find him. Wait, what did you just say? The bartender looked up, eyes full of disbelief, as he stared at Chungu. Chungu's expression showed he wasn't surprised. He knew they wouldn't believe such stories. Still, he carefully shared all the information he knew. The bartender's eyes lit up as he listened. Are you saying it's true? He is the one who melted the full set of witch armor? Chungu paused, puzzled. Shouldn't the bartender be suspicious about someone who died many years ago and then came back? Why is he so interested in the French witch armor? Seeing Chungu's confused look, the bartender's tone grew more urgent. Quick, tell me, are you sure he's the one who melted the full set of witch armor? Hearing this, Chungu finally understood. What do you want? He's my target, and I found the clues. I put a lot of effort into this. The bartender looked a bit embarrassed. No, I didn't mean to steal your target. Someone is just collecting these items. They are certified witch armor. I just want to ask, after you get them, are you interested in selling? Chungu glanced at the bartender, then smiled. He collected the money on the table and said to him, Then, we need to have a serious talk. Seeing Chungu's actions, the bartender relaxed a bit. He realized his earlier reaction was too strong, giving Chungu a chance. But at least now, Chungu was willing to share the information he found. That was enough. He was most worried not about Chungu asking too high a price, but about not being able to get involved. As long as he could participate, everything else didn't matter. Seeing the bartender's reaction, Chungu quickly understood that the witch armor was more than he had imagined. He didn't state his conditions directly, but shared all the information he knew. Jack Williams, Gascogny native, army blacksmith. After the witch was captured, he broke and melted her armor, sword, spear, and shield, destroying her weapons. This is recorded in the Golden Bow Medal roster. You should know about it, and you also know whether Jack is alive or dead. I won't say more about that. I'll just explain how I found this Golden Bow Medal. Jack has been hanging around near the dock for a while. Didn't you warn me not to go out late at night? That was Jack's initiation ceremony. Unfortunately, I happened to run into him. While fighting Jack, I accidentally discovered something and looked into his identity. It turns out he is Jack Williams. At this point, Chungu paused. As for the melted witch's weapon, I'm not sure if he still has it, but one thing is certain. When he attacked me before, he took a piece of a hellish weapon. A figure, like a priest representing the sun, took the hellish weapon away, saying it was for purification. But from what I learned from my demon hunter friend, he actually wanted to use it for sacrifice or something else. You can look into this matter. Where did this happen? Near Anuk Street. The bartender's eyes showed a hint of happiness. He nodded confidently. I will look into this. If it really was a hellish weapon, then your information is correct. The material from the melted witch's weapon, if added to a normal weapon, can turn it into a hellish weapon. While speaking, the bartender poured Chungu a good drink. Chungu was surprised for a moment, then understood what the bartender meant. He was trying to verify Chungu's information before bargaining. Now Chungu smiled. This was a hint from the bartender about how valuable his information was. Chungu was a bit confused about the bartender's attitude. Was he planning to do business at a loss? But soon, Chungu understood the bartender's plan. The bartender and his organization also wanted to make money, but not from selling information. He earned a commission instead. Soon, Chungu heard the sound of a chair being pulled back, and the lights illuminated the once dark place. 3 shadowy figures appeared under the light. Chungu could tell there were 2 men and 1 woman, and their presence clearly showed they were high-level individuals with extraordinary powers. After they appeared, they looked at each other and instinctively took a step back. It seemed they knew each other and had some conflict. This was interesting. Chungu's eyes flicked, and he looked toward the bartender. This matter cannot be discussed by him because he is not sure about the value of the witch's armament. It's not just that he might lose if he talks, but it could also cause harm to the bartender. So Chun-gu gently tapped the table, put down his glass, and took the initiative to speak. Since you are willing to come, you must have done your research. My information is the most accurate available right now. All the details are clear. If it weren't for some trouble, I could handle this myself. And I can tell you clearly that Jack is badly injured, and his strength has dropped to that of an ordinary person. Do I look like someone who can't take him down? So, I welcome you all here, but if you think this can't be done without you, please feel free to leave. Chun-gu's words immediately caught the attention of the three. At first, they were thinking of bargaining for a better deal. But after hearing Chun-gu, they realized he was not someone easy to fool. All their initial plans were put aside. The bartender also looked at Chun-gu with some surprise. When Chun-gu came here a few days ago, he knew nothing and seemed like an outsider unfamiliar with the rules. In just 2 days, Chun-gu had already gained control of the situation. How many things had he gone through to change so much in such a short time? At this moment, Chun-gu lightly knocked on the table again. Everyone here is for the witch's armament. I have clear information, but I can't guarantee the amount of material left after the witch's armament melts. After so many years, no one knows how much material remains. So I can't ask for too high a price. But if I do, I won't make any profit, and neither will you, the bartender. Then there's no point in continuing, right? How do you want to do this? A shadowy figure asked. Are you trying to make us bid against each other? Another said. Little brother, that's not a good idea, a female shadow added. We're not just any gang. Be careful about your safety in Darnitsa City at night. No, I don't have that plan. I want to do another kind of business, Chun-gu replied. He looked at the bartender and saw that the bartender had crossed his arms, watching Chun-gu work. Now Chun-gu understood the bartender's attitude. He smiled and said, Actually, there's no need for everyone to fight over this. We are all here for the materials for the witch's armor. This item should have a real price, and I guess it's valuable, but hard to find. You all want to buy it, but probably can't, right? I don't need this kind of thing, so I can sell it to you at a fair price. That way, I get what I want, and you can share the materials, right? A shadowy figure scoffed and said, Nice idea. I'm just being honest. Without me, you wouldn't have a source, right? Chun-gu said with a carefree smile. At this moment, another female shadow said, All right, so how do you plan to split it? If the division isn't fair, I won't agree. It's simple. I want to take down that guy anyway. Please arrange for someone to find him and handle the collection and sorting of the materials. Once we get the items, please keep them safe here. I'll estimate their value. The items will be divided into 10 parts. I'll get 1 part, and the remaining 9 parts will be split into 3. You all know about the bunk gang, right? They have 3 leaders, all at the extraordinary level. If you bring me their heads, each head will give you 1/3 of the material trading rights, and the tavern will oversee the fairness. I won't interfere. After the transaction, the tavern will take a cut and give me the rest. Is that okay? The bartender stared at Chun-gu in surprise. He didn't expect Chun-gu to hand over the bunk gang's matters. The 3 shadowy figures exchanged glances. This was no problem. 3 extraordinary leaders, it's a small matter. If they can get 3 heads, the materials will all be theirs. In the next moment, all 3 shadows disappeared. Chun-gu then said to the bartender, Bartender, please find someone. This is a big business deal, so the bartender won't ignore it like before or casually ask Chun-gu whether he wants to come or not. He personally assured Chun-gu that as soon as there was any news, he would inform him immediately. After receiving this confirmation, Chun-gu left the small tavern. Looking at the ticket office not far away, Chun-gu hesitated for a moment but finally decided to go inside. When he entered the ticket office, the chubby security guard in a blue uniform remembered Chun-gu. He pointed at Chun-gu and smiled. Aren't you the person who confidently said you couldn't read the other day? I remember you bought a ticket. Why are you here again? I made some money and want to upgrade my cabin. The 3rd class doesn't provide food, so it's a bit inconvenient. Chun-gu still remembered this guard. He was quite nice. Upgrading, huh? That's easy. You don't need to queue over there. Just go to this line. It's faster. Under the guard's guidance, Chun-gu joined the shorter line. Soon, it was his turn. The ticket clerk stretched out his hand and asked, Which ship? Kukrops, 3rd class. Chun-gu replied, showing his ticket. Third class on the coup crops has a discount. You need to pay the difference. Upgrading to second class costs an extra £11. The second class is a two-person cabin, includes 30 days of food, and provides a bucket of water daily. 3 second-class cabins share one bathroom. If you agree, please pay now. The clerk spoke quickly. What about upgrading to first class? Chingu asked. He wasn't too concerned about the extra money now. First class wasn't much better than second class, so he decided to spend a bit more for a better room. First class cannot be upgraded. You need to buy a separate ticket. First class is a single room with a bathroom. You can choose one with a balcony, which costs £55, or without a balcony for £45. You can dine freely at all the ship's restaurants and have unlimited access to fresh water. Are there luxury cabins or suites? Suites are sold out. There are 2 luxury cabins left, each costing £180. They are prime locations with a living room, bedroom, bathroom, and balcony. You can also use most of the ship's entertainment facilities for free. If you want one, you need to decide now. Otherwise, they'll be gone in a few days. Chingu didn't hesitate much. He took out a check for £500 and said, I'll take a luxury cabin. Upon receiving the check, the ticket seller quickly became friendly. Sir, may I ask your name? The first-class ticket is registered in your name, so after it's booked, no one else can use it except you, Jack. The ticket seller hurriedly recorded various details about Chingu. This time, making the ticket was more complicated than before. Besides the cabin number, departure time, and Jack's name, they even took a photo of Chingu. While taking the photo, the seller kept apologizing to Chingu. Sir, this is a necessary step because this ticket allows you to use most of the entertainment facilities on the ship. We need to record your appearance to prevent anyone from using your ticket improperly. Also, I've kept a record here. If your ticket is lost, you can come back within 2 days to get a new one. After 2 days, it will be too late. After some time, Chingu finally received the new ticket. Unlike the previous one made of stiff cardboard, this ticket was printed on card paper. It was coated with waterproof material. The front had Chingu's information and photo, and the back listed the ship's name, departure time, cabin, and details about the amenities Chingu could enjoy on board. Finally, the ticket was attached to a thin string so it could be worn around the neck. Of course, this was a special gift from the ticket seller. In his eyes, Chingu probably hadn't used such a fancy ticket before, nor had a servant to carry it. If it got lost, that would be troublesome. He never expected that Chingu had a backpack. Once he had the ticket, Chingu immediately put it into his backpack. This was key to completing the main mission. Even if he lost the morning breeze in his hand, the ticket wouldn't be lost. After getting the ticket, Chingu left the ticket office. The carriage was still waiting outside. He got into the carriage and touched his stomach. He was a little hungry, but now wasn't the time to eat. Do you know how big Kalido Street is? Let's go there. Yes, sir. It's almost noon now. Would you like me to find a good restaurant nearby? The coachman kindly suggested. No need. Just take me to Kalido Street, Chingu said decisively. Kalido Street was about to become lively, and he didn't want to go looking for food at this moment. The coachman no longer tried to persuade him. He had previously suggested it because the city's tavern offered the benefit of hiring a carriage to go there. But if Chingu didn't want to go, the coachman wouldn't force him or lead him around. As the carriage moved forward, Chingu took out the bullet kit given to him by the bartender. The bullets here are handmade. Besides a small furnace and a crucible for melting metal, there are fire tongs for handling the crucible, molds for making bullets and casings, 3 lead ingots, 3 copper ingots, a large bag of ground gunpowder, a small scoop for loading gunpowder, and a small press for fixing bullets and installing the tips. All these things together fill a big box. Chingu carried the box out of the tavern. But once on the carriage, he stored the entire box in his backpack. Although it looks like a lot of stuff, it only takes up 1 space in his backpack. Chingu hadn't tried making bullets yet. He planned to wait until after the Crank Gang was defeated, then find a safe place to make some bullets. That way, when news from the tavern arrived, he would have enough strength to go after the demon Apostle Jack. With this idea in mind, Chingu picked up the instruction manual that came with the box and started reading. He never expected that when he finished reading the manual, he would hear a ding sound in his ear. Ding! You have finished reading a manual on bullet making. You have unlocked the engineering skill. Engineering level 0, 1/100 understands what engineering is. has achieved a level of mechanical knowledge beyond manual skill, capable of making some gunpowder or ordinary bullets. Sir, we've arrived at Kaliyudo Street. As Chun Guo was organizing his backpack, the carriage slowly stopped. Outside the window, the coachman knocked on the window and said. He opened the carriage door, jumped down, and realized he hadn't explained clearly. The carriage stopped at one end of Kaliyudo Street, which was close enough to the bridge the bartender mentioned, but it would still take a little while to walk there. Chun Guo decided not to get back on the carriage. He wrapped the Holy Cross symbol tightly in the morning breeze, then carried it and headed toward the bridge. He had only taken a few steps when he heard a loud explosion beneath the bridge. Suddenly, chaos erupted on Carrillo Street. Many pedestrians rushed out from nowhere, all flooding onto the street. They didn't look to see what was happening. Once on the street, they ran around blindly without any clear direction. In the chaos, Chun Guo was also blocked by the crowd and couldn't get closer to the bridge. At that moment, another voice came from the bridge. You're all going to die. Then, the ground started to shake. Chun Guo noticed a tall, muscular man about 2 meters 4 tall, charging through the crowd. People he hit were thrown back 7 or 8 meters. Behind this man, 2 men dressed in black trench coats followed. They were completely covered in black, with only their faces painted thick white, making it hard to see their features. They moved very quickly, circling around the tall man. The tall man kept swinging his fists, trying to hit the 2 men, but he couldn't reach them. Every time he threw a punch, the 2 men had already disappeared from where they stood before. After 4 or 5 exchanges, the 2 men hadn't been hurt much, but the tall man was already panting heavily. Seeing this fight, Chun Guo stopped and stood still. From the appearance of the tall, muscular man, Chun Guo knew the bunk gang was finished. That man was the main fighter of the bunk gang, the giant Pete. As for the 2 men who looked very similar, they were probably members of the same gang as the 3 black-clad figures earlier. The fight here was no longer interesting. Now, it was just a matter of when the gang leaders' heads would be delivered into his hands. Realizing this, Chun Guo stepped aside to let the fleeing crowd pass. At the same time, he stayed in place to analyze the fight before him. The 3 fighters in front of him hadn't used any special skills yet. They relied only on their strong bodies or agility for basic attacks. This was different from the demon apostle who had been chasing Chun Guo. Chun Guo was eager to see what a normal superhuman's fighting level looked like. He wondered what position he could hold among superhumans in his current situation. Standing in a safe place, Chun Guo noticed that the giant Pete was clearly being targeted. 2 men were much faster than the giant Pete, and they attacked at the same time. No matter how Pete spun or moved, one of them was always behind him. This kind of attack was slowly wearing down Pete's life. It was clear that in such a short time, the big gang in Damsk City had made their plans very clear to the Brank gang. Pete was getting angrier as the fight went on. After stabbing him from behind, Pete roared loudly. He reached out and grabbed a passerby trying to run past him, dragging the person's leg and sweeping around. The passerby was just an ordinary person, and when he was thrown like a weapon, he let out a sharp scream. Then he was gone. When Pete grabbed the passerby, the 2 men stepped back. As a result, Pete's grip caused the person's head to hit a nearby wall. When he threw him again, blood splattered everywhere, and the person was dead. However, the 2 men's retreat gave Pete a chance. He jumped forward and lunged out. He threw the body behind him, clearly trying to escape. It seemed Pete was big, but not a fool. Unfortunately, he was already on Chun Guo's kill list. For the materials needed for the witch's weapon, Damsk City's 3 big gangs wouldn't let any leader of the Brank gang go. Seeing the 2 men start to move but block Pete's way, Chun Guo knew there was no hope here. Pete was definitely going to die. Just then, a streak of black light came from the bridge area. The black light was extremely fast, arriving in front of Pete in an instant. Before the 2 men blocking Pete could react, they heard a sharp sound. Pete's head was cut off. When the huge headless body fell to the ground, the black light transformed into a human form. It was a man wearing dark blue heavy armor, holding a long sword that was even longer than him in one hand, and the severed head of Pete in the other. The 2 men who had stopped Pete immediately straightened up when they saw him. "Captain, the black dog is coming. Let's retreat." The heavily armored man looked around at the chaotic crowd, but said nothing more. He quickly left, carrying a human head. After the armored man left, The two men in black also hurriedly withdrew, leaving behind the huge corpse on the ground. Once they were gone, the crowd slowly calmed down. Chingu noticed that some of the poorer-looking people were secretly approaching Pete's body, seeming to look for something. He paused for a moment and realized that they weren't reckless. They just couldn't survive anymore. They were trying to take a chance, to turn the tables. Unfortunately, there was no treasure chest or anything on Pete's body, or he would have gone to check it himself. For now, he decided not to. Instead, he thought about going to the gang's hideout to see if any treasure was left behind. Chingu planned to head toward the bridge. Meanwhile, the once calm Cali Luodadas Street suddenly became chaotic again. 7 or 8 black carriages rushed out from a nearby street, with police officers standing on both sides. They carried long firearms and wore bulletproof vests over their uniforms. Seeing how heavily armed they were, Chingu didn't believe they were just responding to a sudden alert. They probably had been waiting nearby, ready to clean up once the others left. Thinking about how the gang helped clear the bodies from Daming City at night, Chingu felt that the so-called Sunset Empire wasn't as great as it seemed. Watching the police gradually restore order on Cali Luodadas Street, Chingu shook his head. Before they noticed him, he turned and slipped into a nearby alley. Unlike the busy Cali Luodadas Street outside, this alley was lined with apartment buildings, with no shops or businesses. The chaos from earlier on Cali Luodadas Street had also caused some disorder here. As Chingu entered the alley, he saw many people peering out from the apartment building entrances, looking outside nervously, unsure if the danger had truly passed. He looked back at the situation on Cali Luodadas Street. The police outside were frantically arresting people. Those homeless people who looked like they had no money were immediately pushed to the ground. I don't know if they were meant to be scapegoats for this incident or if the police wanted to arrest someone. But seeing the crowd rushing in from outside, Chungwa knew it was better not to go outside and provoke the police. He looked up at the alley and smiled. Since everyone is here, let's go see the apartment building. Anyway, the Breaker gang has already been killed, so this task is halfway done. Thinking of Chin Fong, Chungwa quickly headed into the alley. As he walked, he looked at the sign hanging in front of the apartment building. These apartments were quite different from those on Cali Lido Street. The apartments in this alley looked older, and each had its own name, like Little Sanctuary or Cali Lido Paradise. Some windows were left open, with pink curtains half drawn, and there were even some ragged women leaning at the windows, watching the chaos outside. The smell of strong perfume mixed with strange odors filled the alley. Chungwa moved forward slowly. After walking about 30 meters, he saw a group of people gathered in front of a building. What was going on? Curious, Chungwa glanced over. The people gathered there were dressed in long black coats and tall hats, typical of wealthy people or bored thugs and gangsters in Damsk City. Police outside usually wouldn't bother to arrest such people. When Chungwa first arrived in Damsk City, he encountered these kinds of people. He had even stolen his initial funds from them. Now, with nothing to do and seeing some excitement, he simply lifted his civilized staff and went to take a look. When he saw what was happening, Chungwa couldn't help but smile. He was caught up in the spectacle himself. At the entrance of the apartment building, several thin women stood. They had very noticeable features, large, impressive figures, and broad chests. Although they held weapons like mops and rolling pins, the crowd's attention wasn't on them. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the deep, white abyss. He looked up again at the sign of the apartment building. Isn't this the apartment building called the Cow Farm, which I heard about from the bartender? Chingu was about to step forward when one of the men surrounding the building suddenly shouted loudly. Manhwa, I tell you, the bunk gang is gone. From now on, this street is our Mana gang's territory. You guys have to pay protection money, or else. Before he finished, he was hit on the back of the head with a civilized staff. Then, he was kicked hard in the back and fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The thugs around the building looked at their boss's position just moments before. They saw Chingu just as he was about to step back. Seeing this, the thugs got angry too. They raised their weapons and charged at Chingu. But these thugs, Chingu could have fought a group when he first arrived, and now it was even easier. He held the morning wind, which looked like a civilized staff, but in his hands, it was like a stabbing sword or a short dagger. He would suddenly strike at an unnoticed spot, and each strike would send a thug flying. After knocking down 4 or 5 thugs, The rest retreated, afraid to get close to Chingu. Only the thug leader got up from the ground, pointing at Chingu and saying, "Do you know who we are?" "I don't know, and I don't want to know." Chingu raised the morning wind, pointing the sharp end like a sword at the thug leader. "I just want to tell you one thing. This apartment building is mine. Did you get my permission to come here and collect protection money? Whatever you say, it's yours. And I also say this street belongs to our Manhwa gang," the thug leader said bravely, even though he knew he might lose. "Do you know how the bunk gang was destroyed?" Chingu ignored the thug leader's shouting and spoke calmly. "They attacked me over 3 apartments, so I took the heads of their 3 leaders. The 3 apartments I mean are this one, the Golden Harp stage, and the White Swan that lays golden eggs. From today on, I don't want to hear about protection fees for these 3 apartments anymore. Of course, if you want to try, you can give it a shot." When he reached this point, Chingu ignored the aggressive but cowardly gang leader and walked to the entrance of the cow farm. Seeing the women still holding weapons to protect themselves, Chingu said, "I've been here before." "Yeah, and you ended up thrown into the trash," the woman nicknamed Manhwa. The leader put down her mop and looked at Chingu with some disdain. "So, are you trying to take back the apartment building and stop us from doing business?" "I'm not planning that anymore." Chingu shook his head. "Look at this place. I can't move the apartment elsewhere. But I did take down the bunk gang, so you lost your protectors. I need to give you an explanation. Did you really take down the bunk gang?" Manhwa looked at Chingu with disbelief. "Yes, I put a bounty on the 3 leaders of the bunk gang on the black market. It seems to be working well," Chingu replied. He also glanced at the gang leader, who was now truly scared. He wasn't very convinced when he was beaten earlier and was planning to come back after Chingu left to cause trouble for these women. But now, hearing that Chingu had destroyed the bunk gang just by speaking, he was genuinely terrified. Their Manhwa gang couldn't compare to the bunk gang. The bunk gang had at least 3 extraordinary members, including a sharpshooter who could supply firearms. Their Manhwa gang was just a bunch of street thugs, good at bullying and intimidation, but lacking real skills. They had only tried to take advantage of the chaos this time, but they had clearly hit a hard wall. Seeing the gang leader's pants start to dampen, Chingu put away the morning wind. "Don't let me see you here again. Get out." After driving away the gang, Chingu turned to Manhwa. "Last time I came, I didn't get to see your situation firsthand. I assume you don't mind if I take a look inside the apartment?" Manhwa rolled her eyes at Chingu. "Don't hit on the girls. You're just the landlord. The girls don't do free work." She then moved aside to make space. Chingu turned his head to look behind him. Since the gang leader had run away in a mess, and the others watching the scene had dispersed in groups, Chingu nodded in satisfaction and then entered the apartment building named the Dairy Cow Farm. As soon as he stepped into the lobby, Chingu smelled a strong perfume scent. The smell was like that of a freshly cleaned bathhouse, with an inviting aroma that made people want to go inside. Earlier, the girls around Manhwa had all left, leaving only Manhwa, who casually threw on a piece of clothing to follow Chingu. "Who arranged for you to come here? Are you planning to hear our sad stories and then persuade us to change our ways?" Manhwa rolled her eyes at Chingu. She knew well about the incident where her body clashed with the Breaker gang. She also knew that Chingu's current attitude towards the 3 apartment buildings was cautious. She was willing to let Chingu in mainly because he had just helped her out of a difficult situation. Chingu smiled slightly. He couldn't explain that he was only using this identity, which was not fully confirmed yet. To avoid further awkwardness, he changed the subject. "No, I'm just curious. Your place has a clear style, matching the name of the apartment. What about my other 2 apartments?" Manhwa's face immediately turned red, and it was hard to tell if she was angry or shy. "This is a girl's matter. It has nothing to do with you." "I'm just curious," Chingu said with an awkward smile. It seemed the topic change was not very successful, and the situation remained a bit awkward. At this moment, Chingu began to look around. The apartment building in front of him was only 3 stories high. A wooden staircase in the lobby led upstairs. On both sides of the staircase was a corridor leading to the rooms on the first floor. Each side of the corridor had 10 wooden doors. Chingu wanted to open the doors and take a look inside, but Manhwa repeatedly used her eyes to stop him. Her gaze clearly said, "If you don't pay, don't expect to go in." Chingu didn't want to be seen as a landlord collecting rent, so after some thought, he decided not to push further. Maybe she was watching him, and saw he wasn't causing trouble, or perhaps she considered his identity. When they reached the third floor, Manhwa hesitated for a moment before speaking. If you want to see the girls' rooms, you can come to my room and sit for a while. Is that convenient? Chingu looked at Manhwa. It's not a big problem. At most, it's like paying half a month's rent extra, Manhwa said as she pushed open a door at the end of the third-floor corridor. All the rooms are the same size and layout, mostly just different in location and lighting, she added. Following Manhwa, Chingu entered the room and then chuckled. You really think this place is a farm? It needs some character, Manhwa blushed as she explained. Inside, Chingu saw a rustic style of decoration. There were farm tools hanging on the walls, a pile of cotton cloth used as a bed, a carpet decorated with small flowers and grass, and a bathtub with a little yellow duck. What made Chingu speechless was a machine in the corner. If he wasn't mistaken, that was a recently developed manual milking device, used on farms to milk cows. Chingu looked at the milking machine, then at Manhwa, then back at the machine. Manhwa suddenly slapped him. Are you done yet? You really go all out for money, Chingu said, admiring their effort. It's nothing. Men can use this too, Manhwa said with a playful look in her eyes. Chingu was momentarily stunned, his face turning a bit grim. Fortunately, Manhwa didn't tease him further, but sat down on a sofa made of haystacks. Our street needs some special features, or we can't even pay the rent. So, we have to be a little different. The stage with the golden harp and the white swan that lays golden eggs are the same. The golden harp is famous for singing and dancing, especially their skill in mimicry. The white swan that lays golden eggs is known for its white skin, long legs, and the ability to hide 1 or 2 eggs inside its body. Manhwa explained with a knowing look that all men understand. Got it, I understand. Chingu showed a mysterious smile. Although he didn't speak, everyone shared the same thoughts. At that moment, a ringing sound came from Chingu's ear. Gain recognition from the apartment building, cow farm, and obtain control of the building, 1/3. You can complete the task at any time to receive the third clue for your identity, the land deed. Chingu quietly looked at his task. He didn't pay much attention during the recent chaos. Now, after checking, he realized that helping to eliminate the 3 leaders of the Crank Gang also counts as his achievement. Kill the 3 leaders of the Crank Gang, March 3rd. You can choose to complete the task at any time. After completing it, you will receive 3 fragments of an extraordinary level identity. Seeing this message, Chingu was tempted to complete the task, but he knew he still needed recognition from 2 more apartment buildings. This was actually quite simple. Just visit the other 2 buildings. There would be more benefits waiting for him there. He didn't need to risk losing progress on his tasks just because of a moment of impatience. So, Chingu hesitated, closed the task menu, and was about to talk to Manhwa to ask if she had any connections with the other 2 apartment buildings. If she did, it would be better if she could introduce him, making things easier when he went there. Just then, he turned his head and saw Manhwa staring intently at him. Seeing Chingu looking so conflicted, Manhwa sighed. I knew all men are like this. But since you're so handsome and just helped us, I'll consider giving you half a month's rent for free. She then lay down on a sofa that looked like a haystack, stretched her legs out onto Chingu's thigh, leaned back, raised her hands, and showed off her proud chest. Next, she bit her hair and closed her eyes. Come on, be gentle, and when you're done, call me. Chingu was eventually helped out of the door by Manhwa. When he went downstairs, he felt like he was floating and almost lost his balance, nearly tumbling down the stairs. I won't go to those 2 apartments. Seeing them annoys me. You go yourself, and remember what you promised. Manhwa pushed Chingu toward the hall and was about to leave. I got it. From now on, you keep the rent yourself. Buy some fire tools to protect yourselves. Chingu glanced at Manhwa, leaned on Shinfeng, and left the cow farm gate. No, he couldn't. He accidentally twisted his waist while walking. His luck is really unmatched. Fortunately, his physical condition is quite good, so a little movement of his waist will fix it. After leaving the dairy farm, Chingu headed toward the deeper part of the alley. His other 2 apartment buildings are over there. What happened in front of the dairy farm has already spread. When Chingu was nearing the Jin Shengqin stage, the girls inside had already heard the news and knew that the landlord was coming for inspection and to collect rent. Unlike the dairy farm, which has clear standards, the girls at the Jin Shengqin stage have no obvious uniform. They dress differently, have different heights. If you want to say there's some similarity, their voices are all quite pleasant. Some have cute girl voices, some have mature, commanding voices, and a few can even play musical tricks. No wonder Manhwa said Jin Xingqin is a place for voice acting. Standing at the entrance of the Jin Xingqin stage, Chungu saw a woman wearing a shiny gold dress. My name is Dulin. The sisters in the building recommended me to be the big sister here. Dulin spoke as she invited Chungu into the Jin Xingqin stage. I've heard about the dairy farm. You, the landlord, can't favor one side over the other. We are different from that broken farm. We've invested a lot of money here. Look at the rent. Once inside the lobby, Chungu saw that what Dulin said was true. The Jin Xingqin stage is completely different from the dairy farm. The dairy farm looks like a decorated farm-style bathhouse, while the Jin Xingqin stage resembles a karaoke hall. The 20 rooms on the first floor have been knocked down and turned into a large dance floor. Since it's not nighttime yet, there aren't many people here. Some women sit in small groups at the side of the dance floor, drinking. The second floor has small private rooms, because not everyone likes to play in the main hall. People need some private space. The third floor has small rooms similar in size to those at the dairy farm. Here, people who come to sing can book a private room and sing with a girl. Let's go to the small room on the third floor to sing. My singing is quite good, and although it's called a small room, it can actually seat 3 people. 2 friends can join you to sing together. That's such a wonderful thing. Of course, if the landlord prefers, all the girls can sing with you in the main hall. But after 7 o'clock, things get lively here, and some girls won't be able to sing with you. Dulin winked at Chungu. Chungu really wanted to find a place to sing and relax, but his back was hurting, and sitting down wasn't comfortable. Never mind, I don't sing well anyway, so I'll pass. Chungu declined politely while looking at Dulin. It's not just for you to sing. You can just sit and listen. Our singing is really good. And, landlord, if you don't listen to our singing, how can you believe what I say? Right? Dulin then pulled Chungu toward the third floor, where a girl was already waiting at the staircase. Landlord, this is our star performer, Jin Xingqin. She's the current top singer. Besides her beautiful voice, she also has a pair of skilled hands that can play the piano. The girl smiled sweetly at Chungu and reached out her delicate hand to him. But Chungu always felt that behind that smile, there was a terrifying abyss. Wait, my back isn't feeling well. I can't sit down. Then you don't have to sit. You can stand and sing. Come in quickly. Between Dulin and the girl's gentle persuasion, Chungu was pushed into the small room. About an hour later, Chungu supported himself against the wall and walked out. During that hour, Chungu and Dulin discussed the future plans for the Jin Xingqin stage. They agreed that, like the cow farm, the rent for the stage wouldn't need to be paid to Chungu anymore each month. The girls in the apartment could use this money to buy some weapons to protect themselves. Of course, this was just Chungu's suggestion. Whether they used the money to decorate, improve their lives, or buy new dresses, he wouldn't interfere. Supporting himself against the wall, Chungu left the Jin Xingqin stage. He stood outside the apartment building for a while, then looked up at the end of the alley. The last apartment building was right there. But this time, Chungu really had no strength left. He didn't feel like going over there. However, Chungu was just one step away. His mission to gather clues about his identity was almost complete. He couldn't ignore a task point so close in front of him. He forced himself to stand up straight, tidied his clothes, and with a brisk step, headed toward the last apartment building. The last apartment building was called the White Swan that lays golden eggs. At first glance, the golden eggs part wasn't obvious, but the White Swan part was clear even before he reached the building entrance. Unlike the previous 2 buildings, all the girls in this one sat by the window. They didn't lean out or wave at passers-by. Instead, they stretched their smooth, white legs onto the windowsills. Their bright white legs looked like the necks of swans, and their tender little feet resembled swan heads, slowly turning as if following the necks. People passing by, whether they liked feet or not, couldn't help but stop for a moment to look at this beautiful scene. But for Chungu, the large white legs at the window weren't so lovely. They felt like scythes cutting through life, giving him a headache. He glanced at the building and wanted to leave. But unexpectedly, the girls waiting in the lobby had already noticed Chungu. Isn't that the landlord? Since you're here, where are you going? As she spoke, a tall girl, about 1.80 meters, with long legs measuring 42 inches, beautiful and leggy, walked quickly over. Chingu tried to step back, but the girl rushed up and grabbed him. "Landlord, you're here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. By gaining the apartment building's approval and control, 3/3, you can settle the task at any time and obtain the third clue to your identity, the property deed." Seeing this instruction, a faint smile appeared in Chingu's eyes. With this clue, all the hardships he faced today felt worthwhile. "Settle the task," Chingu silently repeated, and then he heard a chime in his ear. "Ding! You have completed the side quest for the temporary identity clue 3. The task is being settled. Quest requirements: regain control of your apartment building, 3/3, completed. Defeat the 3 leaders of the crumbling gang, 3/3, completed. Quest rewards: extraordinary level identity clue, P-Jack. Property deeds for the apartment building, P-Apartment, 3. Extra reward, city building. P-Jack, extraordinary a fragment of an identity clue. Using it will set your minimum identity level to extraordinary, and your talents in theft, music, planting, and breeding will be improved. P-Apartment, a functional building that can be moved into the city, serving as a residence. Each apartment building can provide space for 60 residents. After reviewing the quest details, Chingu immediately took out his rewards. The P-Jack identity clue fragment was not a card or anything similar. Instead, it was a new mark added next to the surgical knife imprint representing the demon Apostle Jack on his left hand. This mark was a green pea vine encircling the surgical knife imprint. Unlike the surgical knife mark, this pea vine looked as if it had grown out of his skin. Chingu tried it and found that, for now, it was just a decorative feature with no real function, so he paid it little mind. However, the situation with the P apartments surprised Chingu. The apartment named P actually gave him 3 pink pea seeds. According to the instructions, planting these seeds in his city would grow new apartment buildings, providing a total of 180 resident space. At the same time, Chingu's city space, which was based on the city heart talent, was unlocked thanks to the appearance of the P apartments. Chingu finally realized where his city was. This city, belonging to Chingu but not yet built, exists in the void. Since Chingu's city heart is mythic level, there is no limit to the size of his city, and it does not need to rely on a specific building as a central point. He can freely place buildings anywhere, like playing Civilization or SimCity, and even move them around to change the city layout. However, when he first entered the game, he didn't even have a room of his own, so he couldn't unlock the city in the void. Now, things are different. After completing his identity task, Chingu received 3 P apartments. His city was unlocked directly. It even came with a city interface, as if to remind him how to operate it. According to the instructions on the city interface, Chingu closed his eyes, and his consciousness entered a void. This void isn't a meaningless space. It's more like a vast, open world. Centered on where Chingu stands, the world is divided into up, down, left, and right. Under his feet is solid earth, and above is a tall sky. Because there's no sun, the sky is dark. But no matter which way Chingu looks, he sees endless land. On this land, he can build freely, as long as he has enough resources. He could even recreate a big city like Daming City in full detail. But that would use a lot of resources. Given his current situation, he might as well close his eyes and sleep to restore his energy. Carefully examining the barren land in front of him, Chingu formed a pink pea seed. The moment he took out the seed, 3 virtual images of apartment buildings appeared in his mind, each covering 300 square meters. These 3 apartment buildings looked similar to the ones he just gained control of, but their appearance was more modest, with yellowish brick walls covered in green pea vines. After placing the virtual images of the 3 buildings, they quickly solidified into real structures, becoming the first buildings on this land. Although he didn't particularly like this style, it was a good start. Having 3 apartments already was a pretty good beginning. Chingu guessed that most people entering the endless world, even if they start with a territory-type talent, might not get a room of their own in the first world. People like him are in the minority. Having a building like this in front of me is already good enough. I don't need a bicycle. Thinking this, Chingu entered the apartment building. Unlike the farm apartments, these 3 buildings are very simple. All the apartments have the same design, 3 stories high, with 20 single rooms on each floor. The rooms are small, about 14 square meters, with a separate bedroom and bathroom. They are plain, with gray cement floors and yellowish brick walls, giving a very stiff and dull feeling. Inside, there's only a bed, a wardrobe, and a sofa. There are no blankets or other furnishings. It's clear that these rooms are just meant for basic living. The quality of living wasn't considered in the design. Chungu didn't want to change anything. He doesn't have many resources now, so providing a place to stay is already good enough. If he wanted better living conditions, he wouldn't even think about the remaining 1,000+ pounds he has. After walking around the 3 buildings, Chungu understood how to use them. Right now, his city isn't connected to the outside world, so he can only send invitations to people he trusts. When he leaves this world, those people will be brought into his city. When Chungu enters the next world, he can use the opportunity to bring some needed people along. That's the advantage of having a territory-type talent, which is stronger than other talents. As Chungu's strength grows, he might even lead an army into a new world or project his city into a specific spot there. Currently, Chungu's city is just starting out and doesn't even have a proper name. Considering his progress, he's already quite satisfied. Knock knock. A knocking sound pulled Chungu back from his city into his body. He looked at his hand and saw that he had only mentally entered his city. His body was still outside. It was as if he had just fallen asleep and had a dream. It seems that before building a gate or passage to connect to other worlds, his city can't be physically entered. Then, the knocking sound came again from outside the window. What's the matter? Mr. Jack, it's us. A voice unfamiliar to Chungu came from outside the window. Chungu was a bit surprised. He leaned out to look and saw that a man had appeared beside the coachman, though he didn't notice when. He was wearing a black trench coat with the collar turned up, covering his chin. His hat was pulled down low, hiding his eyebrows, leaving only his eyes and nose visible. Chungu looked at him briefly and immediately realized this was a message sent by the tavern. Hello. Do you have any news? Yes, we found Jack Williams. 2 teams are watching him now. Should we go over? Chungu patted his waist, ready to agree, but then changed his mind. Find me a quiet place. I need to prepare. The man had no objection. He was just there to inform Chungu. He wasn't forcing Chungu to go fight the demon apostle. And that demon apostle couldn't escape. Besides their people watching, the 3 major gangs in Daming-esque City were also keeping an eye on him. If Chungu hadn't said that the demon apostle would need to act himself, Jack Williams might already be dead. Chungu, not being a very powerful supernatural, needed to prepare before fighting the demon apostle. That made sense. The man didn't oppose Chungu's decision. Instead, he said, I'm nearby. Just let me know when you're ready. After saying that, he suddenly jumped off the moving carriage. Chungu turned his head and saw that the man was gone. Seeing the coachman's calm expression, Chungu asked curiously, does this happen often? Not too bad. In Daming-esque City, anything can happen. Stay calm, the coachman replied calmly. By the way, sir, where are you headed now? To find a safe and quiet place. I need to prepare. Oh, I haven't had lunch yet. Can you recommend a nearby restaurant? No problem. When the coachman heard Chungu had a clear goal, he agreed immediately. As the carriage started moving again, Chungu leaned back in his seat. At this time, the sky outside was gradually getting darker. Chungu was tired from a whole day and hadn't eaten much. In his current state, even facing a normal level 9 demon envoy could be dangerous for him. Sometimes, staying calm and not rushing to make decisions is better. While Chungu was thinking about this, the carriage slowly stopped. He drew back the curtain and looked outside. He saw that the carriage had entered a small estate that looked like a villa. This is a rental villa by the river. All the villas here are for rent. Each day, some down-and-out nobles or wealthy newcomers rent these places for parties or weddings. As long as the villa is rented out, no one will bother you. Hearing this, Chungu got out of the carriage. He looked at the wooden villa in front of him. Although the villas in the estate were close to each other, this one was a standalone house. Just then, the estate's manager and servants came to greet him. They were used to this kind of situation. Even though Chungu's clothes looked plain, they showed no displeasure. Instead, they bowed politely to him. Chungu turned his hand and took out a check. The check was for 50 pounds, the change the ticket seller gave him when he bought his boat ticket. I don't know how much it costs to rent a place for a night here, but I think this should be enough. The manager took the check, looked at it, and his smile grew brighter. Enough, sir. We've prepared dinner for you. Tonight, the chef recommends beef tenderloin and whale meat that just arrived at the port. Also, the estate's red wine is top quality. Please, have a look. All right, let's eat first. As for the extra money, help me get some brass and lead. I'll need them later. Chungu didn't forget why he came here. Eating was just a small matter. He needed to make some bullets to prepare for the upcoming battle. He still had enough gunpowder, but not much brass and lead. Since he had no good way to buy them himself, he asked the butler to help. The extra money is your tip. Chungu handed the check to the butler and followed the servant to the dining room. As for the coachman, although he had been with Chungu all day, he really had no right to share a meal at the same table with Chungu. After sitting down in the dining room, the servant stepped back. The villa's head chef personally came to serve Chungu. While placing the freshly cooked beef short ribs on the table, the chef said, "Today's beef short ribs come from a nearby farm. They were slaughtered exactly at 8 a.m. this morning. I saw it myself. Now is the best time to enjoy the freshest meat." Chungu ate while chatting with the chef. "I think I've heard of that farm before." "Oh, I remember now. Wasn't there some incident at that farm before?" "Yes, you've heard right. It seems a werewolf attacked the farm, but no one was hurt. It only killed about a dozen cows. Later, the farm people said their cows were the best quality, which attracted the creature. Actually, I'll tell you, it wasn't really a werewolf. Because the chef was very talkative, Chungu enjoyed his meal quite a lot. Of course, the chef, being in a good mood, also showed off all his skills. After finishing the beef short ribs, the planned whale meat was skipped, and instead, the chef personally prepared a dish called fairy spirit salad. The chef boasted that this salad was a recipe passed down from the gods of the divine realm. While others used salad dressing, this fairy spirit salad was different, made with olive oil and wine. It said that this salad was once served on Mount Olympus. Of course, Chungu just listened to the chef's bragging while eating. Since it didn't suit his taste much, he only ate seriously to fill his stomach. When the chef was about to bring out some of his signature dishes for Chungu to try, the butler appeared at the door of the dining room. "Sir, your order is ready." When they returned to the carriage, the clock struck midnight. Watching Chungu get on, the coachman sitting by the lantern proudly said, "Sir, you don't need to worry. The night in Damsk City is safe." As soon as the coachman finished speaking, gunfire and screams came from a nearby alley. Chungu glanced at the coachman and casually closed the carriage door. The coachman quickly said, "Sir, our carriage is safe." Before he finished, Chungu heard a sharp sound, like a knife stabbing into the carriage. "All right, stop talking. Drive on." The coachman stopped speaking, but then there was a knocking sound coming from the window. Chungu pulled back the curtain and looked outside. He saw the black-clad figure who had delivered the message earlier standing on the step of the carriage. "Sir, please rest assured, we will arrive soon." Chungu nodded, lowered the curtain, and took out 2 guns from his backpack, a hunting rifle and a crossfire gun. At his side, there was a batch of newly made bullets. All these bullets had copper casings and lead tips, with some modifications to the tips. His adjustments might slightly reduce the bullet's range and accuracy, but their power was increased. Normal bullets, white handmade bullets, range -1, accuracy -1, attack 3. Chungu made these bullets after destroying dozens of defective ones. Without the engineering experience from those failed bullets, he probably couldn't have made such bullets. Now, Chungu was carefully organizing the bullets and placing them within easy reach for use in battle. While he was preparing his weapons and ammunition, the carriage moved forward with a shaky rhythm. As the carriage moved, the mark on the back of Chungu's left hand warmed slightly. "He's coming." Chungu immediately sensed it. This was his last connection with the demon apostle. But the demon apostle was already too weak, so weak that Chungu's mark couldn't even hurt him, only making it warm slightly. Chungu stood up, holding his hunting rifle in one hand and the civilized staff in the other, and opened the carriage door. "He's nearby." "That's impossible," the black-clad guide immediately denied. "Our people are still watching him. He's a demon apostle." "Are you sure your people can keep him under watch?" When Chungu asked this, the black-clad guide also became uncertain. If it were so easy to keep an eye on a demon apostle, then there wouldn't be such beings in Damsk and Dachau. Chungu did not say much and jumped down from the carriage. He took out a piece of white talisman paper and stuck it on his glasses. After glancing around, He ran in a certain direction. When Chun-gu jumped off the carriage, the coachman was surprised. He wanted to stop the carriage, but found that the horse pulling it was out of control and kept running in one direction. The coachman realized something was wrong. No matter how he tried to control it, the carriage's speed kept increasing. Seeing this, the man in the black windbreaker on the footboard understood that Chun-gu was right. He slightly bent his body and quickly jumped to the ground, chasing after Chun-gu. At the same time, he sent this information out. But he was still a bit confused about how Chun-gu had figured out there was a problem. Chun-gu didn't have time to explain. Right now, he was using the Wisdom Eye's information to quickly find the shadow of the demon apostle. With this tool that could mark attributes on all objects and people, Chun-gu wasn't worried about missing anything. The hardest part about dealing with the demon apostle was his strong ability to hide. Now, with the help of the Wisdom Eye, everything became much easier. In Chun-gu's eyes, everything turned into data. He could even see how long the street lamps would burn and how much trash was in the bins. He was walking quickly down the street, his eyes constantly moving, not missing any abnormalities. Suddenly, he stopped and looked at a spot. When the carriage passed by earlier, this was a lit display case. Now, it had turned into a wall. There was a problem. Without hesitation, Chun-gu raised his hand and fired a shot at that spot. Bang! The shotgun shell hit the wall, and Chun-gu flicked his hand, putting away the shotgun. The double-barreled crossfire was now in his hand. A figure appeared on the wall where the shot hit. The person wore a black cloak. When the cloak was lowered, the display case Chun-gu saw earlier appeared in front of him. Without saying a word, Chun-gu aimed a crossfire at the figure. Bang! This time, Chun-gu used the double attack effect of the crossfire, firing 2 bullets simultaneously, hitting the enemy at close range. Under the repeated attack, the shadow was shot and flew backward, smashing through the glass of a cabinet behind it and crashing into a nearby shop. Chun-gu did not chase after it. Instead, he pulled back the bolt of his crossfire gun, ejected the spent shell, and quickly loaded a new bullet. After that shot, a chime sounded in Chun-gu's ear. Defeated the evil shadow demon, supernatural level 1, received a white treasure chest 1. It was not an apostle demon. After loading the new bullets, Chun-gu began to reload his shotgun. He felt a bit proud. He had previously defeated a similar evil shadow demon, but back then, he still needed help from others' weapons. Now, he could do it easily on his own. This boosted Chun-gu's confidence. Once his shotgun was reloaded, Chun-gu did not rush into the shop to check on the demon he had just killed. Instead, he focused on the street. Since the evil shadow demon appeared, the apostle demon must be nearby. His wisdom eye only worked for 10 minutes, so now was not the time to examine the corpse. Just as Chun-gu was about to turn and look elsewhere for enemies, the black windcoat also arrived. He glanced at the broken cabinet, about to say something, but saw Chun-gu aiming his shotgun at him. The black windcoat wanted to speak, but Chun-gu had already lowered his gun and turned in another direction. Don't cause trouble there. While speaking, Chun-gu resumed searching for the apostle demon. He could feel the temperature of the mark on his hand getting colder, to the point where he almost couldn't feel it. He didn't know if the demon apostle had left or was about to be defeated. But the mark's behavior just now confirmed that the demon apostle was nearby. If he let it escape, he wouldn't know where to find it next time. Chun-gu didn't want to miss this chance. He also didn't have time to chat with the black windcoat. However, the black windcoat didn't know all this. He wanted to step forward and ask Chun-gu about his situation. At that moment, Chun-gu suddenly felt a sharp pain in the mark on his hand. He raised his gun and aimed at the black windcoat, firing immediately. The black windcoat was startled. Then he felt a warm sensation in his ear, and blood sprayed from behind him onto his body. Behind the black windbreaker, a series of mysterious demon-like shadows fell down. He was holding a dagger, and if it weren't for Chun-gu's shot, the black windbreaker would have been in trouble. Seeing the shadows fall, the black windbreaker also showed a small smile. Thanks, if it weren't for you. He hadn't finished speaking when he realized something was wrong. Chun-gu had already swapped his shotgun for a different gun and took a half step forward. The crossfire was less than 3 inches from the black windbreaker's chest. The black windbreaker, just turning his head, was confused by what was happening. But Chun-gu didn't hesitate. He pushed the crossfire forward and fired immediately. Double attack. The bullets, though affected in range and accuracy after being enhanced, were so close, only 3 inches, that they couldn't miss. 2 bullets pierced through the black windbreaker's body, knocking him back. Chun-Gu threw the crossfire to the ground, then drew his civilized staff, Morning Breeze, and struck the black windbreaker's face. With this strike, half of the black windbreaker's face was torn away. Then, 2 hands reached out from behind him, tearing off the black windbreaker and skin covering his body, revealing a strange creature inside. This creature was twice as wide as a normal person, with a flattened body. In places where the skin couldn't cover, there were thin steel plates embedded. His abdomen was hollowed out, with many internal organs attached using some devices. Many of these organs were duplicated. Chun-Gu saw 3 beating hearts. He had no hair, and half of his face was covered by a melted helmet. His mouth was sealed with iron bars, yet he could still speak normally. "How did you find me?" "I was acting very well." When this creature appeared, Chun-Gu knew his identity through the suddenly painful mark on his hand and the information from the Eye of Wisdom. It was the demon apostle Jack Williams. The thin steel plates on him were melted steel from the witch's armor that the gangsters wanted. He had 2 sources of power. One was a small knife like a surgical blade in his right hand, and the other was an iron hammer placed on his chest. This hammer was used for forging when he melted the witch's armor, and it was also his blacksmith's hammer. Because the demon apostle Jack was badly injured at this moment, his strength had dropped to an ordinary level of level 9, forcing him to use his original body, which he had not wanted to do. This body still showed clear signs of grave dirt and spider webs, indicating it had been buried underground for many years. Just now, Chun-Gu's double attack with crossfire hit the blacksmith's hammer perfectly. These 2 shots not only caused great damage to the demon apostle Jack, but also knocked the hammer into a fixed position. This caused the demon apostle Jack to temporarily lose control of his lower body. But that wasn't enough. Chun-Gu charged forward and collided with the demon apostle, and the dagger Ling, hanging at his waist, quickly stabbed into the demon's abdomen, hitting his heart. After this strike, Chun-Gu used Morning Wind to strike the demon apostle again, aiming at his right hand. He had already realized that the key to defeating the enemy was in his power sources. The blacksmith's hammer was temporarily useless, so he used the surgical knife in his hand. Chun-Gu's Morning Wind always had the Holy Cross pattern wrapped around it. To add a holy light effect to each strike, Chun-Gu even gave up the automatic purification effect. Now, this effect was fully displayed. Every time Morning Wind hit the enemy, it left a brand on his body. Chun-Gu used Morning Wind as a cleaver, swinging up and down to cut into the enemy's right arm. After 4 or 5 hits, the arm was actually broken by Morning Wind. At this moment, the demon apostle's body stiffened noticeably. No, Chun-Gu lifted his leg and kicked the demon apostle in the stomach. He kicked several internal organs apart and kicked the blacksmith's hammer away. Then he forcefully struck Morning Wind onto the demon apostle's head. Flash! In the next instant, the dazzling light turned the entire staff into a blazing white. Chun-Gu flipped his hand, pointing the tip of the staff downward, and stabbed again at the demon apostle's head. This stab directly pierced out of the demon apostle's eye socket, pinning him to the ground. At this moment, the demon apostle was still struggling. "You can't kill me. When I arrived, I already sent out all the demon shadows. As long as I die, they will set fire to Damsk and destroy the entire city." Chun-Gu forcefully pressed down on Chin Feng while taking out the leftover gunpowder from making bullets and pouring it into the mouth of the demon apostle. "Damsk has nothing to do with me. My target is you. Only when you die will I be safe." Flash. Chun-Gu activated the flash on Chin Feng again. This time, the flash combined with the holy light of the Saint Cross pattern, flowing into the demon apostle's head. At the same time, Chun-Gu pulled out the feather from the demon apostle's heart and stabbed it upward from the chin, sealing the demon's mouth so he couldn't spit out the gunpowder. The power of light usually has no heat, but this holy light burned like a brand on the demon, making the demon generate heat himself. This heat caused the gunpowder in the demon's mouth to explode. Boom! The demon apostle's head exploded. Chun-Gu pulled out Chin Feng from the ground, brushed off the blood and flesh splattered on him from the explosion, and looked at the headless corpse on the ground. He casually said, "By the way, you played your part very well just now. If I hadn't noticed your body shrinking when I killed the demon shadow behind you, I wouldn't have figured it out. Your reaction was a bit too much. Yes, when the demon shadow appeared, Shingu didn't suspect that the black windbreaker was actually the demon Apostle Jack in disguise. But when he fired his gun, he noticed the black windbreaker's body shrink slightly. At first, this seemed normal for a human. But the way the black windbreaker shrank was clearly unusual. He was protecting not his head, but his chest. It felt just like someone had shot him in the chest not long ago. Because of this, Shingu made his judgment. As for whether he was wrong, Shingu didn't have time to think carefully at that moment. If he was wrong, he would just have accidentally shot the wrong person. When he pulled out Shinfeng, a ringing sound came to his ear. Ding! Killed Demon Apostle Jack once. Progress and Identity Clue 2 task has changed. Total kills of Demon Apostle Jack, 3/3. Demon Apostle Jack is dead. The mission to escape from the Demon Apostle's pursuit is automatically completed. You can settle the Identity Clue 2 task. Time to settle the task. As soon as Chungu finished speaking, an explosion sounded from a nearby building. Soon, the entire city of Daminsk was awakened by explosions. That night, Daminsk was on fire. Ding! You have completed the side quest for the temporary identity. Clue 2, quest settlement in progress. Quest requirement: escape from the demon Apostle Jack's pursuit. 3/7. Jack is dead. Completed, or kill the demon Apostle Jack. 3/3. Completed, quest reward: legendary identity clue, Jack the Ripper. A foggy street stained with death. Extra reward: city building. Jack the Ripper, legendary of fragment of identity clue. Using it gives a 50% chance your identity becomes legendary. Your talents in medicine, blacksmithing, craftsmanship, demons, death, and disguise will be greatly improved. The foggy street stained with death, legendary building, a functional building that can be moved into the city. It includes a passage that connects the city with the endless world. The street length ranges from 10 to 100 meters. It has streetlights, sewer entrances, fog, and a female corpse that has been opened. The fog effect can prevent unauthorized outsiders from entering the city through the passage. Souls of outsiders who die in the passage turn into eerie shadows in the fog, attacking enemies who enter the fog. Every 10 meters of the street can hold up to 10 eerie shadows. Once the limit is exceeded, the street length will automatically increase. The streetlights provide basic illumination and can be replaced. The sewer entrance is just a background feature but can connect to a formal sewer system. The open female corpse marks a point on the street. The connection between the city and the endless world is centered on this corpse, which can record and link 3 world coordinates. Ding! You have killed the demon Apostle Jack, completing his defeat and earning a green treasure chest 1. He looked down at the green chest in his hand, then raised his head to look toward the direction where the carriage had left earlier. At this moment, explosions continued to erupt all around Daminsk. The trap set by demon Apostle Jack was finally starting to work. His demon shadow was destroying Daminsk. However, Chungu did not believe this could hold back the city's 3 major gangs. After all, Daminsk is the main territory of the Queen of the Sunset. Usually, there are some demon apostles in the city. The Queen often ignores them, but if those apostles confront her directly, she wouldn't mind eliminating them. This time, the demon apostle even planned to burn down the entire city of Daminsk. It's like offending the Queen of the Sun, and from today on, the demon apostle's presence in Daminsk will be gone. I wonder how the other demon apostles will feel when they find out that their comrade was killed because of a trap set by someone who lost control. Chungu guessed right. He only sat by Jack's body for a moment before a large group of carriages rushed out nearby. A black-clad gangster from Daminsk, wearing a hat, finally appeared in the area. Although they dressed similarly, Chungu could clearly see they belonged to 3 different gangs. Most importantly, he noticed that more than half of these people were extraordinary beings. Thinking about the Brank gang, which only has 3 superhumans, Chungu felt that the small gangs in Daminsk were really unlucky. After surrounding the area, 3 men and women came out from different directions. From their looks, Chungu recognized them as the shadowy figures from the tavern, 2 men and 1 woman. They weren't dressed in black coats like before. The woman was the most eye-catching, wearing many colorful beaded necklaces and rings on her fingers, enough to bend her fingers. Her messy hair made her look like a street fortune teller. One man wore overalls and a striped blue shirt, looking broader than the others, with tattooed arms exposed by rolled-up sleeves. The last was an old man in a fancy evening suit, hands behind his back, acting as if everything in front of him didn't matter. He stepped forward and spoke first. "Mr. Jack, congratulations. You did it." Chengu wasn't surprised that they knew his name. With his skills in the tavern, it would be strange if they couldn't find out who he was. "Would you like us to handle the body?" "Of course." Chengu nodded toward Jack's body. "It's right there." The old man chuckled, clapped his hands, and two gang members carried over two heads. Two heads of the Brank gang leader. The dock worker let out a heavy sigh, but said nothing. He simply stepped aside, clearly showing he had gained nothing this time. Meanwhile, the witch also sent out a human head. From the size of the head, Chengu could tell that the person who saw the giant Pete on the street was one of Old Man Little's subordinates. Chengu also noticed that the two heads sent by Old Man Little had very smooth cuts, probably made by the heavily armored knight. Old Man Little and the witch placed the heads in front of Chengu and then looked at Jack's body. They didn't need to do anything to handle the body. Soon, a few gang members stepped forward to dismantle the steel parts from Jack's corpse. Behind them was an appraiser. Every piece of steel they removed was taken for testing. In the end, they reported the weight of the steel and the magic materials inside. Chengu didn't know how they calculated it, so he just listened to the numbers. The witch, however, became interested in Chengu and started talking to him. "You carry a strong dark fate aura. No matter what choices you make, you tend to lean toward darkness. Eventually, your fate will be swallowed by a dark storm," she said. Chengu was watching the body dismantling when the witch first started explaining the power struggles among the three major gangs in Damsk and Dayside, and their agreements with the Queen of Sunset. Suddenly, she said this, and Chengu was startled. What do you mean? Your fate is influenced by darkness. If you can't control this power, everyone you contact will turn dark and become part of the darkness," the witch said confidently. Seeing Chengu's disbelief, she smiled again. "Don't believe it? Think about your recent experiences. Have you encountered many different beings? Is everything happening becoming darker and more strange?" Chengu sighed. Could anything be more bizarre than the Queen of Sunset? Compared to her, even Jack the Butcher, who turned into a demon apostle, seemed normal. At this moment, all the steel on Jack's demon corpse had been completely dismantled. The remaining bodies were wrapped in black shrouds and prepared to be thrown into the Tatala River, becoming part of the river's spirits. The dockworker, who didn't get anything, asked while holding the blacksmith's hammer taken from Jack's body. "Is this for sale?" Jack's blacksmith's hammer didn't have any aura of witchcraft, but because Jack Williams used this hammer to destroy a full set of witch armor, it gained some power. Initially, Chengu had an agreement with the leaders of the three major gangs. All materials from witch armor would be sold to them. As for how they divided it, it was based on the number of heads they brought back. The dockworker's boss didn't get any heads, so he shouldn't get any witch armor materials. But this hammer was different. It wasn't part of the witch armor materials. Therefore, the ownership of this iron hammer belonged to Chengu. If the dockworker's boss could buy this hammer, it might make up for some of his losses during this time. At least, it would look good on his face. Chengu looked at the dockworker's boss and said, "Yes, sell it. We'll settle the witch armor materials later." "All right." The dockworker's boss picked up the hammer and stepped aside, showing a stance that anyone who tried to take it would be dealt with harshly. Neither the old man nor the witch objected to his attitude. From the amount reported earlier, they knew they had made a big profit this time. The amount of witch armor materials here was almost 1/3 of a set of armor, half a spear, and a long sword. As for why they could tell so clearly, the appraiser gave a series of opinions, but Chengu didn't understand any of them. The only thing he knew was that Jack Williams had turned the long sword used by the French saint into the surgical knife he now used. This was also why his surgical knife could control the demon's power, just like the hammer. All these materials' values were estimated by the people sent from the tavern. Of course, the most valuable was the complete surgical knife, and the rest was priced per gram, ready to be sold to the old man and the witch at a certain price per gram. "I want that surgical knife," the witch said decisively. During the recent appraisal, the witch had already made her plans. The remaining materials were the heaviest, but the best among them was the complete sword forged into a surgical knife. The old man chuckled and said, "Not bad. I won't hold back on the extra parts." For some reason, Chingu felt that the old man was quite proud and even glanced at the appraiser. There must be some hidden scheme here. However, the old man wouldn't let any surprises happen. "Based on weight, I should give you 31,774 pounds. I'll round it to 32,000 pounds. Is that okay with a check?" As he spoke, a man stepped out from behind the old man and quickly wrote a check for Chingu. Chingu knew this amount was actually low. If the witch's materials were auctioned, they would be worth at least 100,000 pounds. But Chingu didn't care about that. After all, the three major gangs had helped him complete a task. "Thank you, sir," Chingu said with a smile as he took the check. "Yes, if you need anything, you know where to find me. If not, just ask the bartender at the tavern to send a message." After saying that, the old man turned and left. The materials he bought were packed up by gang members and loaded onto a carriage. Unlike the old man, the witch directly held the surgical knife in her hand. Her assistant handed Chingu a check. 5,000 pounds, which is quite a bit more than the value of these materials, the witch said calmly. "I was going to give you some gems, but I saw you were tricked when selling gems before, so I decided to give you cash instead. It will be more convenient for you. It's a bit of a pity. You might miss out on something because of my gesture." Afterward, the witch winked at Chingu. "If you need to deal with the darkness affecting your fate, you can come find me." Once the old man and the witch left with their people, the dock worker finally placed the blacksmith's hammer in front of Chingu. "This hammer isn't from the witch's arsenal. Name your price." He thought for a moment and said seriously, "Mr. Karras, I heard from Miss Aina about your dock gang. I understand you manage the entire Damsk City dock, station, and the labor and transport work, right?" "Yes," the dock worker nodded confidently. "Our three gangs, if you talk about wealth, the White Gloves are the richest. If you talk about business, no one beats those who make money from women. But if you talk about numbers, it depends on our dock gang. Are you looking for some workers?" "No, Mr. Karras, I want to buy a warehouse next to the dock. It should be fireproof, and size doesn't matter much. Around 100 square meters is fine. It needs to be in a separate area, mainly with good transportation." "Which dock?" "Sea or river transport. Warehouses near river docks are hard to buy. You should know that the Tidala River isn't just an ordinary river, and property prices there are higher than at seaside." "Seaside, then. I need a warehouse that's not easy to destroy. For example, in a situation like today, I want to make sure my warehouse stays safe." Chingu pointed around. The big fire in Damsk City hadn't been put out yet, and distant sirens could still be heard now and then. "That's simple. I have some warehouses, about 100 square meters, small ones. I'll pick a good location with easy access for you," he said. The dock worker Karras nodded in agreement. As a gang mainly involved in dock and station transport work, they naturally had some warehouses. It was normal for them to own such property, and the prices they paid for these warehouses were much lower than what others paid. Chingua's request was like getting a good deal for Karras. He stepped forward and patted Chungwa on the shoulder. "With today's situation, I guess you can't go back to your hotel. How about I take you to see your warehouse?" Karras was still holding a blacksmith's hammer in his hand, seeming reluctant to put it down. "All right, I'll take your carriage then." Chungwa agreed immediately. The carriage that had brought him here was nowhere to be found now. Plus, with fires raging all over Damsk City, even if he found the carriage, he couldn't return to the hotel where he stayed last night. Finding a nearby hotel wasn't very realistic either. After all, the entire city of Daminsek was awakened by the big fire. Everyone was watching the flames and preparing to run away before the fire reached them. At this moment, finding a place to stay might mean moving again once the fire comes closer. In that case, he might as well go to the dock and check out the warehouse. After getting into the carriage of the dock guild, Chingu did not pay attention to the chaos outside. The dock guild members are somewhat wealthy. They provided Chingu with a private carriage, and to ease his worries, they left the curtains open so he could see outside. But Chingu's mind was not on the chaos outside at all. Once on the carriage, Chingu took out the 3 treasure chests he had earned from this battle. There was still some time before reaching the dock, so he couldn't just sit around. He decided to open the chests first. The white treasure chests were the usual cardboard type, both dropped by demon shadow monsters he defeated before fighting the demon Apostle Jack. Gu was surprised to find that he was lucky this time. He had defeated 3 enemies and got 3 chests. The white chests didn't need much thought. He opened them all directly. Blank Rune Paper 7. White basic resource in the endless world, similar to experience, money, or basic materials. It can store attribute energy. 10 sheets of white rune paper can be combined to make 1 green rune paper. Check. White can withdraw 300 pounds of cash from the Sun Never Sets Empire Bank. Futures contract. White can extract 300 pounds of soybeans from a designated port warehouse. Melted corpse oil. White, one of the crafting materials used to make medicines or items related to corpses. Lamp under cloak. White, an ordinary black cloak that allows the wearer to blend into shadows under light. As long as they stay still, no one will notice the wearer hiding under the cloak. Metallic arm bone. White, an arm bone fused with metal, usable for weapon crafting or magic related to corpses, or as a material. Vivid eye. White can be used to enhance vision or related spells and tools. Looking at the items that had been produced, Gu nodded with satisfaction. Some of these items he recognized, like melted corpse oil and checks, while others he had never seen before. He carefully picked up each item, examining them closely to see how they differed from previous ones. He noticed that the weight of the corpse oil was slightly different from the bottle he had obtained earlier. If one wasn't paying attention, no one would notice the difference. Additionally, the signature and handwriting on the check were different, aside from the amount. These small differences are usually unnoticed by most people. But since Gu was now free and bored, he even compared everything carefully, confirming the purpose of each item. After inspecting everything, Gu took out the vibrant eye and then the eye of wisdom, pressing the eyeball onto the wisdom eye. In the next moment, the wisdom eye flickered slightly, and its attributes changed a little. Wisdom eye 1, green, glasses, attribute, perception 3, special. When activated, it can view the attributes of objects or people for 30 minutes. Each activation consumes 1 white talisman paper. Note: same cost, double the duration, no extra charge. Gu smiled and quickly put on the plain glasses. With increased perception, he could now sense where he had walked without looking out the window. His perception had already reached an extraordinary level. After storing the items from the white treasure chest, Gu took out the green treasure chest. Looking at the chest in his hand, he felt a bit of emotion. He had thought that after entangling with the demon apostle for so long, especially since that opponent was so strong at the start, he would definitely get a blue treasure chest. But unexpectedly, it was a green one. It was the same as the one given by the demon apostle Jack he had defeated at the factory. This made Gu somewhat annoyed, but then he understood. The real valuable items of the demon apostle Jack were in his scrap metal collection. If Gu had enough power and background, he could definitely make something big out of it. But since he had only arrived in Damsk a few days ago, he had nothing in his hands. Even if he knew these items were sold cheaply, he could only accept it. For now, the green items are acceptable. Some of them might be useful. After all, during the recent battle, whether it was the combat crossfire and morning breeze or the wisdom I used to find people, they were all just green equipment. He casually opened a green treasure chest, and a list of information popped up in front of Gu. Blank paper 4, green basic resource in the endless world, similar to experience, money, or basic materials. It can store attribute energy. 10 green papers can be combined into 1 blue paper. Blood diamond, green, a diamond that has caused at least 10 deaths. It's worth about 5,000 pounds. It can be sold or used to summon undead diamonds. Cursed iron plate 3, green iron plates made with special metals. These metals have been cursed over many years by the nation and have turned into a type of demon metal. They require a special recipe to reforge. Damaged war banner, green, a 1/3 sized black war banner with a strong smell of blood. No one knows where it came from, but it's clear that many lives and blood have nurtured it, causing it to mutate. Iron bag, green, ammunition bag, space, 20 slots, each holds 200 bullets. Equipment requirement, agility 7, special 1, flexibility. When using firearms, reloading speed increases by 15%. Special 2, iron. Bullets placed in the bag will gain 1 point of fire damage every 24 hours, up to a maximum of 6 points. Note: Rumor has it that this ammunition bag is made from abyssal demon skin. When firearms were first developed, such bags were already popular among gunmen. To achieve greater firepower, gunmen even branded demon marks on their hands. Unlike the items from the white treasure chest, these items immediately caught Chungu's attention. They are all good items. Not to mention the ammunition bag, which he might not need for now, but the blood diamond, iron plates, and war banner all have different stories behind them, especially the damaged war banner. Although it looks like a piece of black cloth in his hand, Chungu can feel the patterns on it. There's a small crossbar added to the cross, and he can even feel a few Latin words. Nazareth Jesus, King of the Jews. Chungu's knowledge of history isn't very strong, but he has a feeling that this torn flag might be the Lorraine cross flag held by the Virgin of France. After organizing the items in the treasure chest, Chungu looked out the car window. At this moment, the carriage was rushing through narrow alleys. No matter how dangerous the fire ahead or how chaotic the scene, the convoy always found a safe place to pass quickly. They even didn't slow down when rushing from one alley into another. This shows they are very familiar with the streets of Damsk City, as if it were their own backyard. Chungu withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes, and leaned back in the carriage seat, appearing to sleep. But in fact, he had returned to his own city. Back here, he looked at the empty apartment building, then appeared nearby. Since the entire city expanded outward from Chungu, there was no limit to the land. Plus, the new city had few buildings, so Chungu didn't plan much at first. After all, no matter how big a city is, without proper entrances, it can't develop. But now, things are different. Chungu just acquired the Misty Street Drenched in Death, which is the main passage of the city. So, Chungu needs to think about how to arrange and plan the city. He looked at the 3 apartment buildings for a moment, then waved his hand, and the buildings lined up in a row, all facing the same direction. At the same time, a dirt road appeared outside the buildings, stretching into the distance. Chungu walked to the end of the dirt road, reached out, and took out the Misty Street Drenched in Death. Just now, he had already decided how to arrange his city. The empty space before him is his city, with nearly unlimited land. He also controls the terrain and landscape of this land. The best way to lay out the city is a grid pattern. This maximizes land use and allows better planning of each area's purpose. The scene before me, the Foggy Street of Death, is the main passage in and out of the city. Chungu plans to use these passages to set his direction. All the city's exits and entrances run north and south. Right now, his city has nothing in it. He can use the Foggy Street of Death as a street for now. As the city's buildings gradually increase, he will make some small adjustments later. In front of the 3 apartment buildings, there is a yellow dirt road that runs east and west. The entrance hall of the apartments faces this dirt road, making it a good north-south facing home. Standing at the end of the dirt road, Chungu reaches down and presses. A paved stone road appears before him. This road is 10 meters wide, with raised curbs on both sides. There are black metal street lamps on the curbs, shining light into the dark street. In the middle of the road, there is a female corpse lying there. Chungu remembers her well. She is the demon apostle Jack, placed in the fog. He walks onto the road, facing south. From now on, this road will extend in that direction. As soon as he finishes speaking, the road begins to stretch southward. It grows from 10 meters long to 100 meters. Every 10 meters, a lit street lamp brightens the foggy street. As the street extends 100 meters, a thin layer of fog starts to cover it. Chungu recognizes this fog. It's the same fog that demon apostle Jack used to trap enemies. But now, this fog belongs to Chungu. Standing on the street, the fog cannot trap him, and it doesn't even block his view. At this moment, some functions of the Foggy Street of Death are already showing. The fog, street lamps, and road all match the data of the Foggy Street of Death. However, there are still things missing, like sewer entrances and strange shadows in the fog. Chungu understands these will need to be added and improved later. The sewer system needs to cover the entire city. Right now, Chungu can't do that. But the strange shadows in the fog are different. He reaches out his hand, and a diamond appears in it. Blood diamond, although I don't know why this diamond is called blood diamond. The description says that at least 10 people have died for this 5,000-pound gem. Inside the diamond, there is a soul needed to create the mysterious fog shadow. Taking out the blood diamond, Chungwa casually tosses it onto the ground like a small stone. He even considers performing a ritual to release the soul inside. Unexpectedly, the fog of death's misty street reacts on its own. When the diamond hits the ground, the nearby fog covers it. Chungwa looks closer and finds that the diamond has disappeared. Then he notices some figures appearing within the fog. These figures are long and thin, like hanging strips of skin, floating in midair with their arms and legs hanging down. They don't approach Chungwa. Instead, they drift aimlessly back and forth along the street. It's clear they have become part of this street. Misty Shadow, Level 1. These are mysterious figures in the fog, capable of sneaking, cutting enemies, and absorbing life. When they die in the fog, they can quickly be replaced by other souls. After glancing at the information about the Misty Shadow, Chungwa realizes these creatures are not part of the city's population. They can't be controlled and only move back and forth on Misty Street. Their job is to attack any enemies who step onto the street without permission. They don't care about anything else happening in the city. Basically, they are living traps. Understanding this, Chungwa doesn't try to control them. He walks over to the female corpse, looks at her with her chest torn open, and takes out a damaged battle flag. He covers her with it. He doesn't think much about this action. He just feels he should do it. As he covers the corpse, Chungwa suddenly feels the spot where the woman lies turn dark, as if some dark force is affecting her. Then, a ringing sound comes from his ear. Ding! Because of some of your actions, you have affected certain fates. Please complete the task given by fate. Task: Dark Lorraine Cross Flag Task Description. Victory for France Task Requirement. Find and pass through the damaged Lorraine Cross flag and the 3 key elements of France's victory in the Misty Street's darkened world. 1/3. Task Reward. Achievement unlocked. Invincible France Super Achievement. In places where the 3 victory elements of France exist, the French forces are unbeatable and will never lose. Note 1. The French can only win battles under the leadership of a dwarf, a woman, and a foreigner. Please darken 1 woman, 1 dwarf, and 1 foreigner in the Misty Street. Note 2. Each successful darkening of a person will strengthen the Misty Street forces. The closer the darkened person is to the target, the stronger the forces become. Note 3. Choosing targets for darkening affects the characteristics of the forces. Do not randomly darken ordinary characters. Note 4. The activated trait, 100 Years' War, means that the Misty Street's shadowy figures may unleash extraordinary power when attacked for over 100 years, allowing them to break out from the Misty Street and enter the enemy's city. Looking at the corpse covered by the damaged flag, Chungwa lowered his head, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Dark fate? Where does that come from? Thinking about what the witch said when she left, Chungwa felt somewhat puzzled. Could it be that he really has some dark power that influences fate? With this thought, Chungwa carefully examined himself. In the real world, he wouldn't be able to check this at all. But here, in his city, he is projecting his mind into the city. Here, he controls everything. So he quickly discovered that he indeed has a dark power within him. And this dark power doesn't seem to be evil or destructive. Chungwa never expected that, corresponding to his city's nearly infinite land, the darkness shrouding this land is his own dark power. This surprised Chungwa greatly. His city is a mythic level talent, the City Heart, number 147. Based on this, he deduces that his dark power must be even stronger than this talent, with a higher ranking number. What is going on here? Could he have 2 talents? But Chungwa looked at his attribute panel quickly and found nothing unusual. Name: Chungwa. Gender: male. Race: human. ID: 629 SHD2S0 FXC30. Occupation: none. Talent: Heart of the City Lord. ID: 147. Mythical level. Attributes: Strength, for 1 Agility, 5 Constitution, for 1 Perception, 713 Intelligence, 5. Equipment: Morning Breeze, not fully activated. Holy Cross Pattern, Flowing Aureole, not fully activated. Hunting Rifle, Crossfire, not fully activated. Eye of Wisdom 1, Iron Bag, not fully activated. Passive Skills: Reading Level 7, 3227/10,000. An advanced reading skill in the Endless World, capable of understanding most texts except some obscure or newly created characters. Reading comprehension. When activated at level 4, it can understand hidden messages within texts, even those unknown to the author. Copying level 7, 3227/10,000, a high-level skill in the endless world, able to write various characters in standard fonts, even copying obscure characters based on their appearance. Font imitation. When activated at level 4, it allows mimicking others' handwriting. Basic swordsmanship level 7, 3433/10,000, a good level of swordsmanship in the endless world. Your basic sword skills are quite solid, and you can easily use both long and short swords. Street swordsmanship. Activated at level 4 in basic swordsmanship, specialized in street fighting. When no sword is available, sticks or iron bars that resemble swords can be used as long swords. Freestyle swordsmanship level 0, 89 out of 100, a foundational sword technique passed down through Damsk and Dashang City, which can be improved through experience. Each level increases agility or constitution by 1, up to level 10. Engineering level 0, 4/100, knows what engineering is and has reached a level where the mind can operate machinery without hands. At this level, only basic gunpowder or ordinary bullets can be made. His attribute remains centered on the city's core as a natural talent, with no changes. Among the skills he has learned, none are related to darkness. He has no idea where this darkness comes from or how it might affect him differently. Standing in his city, he looks up at the dark sky and hesitates. He reaches out his hand, and with a thought, he feels the surrounding darkness flow toward his hand. He can control this darkness, but he doesn't use it directly. Instead, he transforms the people or objects in the city into darkness, giving them a different fate. It's a strange feeling, hard to explain why it feels this way. It's like someone is born knowing how to breathe, simple and natural, without needing to learn or study. This makes Chen-gu think deeply. Suddenly, he remembers the idea he had when he saw the Sunset Queen's ceremony. Chen-gu's talent lies in the city's core. No matter how close combat is now, he will definitely become a lord in the future. He once guessed that to become a lord, he needed to meet 4 conditions: the territory attribute for the lord class, a heritage item, a city aligned with his attribute, and a related title. Earlier, when he had free time, he considered what his city's attribute might be. He wanted to choose the most magnificent one. Now, it seems he doesn't need to think about that anymore. Darkness and fate will be the key to his city. As soon as this thought occurs, the surroundings turn into impenetrable darkness again. When the darkness clears, he notices his city has developed its own style. On the ground of the misty street in front of him, the cobblestones have turned black. The street lamps on both sides of the misty street are now completely black, with iron vine patterns crawling up the lamp posts. His 3 apartment buildings are also the same. What used to be beige walls and pink vine patterns are now all black. The black of the vines looks like dark green ink, while the walls are a pure black. Ding. City attribute locked, activating necessary conditions for career path. Career? Ordered territory class. Job requirements. Territory talent activation conditions. 1. Confirm the city and territory attributes. Completed. Attribute. Dark fate. 2. 3. 4. Once all 4 conditions are fully met, the territory class career path can be unlocked, and a job assignment will be given. Seeing the information in front of him, Chen-gu remembered the first 3 pieces of information he saw when he first arrived in this world. One of them said, complete the career path activation before the main quest ends. Failure will weaken the talent level. This message had been like a nail stuck in Chen-gu's heart. He was afraid he might miss the chance to unlock his career path. Now, he finally felt relieved. The information not only told Chen-gu about the career path, but also confirmed that his earlier guess about the Sunset Queen's ceremony was correct. Territory class careers require territory attributes, inheritance items, a city, and related titles. And he was already ahead of many others. No matter where the power of dark fate came from or what its purpose was, right now, this was the power of Chen-gu's city. Mr. Jack, we've arrived. Awakened by the voice outside the carriage, Chen-gu tidied his clothes, jumped down from the morning wind, and prepared to leave. At this moment, the boss of the dock gang had already left. The middle-level leaders of the gang had come to see Chingu off. Chingu noticed that the strength of the dock gang was mainly focused on power. Among these middle-level leaders, all the extraordinary ones were big, muscular men, capable of riding horses with their arms or punching with enough force to stand a person. They were also quite generous in their actions. When the carriage stopped, two burly men, like gatekeepers, approached Chingu. "Mr. Jack, the warehouse you requested is right here. Please take a look and see if it suits your needs." They then opened the door to a warehouse, indicating for Chingu to inspect. Chingu looked at the warehouse. It appeared to be one of many warehouses in the port area. The location was quite convenient. From the main road in front, it was less than 5 minutes' walk to a port dock by the sea. From the ship's dock there, it is clear that this pier is a public commercial dock. Every day, a large amount of goods are unloaded here. Chingu is not surprised by this. After all, the main business of the dock gang is transporting goods. This is their territory. Chingu's warehouse is located among many other warehouses. This does not show that the dock gang trusts Chingu. Rather, it reflects their confidence in their own control. In their view, only by keeping Chingu's warehouse under close watch can they prevent problems. If the warehouse is placed on the edge of the storage area, and Chingu does something there, they wouldn't know until it causes trouble and damages the entire warehouse district. Like other warehouses, this one is built with stone walls, and a uniform-colored metal roof protects it from sea wind and heavy rain. Inside, the warehouse is empty. It seems that in this world, there is no cement. The foundation is made of large granite blocks. After opening the door, two gang leaders holding torches placed them at the entrance. There isn't much light inside, just a few places to hold torches. But it's better not to bring torches inside. Just leave them here, and they will light up the inside enough. Chingu understands why they do this. Sometimes, the inside of the warehouse is filled with flammable and explosive materials. If they habitually bring torches into the warehouse, it could easily cause a big fire. Once a fire starts here, even if they sell out all the gang members, they can't compensate for the damage. Chingu glanced inside using the torch at the door, estimating the size of the warehouse. "Okay, I understand. From now on, I can just stick the torch here, right?" Chingu doesn't want to challenge anything. He just wants to quickly take over the warehouse and establish an entry point for his city. "Yes, that's fine. As for other matters, we will have security around the warehouse area, but we won't interfere inside your warehouse. Also, don't do unnecessary things inside. The black-skinned dogs won't care about what's inside, but the people from the military intelligence division are different. They are crazy. If you do something that they discover, it will be the end for you. We won't get involved if you clash with them." Chingu nodded seriously. His goal in acquiring this warehouse is to open a door for his city. It's not about challenging Damansek or the Rising Sun Empire. Chingu wasn't interested in meddling here. After explaining everything he needed to, the people from the dock gang quickly left. They left only Chingu alone, without asking if he needed a carriage to go somewhere else. They didn't even give him a map or directions. Chingu wanted them to stay, but he saw how fast they left, almost disappearing in an instant. He didn't know how they managed to do that. Right now, Chingu wasn't in the mood to find a place to sleep. After everyone from the dock gang left, he closed the warehouse door and entered the empty 100-square-meter warehouse alone. Once the door was shut tight, the whole warehouse was dark. But when he closed the door, Chingu had already used the torch outside to see clearly inside. Since the warehouse was empty, he went straight to the center. Then he pressed his hands to the ground, and a disemboweled female corpse appeared in the middle of the warehouse. White mist spread out from around the corpse, filling the entire space. Under the mist, the floor changed from granite to black stones typical of the misty street. At the same time, the walls slowly disappeared into the mist, no longer visible. Standing in the mist, it felt like no matter which way he went, he couldn't escape. As the mist filled the warehouse, a faint smile appeared on Chingu's face. He heard whispers from the female corpse on the ground. The misty street of death had marked its location here. As long as Chingu approved, he could enter his city through the misty street of death. This was exactly what Chingu wanted. He used Jack's hammer to buy this warehouse to leave a coordinate for his city. He wanted to build a city which needed not only buildings, but also population and resources. He couldn't wait until he left this world to take some people with him. Population and resources should be arranged as early as possible. Building the city a day early gave him a faster start than others. There was an important reason for this. With the entrance here, Chungu could personally enter the city. He no longer had to rely on just a mental projection to enter. Now that the dock helpers had all left and the outside city of Damon CK was still struggling with a big fire, Chungu had nowhere to go. He decided to spend the night in his own territory. Anything that happened could wait until morning. After confirming that Misty Street was officially connected, Chungu didn't bother about directions or details. He took a step forward and disappeared into the warehouse. Then everything inside the warehouse returned to calm. The bodies on the ground vanished. The black stone road turned back into the original granite surface, and even the fog filling the warehouse became so thin it was almost invisible. The warehouse looked like it had no owner and returned to its empty state. He didn't know how much time passed, but suddenly, faint sounds of someone trying to pry open the door came from outside. The warehouse door was gently pushed open. Chungu had already made plans. After leaving, he would first find someone at the dock to help buy some good food for storage. Also, he had a promissory note that could be exchanged for 300 jin of soybeans. Then, he would buy dried meat, rice, flour, and other supplies enough for 180 people to eat for 2 months to cover this task. Once the population increased, he would consider farming and planting vegetables in the city. As for the bedding and supplies in the apartment building, he needed to arrange those too. Otherwise, next time he came, he would still have to sleep on a hard bed and breathe stale air, which would be uncomfortable. While thinking about this, Chungu walked to Misty Street. Just as he was about to return to Damsk, he suddenly stopped. 2 strange foggy figures appeared on Misty Street. Had someone entered the warehouse while he was sleeping in the city? Chungu immediately became angry. What was the dock gang doing? They promised the safest warehouse, but now someone had sneaked in secretly. But he quickly calmed down and looked around Misty Street. In the fog, besides the female corpse covered with Lorraine cross flags, there were 2 more bodies lying there. These 2 had many wounds of different sizes. From their appearance, they had been running in the fog for a long time and eventually died from excessive bleeding. One of the bodies also had a small white treasure chest floating nearby. Chungu thought carefully and then entered Misty Street, dragging the 2 bodies out. After flipping the bodies, Chungu noticed something strange. Their appearances were such that they would be hard to find in a crowd. Their muscles showed they had been professionally trained. There was nothing on them that could prove their identities, but Chungu found some lockpicking tools on them. Could they be thieves? Chungu thought silently, but he didn't waste time. He directly opened the white treasure chest. Based on his experience, the chest probably contained items related to these 2 people's identities. Just like last time when he defeated the demon shadow and got items like fog and corpse oil. This time was the same. When he opened the white chest, Chungu saw the items that appeared inside. Blank sheets of paper 3, white, money, white cash totaling 75 pounds. If you look closely, it seems some writing is on the bills. Invisible ink pen, white a pen filled with unknown ink that leaves no marks on paper when used. Sleeve gun, white a small pistol hidden in the sleeve that can fire only 1 shot. Looking at these items, Chungu suddenly had a realization. All right, so he's a spy. That's fine. But why is the spy sneaking into my warehouse in the middle of the night? Chungu shook his head. He hadn't fully understood everything yet and decided not to think about it anymore. He didn't have much time left before leaving the ship, so he wanted to handle some things while he was still in Darnitsky. Stepping onto the foggy street, he didn't need to turn much, just 1 step forward, and Chungu returned to the warehouse. As soon as he entered, he heard continuous knocking on the door outside. The knocking sounded urgent, as if it had been going on for a long time. Chungu frowned. He wasn't used to this. He sat down on the corner of the floor and closed his eyes. The knocking outside still didn't stop, as if they were stubbornly waiting for him to open. If Chungu didn't open the door, they wouldn't stop. Chungu sat happily on the floor, looking at the walls around him. It was already bright outside. Although the door was closed, some light still came in. Using the light, Chungu looked at the walls and floor, then smiled. He now understood what was going on with the 2 spies who died on Foggy Street. The warehouse he was sold by the dock gang was larger inside than outside. From what he could see, at least 10 square meters of space was hidden. It seemed someone had hidden something inside this warehouse. Considering the identities of the two who died here earlier, this rarely used warehouse was probably already turned into a weapons cache or a safe house by the Darnitsky spy organization. So when the dock boss handed this warehouse to Chungu, they sent someone to check it. If Chungu could control the situation, he should take control and keep everything as it was. If he couldn't control it, he should transfer the items out of the warehouse. They never expected that Chungu's warehouse was not just for storing things, but to serve as a passage for their city. Now that the passage was in place, the warehouse became a key part of Chungu's city. He wouldn't let anyone take it back for any reason or excuse. Understanding this, Chungu finally stood up. He reached out and touched the wall, then slowly walked to the door and pushed it open firmly. When the warehouse door opened, Chungu saw a few people standing outside. From their clothing, they appeared to be members of the dock gang. One of them was a young leader who had brought him here last night, and behind him was a police officer known as Black Skin Dog by the gang. When they saw Chungu, they seemed momentarily stunned, as if surprised to see him opening the door. "Is there something you need? Why are you knocking so much?" Chungu looked at them. At this moment, the young leader quickly stepped forward and said, "Mr. Jack, this police officer wants to check your warehouse." Chungu made some space and revealed the empty warehouse behind him. "There's nothing in my warehouse." Seeing Chungu move aside, the police officer wanted to go in, but Chungu stopped him. "I remember Daming Suda doesn't allow anyone to enter private property." Chungu gave the police officer a sharp look. The officer's face changed slightly. "I received information that there was a murder in your warehouse. I am here to investigate." "Oh, then show me a search warrant. Otherwise, just wait outside." Chungu said this and glanced at the members of the dock gang. From where they had been standing, Chungu already knew that this police officer had a good relationship with the gang. They might be here for the murder case, but it was more likely they had other motives. Chungu didn't tolerate such behavior. He used his civilized cane morning wind to lightly touch the police officer. "Are you done? If you're finished, get out. I don't care what your plans are. If you want to search, show a search warrant. Otherwise, I will kill each one who comes in." The police officer snorted heavily and turned to leave. Chungu didn't actually know that here in Daming Suda, there were no laws like land laws, castle rules, or rules of retreat. All these things are from the United States. In places like Daminsek, the nobility rules everything. Everything must be hidden under the laws of the nobility. Chungu's attitude of using morning wind to point at the police officer was the reason he backed down. That noble-like arrogance made the police officer realize that Chungu was someone he couldn't offend. So, things became quite simple. After glancing at the still stationary gang members at the dock, Chungu tilted his eyes and asked, "Do you still have something to do?" "No, nothing," the young leader quickly replied, and started telling his men to leave. After they all walked away, Chungu closed the door again. Then he looked at the walls around him. Thinking for a moment, Chungu decided not to break the wall, but to adjust the size of the fog street inside the warehouse. He noticed that along the sides of the warehouse, there were curbs and streetlights, and one of the walls collapsed just like that. I knew something was wrong. We agreed on a 100 square meter warehouse, but I brought in a 10 by 10 street area. No curbs or streetlights appeared, which clearly took up some of my space. Where the wall collapsed, Chungu saw a well-decorated small room behind it. That room was clearly a complete safe house, about 1 meter wide and 8 meters long. A normal person could barely squeeze inside, but turning around would be difficult. It wouldn't be very comfortable hiding here. Inside, there were 2 boxes of food and water. The food mainly consisted of salted dried meat, common dry bread from the sea, and some specialty canned goods. The water was plain, sealed in bottles, and it was unclear how long they had been stored. There was a sleeping bag, a small lantern, and some daily necessities. There were 2 guns, one long and one short, both the latest models of Daminsek's rear-loaded guns, along with 300 ready-made bullets. Short gun, white a standard arm-length gun with a rear-loading magazine, capable of holding 3 bullets at once, can be modified. Queen 17 style, white the 17th model of the Sunset Empire Army's long gun, rear-loaded, can hold 5 rounds at once, equipped with rifling and a bayonet. Premium bullet, white made with strict craftsmanship. This bullet has increased range by 1, improved accuracy by 1, and deals 3 more damage. There is a device that looks like a telegraph machine. Additionally, There are 3 books. Chingu glanced at them. They are the most common books: the Bible, green bedtime fairy tales, and The Empress's Secret History. With these items, a person could hide here for at least 10 days. However, Chingu suspects that these 3 books are not just for reading. They might be used as code books. This means that, besides serving as a safe house, this place could also be a spy organization's intelligence point. Thinking about what the dock boss said earlier about MI6, Chingu rolled his eyes. He wonders if he accidentally triggered a trap. But regardless, these items are valuable. Now, everything belongs to Chingu. He first threw the items from the safe house onto the open ground outside the apartment. He packed the guns and bullets into his backpack and bullet bag. Then, he waved his hand. As the fog in the warehouse disappeared, it returned to its original state, with only the missing 10 square meters of space restored. No one could tell from the outside that this was once a safe house. After finishing, Chingu nodded with satisfaction. He then pushed open the warehouse door and walked out. He looked up at the sun in the sky and estimated the time. It was clearly noon now. Chingu thought about his plan. He still had many things to do. He closed the warehouse door, then looked again at the nearby port. He followed the main road outward. He plans to find a nearby tavern to eat and fill his stomach first. After that, he will go to the big library to ask Marlowe what resources are needed to build a city. Although Marlowe might not be an expert in this area, he has copied many books from the library and probably knows some useful information. Once he confirms the amount of resources needed, Chingu can ask the dock crew or hire an intermediary in the next few days to help transport the required supplies to the warehouse. After defeating Jack the Ripper last time, the 3 major gangs in Darnitz gave Chingu nearly 40,000 pounds. This amount of money might not be much for a middle-class noble family in Darnitz, as their yearly expenses are about the same. But for ordinary common people, 40,000 pounds could mean moving up to a higher social class, owning 2 estates, or a small factory. So Chingu has never worried about running out of money. He just doesn't want to be taken advantage of or buy things from certain people and be seen as a fool. When he saw Mallory, Chingu planned to ask about this too, so he wouldn't be sold out without knowing. While thinking about this, Chingu moved quickly. Just after leaving the warehouse area, he heard loud noises nearby. He looked toward the sound and saw it was a tavern. At a table by the window, about a dozen people were shouting and arguing. Chingu hadn't eaten yet, so he waved his staff, Ming Chinfeng, and walked into the tavern. He glanced at the crowd, and immediately 2 waitresses came over to serve him. Having experienced the luxury of his 3 apartments, Chingu was no longer interested in the street-side waitresses. He found a seat and said, "Bring me your best meat dish, a glass of your regular wine, and some toasted bread that's crispy." After that, Chingu looked at the crowd and pointed casually. "What are they doing?" The 2 waitresses, busy bringing Chingu's food, glanced in the direction he indicated and scoffed. "It's nothing. Just a bunch of poor folks gambling with no money. They gamble on everything, just no luck. They're free meals and drinks. If not for the boss's younger brother leading them, and the landlord, they would have been kicked out long ago." They spoke one after another while quickly serving Chingu's food. The wine was very ordinary. Chingu took a sip. It was sweet, not like the typical sailor's favorite. The meat was cut into large pieces, a total of 3 pieces brought out, each weighing at least half a kilogram. The meat was topped with thick gravy, and there were big lumps of mashed potatoes inside. The bread from the radish shop had been sliced and toasted again, making it soft and easy to crush with your fingers. Additionally, a bowl of clam chowder was served. The soup had no extra seasonings, relying solely on the natural flavor of the clams to make it tasty. Chingu hadn't eaten much all night. When the food was brought out, he ignored the gambling group and quickly started eating. Now, with his equipment, Chingu's perception attribute was already at 11 points, which is an extraordinary level. Even if he wasn't paying close attention, he could sense some information about the group of gamblers. Chingu found the group interesting. Not sure if they were lucky or for some other reason, 3 of them kept winning in turns, and their turns were very discreet. Although everyone was playing and winning or losing, in the end, all the money went to these 3. But the others who were gambling couldn't see this and were happy when they won a little now and then. Watching the group, Chingu was eating happily. After finishing all the meat, he dipped the bread into the gravy and ate some more. Only when he couldn't eat anymore did he pat his stomach. then placed 1 pound of cash on the table. Sir, you don't need to give so much. The food you ate only costs 3 shillings. A waitress was startled by Chungu's action. They usually received tips, but such a large amount was something they had never seen before. Chungu, holding nearly 40,000 pounds, didn't care about 1 or 2 pounds. Go call a carriage for me. The rest is just a tip. As he spoke, he walked toward the gamblers. When Chungu placed the 1 pound of cash on the table, the group had already noticed him. Seeing Chungu approach, they even voluntarily gave up a seat. Chungu glanced at them, casually threw something onto the table, and pointed at one of them. I bet he can win 3 rounds in a row. The others looked at what Chungu threw on the table and asked doubtfully, "What is this?" A ticket to the southern continent. The first voyage of the super ship Kukrups, worth 6 pounds and 15 shillings. Yes, Chungu threw out the extra ticket he had. Since the ticket was unregistered and non-refundable, he decided to use it for a gamble. Before gambling away the ticket, Chungu experimented with a skill he wasn't sure he had. He closed his eyes and imagined channeling the dark power of fate onto the ticket. Of course, this was just his imagination. Chungu didn't see any change in the ticket. Then, what do you want to bet on? One of the gamblers looked up at Chungu. That cigarette case of yours. It's made from cherry wood from Sicily, right? It has a warm, sunny feel. Good eye. The price is about right. I'll bet on it. The gambler looked down at the wooden cigarette case he used to hold his money, a proud smile on his face. Finally, someone recognized that his cigarette case was special. He didn't know that Chungu knew the case's origin because he was curious about the gamblers. He had accidentally seen it when he used his special sight. If it weren't for that special sight, Chungu wouldn't know where the wood came from. Now, things were different. When Chungu mentioned the case, everyone thought he wanted it. They didn't pay much attention to the ticket Chungu threw on the table. Seeing the ticket mixed among the money, Chungu smiled and stood to the side, arms crossed. The gamblers started betting again. As their mood grew more excited, Chungu's attention shifted from the game to these people. Using his extraordinary senses, Chungu watched each of their movements. Some of them were still sober, while others had already bet everything. No matter their state, they all forgot about the initial game Chungu set up and threw themselves into the betting. Chungu watched carefully for 3 rounds. After that, he smiled and turned to leave. People like Chungu, who come and go so quickly, didn't attract much attention from the gamblers. At this moment, they didn't realize that the ticket had already changed hands and become a chip on the table. "This train ticket, I just won it. Use it for 5 pounds, said a gambler, his face flushed with excitement, pounding on the table. "All right, place your bets," responded others. No one noticed that whenever the train ticket was used as a chip on the table, it emitted a faint black glow that no one paid attention to. As for Chungu, he was even less likely to notice. At this moment, he was already sitting in a carriage heading toward the Grand Library. Unlike the private carriages he rode these past 2 days, the carriages at the dock area were large, 4-horse freight wagons. There was no comfortable sofa for Chungu to sit on. Instead, he sat beside the driver, listening to him boast while observing the surroundings. The big fire from last night had now been completely extinguished, but it left many scars in Damsk City. Along the way, he saw half-burned houses and homeless refugees squatting in front of their ruined homes. Many were dressed in pajamas, clutching some stolen belongings, silently crying. This fire had destroyed all their hopes of surviving in Damsk City. Now, they remained not because they had a way to survive, but because they refused to leave. At the same time, Chungu noticed that the number of patrol police and gang members on the streets had increased significantly. They seemed to be guarding against something. "Sir, we've arrived," said the carriage as it stopped about a kilometer from the Grand Library. "No, we haven't reached the library yet," Chungu replied. He remembered that last time he had been quite familiar with the library. "Sorry, sir, my carriage can't go any further. Look over there, the road is blocked." The driver pointed to a yellow barrier ahead. The entire street was sealed off, and no vehicles could pass. The only way was on foot. Chungu got out of the carriage and approached the barrier. He casually found a police officer nearby, tapped his windbreaker with his staff, and asked, "What's going on?" The officer initially looked at Chungu with disdain, but when he saw the clean coat and the unique style of his staff, his eyes brightened. Looking more closely, Chungu's hand still held a morning breeze with a necklace featuring a cross. The police officer quickly became obedient. Only someone from old noble families would carry such a fancy staff and wear a necklace like that. Although they might not have much money now, their status remains. Perhaps they still own large estates in the countryside that provide enough income. Offending such people could lead to unexpected trouble from any direction. This police officer had no intention of risking his life to learn about Chungu's background. He said seriously, "Sir, here's the situation. Last night, there was a big fire, and our district found many spies setting fires. We're currently arresting people. Carriages are not allowed to enter. Where are you headed? I'm going to the Grand Library. I need to find the copyist Mallory. Oh, please go ahead." The officer immediately made way, since his job was to block carriages, not ordinary pedestrians. This was a simple plan. Wealthy nobles usually don't get out of their carriages. When they see the roads blocked, they just go around. If someone with a bit of status really needs to go somewhere, they can use their influence to have the blockade removed. It doesn't really stop the nobles from traveling. Those wanting to visit the library can just walk a little further. Walking was no problem for Chungu. Darmstadt city was quite clean, not a dirty city. The pollution was directly dumped into the Tadar River. The stone-paved streets were very clean. Although the sky was always gloomy and the wind carried a lot of dust and smoke, Chungu was used to it. Walking on the streets, he didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, he looked at the undamaged buildings around him and gained some understanding of the area's security. Thinking about it, it made sense. The many libraries, museums, and churches here would suffer great losses if they caught fire. The police of Darmstadt City, or rather the police of Darmstadt City, took their management of this area seriously. After walking a few steps down the main street, Chungu arrived at a square. Last time Chungu passed by this square on his way to the Grand Library. Behind the square, there was a tall building that the coachman mentioned, called the Han Slan Museum, also known as the Brightness Museum or the Immortal Light Museum. At that time, Chungu was in a hurry to reach the Grand Library and didn't think much of the museum since it didn't seem very famous. Now, standing in the square and looking at the Greek Revival-style building in front of him, Chungu always felt something was not quite right. Such a large museum shouldn't be unknown. Not to mention, the size of the square and the museum behind it easily makes it the biggest landmark in Damansek City. Chungu also noticed a fountain in the center of the square in front of the museum, made up of several stone lions. This shows that the museum has been upgraded to a landmark level in Damansek City. A museum this big should definitely be famous. There must be some problem that makes Chungu unaware of its reputation. In fact, Chungu didn't know that if Damansek City were compared to London, this Han Slan Museum would be the British Museum. In normal history, the British Museum was founded in 1753 based on the collection of Sir Han Slan, who donated 71,000 personal items, along with many plant specimens, books, and manuscripts after his death. In 1880, the British Museum separated natural history specimens from archaeological artifacts, focusing on collecting archaeological items. By 1900, the museum reorganized again, creating a new British library for books and manuscripts. This means that the museum and the nearby Grand Library are actually part of the same main institution. Of course, Chungu was not familiar with the name Han Slan Museum and didn't know its background, nor was he aware that it housed many treasures from ancient China, Rome, and Egypt. Even more, because of the extraordinary system of this world, the treasures stored here are more precious and important than those in the normal British Museum. Chungu only glanced at the Han Slan Museum in the square, curious about its origins, while he continued heading toward the Grand Library. After all, this time he was here to find someone, and the museum didn't have anything that attracted him. Just as Chungu was about to leave the square, an explosion sounded from the direction of the museum. Chungu quickly turned around and saw flames and thick smoke coming from the museum's entrance. A group of people, clearly not dressed in the style of Damings, rushed out of the museum. These people had wheat-colored skin. Although they wore the black trench coats typical here, their hats were not top hats, but something red, similar to berets. As they rushed out, two of them led the way with machetes, followed by 6 strong men carrying a stone coffin, and behind them, 2 young women supported an elderly man. They ran from the museum to the large square. The old man, being supported, drew a golden dagger from his waist and cut the neck of one of the young women holding him. In an instant, the two young women turned into a cloud of yellow sand, forming a huge sand gate in front of the group. From Chun-Gu's position, he could even see the blinding sunlight, the hot desert, and tall pyramids behind the sand gate. What the heck is this? Just as Chun-Gu wanted to see what was happening over there, a large amount of yellow sand mixed with buzzing insects swarmed around. In this overwhelming cloud of sand, endless locusts and strange hard-shelled beetles appeared. Everyone in the square was attacked by the insects. Chun-Gu waved the morning wind to drive away the insects while retreating from the square. He could directly confront the demon envoy, but he really had no way to deal with such a swarm of insects. His attack methods were limited. When attacking one enemy, he could still use his skills, but fighting such a large group made Chun-Gu nervous. When he reached outside the square, he already had many wounds on his body. His face was even bitten by locusts. Fortunately, these locusts and beetles appeared and disappeared quickly. They were overwhelming at first, but in the blink of an eye, they vanished. The same went for those people who had just come out of the museum and were killed. This kind of method must be teleportation. It was definitely teleportation. It seems that yesterday's big fire not only burned down most of Damansek City, but also revealed some hidden beings inside it. The reputation of the Empire of the Setting Sun was built by taking over many countries. The bigger the empire's reputation, the more countries it offends. Not to mention, the artifacts stolen from various nations are enough for those countries to send experts to recover them. The people just now looked like natives from the North African continent. Their special mummies are often thrown into the Tetarala River by the Empress of the Setting Sun to turn into spirits. There is even a mummy army beneath the Tetarala River. This shows how many artifacts from the North African continent are stored in the Damansek City Museum. Moreover, in this extraordinary world, the stone coffin might seem like just an ordinary coffin to the people of Damansek City, but to the natives of North Africa, it might have other uses. While Chun-Gu was thinking about this, he noticed a group of extraordinary professionals rushing over from nearby. Besides the scribes clearly coming from the Great Library, there were also some well-mannered-looking individuals with extraordinary abilities. These people were different from the scribes. They seemed to be divided into two groups, one wearing black trench coats, looking like regular office workers, but their staffs were noticeably shorter than normal, only slightly longer than chopsticks, and they held their staffs in a different way. Chun-Gu frowned and thought of a term, wand. The other group wore small suits and vests similar to the scribes, with cuffs wrapped in sleeves, each holding a thick book. But Chun-Gu was sure they weren't scribes because, as they moved, he could clearly sense some glowing words flickering on their foreheads, carrying power. When they arrived, these people ignored Chun-Gu, who was standing outside the square. They moved in small groups into the square, removing the people who had just been attacked. At this moment, Chun-Gu noticed the characteristics of these two new types of extraordinary professionals. The group holding what looked like wands, with just a slight flick of their staffs, quickly restored the buildings that had been destroyed by sand and locusts. At the same time, the yellow sand on the ground was gathered together, ready to be packed and taken away. The locusts that hadn't yet escaped from the sand were all burned to a blackened state in the flashes of lightning. It was clear that their abilities were somewhat related to their imagination. The professionals holding thick books looked like priests teaching Chun-Gu how to read. When they saw someone injured, they would pull out a page from their thick books and use the power on the page to transfer or heal the person. However, Chun-Gu could clearly feel that each page in these thick books had different sources of power. At least, unlike priests who pray to divine forces, these powers seemed to be drawn from somewhere else. While Chun-Gu was still observing, two professionals approached him. "Sir, are you injured? Do you need help?" The two professionals circled around Chun-Gu from the left and right. Although they asked kindly, they were intentionally or unintentionally blocking his way to leave. "Oh, I came here looking for Mallory, but I encountered this situation. It was really terrifying just now." Chun-Gu noticed that one of the two professionals was a scribe. Not wanting trouble, he quickly explained his purpose. "Mallory? He's nearby. Wait a moment. I'll go call him." The scribe nodded and signaled to his companion, then went out to find him. The remaining person was a professional holding a thick book. Curious, Chungu asked, "What is your profession?" "I know a priest who teaches people to copy scriptures. He says that by offering the copied scriptures to God, they can receive divine blessings." "Your method seems similar to that priest's." The professional looked at Chungu with surprise. "I know who you're talking about. The priest you mean is the one from Dimenskata City, right? Waston Town, I think. That's the name, I believe." Since they both knew someone in common, the awkwardness eased a bit. "He's a smart person, but our jobs are different. We are called archaeologists. Look at the books in our hands. They are all discoveries from our own archaeological work, studying ancient artifacts. Based on our research records, we can tap into the power of ancient objects. How much power we can draw depends on our skill level and how much energy the ancient object still holds." The archaeologist explained his profession. However, he didn't explain his career path like Mallory did before. So, Chungwa couldn't learn about the career route of archaeologists from his explanation. Chungwa didn't ask further, because not everyone is eager to pass on their knowledge like those in the Grand Library. Some professions are quite strict about passing on their traditions. The archaeologist in front of him seems to be one of those. Chungwa clearly noticed that the archaeologists rescuing people in the square seemed to come from about 5 or 6 different backgrounds. He chose not to ask more about the archaeologist's background and instead turned to ask about the identity of those wielding magic wands. He said, "Are you talking about them? They are wizards." Because King Arthur's companion Merlin was a wizard, this profession has a certain status in Damanskata. They even have a special magic department responsible for managing the magical energy nodes in Damanskata City. While Chungwa was talking to the archaeologist, the scribe from earlier also brought Mallory over. When Mallory saw Chungwa, he smiled. "Jack, what's wrong? I can tell something's off about your aura. Did you become extraordinary before officially taking your position?" Chungwa was momentarily stunned, then silently nodded. There are countless professions in the endless world, but the level system is simple: mortal, extraordinary, legendary, mythical, king, demigod, and myth. Different worlds might call these levels by different names, but the classification is almost the same. Mortal refers to ordinary people, also called common in this world. The previous demon envoy Jack was once at the level of ordinary 9. There are 2 ways to become extraordinary. One is to take a profession. Any extraordinary profession qualifies, regardless of strength, as long as it is an extraordinary profession. The other way is if one's attributes, strength, agility, perception, intelligence, reach 10 points in at least one of the 5, regardless of whether they have officially taken an extraordinary profession. Such a person is considered extraordinary. Those with extraordinary attributes have more advantages when choosing an extraordinary profession. So when Mallory saw Chungu's situation, he was very surprised. Chungu nodded and said, "Yes, the information I found last time was very helpful. It allowed me to defeat that evil demon envoy. I gained some different things from him, and my strength has improved." Chungu can't really tell others that part of his perception comes from using special tools. His current strength is still at a human level. Because of that, he doesn't feel very confident when talking to others. Mallory didn't expect Chungu to have such a story about his situation. When he heard that Chungu had already defeated the demon envoy, he was quite happy. "Really? I thought the information you found last time was wrong. I didn't expect you to actually find the demon envoy using that information. That's amazing. By the way, are you here to look for more information?" Chungu looked around and asked, "Is it convenient to talk now?" Mallory finally understood and said, "It's not very convenient to talk here. We might disturb their rescue efforts. There's a coffee shop ahead. Let's go there to sit. By the way, you haven't tried coffee before, right? It's something new recently. I used to only like tea with a little cocoa. After trying coffee, I feel like I can't live without it." Tea? Chungu, for some reason, thought of a description of a tea house he saw in a newspaper before, mentioning black tea, green tea, flower tea, and so on. It seemed that one of them was near the big library. That one was most famous for its sweet tea and milk tea, which was said to fill you with the aroma of books. He didn't know how tea and books were connected. If possible later, he would like to visit and have 1 or 2 cups of tea. Led by Mallory, Chungu and the others turned a corner and arrived at a small alley behind the main street. Most of the shops in the alley were already open. Although Minsk City was always under cloudy skies and rarely saw sunlight, Some shops still set up tables and chairs outside to serve customers, aiming for higher turnover. A few men and women sat under umbrellas, drinking coffee and flipping through books, seemingly discussing something. Mallory found a place for Chungu to sit and said to the waitress, "One coffee for me, with double portions of milk, sugar, and cream." "What do you want?" Chungu immediately realized that the coffee culture here was not well developed. Good-tasting coffee was probably not available. He straightforwardly said, "A black coffee, nothing added, strong flavor." Hearing this, Mallory looked at Chungu with a slightly changed expression. "You know a lot, but your way of drinking is the kind that's meant for staying up all night studying. Come here a few more times, and even the best health can't handle it." "It's okay. I've drunk it before and got used to it." Chungu couldn't say that in his previous life, coffee from street shops cost only $1 a pack, just hot water to brew it. Mallory looked at him with disbelief. He could tell that Chungu wasn't someone important. His clothes hadn't been changed for days. The same went for his walking stick. It showed that although he looked like a gentleman, he didn't have much money. "By the way, why are you here? Do you need any information?" "After what happened yesterday, the main library isn't very convenient now. The big fire was a serious threat to the library." "No, it's not that. I mainly have a problem. I just took over a new territory, which can now hold about 180 people. There are places to stay, but only places. No supplies at all. I plan to buy some supplies, but I don't know where to buy them. Most importantly, I don't know how much I need." Mallory listened to Chungu and looked at him for a while. "I understand why you came to me. It seems you bought an island. Does your island have any resources?" "Nothing at all." Chungu shook his head and said, "All right, but just having land is enough. I remember the big library has a book called the Standard Colonization Manual. It records a colony of 100 people and the minimum monthly supplies needed. Since many colonies of the empire are at sea, fresh water is also considered a resource. In Damsk and Dayside, you don't need to worry about that. Fresh water is cheap here. The money you save can be used to buy weapons and arm your people. By the way, how much money can you use? 3,000 pounds? 5,000 pounds? Close to 40,000 pounds, Chungu said calmly. This sentence immediately startled Mallory, and he pointed at Chungu for a long time without speaking. It wasn't until the maid brought 2 cups of coffee that Mallory calmed down. "This is really too much. If you don't mind slightly lower food quality, you could feed a small town of 1,000 people for a year. As for weapons, you could get standard gear for 2,000 people, even some extraordinary weapons. Are you planning to invest everything into your territory?" "Of course. I want to build my territory well, at least to be sustainable. I can't keep spending money to buy food for them, you know." "Oh, yes, I understand." Although Mallory was a bit skeptical, he still treated Chungu like a wealthy person. "If you need it, we can arrange some experts to help design plans for you. I know someone who is very reliable. He has worked on designing several colonial cities and has some research in city building. He also has the channels and resources to prepare everything quickly for you." Chungu took a sip of coffee, tasting the slightly sour and bitter flavor. After a moment of silence, he said, "I won't stay long in Daming CK City. I need to settle everything before I leave. Sorry, I'm late." After hearing Chungu's request, Mallory went to arrange things. He said he had a friend who was very skilled and could help. Since he was free now, he offered to assist Chungu. Chungu then drank 3 cups of coffee at the cafe, bought 2 barrels of dry coffee beans, and a hand-crank coffee grinder. Only then did someone rush over in a hurry. It was a white man in his 50s. He looked hurried, not wearing a hat, with a balding head and a large beard covering his face. He wore a small rider's vest, but only had a sleeve on his left arm. His right arm was bare, with the cuff rolled up high. He sat in front of Chungu and waved. "1 coffee, double sugar, double milk, and a bit of honey. Charge it to him." After saying that, he turned to look at Chungu, with a slightly chubby face and a flattering smile. "Are you Mr. Jack?" "I am Certified Public Accountant Jarvis. I've heard from Mallory about your situation, and I want to confirm a few things." Seeing Jarvis's eager attitude, Chungu briefly explained his own situation. Of course, he didn't mention that he had a vast empty land waiting for him to develop. He only shared what he had added himself. "I just acquired a piece of land. The current house can accommodate about 180 people, and I can expand it later. However, the supplies are not so easy to get in. Also, I plan to go to sea in a few days. Before I leave, I want to buy everything I need and move it all to my land. I see. So you're a landowner. Got it, got it. Jarvis immediately understood what was going on. The Empire of the Setting Sun has had people doing this for hundreds of years. They buy an uninhabited island at sea, bring some native workers to build simple houses, and once the island is ready, they apply for the title of Overseas Lord. At the very least, they can become a nobleman. Most importantly, as long as the island remains in your hands, the title can be passed down through generations. Of course, now the rules are stricter. You need to ensure the island has a shipping route and some local specialties. Because of this, not many people do this now. In Daming City, few still pursue such ventures. Thinking of this, Jarvis proudly said, "You're lucky. Others wouldn't know so much. I'll help you. I heard you have nearly 40,000 pounds. 37,000 pounds. It's a check, and all banks in Daming City can exchange it." Chungu took out the check and placed it on the table, not caring that he was sitting on the street in Daming City. Seeing the check, Jarvis swallowed hard and examined it carefully. "Really, don't worry. I'm a professional. Let me help you calculate." He quickly started calculating after placing the check in front of Chungu. At this moment, Chungu finally understood why Jarvis was dressed like that. The hand he used to hold the check was his right arm, rolled up at the sleeve, while his left hand never touched the check. This was to show the customer that he hadn't swapped the check or the money. "You have enough money, so we will follow the best standards." Currently, in Darnitsk, a pound of black bread costs about 8 pence, enough for an average person to eat for a day. You have 160 people. Ignoring everything else, each person needs 5 pounds 6 shillings and 8 pence of black bread daily. Over 30 days, that totals only 160 pounds, and in a year, about 1,920 pounds. If you buy flour and make your own black bread, the cost can be lowered further. If you catch some fish and buy fruits, replacing flour with rye flour, the yearly food cost would be around 1,200 pounds. Jarvis was calculating this, and Chungu listened and nodded along. He never expected the money to be so valuable. At first, he thought about using the nearly 40,000 pounds to buy food. But now, it seems unnecessary to spend so much. Wait, we can't just count with rye flour. Add some salted fish and dried meat to the plan. Also, we need to solve the water source issue. Jarvis clapped his hands and gave a thumbs up. "Expert, I can tell you're an expert. You don't have fresh water on your island, right? I knew it. Don't worry, I have 2 solutions. Rum can be stored for 3 to 5 years without spoiling. A barrel of 200 pounds costs only 1 pound 5 shillings. Everyone can drink freely. A day's supply is no problem. We can start with 400 barrels a year, and for 3 years, 1,200 barrels. With discounts, 1,200 pounds is enough. Pure water is also needed," Chungu added. 1 barrel of clean water costs 10 pence. Water isn't expensive. The main cost is the wooden barrels. "How many do you need?" 2,000 barrels, Chungu said directly. "You're an expert," Jarvis said exaggeratedly. "You can tell right away. Water isn't expensive, but barrels are. On some islands, the land is sandy and not suitable for planting. Just pour water into the barrels and fill them with good soil. That makes a perfect place for growing vegetables. Don't underestimate these 2,000 barrels. If you grow vegetables well, self-sufficiency is easy." Chungu then thought of another issue. "Regarding planting, I have bought a lot of supplies, but they'll run out quickly. My territory doesn't have suitable resources. Can you help me look into this?" "I understand. Tell me about the environment of your territory." Jarvis understood Chungu's idea. After all, without local resources, everything depends on importing supplies from outside. Even if he had a lot of money, it wouldn't be enough. Chungu felt a bit helpless about his city's environment. He pointed to the sky. "Look up, and you can't see the sunlight." Jarvis was speechless. Was he joking about the weather in Damsk? But since Chungu was willing to spend money, he had to find a solution. Jarvis's eyes lit up. "Actually, I have a plan. Wait a moment, I'll check." While speaking, Jarvis opened his bag and quickly searched through it. Found it. "Look at this, raising rabbits. They breed quickly and can survive on grass, no matter where they are. Growing grass is always possible. Also, you can grow mushrooms. Even in dark places, mushrooms can grow. Another method is raising earthworms. They improve soil fertility, can be eaten, and used in medicine. That's not a problem. I'll keep looking." Last year, Someone invented a water recycling system that turns wastewater into clean water. It can't be used for drinking, but it's good for growing vegetables. Then Jarvis looked toward the Tadao River area. That person was thinking of promoting it at nearby factories, but then they disappeared. Jarvis was selecting suitable technologies from his notebook while explaining the details to Chingu. He carefully noted the cost of materials, how many seeds to buy, how many pairs of rabbits, and so on. He went through all the technologies in his notebook, and Chingu still had 27,000 pounds left and used. For a moment, Jarvis looked at Chingu's face and felt a bit awkward. It was the first time since taking on private jobs that he felt embarrassed because he had too much money and couldn't spend it all. Fortunately, Chingu had planned to spend all this money this time. My territory also needs some suitable building materials. I don't plan to interfere with how others live, but I must have a good place for myself. Seeing Chingu speak up, Jarvis quickly said, "You're truly an expert. As long as your residence is luxurious, your chances of getting a noble title will increase. Wait a moment. I have a complete set of building plans. As long as there's a flat piece of land, you can build whatever you want." "What kind of building do you want?" "Castle." Jarvis looked at Chingu with a confused expression, then finally said with some frustration, "That might not be possible. What about a palace?" Chingu asked again. "A palace is also difficult. The main issue is that the materials need to be luxurious, and the palace would take up a large area. Your territory can only hold 180 people, so it probably won't be very big. Designing a palace is quite challenging," Jarvis explained with some difficulty. "Forget it. Now isn't the time for me to enjoy luxuries. I need a blacksmith shop, including all the tools inside, plus 500 iron ingots, and 3,000 pounds each of charcoal and coal. I also need a library with 1,000 books of various kinds. If possible, these books should be for learning to read, recognizing herbs, and materials. I want 2 lumber yards with large circular saws, along with various woodworking tools. I also need some untreated wood. For the kitchen, I need large pots that can serve 180 people at once. They don't have to be huge, just enough to ensure everyone can eat. Do you have a full set of tools for making gunpowder and bullets? If yes, I also need a large amount of gunpowder." Chingu listed his requirements. This time, Jarvis didn't refuse. Instead, he quickly calculated the cost for each request. "Also, clothes and bedding. They don't have to be new. I want items from pawnshops, those that are already used. I don't want to go myself. Help me buy enough for 500 people. And please get a few sets of clothes for me that make me look like a noble." "All right, no problem. We can also help you with noble seals or coats of arms if needed," Jarvis offered. "No, not now. It's not the right time. I'll handle that after I secure the territory." Chingu shook his head. As of now, he still has about 12,000 pounds in funds. "Here, take this to exchange." Chingu pushed a check for 32,000 pounds to Jarvis. "Use the rest to buy guns, spears, swords, armor, various plant seeds, carpets, paintings, and jewelry. Send everything over together. Your fee is included. You can take 800 pounds from it." When Jarvis heard this, he said, "You are really an expert. You probably want to turn your land into a hunting ground, which fits the current style. Once your land is built, invite a few viscounts to hunt there. I believe you'll soon earn a noble title. All right, get to work quickly. I trust you, especially because of Mallory, and I see your professional skills in your actions. Don't make things difficult for me. Once everything is ready, send it all here. By the way, what kind of vehicle do you usually use for transporting goods? Is it a carriage? Yes, but no. When the goods arrive at the dock helps with the handling. They will arrange people with small carts to push the items, and they will carry them onto the ship. Have the dock workers send some small carts to me. Put the carts and everything directly into my warehouse." "Warehouse? Not directly onto the ship?" Jarvis looked confused. Chingu shook his head, not explaining that his warehouse is actually the entrance to his territory. Instead, he said mysteriously, "Don't worry about that. Just send the goods there." Jarvis finally understood. His expression changed, and he gave a thumbs up. "You're an expert. Sir, are you worried that there might be problems with the goods? You want to store them in the warehouse for a while to see if anyone is following you, right? I've seen this kind of thing many times. Usually, I give some advice. It's rare to see someone like Mr. Jack who arranges everything directly. Don't worry, I will make sure the goods are delivered to your warehouse." Seeing Jarvis's expression, Chingu thought to himself, as long as you're happy. After arranging everything, Jarvis hurriedly left. In his words, Chun-gu's order was large and urgent. If he didn't handle it quickly, the price might not be negotiable. After Jarvis left, Chun-gu ordered a cup of coffee and then opened his notebook. This notebook was a blank one Jarvis gave him, recording the types and quantities of supplies he needed to buy. Originally, Jarvis just wanted to write a list on a piece of paper. Who would have thought Chun-gu would buy so many things at once? In the end, Jarvis simply gave Chun-gu a new blank notebook. For a stingy person like Jarvis, this was already a big gesture. Apart from the first few pages filled with notes about supplies, the rest of the notebook was almost blank. Chun-gu casually started drawing and writing in it. While chatting with Jarvis earlier, Chun-gu accidentally learned some useful information. There were two main points. One was that the museum accepts donations from the public, and in return, they give back some antiques and artifacts to the donors. If the donation is large enough, they will even arrange for special staff to prepare a full set of artifacts and stories for you. For example, a set of mummies from North Africa, along with a certificate to prove your support and participation in the archaeological work on the pyramids of North Africa. Among these antiques and artifacts, some are believed to have spiritual significance. To maintain a good reputation, the museum might even include some items with spiritual energy among the artifacts. If Chun-gu had plenty of money, he could get such a set. The other piece of news was about a bar on Charlie Crossroad, behind which is a special marketplace for extraordinary people. Only those with extraordinary abilities can enter. There, you can buy everything related to the supernatural. Of course, it's said that if you're not an extraordinary person, you probably won't find that bar, and even if someone takes you there, it won't help. Standing on Charlie Crossroad, Chun-gu looked at the check for 5,000 pounds in his hand, then glanced up at the bar in front of him. The building of this bar was clearly different in style from the ones on either side. It looked like it hadn't been well maintained for 100 or 200 years. Cobwebs hung outside the display window like curtains, blocking the view inside. The old door was made of many wooden planks nailed together, and the wind made it sway constantly, as if it could fall apart at any moment. Looking at this bar, and then at the shops nearby, Chun-gu knew he hadn't made a mistake. The street was busy with people, but hardly anyone paid attention to this bar. Even Chun-gu, who stopped to observe it, gradually disappeared from the eyes of passers-by. This was the place. He hoped he would find something good here. Chun-gu muttered silently in his mind. When he first heard about these secret tips, he was actually looking for the museum. Someone from the museum just had an incident, and since Chun-gu has no noble title or status, even though he owns property and has money in Damsk, the museum director doesn't want to meet him. Even if Chun-gu waves a check, it's useless. He didn't even get to see the director's face before being asked to leave. Feeling helpless, Chun-gu decides to come to this bar to see if the stories about the extraordinary people's business street are true. He pushes open the wooden door and sees that the bar is very dark. Even though Damsk is usually gloomy, they don't bother to light many candles here. The small room is full of extraordinary people drinking. They wear all kinds of clothes, some in black, red, or white robes, some in heavy night armor, some wrapped in bark and leaves as makeshift cloaks. Some bring dogs, and others have dog heads themselves. When Chun-gu enters, these people don't even look up. Chun-gu is a bit surprised and stands still. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind him. If you want to eat, just find a seat. If you're just passing by, go to the back and don't block the way here. Chun-gu turns around and sees a man about his waist height standing behind him. Looking at this man's build, Chun-gu isn't sure what kind of creature he is. So, are you trying to bully me because you're taller? The man looks angry, almost pressing his face close to Chun-gu, as if daring him to hit. Chun-gu isn't stupid. He immediately realizes there must be some powerful, extraordinary person watching here. If it's just a normal argument, they wouldn't fight. But if a fight breaks out, the one who starts it probably won't have a good ending. I don't take up much space. If you're in a hurry, go around me. The man gets angry too, but he knows he can't attack. He snorts loudly and turns toward a small door near the bar counter. At this moment, someone else speaks to Chun-gu. Isn't that Jack? Why are you here? Chun-gu follows the voice and sees that the tall, thin monster hunter from before is sitting there drinking. All his equipment has been taken away. Now, he looks like a worker who just finished work and is out for a drink. When he saw someone he knew, Chingu also greeted him. It's you. I heard there's a marketplace for extraordinary people here, so I came to look around and see if I can find anything to buy. Your first time here, right? I'll show you around, the tall, thin man said. He put down his glass, stood up, and led Chun-gu toward a side door behind the bar. Behind this door was a wall. This is the place. Next time you come, face away from this trash bin, take 2 steps forward, and push hard. That's all, he explained. While talking, the tall, thin man turned his back to the trash bin at the corner of the wall, took 2 steps forward, and pushed hard. Suddenly, he disappeared. Chun-gu looked around in surprise, then mimicked the tall man. He stood in front of the trash bin, turned his back, took 2 steps forward, and pushed. In the next moment, Chun-gu felt like he had pushed something open. His vision blurred, and suddenly sunlight was shining on his face. This was the first time Chun-gu saw the sun since arriving in Minsk. He happily looked up at the sky, but realized it wasn't the sun, it was a bright flying airship. Looking around, Chun-gu felt a bit surprised. Is this really a marketplace? The dirt path was still overgrown with weeds, and there were a few wooden and earthen houses along the street. Inside these houses, many items were scattered around messily. Most extraordinary people didn't go inside those houses. Instead, they looked at small stalls on the street. Most of these stalls were just pieces of cloth laid on the ground. 4 long-term stalls, some pushed a cart or 2 over, while others simply spread their coats on the ground and placed their items on top, making a stall. No one stopped them. Some small green-skinned people moved back and forth between stalls, seeming to look for something. Chun-gu watched these small figures and noticed that whenever they found something good, they would quickly run to the earthen house at the end of the street to get money. After buying something, they would quickly take it back to that house. It looked like worker bees collecting flowers. But Chun-gu's attention soon shifted away from them. Most of the time, he kept his eyes on the sky, watching the flying airships. For several days without seeing the sun, Chun-gu developed a strong liking for this airship. Most importantly, Chun-gu's own territory was completely dark, but this airship acted like the sun in the sky. This gave Chun-gu an idea. I can do that too. Chun-gu's eyes lit up as he took out a 1 coin and pointed at a small, green-skinned person. Hey, buddy, come over and talk. The small, green-skinned person initially didn't plan to respond, but when he saw the coin in Chun-gu's hand, he quickly ran over. Sir, do you need something? I know this place very well. Just tell me what you want, and I can help. Nothing much. I just want to ask about that big thing in the sky, Chun-gu said as he threw the coin to the small, green-skinned person. You're talking about this? Well, if you ask me about it, I won't be sleepy anymore. That's a mechanical creation by our chief engineer. We call it a miracle, the small, green-skinned person said proudly, as if he had made it himself. Oh, is that thing for sale? In a wooden house by the street, Chun-gu met the chief engineer that the green-skinned person mentioned. He was a small, green-skinned man with dark skin all over. His big eyes and sparse hair made him look quite distinctive. His hands smelled of gunpowder. When Chun-gu entered, he pointed at him. I don't have time to chat. Just tell me what you want. No need for formalities. The flying thing in the sky, the glowing one. Do you sell it? You're talking about the miracle. That's my masterpiece, my step into legend as a chief engineer. It's my hard work. He looked at Chun-gu and said, if you want it, you'll need to pay more. Money isn't a problem. I just want to know how long that airship can stay in the sky, whether it needs energy, and how big the light range is. If the light goes out, how do you fix it? Chun-gu quickly asked his questions. Wait, I can sell you the airship, but I can't sell you the sun pearl. Chun-gu looked at the engineer and blinked. What I want is the glowing thing. Without a light source, what am I supposed to do with an airship? The chief engineer was stunned and said, you really can't take the sun pearl. You know the situation in Daminsk City. If you dare to take this thing out, the queen will find out immediately. This just can't be done. Oh, I see. I thought I could find a reliable light source. Never mind then. Chun-gu replied with some frustration. He knew very well the strength of the Sunset Queen. He also knew that now, not only was he no match for her, but even her guards were stronger than him. When he first arrived, he thought he could bring a light source to his territory. But now, it seemed things were more complicated than he expected. Just as Chun-gu was about to leave, the chief engineer called him back. Hey, don't go yet. I can't give you the sun pearl, but I have other things you might want to see. Chun-gu turned around and smiled. Sorry, but I really need a light source right now. The others probably won't help me. Don't worry, I have a light source. The sun pearl is out, but I have other things for you to look at, the chief engineer said. He quickly grabbed Chingu and said, You've been wanting a light source for a while. I've studied this kind of thing before. Rest assured, I handled all the original light sources here. The ones we replaced are still here. Come, let me show you. He led Chingu into a small wooden house at the back, where Chingu saw piles of various junk. Most of it was mechanical parts, along with some guns and small war machines. Wait a moment, I'll look around, the chief engineer said, starting to search through the mess. Chingu watched as one of the objects, shaped like a human target, swung and nodded at him curiously. He asked, Multidimensional auction service, how can I help you? Multidimensional? Can you connect with many different worlds? Chingu asked, curious. No, my name is Multidimensional, so this is called the Multidimensional Auction House. I have a built-in space, but I found it can't connect to the internet, and the items for auction can't be shipped either. The email system keeps having problems. So, in the end, I just left it here, the chief engineer explained as he rummaged through the trash. Chingu felt a bit speechless. Just then, the chief engineer pushed something out. Found it. It's this. The chief engineer carried a large arm out of the trash heap. This arm, clearly the right arm, was carved from marble and covered with thick bronze. Only half of the forearm and the palm were present. The palm was semi-closed, as if holding something before, but now empty. The chief engineer had made many modifications to the arm. He installed a sturdy base and lots of wires underneath, and added some strange-looking devices near the arm. This is the right hand of the statue of the sun god of roads. It originally held a torch with the sun god's flame inside, representing the power of the sun, but the queen took it away. This right arm isn't very useful, so I took it back, added an energy converter, and my invention, the multidimensional light catcher, which is on his finger. This device can directly capture sunlight and gather it in the palm. Before we got the sun pearl, this was the main light source here. After I became a senior engineer, I made some improvements to ensure the light source stays stable. If you just want a light source, this is the best choice, the chief engineer proudly explained. But he didn't notice that Chingu wasn't listening to his chatter at all. Suddenly, a chime sounded in his ear. Ding! Discovered a wonder. Fragments of the Rhodes Island Sun God statue. You can build a Wonder Sun God statue within your territory and activate special effects based on its completeness. Sun God statue. Wonder building a functional building that can be moved into the city with 4 qualities: projection, imitation, priority, and unique. Its current completeness is 13.7%. Projection. When the Wonder building or design diagram is over 10% complete and 1/3 of the required materials are gathered, it can be activated as a projection of the Wonder building, enabling one special effect. It can be modified, but cannot be upgraded after modification. Imitation. When the Wonder building or design diagram is over 30% complete and half of the required materials are gathered, it can be activated as a replica of the Wonder building, enabling 2 special effects. It can be modified and upgraded after modification. After reading the information about the sun god Colossus from Rhodes Island, Chingu felt a chill in his heart. This is a wonder. He has found a treasure. A smile appeared on Chingu's face as he asked, Are there more? But as soon as he asked, Chingu's heart sank. He suddenly realized that he might have just revealed to the chief engineer, Multidimensional, how much he wanted this thing. At this moment, Multidimensional suddenly screamed. His voice was sharp and high-pitched, sounding like someone had stolen his stuff. You're joking, right? You don't know how big this statue is, do you? Even the queen only managed to bring back part of it. If I hadn't had a good hand, I couldn't have gotten even this much. Take it or leave it. I want it, but this amount is too small. Help me find a way to get more. Chingu quickly changed his plan after realizing he had spoken out loud. Just this little bit won't be enough. Having these materials is already good enough. Most of the materials are in the Tetarala River. The queen relies on this to expand her army of spirits, adding a group of archers, spear throwers, chariot units, and priests. If you can defeat these spirits, you can get what you need from the river. Seeing Duo Wei roll his eyes, Chungwa chuckled inwardly. Going into the Tetarala River to find fragments of the sun god statue? You really think I haven't seen the power of the undead army in the river? But with this opportunity, Chen Guo can also change his expression naturally. If there's nothing, then forget it. Just name your price. A little is always better than nothing. Chen Guo looked relaxed, as if these items weren't much. He casually suggested a price, saying he would buy if it was acceptable, and if not, he'd pass. He hid his eagerness to get the statue fragments behind this calm attitude. Although Duo Wei noticed Chen Guo's previous expression, he hesitated now. Because Chen Guo's attitude was clear, the more fragments he could get, the more willing he was to buy. If Chen Guo didn't want to buy, he would just throw the fragments away as trash. Plus, Chen Guo had pushed the bargaining ball back to him, holding all the power. This made Duo Wei quite frustrated. All right, time is money. I don't have time to talk much. 3,000, not 3,500 pounds. Take it or leave it. Okay, but you need to deliver it. I can't move such a large item alone. Chen Guo estimated and realized this price probably couldn't be lowered further. 3,500 pounds is roughly what he'd consider as a rare material. The extra parts on it aren't included in this price. If he tried to lower the price further, the deal might fall through. And Chen Guo really needed this wonder. Missing this chance, he might have to go into the Tetarala River himself to fish it out. Chen Guo didn't have time to haggle. Accepting within his acceptable range was the best choice. Hearing this, Duo Wei finally smiled. All right, transportation is also part of our service. Where should I deliver it, my friend? There's a warehouse at the dock. When can you deliver it? Chen Guo provided his warehouse address. 1 hour, at most just 1 hour, Duo Wei said proudly. Chen Guo was a bit curious. It's quite far from the dock here. It took me a long time to get here by carriage. That's because you don't have your own passage. Don't worry, we have our own exclusive route. La Huan, where did you go? Come here and pack this up. Duo Wei quickly called out, but his gaze still stayed on Chen Guo. Chen Guo took out a check and handed it to Duo Wei. Duo Wei's eyes lit up. 5,000 pounds. My friend, is there anything else you'd like to buy? I have many good machines here. Look at this, an automatic sweeping broom. Or take a look at this sword. It's a long sword that only appears when you have enough courage to face your enemies. Duo Wei eagerly introduced some of his inventions. It's worth noting that these small, green-skinned creatures, aside from their appearance not resembling goblins, are very much like goblins from a fantasy game. Their inventions, aside from having creative ideas, are full of problems. Chen Guo wasn't foolish. He definitely wouldn't spend so much money here. Finally, he shook his head and said, forget it. I plan to buy some other things. All right, then I'll ask for 1,500 pounds. We don't have cash anymore, but how about magic gold coins? 1 magic gold coin equals 3 pounds in cash. That's the current rate. What kind of magic gold coins? Chen Guo asked curiously. Duo Wei took out a coin and threw it into Chen Guo's hand. This is it. We invented it. You can inject magic into it, and it will never wear out. It can also store magic. We plan to call it Garen, Gold Garen. Chen Guo took the coin and looked it over. It wasn't pure gold. It felt heavier than gold in his hand. The coin also had a faint magical aura inside. Although Chen Guo didn't know magic, his perception was extraordinary. He could clearly sense that the magic inside was enough for a small spell. While touching the skull pattern on the coin and mocking their taste in his mind, he asked doubtfully, does the magic in this coin have the same value whether it's used up or not? Of course, this is the right price. Don't worry, the magic inside can be released. Just set it aside, and it will recover in a day. Carrying these gold coins is like carrying a magic potion to restore your magic. Although they are smaller, there are many of them. Plus, you don't need to find ways to recharge your magic. Why not take advantage of such a good thing? As Duo Wei kept talking, Chen Guo became more suspicious. If the magic coins were really so powerful, everyone would be using this kind of magic currency. He decisively said, can I exchange 100 of these magic coins for cash? All right, my friend. Just 100 coins, then. Duo Wei didn't say much more. If he could recommend a sale, he would. Soon, he handed over a stack of 100 magic coins in cash to Chen Guo. Chen Guo flipped through the bills and counted them carefully. But when he picked up the 100 coins, Chen Guo suddenly felt something was off about them. A few coins didn't seem right. When there were only 1 or 2 coins, the magic wasn't noticeable. But with so many coins stacked together, the magic on the coins collided and created a chaotic source of magic. This chaotic magic seemed to want to change something. Guo also felt nervous about the magic coins. He reached up and tapped his glasses, and a white talisman disappeared from his fingertips. Magic coins. Coins made by fairies using gold and some materials. They can automatically absorb and store magic. They can be used in battle, but the magic is impure. Excessive use can affect the user's magic effectiveness, and they are also called false magic. Guo frowned. There didn't seem to be a problem with the coins. Could it be that the strange feeling just now was caused by the influence of dark fate? He wondered if he should find Miss Aina, one of the 3 major gang leaders in Daminsk, to ask about dark fate. As for what he saw here, Guo didn't want to tell Duo everything. He lifted the magic coin pouch and took another look at the green package being packed. Well, they are fairies. Without looking back, they left. As for whether they will deliver the goods, Guo is not worried at all. Over the past few days, Guo has noticed an almost imperceptible contract force hovering over the skies of Daminsk. If you say nothing and just start the operation, there's no problem. But if you have a contract, even a verbal agreement, any party that breaks it will face punishment immediately. The cost of breaking the contract in Daminsk is very high. Guo has experienced this firsthand at 3 apartment buildings. If his body hadn't been bound by a contract with the apartments, he might not have been thrown into the trash heap, but into the Tadala River. Now that Guo is paid, he's not worried that Manhwa won't deliver the items. After leaving, Guo plans to look around at nearby stalls. Suddenly, he feels someone is touching his city. Guo finds a place to sit, closes his eyes, and his mind returns to his city. Once inside, Guo immediately sees a group of workers on Misty Street, busy moving large amounts of supplies onto the street. Of course, in the eyes of these workers, they are just transporting goods to the warehouse. They do this every day and are very skilled at it. Guo stands by Misty Street, watching them move items that are all oats and rye. It seems Jarvis is quite quick. They've already finished some of the work. Guo senses that they are almost filling the warehouse. Now, these workers are discussing what to do next, as there are many carriages waiting outside the warehouse. Listening to their conversation, Guo can't help but smile. Fortunately, when Guo previously asked Jarvis to transport the goods, he told them to fill the warehouse completely, then close the big door and reopen it after a while. In a normal world, no one would dare arrange things like that. They would be scolded immediately. But since this is an extraordinary world, it's different. Even in the Tadala River, a horde of undead plagues can be stored, so some small tricks in a corner don't attract much attention. These workers at the dock have seen everything. They say they don't know what to do, but once the warehouse is full, they immediately close the door. When they opened the door, they found that everything in the warehouse had disappeared. This was because the warehouse had replaced part of the Misty Street section with an empty stretch of road. The movers started working again, and Guo also began handling the supplies piled on Misty Street. Currently, Guo was in a spiritual form, so it was not easy for him to come over and help move things. But Guo had a way. He simply moved the ground within his territory, and the supplies were transferred out of Misty Street, all stacked about 50 meters away. Once he had more subordinates, they would come to transport these supplies. For now, they were still stored here. Since Guo's territory was free of wind and rain, the supplies wouldn't be affected by the weather. They didn't even need to cover them. After dealing with all this, Guo looked at the speed of the movers, estimated how quickly the warehouse was filling up, then opened his eyes. It seemed that in the next few days, he would need to focus most of his attention on transporting these supplies. This place wasn't very safe, so he thought about finding a good hotel near the port to stay in, waiting for the Kukrops to set sail, while moving the supplies into his territory. That would be better than occasionally closing his eyes outside and entering his territory unprotected. He looked around, but didn't pay much attention to the items at the nearby stalls. Carrying a bag of gold coins, he left this extraordinary merchant street. As Guo left, a few people also withdrew their gazes. They seemed to walk away casually into the overgrown weeds. Did you see that? Yeah, a very bold guy. He didn't set up any protection and just carried devil coins with him. Looks like he's going to have bad luck. So, do you want to do something? Of course. That's a bag of devil coins, at least 100, maybe 200. I think it's probably 200. No matter how many, did you notice? That guy seems very confident about the safety here, sitting on the ground meditating. He probably doesn't know about the darkness of Damsk. How about it, Spider? Have you set the trap on him? Yes, I have. As long as he's still in Damsk, I can find him. All right, it's settled then. Tonight, we'll launch a surprise attack. He's just an ordinary extraordinary, not worth much. There are so many bodies thrown into the Tidala River every day. One more or less doesn't matter. Got it. Let's make the contract. Let's do it. After they finished discussing, they acted as if nothing had happened, walking out from the nearby weeds. The passing extraordinary people around didn't seem to notice their actions. Right now, there are no strict rules here. If they find something good but can't easily agree on a price, or if they have something that isn't convenient to show openly, the extraordinary people often go into the bushes to trade privately. Such secret exchanges happen from time to time. This time, there were more people, but it happens every day, and no one pays much attention to them. Soon, these people blended into the crowd and left through different passages. Chungu quickly opened his eyes and pushed open the carriage window to look outside. After calling for the carriage, Chungu asked to go to the seaside port and find a good hotel to stay in for the last few days. Looking out the window now, Chungu saw the carriage heading toward the sea. However, for some reason, he always felt like someone was watching him. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Chungu stuck his head out of the carriage and looked around, but he didn't see anything unusual. There were no other carriages following behind, no strange birds constantly watching from the sky, and no pedestrians on the roadside looking at his carriage. This made Chungu very confused. When he was first targeted by a demon envoy, he also had this feeling. But back then, he still had a brand on his hand, and he knew exactly who was watching him. Now, he had no such advantage. He could only judge for himself. He thought for a moment, then reached out and stuck a white paper talisman on his wisdom eye. At the same time, his gaze quickly swept around. Starting with the pedestrians nearby, he gradually looked over everything on the carriage, analyzing who might be watching him from behind. Suddenly, Chungu had a thought. He didn't stop his actions, but kept looking around as before. However, he already knew where the enemy was. Just now, using a reflection from a nearby surface, he noticed a man lying on the roof of the carriage. To normalize, this man was invisible and couldn't be seen at all. Chungu relied on his wisdom eye and sensing abilities to detect him. This man was tall and thin. To move quietly, he wore tight-fitting clothes. Chungu also noticed that on his back, there were joint-like appendages similar to spider legs. He looked around again, pretending not to notice anything, then retracted his head. But the moment he returned inside the carriage, a crossfire appeared in his hand. Chungu aimed his gun at the roof of the carriage and fired. Double attack. The man lying on the roof of the carriage never expected Chungu to attack as soon as he got back. There was a loud bang. The roof of the carriage was blown open, and the hidden man was instantly blown into the air. He crashed to the ground, rolled twice, and was dead beyond doubt. Drive your car. This money is for you. The coachman heard the voice behind him and was about to say something. Chungu quickly threw a stack of money onto the coachman's body. Feeling the weight of the money, the coachman was about to get angry but suddenly changed his expression. He smiled and said, "Sir, please sit tight. I will make sure to take you safely." Chungu didn't pay much attention to this. At this moment, he was quickly loading bullets into a gun while scanning his surroundings. He even took a moment to check what he gained from the previous shot. Killed an alien spider human, supernatural level 2, received 1 white treasure chest. After loading the bullets into his crossfire gun, Chungu stood up. He didn't have time to check what was inside the treasure chest. Even after killing the alien spider human, the feeling of being watched didn't go away. In fact, it became more obvious. Chungu could sense a killing intent aimed at him. At this point, Chungu didn't care much. He didn't worry about causing chaos. In his mind, anyone who came to trouble him would be dealt with. Suddenly, the carriage shook. Chungu turned to look ahead. He saw all the manhole covers on the street suddenly explode open, and a large amount of sewage burst out from the drains. "Rush through," Chungu shouted loudly. The coachman knew he couldn't stop now. He whipped the horse, making it speed up again. Just then, an explosion sounded from the sewer. Chungu saw a huge lizard, about 2 meters tall, jump out of the drain. The lizard was wearing tattered clothes. When it jumped, its limbs changed. Its front limbs looked like human hands. It leapt into the air and charged straight at Chungu. Shingu was about to draw his gun to attack when he noticed the lizard's scales were thick and its muscles tensed, showing it was prepared for him. At this moment, Shingu lowered his crossfire gun and raised his morning wind sword, aiming a strike at where the lizard was falling. The lizard didn't expect Shingu to make such a move. It grinned and laughed loudly, just about to land on the carriage. At this moment, Shingu suddenly shouted, "Flash!" A blinding white light burst from the morning wind sword. The lizard, staring with wide eyes, was immediately affected by this flash. Under the bright light, he instinctively raised his hand to cover his eyes. If it had been normal times, this action might not have mattered much, but he was mid-air. Moving his hand affected where he would land. After Shingu released the flash, he forcefully pulled open the carriage door, which happened to block the falling lizard's path. There was a cracking sound as Shingu's footstep caused the ground to split, but the lizard didn't land on the carriage. Instead, Shingu pushed it away with force, knocking it outside the carriage. When the lizard hit the ground, Shingu reached out and grabbed its tail, dragging it along the ground. The lizard tried to get up, but Shingu wouldn't give it a chance. He swung hard, tossing the lizard toward the nearby carriage. The carriage wasn't very fast, but it swept the lizard underneath and dragged it about 20 or 30 meters in another direction. Unlike the mutant spider that Shingu had previously defeated with a gun, this lizard clearly had stronger life force. After being dragged over 30 meters and leaving a trail of blood, it still flipped the carriage over and crawled out from underneath. The lizard looked around and saw that the carriage Shingu was sitting in had disappeared. Angry, the lizard roared loudly, ready to attack some people to vent its anger. Suddenly, several black-clad gang members rushed out nearby. They approached the lizard with weapons and fought it. Meanwhile, Shingu, sitting in the carriage, quickly moved away and noticed that police, gang members, and even plainclothes officers and soldiers were approaching. They react quickly, Shingu said quietly as he watched the people rushing out from nearby. The house was burned just yesterday. Now everyone in the city is on edge. Anyone who causes trouble now is just asking for death, the carriage driver said. Seeing how the driver carefully kept the stack of money he had earlier, Shingu understood his plan. All right, you know I'm just a victim too, right? Shingu said, handing the driver some more money. Exactly. That lizard in that spider, Shingu reminded him. Yes, that spider-like creature fought on my carriage. Luckily, the gentleman was a bit strong, or we would have all been killed. That's right. Hearing the coachman say this, Shingu nodded confidently, as if the recent events had really happened that way. After they discussed, Shingu felt a little relieved. He put away his crossbow and tightly held Shengfeng's hand. Soon, the carriage was stopped by people. Several police officers and gang members surrounded it from all sides. They were so tense because a big incident had just happened on the street. The top of the carriage was lifted, showing it was attacked. This meant the carriage was the main target. What if something else happened? Fortunately, Shingu and the coachman had already given their statements. The coachman got out of the carriage, explained briefly, and told what had just happened. When the police and gang members heard this, they looked at Shingu with a bit of pity. Such unlucky people are rare. All right, be careful. Last night's fire burned out some hidden troublemakers in the dark. These days, it's not safe anywhere. Don't go outside unless necessary. One police officer checked Shingu and decided he could leave. But just then, Shingu sensed danger again. Boom. A huge black bear rushed out of a nearby alley. Behind the bear, two strange creatures with rat heads followed. Damn, what is this? Fire. Fire now. The police officers quickly drew their guns and fired at the bear. But they only had small guns, and these were hastily prepared after last night's fire. They weren't accurate. Only 3 bullets hit the bear, but its thick skin blocked them all. Shingu also saw that the bear and the rat men were targeting him. They had the same goal as the spider and lizard earlier. He didn't understand why he had offended such a group, but giving up was never Shingu's choice. This isn't over, huh? While saying this, Shingu grabbed Shengfeng and rushed out. At the same time, the gang members also drew their weapons and charged forward. They don't carry guns like police officers, but today they received orders from their boss to attack any strange creatures on the street, even if it means risking their lives. If they don't follow orders, after the queen cleans up these creatures, they will be punished for disobedience. So, even knowing the danger, these gang members bravely rush forward. Chen Guo was the fastest. He ran in front of the black bear and stabbed at its throat with a short sword. The black bear ignored the attack. Its defense was so strong that even bullets couldn't hurt it. But the black bear didn't realize that Chen Guo's attack was just a distraction. The real killer was in his left hand. While the black bear was distracted, Chen Guo stabbed a dagger into its body. The injured black bear roared loudly. Die! Is this creature even human? Chen Guo was a bit surprised, but didn't hesitate. He quickly moved away from the black bear's attack range. At that moment, a gang member behind him failed to dodge and was hit by the black bear's palm, flying through the air and hitting the ground hard, dead beyond hope. Chen Guo didn't look at the black bear. Instead, he stabbed the short sword into the head of a rat human. He said, "Don't fight the bear head-on. If you can't beat it, just hold it back." While speaking, a smarter gang member ran behind the black bear. He held a small axe, wore a tiny hat, and had a neat little mustache, but his eyes shone with a cruel light. While Chen Guo was talking, this gang member secretly sneaked behind the black bear, attracting its attention with his companion, then swung his axe at the bear's neck. The black bear roared loudly. It tried to turn and attack the little man, but he didn't expect that the gang member's move was seen by others. Could it be done like this? The gang members quickly grabbed weapons and attacked the black bear from behind. Every time the black bear was hit, it turned around to chase the new attackers. After 2 or 3 hits, the black bear finally sensed something was wrong. If this continues, he won't be able to kill any enemies and might end up being dragged to death instead. And why is he fighting these cannon fodders? Isn't his goal to defeat Chen Guo? What is Chen Guo doing now? Black Bear looked around and saw that Chen Guo had already defeated another rat-headed man, who was now charging at him with a double-barreled gun. Black Bear's eyes widened. He slapped the ground with both hands and jumped up, rushing toward Chen Guo. Chen Guo also felt a bit annoyed. Why do these guys all like to jump up and attack? They're not tigers. But he still aimed his crossfire at the spot where Black Bear was falling and fired. Double attack. Just as Chen Guo fired, he heard a crashing sound behind him. He dodged Black Bear's attack and turned to look in the direction of the noise. He saw a lizard, which had been thrown under the carriage, had somehow run over here. The lizard knocked over the carriage Chen Guo had just been riding and grabbed a large bag of magic coins from the carriage, then ran off without looking back. My money. Seeing that even Black Bear was no longer in his way, Chen Guo quickly chased after the lizard. At the same time, he pulled out the Queen 17-style long rifle and aimed 5 shots at the fleeing lizard. He chose the Queen 17 style instead of his usual crossfire because the lizard was running a bit far. The Queen 17 style has 5 bullets, making it more forgiving to use, and it also has rifling inside, which improves accuracy and range. After firing 5 shots, the fleeing lizard staggered. Chen Guo thought he hit 3 shots, 1 in the back, 1 on the left arm, and 1 on the right leg. But just as Chen Guo wanted to chase further, the lizard leapt into the sea from a nearby port dock and disappeared in an instant. He angrily shook his gun and then turned to look at Black Bear, who was chasing after him. At this moment, Chen Guo was truly angry. This was completely an unprovoked disaster. He charged at Black Bear, and before Black Bear could strike him, Chen Guo's morning wine sword suddenly lit up. Flash! Black Bear immediately raised both claws to block his eyes. At this moment, Chen Guo quickly turned his wrist, and Morning Wind transformed into a stabbing weapon, piercing into the Black Bear's mouth and into its brain. The Black Bear roared loudly in response. However, it was already badly injured, and this strike hit a vital spot, taking away its last breath. After letting out this final roar, the Black Bear reached out and patted the ground twice before collapsing heavily. Chen Guo reached out and pulled out the flowing bird and morning light weapons embedded in the Black Bear. He then glanced at the gang members who wanted to come closer but dared not. How should we handle this? While speaking, the Black Bear slowly turned back into a human form. It was a tall, round, almost square-shaped middle-aged man with a big brown beard. He wore a coat made of many pieces of animal fur stitched together, which looked very uncomfortable. "Leave this to us." A police officer came over from behind. He first looked at Chen Guo, seeming to wonder where Chen Guo had hidden his gun, but he didn't say much. Many people on the street carried guns today, and things would get better in a couple of days. However, we can't recover the money that was stolen from you. Incidents like this happen many times today. You should find a safer place to stay, somewhere less likely to catch fire. If possible, it's best to leave the city. There might be another big fire tonight. Chingu was stunned for a moment, then understood. The big fire last night must have caused some chaos, and some people even started and joined the free shopping event. During the day, the authorities in Damings Deshang were strict, so those people didn't dare to act recklessly. But at night, the situation was different. As long as the queen didn't plan to let the undead enter the city, no one would know what was happening in the corners of the city. So, the safety of Damings Deshang at night wasn't very high. But leaving the city now? Chingu thought about it and decided to forget it. He would find a good hotel to stay in for now. After a few days, he could leave Damings Deshang without worries. While thinking, Chingu looked at the carriage he had just arrived in. The police officer immediately understood Chingu's idea. This carriage is no longer usable. Call another one. Trust me, it's better to go somewhere safe and hide for a while. The city isn't safe these days. The police officer only paid attention to Chingu because he looked like a wealthy person and exchanged a few words with him. If he had been an ordinary resident without money, the officer wouldn't have bothered. Understanding this, Chingu thanked the officer and then waved to call a carriage. Take me to the best hotel at the dock. I want a hotel that can protect guests from attacks. Today, the carriage was hired for such tasks. The driver heard this and said, "Don't worry, I know where to go." Then, the carriage quickly headed toward the dock. Chingu leaned back in his seat and opened the white treasure chest he had just received. Blank paper 4, white basic resource from the endless world. Spider liquid, white liquid used by spiders to weave webs. When exposed to air, it turns into silk. The amount here can make silk up to 30 miles long. Spider hair, white an enhancement item that can strengthen weapons or tools, such as perception devices, increasing their effectiveness by 5%. Spider fangs, white an enhancement item that can strengthen weapons, adding poison damage. If the weapon already has poison, it boosts its power and effects. Looking at these items, Chingu's eyes lit up. 2 enhancement items appeared this time, which was a good opportunity. Thinking of this, Chingu quickly took out the flowing song dagger and the wisdom eye. Spider hair can enhance perception tools, so it's perfect for the wisdom eye. He thought for a moment, then pressed a hair like a silver needle onto the wisdom eye. In the next moment, the wisdom eye flashed with white light. The glasses changed slightly. The original silk thread edges became gold thread with silver inlay. Wisdom eye 2, green, glasses, attribute, perception 5, special 1. When activated, it can view item or character attributes for 30 minutes. Each activation consumes 1 white paper. Special 2. Can detect low-level stealth or invisibility enemies, hidden doors, or mechanisms. Note, it's no longer just seeing, it's perception. Spider fangs can be used to strengthen weapons, but they are not suitable for ranged weapons. The only options are the flowing song dagger and the Dawnlight Civilization staff. The Dawnlight staff has already been given a clear direction. The power of light is the best way to strengthen it. Therefore, the spider venom fong can only be used on the willow dagger. Unlike spider hair, the spider venom fong is larger, with a white base and a hint of green. Chingu casually pressed it onto the willow dagger, and the blade suddenly shimmered with a green glow. Willow dagger 1, green, dagger, attack, 88 to 120, equipment requirements, agility 8, constitution 9, special 1. Bleeding, wounds cut by this dagger have a 30% chance to cause the enemy to bleed continuously. Special 2. Night Walker. Using this dagger at night makes it harder for others to notice you. Special 3. Spider Venom. Can poison enemies, causing 7 to 10 points of toxin damage per second. Note, the more beautiful the willow, the more poisonous it is, after enhancing the eyes of wisdom. And the willow dagger, Chingu put his glasses back on. Then he closed his eyes and realized he could hear footsteps outside the carriage, even judging the person's height and weight from the sound. This feeling surprised Chingu. Could this be the benefit of strong perception? Of course, Chingu didn't close his eyes just to feel his enhanced senses. He returned once again to his territory. At this moment, the pace of transporting supplies at the dock warehouse had slowed down. It wasn't because the dock workers were tired or short-handed, but because Jarvis was still searching for sources of goods. Chingu now had time to count the supplies that had already been delivered. After checking each item, he would mark it on the list so he knew what supplies were still missing. At the same time, Chungu looked around, considering whether to build some structures first. Suddenly, chaos broke out at Misty Street. All the previous workers had retreated, and some small creatures resembling fairies were pushing fragments of the Lord of the Sun statue's arm into the warehouse with tiny carts. Seeing this, as the items were transported into Misty Street through the warehouse, a faint smile appeared on Chungu's face. It seems I need to find a time to visit Jarvis and ask if he can get marble and bronze somewhere. At least, Chungu needs to build a spectacular projection. But just as Chungu moved the sun god statue's arm out of Mist Street, an unexpected change happened. The arm of the sun god statue suddenly melted away, like mud, blending into the ground before him, leaving only the engineering parts attached to the arm. This surprised Chungu. He knew that his territory originally had no clear division between sky and ground. He was used to thinking of it that way, which is why he had a solid ground beneath him. That's also why Chungu can freely control the shape of the ground and move supplies by shifting the terrain. Now, what is going on? Can't this spectacle be brought into his territory? In the next moment, Chungu received a message that stunned him. Ding! Residual fragments of the spectacle detected. They can be affected by the power of dark fate and transformed into a spectacle projection. However, the attributes will change after transformation. Do you want to proceed? Seeing this message, Chungu was not surprised that such an operation was possible. Instead, he wondered about the level of his hidden dark fate. The spectacle's attributes can be changed, and materials might not even be needed to build it directly. Although he was curious, Chungu didn't hesitate. His territory only had one street, 3 apartments, and a bunch of recently delivered supplies, nothing else. Now, with such a good opportunity, Chungu wouldn't care about whether the attributes would change. Transform. At his command, the ground in his space began to shake rapidly. A huge black city wall, 30 meters high and 10 meters wide, rose from underground. It was made of black stone, with a layer of black metal cast on the outside. The thick wall was decorated with patterns resembling pea vines. The rising wall instantly divided Chungu's nearly endless territory into 2 parts. Buildings within his territory were quickly moved away. The 3 apartments were thrown to the north side of the wall, at least 1,000 meters away from it. The foggy street connecting Chungu to the outside world is located south of the city wall, near the eastern side, forming a right angle with the wall and almost touching it. This divides Chungu's territory into inner and outer city areas. Chungu understands this, but it's clearly not the giant statue of the sun god. While Chungu was still confused, the newly appeared city wall suddenly cracked open in the middle. In the center of the wall, a wide passage about 60 meters across appeared. This passage looks like a gate, but it has no roof and no road connected to it. Then, a huge statue, 47 meters tall, appeared above this passage. The statue is the sun god. It is completely black, dressed in ancient Greek-style clothes, wearing a laurel wreath on its head. Its left hand holds a torch, and its right hand carries a long bow. On its back, it has a quiver filled with long arrows. Its legs are apart, standing on the city walls on both sides of the passage. Looking closely, you can see that the entire statue is made of black metal. The torch in its left hand looks like a lighthouse light, slowly rotating. Within a 30-kilometer radius, the light from the torch covers the whole area. The side illuminated by the light is as bright as daytime, while the shadowed side is as dark as night. But Chungu's attention was not on this. He noticed that in the areas where the light couldn't reach, it seemed even darker. It was as if darkness had merged into his territory. The darkness outside confirmed Chungu's suspicion. He was sure he had another special ability, possibly related to some kind of dark fate. But he couldn't yet confirm where this ability came from, what level it was, or how to use it. It looks like I need to do more experiments. When the Black Sun God statue was completed, information about it quickly appeared in front of Chungu. This was something that hadn't happened before when he placed the foggy street and the apartment building. Dark Colossus, Wonder Projection, Feature 1, Day and Night. Within a 30-kilometer diameter, it simulates day and night every 12 hours. Feature 2, Fate. Anyone who reaches the foot of the statue can voluntarily choose to change their fate and undergo extraordinary transformation. Feature 3, devouring. It can swallow other similar wonders to strengthen their level. Note: while this is not the only wonder, it is no longer the sun god Colossus. It now belongs to you. Standing beneath this dark giant, Chungu fell into deep thought. Since wonders can be changed, it seems he needs to improve his judgment about the dark fate. At this moment, Chungu noticed 4 different symbols on the wall of the city wall where the dark giant's foot stepped. These symbols are also black like the dark giant, but they are not P-vine patterns. Instead, they are sun patterns. Chungu looked at each of these 4 symbols and muttered, "Dark archer, black spear, black chariot, dark priest. Are these special professions? Do they belong to the city's exclusive troops?" In the end, Chungu couldn't figure out how to use these 4 symbols like emblems. He now had a city with a rising wall, but no population. On this lonely land, he was the only one present. He couldn't test whether these were professions or military units, so he had to stop thinking about it and focus on other buildings in the city. Although he brought in many supplies, without enough people to handle them, the apartment buildings remained empty as before. However, outside the Dark Giant, there were some changes on Misty Street. A 10-meter-wide gate appeared at the wall section connecting to Misty Street. This gate is styled like ancient European city gates, with a drawbridge, a rolling iron gate, and a double-layered protective door on each side. Once this gate is closed, even if someone enters Chungu's territory through Misty Street, they cannot get into the city. It seems this rising wall added an extra layer of protection to Chungu's city. Other than that, nothing else seemed different. Chungu also moved into the darkness away from the lights. He found that once he entered the darkness, he felt like a fish in water, completely comfortable. At the same time, he didn't see anything unusual in the darkness. The land was still empty, and the soil on the ground showed no signs of life. Just as Chungu was about to study this situation further, he suddenly sensed that something was wrong outside. Chungu wanted to open his eyes to look around, but he realized he could faintly see outside from his own territory. This surprised Chungu, and he quickly stood up. Someone had invaded his territory. When he stood up, Chungu found himself still on the carriage, which had stopped in front of a hotel. The figure he saw earlier in his territory was a waiter coming to greet him. These waiters wore green vests, with fancy yellow hats on their heads, and had sharp-looking weapons hanging at their waists. As they approached, they first circled the carriage, then helped open the door to invite Chungu to get out. But just as they opened the door, Chungu suddenly stood up from his seat. This startled them, and they quickly stepped back, hands on their weapons. Fortunately, someone reacted quickly. "Don't panic." This gentleman was also frightened. "Please trust our hotel. We have a very strong security system. Last night, after a fire, we hired 30 of the best mercenaries to guard the hotel. Rest assured, no matter what happens in the city, our safety is guaranteed." Chungu finally relaxed. It turned out that no one had invaded his territory. His perception had simply been enhanced. Even while inside his territory, he could sense some outside situations. The appearance of these people just now made Chungu feel danger, so a projection appeared in his territory immediately. Seeing that Chungu was no longer so tense, the man who was speaking added, "Welcome. As long as you stay in our hotel, your safety will be assured. But we no longer have suites available. You see, I just need a regular room. I'll stay for 3 days. I usually don't go out, just eat at the hotel. Do you know the Kukrapos?" "Yes, we handle the port traffic." "How could we not know about the maiden voyage of the Kukrapos? I bought a ticket for the Kukrapos first-class cabin. I'll need your help to send me there when the time comes." When Chungu mentioned he was a first-class passenger on the Kukrapos, everyone's eyes lit up. As they said, they are in the business of guiding tourists at the dock. They know who usually occupies the first-class cabins on the Kukrop ship and also know the times when people board those cabins. The leader quickly said, "Don't worry, we will take care of everything." At this moment, Chungu spoke again. "By the way, please help me send a message to the copyist Mallory at the big library, telling him that if Jarvis needs to find me, he can come here." In this era, there are no phones or similar ways to communicate. To contact someone, you simply give the address and ask someone to deliver the message. Chungu can only use this method to reach Jarvis. Fortunately, the hotel is quite good, and they can send someone to notify him, so Chungu doesn't have to go out again. Chungu already feels a bit of a headache. Every time he comes to the city, he encounters all kinds of problems. He doesn't know if his fate is truly affected by something. Now, he decides not to go into the city anymore and just stay here, believing that no one can influence him now. With this thought, Chungu entered the hotel. The hotel is made of wood and stone. As soon as he entered, a dedicated staff member led him inside and introduced the hotel. As the previous person said, there are not many rooms left in the hotel. Many merchants at the dock checked in immediately and took the largest suites. Then I'll take a single room, Chungu said directly after hearing the staff. No problem. We still have a few good single rooms on the third floor, all with balconies and bathrooms, even with bathtubs, so you can enjoy a comfortable bath. The staff winked at Chungu as they spoke. Their meaning was very clear. Everyone who understood could understand. Chungu rubbed his waist and said, "Forget it. I haven't slept well these days, always thinking about the warehouse. Let's leave it at that for now." "Oh, understood, sir. We understand. Also, our restaurant is on the second floor. You can order food to your room, and someone will take care of it." The waiter spoke as he led Chungu to the third floor. Chungu noticed that the hotel was quite large. From the corridor on the third floor, there were at least 30 doors visible. Because of this, the corridor was somewhat dark. Without a light, it was hard to see where to step. Suddenly, Chungu sensed something flicker at the end of the corridor. Just as he was about to look closer, the waiter opened a door. "Sir, this is the room. Is there anything else you need?" At night, Chungu woke up again. He sat up feeling a strong sense of unease. He quickly flipped his hand, holding crossfire and chin foam, ready for action. He also checked what was causing his unease. Outside the corridor, it was very dark because it was late at night. Chungu didn't hear any strange footsteps. After thinking for a moment, he understood what was happening. He closed his eyes and quickly entered his territory. Sure enough, there was a problem at Misty Street. Since it was night, the supply transport had stopped. All the supplies that were on Misty Street had been moved to a nearby open space. Misty Street returned to its usual empty state, with only mysterious fog shadows wandering around. At this moment, a few ordinary-looking men sneaked in quietly. They held strange weapons and looked around carefully. Seeing their actions, Chungu realized these were spies who had sneaked in last night. Today, Chungu's warehouse had been busy, so they didn't have a chance to check it out. Now that all the workers had left, these men naturally slipped inside. Chungu glanced at them, ready to have the misty fog shadows deal with them. But when he turned around, he noticed one of them had senses beyond normal. When he looked over, that spy seemed to sense Chungu's gaze and looked in his direction. It's important to note that Chungu was currently a spirit within his territory. Plus, Misty Street was affected by fog, so ordinary people couldn't see what was outside. This spy was a professional. Chungu quickly made a judgment. He must not stay in the foggy street, at least not with his subordinates. After thinking for a moment, Chungu waved his hand, and the spies were separated. Chungu focused all his attention on the professional spy. He noticed that after being separated, this spy moved much more actively. He carried small but multifunctional items. For example, the civilization staff and hat in his hand looked like common styles in Nyaster, but when no one was watching, the spy would flip his hand and turn the staff into a gun. His hat could also transform into a small shield to block in front of him. When he realized he was alone, he headed toward the position Chungu had sensed earlier. However, in the foggy street, no matter which direction he took, he was always about 100 meters away. If he changed direction, the distance would reset. Only those recognized by Chungu could be guided by the streetlights, walking the correct path, and after crossing 100 meters, entering Chungu's territory. This professional spy was not one of them. He relied on his strong senses to feel Chungu's earlier gaze. Now, he wanted to use that sense to find the enemy. As for the strange fog shadows in the mist, the spy didn't pay them any mind. Looking at the situation in the foggy street, Chungu thought for a moment. He was now a spiritual form inside the territory. He could change the terrain, but other things were limited. He couldn't rush directly to fight the spy face to face, nor could he simply drain the souls of these people. Thinking for a moment, Chungu pointed at the supplies piled nearby. A wooden barrel rolled over by itself. Inside the barrel was all high-quality gunpowder, used for making bullets for Chungu. This was just one of the many barrels brought over, fulfilling his large demand for gunpowder from Jarvis. The barrel rolled toward the spy, following the altered terrain. Because of the fog, the spy didn't hear any of this. Finally, the barrel stopped less than a meter from the spy. Unaware that the most dangerous barrel of gunpowder was right beside him, the spy still held his civilization staff, which had turned into a gun, and was searching for an escape route. Chen-gu then stood directly opposite the professional spy and glared fiercely at him. This startled the spy's senses. He quickly raised his hat, which had turned into a shield, to protect himself. At that moment, Chen-gu changed direction and appeared near the gunpowder barrel. He drew his gun and fired at the spy. Since Chen-gu was a spiritual entity, the gun couldn't work normally. The gun in his hand only made a loud noise. But that sound was enough. The spy rolled on the ground to dodge the bullet and then fired back at Chen-gu. His shot hit the gunpowder barrel. With a loud explosion, the rolling spy was blown into the sky. This explosion also drew the attention of other spies. However, at this moment, the misty shadow creatures suddenly appeared, dragging the confused spies into the fog. These misty shadows were all copies of the demon illusions once under the demon apostle. They could pull enemies into the fog or use blades to cut open their skin. But their fighting power was weak. Cutting open skin didn't cause death. As long as they didn't run wildly and someone pressed on their wounds, they would heal quickly. But how could someone trapped in the fog not run? The more they ran, the more wounds they would get, and eventually, they would bleed to death. Earlier, these spies had been very careful, and the misty shadows hadn't appeared. Now, however, the explosion had thrown them into chaos. The spies waved their weapons wildly around. The misty shadows thrived on this chaos. As long as they kept running, they would surely die. As for the professional spy blown into the sky, he was already dead the moment he ascended. The explosion shattered his internal organs. Since spies mainly relied on agility and perception, their health was weak. The barrel of gunpowder had taken one of them out. Watching the spy's body fall, his soul left the corpse and merged into the fog. Chen-gu finally relaxed. If these spies had run into his city, he really wouldn't know what to do with them. It seems that Chen-gu needs to strengthen his city's defenses and increase the population, at least to have some capable fighters, so he won't be caught off guard at night. Chen-gu was thinking about this when he suddenly sensed that something was wrong. He noticed slight changes around him, as if his current room was shifting. This made Chen-gu realize that someone had sneaked into his room, and his senses were warning him. He reached for the morning breeze, sword nearby, and struck upward. Flash, as a blinding white light filled the room. Chen-gu quickly stabbed in one direction with his sword. His sword shot out like a short blade toward a certain spot. There, a man about one-third the height of a normal person was blocking his eyes with his hand. This man looked a bit strange, with skin as dry and hard as a withered tree. He wore a dark green suit, and a bowler hat embroidered with a black four-leaf clover. Chen-gu's sword pierced right into this man's chest. The man didn't expect Chen-gu to wake up and attack so fiercely at this moment. He had no chance to struggle and was pinned to the wall by the sword. Chen-gu didn't relax afterward. Instead, he clenched his fist and punched the man's head repeatedly. He kept hitting until he felt the man had no more breath left. Then he finally relaxed. He pushed open the door and shouted loudly down the corridor, "Servants! Is anyone there? Something's happened. A big incident. Someone's dead. Last night, they discovered a big fire in Darnitsa, and now everyone in the city was tense." Chen-gu's shout not only woke the hotel staff and security, but also disturbed the guests in nearby rooms. A few mercenaries and security guards stationed on this floor arrived first. They rushed into Chen-gu's room and surrounded him with their bodies. It was clear they were trying to protect Chen-gu from getting hurt again and also to control him so he wouldn't keep shouting. Then they saw the man pinned to the wall by Chen-gu. One of the mercenaries stepped forward to look at the body, then turned and confidently said, "He's a forest spirit from Newt County. Judging by their appearance, they've already turned dark, with bad habits like stealing others' gold, magic, and luck. He came to steal something, but he was killed. It was his bad luck. Next time, if something like this happens, just call us instead of taking action yourself." As he spoke, the man took Chen-gu's morning breeze and carried away the corpse of the forest fairy. When he left the room, he held up the fairy's body and loudly said, "It's just a forest fairy. Everything is fine now. Everyone, go back." Chungu picked up Morning Breeze and looked again at the spot where the forest fairy had been stared at earlier. There, he saw 2 black coins and some black powder. Curious, Chungu touched them and found they were made with magic. As he touched them, the coins and powder disappeared right in his hand, as if they had never been there. At first, Chungu was surprised. Then he realized that these black coins and powder were all created by the forest fairy's magic. But the magic was of very low quality, far below the level of Chungu's city heart. So, they were immediately swallowed by Chungu's territory. Thinking about how he had killed the forest fairy earlier, Chungu remembered that he had noticed a pocket on the fairy's waist and some black powder scattered inside his hat. It would have been better if he had checked the body earlier. Chungu felt a little regretful. At this moment, a servant dressed like a butler entered the room. Chungu recognized him immediately. He had come earlier and said he was in charge of this floor. If there was any problem, he could handle it. But Chungu was very tired then and didn't bother with him, just nodding to acknowledge. Now, the butler had already calmed the guests outside and was about to come in to comfort Chungu. He politely said, "Sir, sorry about earlier. It was our fault that the service was not good enough. Is there anything we can do to help you? We want to make sure you have a good impression of our hotel." "It's nothing. It has nothing to do with you," Chungu replied. He didn't think it was the hotel's fault. In fact, they handled it very quickly. After only a few words, the mercenaries and security outside rushed in. In this matter, Chungu couldn't find any fault. How can that be? That forest spirit is still a dangerous creature that almost hurt you. How about this? From today until you leave the hotel, we will provide free meals for you. Chungu thought for a moment and finally shook his head. "No need. I don't need that much help. By the way, do you have a place here where I can practice swordsmanship? I have some free time these days and want to find a bigger space to train my sword skills." Chungu had already made up his mind. He decided not to leave the hotel during these days. As he said, he was just bored anyway. So he planned to use this time to practice his skills. For example, he wanted to improve his reading and copying skills, which could quickly reach level 10. He also wanted to improve his 3-style sword technique, which could be upgraded through experience or practice. Most importantly, this is a basic sword skill common in Damsk City, which can help strengthen agility and physical strength. Many mercenaries probably use it. Practicing in the hotel might even give him some unexpected guidance. Regarding Chungu's request, the butler quickly replied, "Yes, we have a special sword room and gym in the backyard. They are free to use, and there are professional trainers. However, these days, the trainers are out working as security guards, so no one is available to teach you. If you practice on your own, you can do so there, all right?" Then it's settled. "If there's nothing else, I plan to sleep a bit more." Chungu nodded to the butler. The butler understood that Chungu didn't want to talk much, so he quickly left and helped close the door. After the butler left, Chungu lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. Back in his territory, Chungu saw that the battle on Misty Street had already ended. The infiltrating spies had turned into corpses, and their souls had become misty phantoms wandering through Misty Street. Chungu turned his hand, and all the bodies were cleared from Misty Street. He took these bodies and moved them 30 kilometers away into the darkness, burying them underground. After dealing with that, Chungu walked into the darkness again. He reached out his hand, and several black coins fell into his palm. As his mind entered the territory, Chungu suddenly heard a voice. "Learn the Jungle Fairy skill, Dark Illusion. Dark Illusion Level 1. A skill of the transformed Jungle Fairy, requiring mastery of dark magic. It can convert dark and magical energy into dark coins or dark magic powder. Using it can influence enemies' fate and reduce their luck." Dark Illusion made Chungu put everything down. He felt that this was not just about creating dark coins or magic powder. At the same time, he sensed that it was not so simple to just use dark magic and energy. There were many things to explore here. At least, Chungu felt it was not so straightforward. He even thought this might be a way to activate his own dark destiny power. In the following days, Chungu added this skill to his training list. Every day, he trained in various skills, practicing swordsmanship, copying and reading, practicing dark illusions at night, or making bullets to improve his engineering skills. He also received supplies sent into his territory and delivered them to the right places. Sometimes, he had to deal with enemies trying to break in or sneak attack him. Every day was busy and full. Today was the last night before the first voyage of the Kukrapo's ship. Jarvis delivered the final batch of goods to the warehouse. Unlike before, this batch included live animals. For Chun-Gu's future territory, Jarvis brought 30 pairs of rabbits, 2 pairs of sheep, and 2 pairs of goats. This showed that Jarvis had already learned about Chun-Gu's plans and knew he would leave Damst tomorrow. He sent the collected live animals along with a large amount of hay, which was food for the rabbits and sheep. Chun-Gu immediately realized that Jarvis misunderstood him. He thought Chun-Gu wanted to transport these animals to overseas islands, so he arranged this. Now, Chun-Gu was moving the rabbits and sheep to the designated spot outside the city. When moving the rabbits and sheep, Chun-Gu noticed that initially, the rabbits of various colors and the white sheep quickly turned black after entering his territory. This surprised Chun-Gu. Was this a sign of darkening or mutation? However, after observing for a while, Chun-Gu noticed that besides their fur turning black, these rabbits and sheep also showed other changes. He didn't investigate further and simply kept them temporarily in a pen. He fed them some dry grass and water every day, just taking care of them this way. Later, when there were more people in the city, he planned to assign someone to take care of them. But before that, Chun-Gu needed to settle the planting land first. In the past few days, Chun-Gu had obtained some seeds. He initially thought that planting seeds on the ground with sunlight and water would surely make them grow. But he later realized that the ground was actually created from his own power. Originally, there was just an empty space here with no ground. Therefore, the soil underground had no nutrients. Plants planted there couldn't survive. If Chun-Gu wanted to farm, he would need a large amount of soil. This was quite a problem for him. He asked Jarvis for a lot of water, which was understandable, but asking for a large amount of soil would surely raise suspicion. So, he decided to wait and only get better quality soil when the opportunity arose. As for the rabbits and sheep, they had enough dry grass and water to last a month or two, so he believed they would be fine for now. After arranging the rabbits and sheep, Chun-Gu took a walk around his territory before leaving. The hotel steward had already come to inform him that the carriage was ready. Tomorrow, he would be taken to the Kukrapo's ship. Since Chun-Gu had a first-class ticket and was using a special passage, he only needed to board before 4 p.m. before departure, so he didn't need to rush. Their carriage was waiting here for Chun-Gu, and he could use it whenever he woke up. But Chun-Gu didn't have that kind of mood now. Unable to sleep in the middle of the night, he simply sat on the bed and checked his attributes and the results of his efforts over the past few days. Name: Chun-Gu. Gender: male. Race: human. ID: 629 SHD2S0 FXC30. Occupation: none. Talent: Heart of the City Lord. ID: 147. Mythical level. Attributes: Strength, 4-1 Agility, 7 Constitution, 6-1 Perception, 7-1-5 Intelligence, 5. Equipment: Morning Breeze, not fully activated. Holy Cross Pattern, Flowing Warbler 1, not fully activated. Shotgun, Crossfire, not fully activated. Eye of Wisdom 2, Iron Bag, Short Pistol, Queen 17 Style. Passive Skills: Reading level 9, 301/100, 000 near top level reading. Skills in the Endless World. Besides magical words, can recognize most characters. Reading Comprehension, activated at level 4, can understand hidden messages and texts, even those the author doesn't realize themselves. Linguistic Charm, activated at level 8, can make listeners feel the charm hidden in the words when reading books. Copying level 9, 327/100, 000 near top-level writing skills in the Endless World. Can write various types of text, except magical ones. Font Imitation, activated at level 4, can imitate others' handwriting when copying. Artistic Expression, activated at level 8, can infuse personal thoughts into the writing. Basic Swordsmanship level 8, 63 tenths, 000 good sword skills in the Endless World. You are quite skilled with swords, whether long or short, and can handle any sword easily. Street Sword Technique, activated at level 4, specializes in street fighting. When no sword is available, can use sticks or iron bars similar to swords. Standard Swordsmanship, when reaching level 8, activate the branch skill. The sword moves become standard, and damage increases by 75% when using swordsmanship. Freestyle Swordsmanship Level 4, 69/1000, a basic sword skill passed down through Daming City for many years. It can be improved with sword experience. Each level increases agility or stamina by 1, up to level 10. Stab. When reaching level 4 in Freestyle Swordsmanship, activate the branch skill. You can focus all your strength to stab any target within 10 meters, increasing damage by 150%. Engineering Level 2, 9/500, understands what engineering is for, has reached a level where mechanical creation is possible, but only simple things like gunpowder or normal bullets. Dark Illusion Magic Level 3, 99/1500, a skill of a corrupted jungle fairy. Requires mastery of dark magic. Can convert dark and magical energy into dark coins or dark magic powder. Using it can influence enemies' fate and reduce their luck. March 29th marks the first voyage of the Kukrapo's ship. Early in the morning, all nearby ships at Pier 7 were cleared out in preparation for the ship's maiden voyage. The Kukrapos is advertised as the largest passenger ship in the world with the most luxurious interior. The ship is nearly 250 meters long, 30 meters wide, and can carry 3,500 people. Due to the special nature of this world, the Kukrapos uses both mechanical steam power and a magic propulsion system. Its hull is made of a special alloy that can absorb seawater salt and repair external damage. This is what the company claims, but they didn't explain how it works. It's probably not very scientific. Compared to traditional wooden steam-powered ships, this giant is like a giant standing before a baby, completely unmatched. Many nobles and wealthy merchants plan to take this ship to the southern continent to show off their wealth and status. Chingu arrived around 10 a.m. and, after getting off his carriage, showed his ticket at the dock. He was then led to a special passage. His luggage was handled by staff, so he didn't need to carry anything himself. However, Chingu didn't have much luggage. The only suitcase he had was bought recently at the hotel with the help of the butler, and it contained his new clothes. After all, Chingu had been in Minsk for several days, and he hadn't changed his clothes much. They were dirty and somewhat torn. But this was normal in Minsk. Many bankrupt nobles dressed like that. Now, he was about to board the Kukrapo's ship in first class, and such a casual look wouldn't do. Fortunately, the hotel service was attentive. As long as you had money, you could request anything. Chingu simply asked the hotel's butler to help him arrange some clothes. In the end, he bought 5 different outfits suitable for various occasions. The outfit he was wearing now was one of them: a black trench coat, a flat-topped hat, and underneath, a black formal suit with a cane named Morning Breeze, making him look quite proper. He also had a dark red pouch made of animal hide hanging at his waist. The pouch wasn't very big and didn't attract much attention. But no one knew that inside the pouch were 4,000 rounds of bullets. These bullets, influenced by the pouch, were slowly gaining fire element energy. This was the fully activated iron bag. Holding Morning Breeze, Chingu looked up. The special passage meant he didn't have to wait like those in first or second class, nor queue like in third class. They had a dedicated gangway that led directly to the upper deck of the Kukrapos. From there, they could enter their cabins. Chingu carried Morning Breeze and was about to board the ship. At that moment, the crew member helping him with his luggage suddenly received some news. "Sir, could you wait a moment? A lady with a suite wants to board first." Chingu looked at the crew member with some annoyance, then saw a girl in a light purple lace hat, wearing a green dress and a white coat, step down from a car on the nearby dock. The girl was somewhat full-figured, with curly blonde hair and eyes as deep as the sea, looking very striking. What surprised Chingu was that she arrived by car, and behind her, there were servants helping to carry her luggage. This is a noble young lady who always brings her servant when traveling by boat. Chingu quickly made a judgment. Women are allowed, servants are not. Chingu pointed at the servant carrying luggage, proudly lifting his head. The crew was surprised at first, then they understood. This makes sense. Since they are guests with special access, Chingu allowing the lady is polite and proper everywhere. If Chingu told the servants to go first, it would seem like he was insulting himself. So the crew immediately said, "Sir, don't worry, we will arrange it right away." Chingu nodded, then looked at the woman. He felt like he had seen her before, maybe her clothes or her movements. Just as Chingu looked over, A middle-aged woman got out of the car from the other side. She and the young girl quickly headed toward the pier, not even glancing at Chingu. Chingu smiled and didn't think much of it. Once the two women were a bit farther away, he turned his hands behind his back and continued walking forward. Near the dock, in a small tavern, many people were sitting together playing cards. One of them had already lost a lot of money and threw a ticket onto the table. This is a ticket for the Kukrapo's ship, leaving today, worth £6. Who wants to gamble with me? Everyone looked at him. This ticket had been talked about at the port for days. People said it was magical. If you got the ticket, you would win the first 3 rounds, but after that, wins and losses would vary. If players stopped after a few rounds, nothing would happen. But if they kept gambling beyond one day, luck would turn bad, and they could lose all their money along with the ticket. It seemed this person couldn't control himself again. A young man with blonde hair pushed some cash forward. I'll gamble with you. Jack, are you crazy? That ticket is very unlucky. It's okay. Didn't I say earlier? The Kukrapo's ship leaves today. Once I win the ticket, we'll board immediately. I don't believe that ticket can affect me. The blonde young man, called Jack, spoke confidently. All right, but are you really going to the southern continent? I heard it's not a good place, but there, I am free. I long for freedom. Okay, let's bet. The ace of spades. What good luck. Jack revealed his cards and placed them on the table, smiling proudly. As he said, he was lucky. His first hand was a good one. The person who took out the ship ticket to bet looked very excited. He also revealed his cards and slammed them onto the table. Meanwhile, just below the water near the Kukrup's ship, a magic coin made by a fairy was emitting strange waves. This coin, called a garin, was one of 100 magic coins that Chun-Gu brought from the extraordinary business street. A few days ago, those coins were stolen by a lizard. The lizard jumped into the sea, and one coin fell into the water and was not taken away. Now, this magic coin was pushed by the waves to the bottom of the Kukrup's ship. Because of the alloy of the ship's outer shell, the magic coin was carried by the seawater and finally stuck tightly to the right side of the ship's bottom, never falling back into the sea. On the third deck of the Kukrup's ship, cabin number 9 in the luxury section, Chun-Gu would spend the next 30 days. As the ticket seller had said, the luxury cabin was quite a good spot on the ship. For the Kukrup's ship, the second and third floors above the deck had a total of 22 luxury cabins along the edges, 12 on the second floor and 10 on the third. Chun-Gu's cabin 9 on the third floor was near the back of the ship. Although its location was not ideal, it had a living room, bedroom, bathroom, and a terrace. Most importantly, because it was close to the back deck, the terrace was a large L shape, offering a view of the sea on the right side of the ship and the entire back deck. Besides, the second and third floors also had 16 first-class cabins each. The main difference from the luxury cabins was that these did not have balconies. Moving higher, from the 4th to the 7th floors, there were suite areas. The entire 4th floor had only 4 suites, each covering about 150 square meters. The number of suites decreased as you went higher, with only 1 suite on the 6th and 7th floors. This area is off-limits to Chun-Gu's ticket, even for first-class passengers. Chun-Gu didn't mind much about this. He asked the waiter who brought him up to help with his luggage, then got to know the temporary steward of this floor. After that, he closed the door and looked around the room. The first-class cabin is about 80 square meters. The balcony, with lounge chairs and a small table, takes up 20 square meters. Next to the balcony are large glass sliding doors. The main room, about 40 square meters, is decorated very beautifully. Besides the bed and bedside table, there is a desk, a bookshelf, a wardrobe, and a sofa. On the wall behind the bed, there's a painting, and hidden behind it is a small safe. This is a standard feature in all first-class cabins, used for storing valuables. Looking further out, near the door, is the living room and bathroom. The living room covers 15 square meters. It has a dining table for 4 and a classic sofa where people can lie down. The bathroom is 5 square meters, with a toilet, a sink, and a marble bathtub. The bathtub is large enough for 2 people to soak together. What surprised Chun-Gu most was that the wall facing the bedroom in the bathroom was made of glass. This means someone taking a shower inside can be seen clearly from outside. Is it that fancy? Chun-Gu chuckled. He had seen similar designs in some apartment buildings, but the women there usually didn't like it. They felt uncomfortable being watched. He didn't expect the Kukrapo's ship, such a high-end, grand, and luxurious cruise, to have such an extravagant feature. After walking around the room, Chun-gu went to the balcony. The lounge chairs and small bed were placed near the side of the ship, close to the rear deck, with some green plants nearby. This was a small benefit, thanks to how big the balcony was. Chun-gu leaned on the railing, watching the people boarding from the rear deck. Only wealthy people or nobles could board from there. He also noticed that the crew guiding the guests onto the ship were quite skilled. The bosun, who had been standing on the gangway, was very noticeable. Just by watching him, Chun-gu knew that his strength was comparable to that of a demon apostle who had been killed twice. He looked at the servants accompanying the guest with a scrutinizing gaze, especially the few servants who seemed a bit dangerous. He questioned them carefully. Chun-gu only glanced at them and nodded in satisfaction. This ship was called the world's largest passenger ship, but in reality, it was only so big. If a legendary-level extraordinary person fought on board, even the largest ship couldn't withstand it. As the bosun of the Kukrapos, he needed to understand the dangers on the ship, how many extraordinary people and professionals were present, and what illegal items they carried. Not every inspection went smoothly. Like now, the bosun and his team stopped a man who looked like a servant. The man was holding a long wooden box over a meter in length with one arm and dragging a noble lady with the other, arguing with the bosun. "Do you know what this is?" "This isn't a weapon. It's an antique, a heritage." He tried to raise his hand to show off his confidence. But since he was holding the wooden box with one arm and dragging the noble lady with the other, he couldn't move much. The noble lady kept her head down, trying to hide herself, as if she was afraid of others' gazes, wishing to stay in the shadows. But the bosun had seen all kinds of people. He had seen noble families boarding with dozens of servants, and he had seen antiques worth millions. In the end, they all had to be stored properly. If they let this slide, and something happened once they reached the ocean, everyone on the ship could be in danger. So no matter how angry the man was, the bosun wouldn't back down. "The contents of this box are highly destructive. I can feel a powerful weapon inside just by standing here, so it must be sealed." He reassured him, "Don't worry, we will store it in the warehouse, and it will be returned to you when you disembark." The servant wanted to say more, but the bosun glared and said, "Are you the owner, or is she? Neither of them is speaking. Why are you interrupting?" The male servant had no choice but to resentfully hand the box to the sailor next to the captain, receiving a registration card in return. Later, when disembarking, he could exchange the box again. After removing the dangerous weapon, the strange pair of the male servant and the noble lady was led into the cabin on the deck by the sailor. Next, the captain's gaze shifted to the other servants. "Come out. Who are you? Whose servant are you? Your skills are too high. Please register your details. I will inform your master, and your living area will be moved to the designated zone. Open the box in your hand. I know it contains paintings, but not all paintings are the same. This one needs to be sealed and stored in the storage room. Trust us, we are professionals. This basic judgment, we will not make mistakes." While Chun-gu was watching the scene, he heard strange footsteps in the corridor. It sounded like a man dragging a woman forward. Curious, Chun-gu went to the door and looked out through the peephole. He saw it was indeed the male servant who had been dragging the noble lady earlier. However, on the terrace, he hadn't paid much attention to the noble lady, who was trying to make herself less noticeable. Now he saw that although she bowed her head, hunched her back, and tried to look weak, her height was still over 1.95 meters. She had long blonde hair, skin as white as jade, and slender fingers. Her figure wasn't visible because she curled up, but her height suggested she probably had a good figure. Chun-gu was a bit confused. This was a lady who could hold her head high with a commanding presence of 2.5 meters, yet she was trying hard to shrink herself into a 1.6-meter tall figure. When he opened the door, he heard the male servant say, "Go in. Stay here and don't go anywhere. Don't let anyone see you. I'll bring your food every day. If I find out you sneaked out, you know the consequences." After saying that, the servant pushed the noble lady into the room and left the corridor with an unhappy look. Chun-gu understood clearly why the servant didn't live here. When Chun-gu bought his ticket, he took a photo. Each first-class cabin ticket was assigned to a specific person. Don't even think about swapping tickets between men and women. Even if faces are different, The benefits on the ticket can't be used by someone else. The male servant was included with the first-class cabin ticket as a servant ticket. Chingu heard the ticket seller mention this, but he didn't have a servant, so he didn't need one. There is an area on the lower deck where servants of first class and suite passengers live. The treatment there is quite good. They eat and drink for free, have a place to wash, and most importantly, they are far from their owners. During rest times, no one usually makes them do chores. No matter how unhappy the male servant is, he can only stay in his cabin. If he dares to cause trouble, the captain will teach him how to behave. This is not the city. If something happens, there's a place to run. This huge ship is about to set sail. If something goes wrong at sea, even the strongest can't escape. After the male servant walked away, Chingu was about to open the door to ask the noble lady if she needed help. But just as he was about to open it, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. The noble lady's condition seemed unusual. Approaching now might cause trouble, and it wouldn't be good if someone was forced off the ship. It's better to wait until the ship departs to handle this matter. By then, if that male servant has any bad ideas, they can just be dealt with and thrown into the sea. Thinking of this, Chingu moved to the balcony and leaned on the railing to look at the back deck. The captain was still checking the arriving servants and luggage. As for the noble lady, sorry, the captain couldn't see any special decorations on her. They just nodded politely when passing by and then left on their own. The captain also didn't seem to notice any shining jewelry or ornaments on these nobles or wealthy people. He knew very well that these nobles and rich folks valued their lives most. All those decorations are for protection. They wouldn't cause trouble on the ship. After watching for a while, Chingu saw many different things. For example, he noticed that among the passengers coming from behind, there were one or two with strength that clearly reached legendary levels. Additionally, among the people boarding the ship this time, there was likely a high-ranking officer. Although he was wearing casual clothes now, his commanding presence could not be hidden. At the same time, not all the servants among the nobles were human. Chingu saw someone bringing a servant with obviously unusual hair color onto the ship. That bright blue hair clearly was not human. Such things made Chingu very curious. Could the nobles of the Sunset Empire really have such unusual servants? It seemed he still had a lot to learn. Just then, there was a knocking at the door. Chingu opened it out of curiosity and saw the butler standing outside, with a waiter pushing a food cart behind him. "Mr. Jack, sorry to bother you. It's not yet time to set sail, and the ship's restaurant isn't open to the public. We've brought your lunch directly to you. Today's lunch features top-quality venison, roasted with rosemary, one of our chef's best dishes. We also brought some wine, Dordo white wine, which pairs very well with venison. There are also small bread rolls and a salad. Every day at 4 in the afternoon, we serve afternoon tea. If you like, we can bring it to your room. The ship departs at 5 o'clock, and there will be a welcome dinner at 6 in the third dining hall. All first class and above guests are invited. Please don't miss it." While speaking, the butler arranged the lunch on Chingu's table. Chingu noticed another waiter outside in the corridor, waiting with a food cart. It seemed all the luxury cabins had been assigned. "All right, I understand. When you bring the afternoon tea, please come to pick up my things. I'd like to have coffee with my tea. Do you have any?" "Yes, we do. Is there anything else you need? Would you like some dessert?" "Just some pie and small cookies. Also, I don't want sugar or milk in my coffee," Chingu said casually. The butler quickly responded. Chingu's requests were simple and easy to fulfill. He liked passengers like this best. After placing the lunch, the butler personally opened the white wine and set it aside. Then he and the waiter pushing the cart left the room. After closing the door, Chingu did not go to eat but instead leaned against the peephole, watching. After finishing his own meal, the butler and the staff went to knock on the door opposite. Chingu was very curious about how the noble lady, who was trying to hide herself, would react. The butler and the staff took turns knocking, but there was no response from behind the door. They were a bit worried but had no right to enter the guest's room. Finally, the butler and staff had to give up, but soon the butler sent a staff member to watch. As soon as the person in the special cabin on deck 10 opened the door, he would immediately notify the butler to come and communicate with the guest inside. "Good afternoon, sir. I have brought you afternoon tea, including freshly brewed coffee without sugar or milk, along with freshly baked pie and small cookies. Would you like me to place them on the table by the terrace?" At 4 p.m., The door was knocked on promptly. This time, the temporary steward on this floor did not come. Instead, a waiter pushed a trolley with the tea. Chingu moved aside to let the waiter place the tea on the terrace while listening to him boast. You chose a really good room, sir. Sitting here, you can see the port when the ship sets sail at 5 o'clock. Is there a departure ceremony? Chingu raised his hand, and a 1 shilling coin fell onto the trolley. The waiter understood it was a tip and quietly took it. Yes, there is. Many people go to the deck to watch. Your terrace is just right for viewing the scenery at the dock. But if you want the best view, it's from the large terrace on deck 1, where you can face the sunset as the ship moves forward. The scenery there is stunning. After placing the afternoon tea on the side table, the waiter began clearing the dishes from the table. Unfortunately, I bought my ticket late, so I only got 2 first-class cabins, Chingu said a bit helplessly. Can I walk around freely after the ship departs? Yes, since you have a first-class ticket, you can go anywhere except the suite area above the 4th floor. Our ship has 13 restaurants, 2 gyms, 2 dance halls, 3 bars, a tea house, a library, a theater, and a small chapel. If you want to go somewhere but can't find the place, just ask us, and we will take you there. Oh, do you have any good recommendations? Chingu asked. If you're hungry, restaurants 1 through 5 are suitable for your status. Restaurants 6 to 8 are for second and third class cabins, serving large pots of food, which isn't very good. Restaurants 9 to 13 offer special snacks, mostly takeaway items like burgers, sandwiches, and fried chicken. If you're interested, we can deliver them to you. The bar on the 2nd floor is reserved for first and luxury class guests. Besides various drinks, it also has a few famous bartenders. The tea house is for afternoon tea, also on the 2nd floor. But secretly, between the 1st floor and the deck, there's an extra hidden level. Guess what's there? An extraordinary gathering, Chingu joked casually. The waiter, raising an eyebrow, looked embarrassed. No, sir, you're joking. That level is a private bath area for relaxing and taking baths. When talking about relaxing, the waiter winked at Chingu. Chingu realized it was that, and he wasn't very interested anymore. During these days at the hotel, he had been offered many services day and night, and he was getting tired of it. He thought it would be better just to soak in a bath instead. Plus, the private bath below can be directly taken back to the room, which is more comfortable. Seeing Chingu's reaction, the waiter understood he was thinking the wrong way. He smiled and said, Sir, you might not know, but this private bath is also a place for noble ladies to have fun. We just provide the space. It's reasonable for them to go for a bath, but going to other people's rooms isn't appropriate. Chingu paused, then slapped his thigh and stood up. I swear, this is getting out of hand. Sir, please don't shout. This is private, and we can't talk about it. We only provide the baths, nothing else. Chingu chuckled. All right, I get it. This is hush money. As he spoke, he took out 5 shillings and placed them on the table. The waiter reached out, and the 5 shillings disappeared. Sir, I won't bother you anymore. If you need anything, just ring the bell. The waiter pointed to the pull cord at the door and pushed the serving cart out. Chingu closed the door and went to the balcony. At this moment, many people were gathered on the balcony. The captain or someone similar was speaking to the crowd, probably about the maiden voyage of the coup crops. Chingu sat on the balcony, drinking coffee and eating small cookies. Looking down, it felt like watching monkeys at the zoo. Quite interesting. Finally, the captain took a bottle of wine from someone who looked like a noble and headed toward the bow of the ship. Chingu's spot on the balcony wasn't the best. He couldn't see the front of the ship, but he guessed that, as a tradition for the maiden voyage, they were about to break a bottle. Seeing the crowd disperse, Chingu didn't watch anymore. He focused on his afternoon tea. To be honest, the ship's chef made a very good afternoon tea. The pie was a rare seafood pie, and importantly, Chingu was quite satisfied with this unusual choice. Just as Chingu was about to pour himself another cup of coffee, he suddenly sat up straight. He felt a dark, familiar power approaching from the dock. He stood up from his lounge chair and walked to the balcony railing, looking toward the dock. By now, most of the third-class passengers had boarded, and some gangways were being quickly taken away. On the dock, a young man with blonde hair, wearing linen clothes and carrying a leather suitcase, was waving his ticket excitedly. The crew checked the time, 15 minutes before departure. It was still the boarding time, so they didn't stop him. Instead, they reached out and pulled him onto the ship. At that moment, Chingu, who had seen everything, reacted. The young man's ticket was one Chingu had enhanced with dark fate and then sent out. That ticket had passed through many hands and was now filled with the dark and chaotic energy of fate. But that wasn't the most important thing for Chingu. Watching the young man rush onto the ship from the dock, Chingu understood what was happening. "Ah, so it's you, Jack. Welcome aboard." Chingu raised his coffee cup and gestured to Jack, who was still checking his luggage. Jack instinctively felt someone was watching him, but when he looked around, he saw no one nearby. At that moment, the sailor finished checking the luggage and moved aside. "Welcome to the Kucrops. This will be an unforgettable journey." Chingu no longer paid attention to Jack boarding the ship. As all the gangways of the Kucrops were retracted, the ship's horn sounded. A sharp chime rang in Chingu's ears. Boarding the ship to the southern continent, main storyline begins. Main quest, Sunset vs. Sunset, quest description. The old empire of Shisa, known as the Sunset Empire, has lost everything since their Sunset Emperor died. All was taken by the Sunset Queen of Daminsku and Dacha City. Every time the Sunset Queen's power increases, Shisa's strength decreases. Currently, Shisa can only hold on to some territories in the southern continent, which has become a free port under the pressure from the Sunset Queen. Quest objective: investigate the plans of the Shisa Empire. Reward: Shisa-style functional buildings, 1 to 4 units. Note 1. Because the Sunset Queen is very powerful, the incident of the protest against taxes in Poseidon City was quickly suppressed, and the northern continent did not become independent. Note 2. Even when Shisa was still part of the Sunset Empire, there are still unexplored areas within the mountains of the southern continent that Shisa cannot access. Note 3. The Sunset Queen has never stopped targeting the Shisa Empire. The previous privateering license and the current free port plan are indirect actions by the Sunset Queen against Shisa. Note 4. The main quest must be completed within 24 hours before leaving this world. Finally, the main quest appeared. After reading the main quest, Chingu sighed. He never expected the main storyline to be so intense, getting involved in the conflict between the old and new Sunset Empires. This is a task that takes a lot of daring. But Chingu soon noticed that, beneath the main quest, there were 2 side quests. Side quest: the Kucrops disaster, quest description. On the Kucrops ship, thousands of people are aboard. Some conflicts and issues are bound to happen. A 30-day voyage is like a locked room floating on the sea, providing a good environment for murder cases to occur. Quest objective: observe and investigate a murder case. Quest reward: random population, building, reputation, or item. Note 1. You must find the murderer to complete the investigation. Note 2. Rewards depend on the size of the event. Smaller incidents may yield fewer rewards. Side quest: the ship's treasure, quest description. Besides passenger transport, the Kucrops ship also carries many valuable items, including antiques owned by nobles, weapons and gear of extraordinary people, sealed dangerous goods, and items hidden in a secret warehouse behind the captain's room. Quest objective: find the ship's treasure vault and steal at least 1 treasure. Quest reward: random quality equipment or items. Note 1. The reason treasures are called treasures is because people believe they are valuable. Even poor people have what they consider treasures. Note 2. Every treasure has a guardian. Sometimes, you might acquire a treasure easily not because it's unguarded, but because you didn't notice the guardian behind it. Compared to the main story, side quests are generally simpler. Chingu took a sip of coffee and closed his eyes, carefully thinking about the current situation. If he hadn't seen Jack rush onto the ship just now, he would think there was plenty of time. But now, that's not certain. Jack, who got a ticket, carries a strong dark fate. Chingu doesn't believe this dark fate won't affect the ship. He already knows the ship isn't heading north to the continent, but is going south across the equator. But who knows what might happen at sea? This 30-day voyage isn't completely safe. So he can't focus on the main quest at a free port in the southern continent. He must target the Kucrops ship. Fortunately, right now, he's just gathering information about the Shisa Empire. From what he saw on the terrace earlier, there's still a chance. On the ship, besides nobles and wealthy merchants, there was also a senior naval officer. He might know something important. Additionally, Chingu could try to find out the list of nobles and wealthy merchants on board. It doesn't need to be very detailed. Just a little information would be enough. The temporary steward on the ship wouldn't manage these details. After all, spending over 30 days together on such a ship, these nobles and merchants would surely have business or social interactions. They wouldn't socialize with second or third-class passengers, so the tasks of supporting them would naturally fall to first-class and luxury cabin guests. As long as Chun-gu doesn't ask too specifically about any particular noble or merchant, he can probably get a list. Later, he can try to gather information indirectly about these nobles and merchants, which should help him figure out who knows about Shisa's plans. Once he has this, the task will be much easier. Chun-gu isn't aiming for the best rewards, just one or two of the Shisa-style buildings to strengthen his territory. This makes him think the task isn't so hard to handle. Remember, he previously had no specific mission goals. He just survived and grew in Damanista City. Now that he has a clear target, he's not afraid anymore. Moreover, there's also a Jack on the ship. Chun-gu doesn't need to confirm this. He already knows that this Jack, like the Jack the Ripper and the Jack who gave him 3 apartments, is part of his fragmented identity. Now, influenced by dark fate, he has come onto the ship. The situation has shifted from Chun-gu being hunted by Jack the Ripper to Chun-gu hunting this Jack. He had already thought about this when he first arrived in Damanista City and received his temporary mission identity. He wondered if, as a painter, he might share the same fate as Painter Jack. It seems fate has already brought this person to him. Now, it depends on what he does next. Chun-gu happily set down his coffee cup, casually grabbed the morning breeze nearby, stood up, and pushed open the door. At that moment, he noticed that the male servant of the noble girl across the hall was waiting at the door. Because Chun-gu opened the door so suddenly, the male servant was clearly startled. Seeing Chun-gu walk out with his hands behind his back, a sharp light flashed in the servant's eyes. "Look at me again, and I'll..." Chun-gu looked up and saw the servant's gaze. Without thinking, he stepped forward and raised his hand to strike him. The servant didn't expect Chun-gu to attack directly. He was caught off guard, and a red mark appeared on his face. "Get out of here. If I see you here again, I will deal with you." The servant didn't expect Chun-gu to take the initiative to attack. Feeling embarrassed, he straightened up and was about to rush at Chun-gu. But at that moment, Chun-gu's left hand moved, and a crossfire appeared in his hand, pressing against the servant's chest. "Say it again, get out of here." At this time, a staff member from this deck appeared at the end of the corridor. Seeing what was happening, he hurried over. "What's going on? Please don't do this. You came just in time. Tell this guy to leave. Even if he's from another cabin, he shouldn't challenge a guest in public." Chun-gu stood straight and said, "If his owner thinks my reason is unreasonable, let his owner come and talk to me." The staff member, though unsure of the details, quickly made a judgment. "Sir, please go to the servant's cabin. If your master needs anything simple, we will handle it. For bigger issues, we will send someone to call you. Please go down first." The servant's eyes were full of anger, but he understood that now was not the time to act. He glared at Chun-gu fiercely, remembered his face, and then turned around and left without looking back. As the servant turned away, Chun-gu's gaze sharpened. He had already noticed that this servant was surprisingly skilled. His movements and the look in his eyes just now showed that this servant's swordsmanship was extraordinary. It seemed the ship had just set sail, and the side mission was about to begin. Watching the servant's back as he left, Chun-gu showed a faint, contemptuous smile. After the person was gone, Chun-gu put away the morning wind and said to the staff member, "Please take me to the 3rd dining hall." "Of course, this way please," the staff member quickly responded. He walked ahead, leading the way, while also observing Chun-gu. At this moment, Chun-gu was wearing a 3-piece suit, not a heavy coat. The waiter was confused, as he had just seen what looked like a musket, but now it was gone in an instant. This situation seemed very strange. However, after thinking for a moment, the waiter realized that neither the chief sailor nor the temporary steward of this deck was allowed to interfere with the passengers' affairs, especially those important guests in first class and above. Their matters were for them to handle themselves. There was no need for the staff to get involved. In the end, the waiter didn't say much. He simply led Chun-gu to the stairs, then handed him over to another waiter below, who guided Chun-gu to the 3rd-class dining room. When Chun-gu first boarded the ship, he went straight to his cabin. On the way, He took the shortest route, and the sailor carrying his luggage didn't say much. Now, they were going to eat, and the guide had been replaced by a waiter. These waiters were much more talkative than the sailors. While leading the way, the waiter explained the purpose of each room on every deck. Although it was the ship's maiden voyage, the staff and sailors had already learned quite a lot. Here, in this first-class cabin, lives Mr. Clinda. He is a seasoned cigar enthusiast. Every day at 3 in the afternoon, he waits in his room for friends to come and enjoy cigars together. If you're interested, you can bring 3 cigars with you. They welcome anyone to join. This used to be part of the ballroom. Because of the way it was divided, it became a separate room. It's too small to be a second-class cabin and too big for a first-class cabin, so we made some adjustments and installed a piano. If you want to play, you can ask us for the key. Of course, if you just want to listen, we have a professional pianist who can perform. See that overturned lifeboat over there? Beneath it, there's a small space. If you need anything, you can conduct one-on-one transactions there. Sir, since you are extraordinary, I'll tell you about this room. We don't share this information with others. This is the protector's room of the Kukrapos. He is a legendary-level powerful professional, responsible for keeping us safe all along the way. Every Friday at 3 in the afternoon, there is a gathering of extraordinary people here. All the extraordinary people on the ship can come here to trade. This is the kitchen leading to dining room 4. If you're hungry late at night, both dining rooms 2 and 4 offer late-night snacks. However, if you have obtained top-tier materials, only dining room 4 can prepare dishes with them. Do you see the rows of benches over there? That's a small lounge. Because of its good location on the deck platform and its proximity to the tea house, it's convenient for having afternoon tea. We often hold literary discussions here, and over time, it becomes a cultural salon. All right, the third dining room is just ahead. I won't escort you further. Enjoy your meal. The waiter spoke while opening the large door for Chingu. Beyond the door is a spacious 2-story restaurant. Inside, many noble men and women are walking around holding glasses of wine, seemingly exchanging conversations. Chingu also noticed that when the door opened, many eyes turned to him. These glances didn't come from the nobles, but from bodyguards and servants standing in the corners. It seems these are passengers in private cabins. Chingu looked around, retracted his hand, and stored the morning breeze in his backpack. Then he waved to a waiter, took a glass of red wine, and took a small sip. The wine tastes okay, but it's not to Chingu's liking. Holding the glass, he casually asked, "What's the situation here? I thought there was a banquet. The ship is leaving port. Once on the route, the captain will personally come to host the dinner. For now, please relax here." Chingu looked around and understood why they chose dining room 3 as the main venue for the welcome dinner. Although it's not the largest or most luxurious dining room, behind it are the captain's office and the bridge, which are the most convenient places for the captain and crew to come quickly. Also, the welcome dinner doesn't need to invite everyone. Only those in private cabins, luxury cabins, and first-class cabins are invited. As for the second and third-class passengers, sorry, they have to pay for their food and can't participate in this kind of banquet. So, this welcome dinner is not for them. Chingu looked around and had already finished 2 glasses of wine. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "Is the wine not good?" Chingu turned around and saw a wealthy businessman in his 40s smiling at him. As Chingu turned, the man directly took out a business card. "My name is Kato. I am a wine merchant. Hello. My name is Jack. I own some property in Damings de Shang." Hearing this, Kato's attitude became very friendly, especially since Jack mentioned real estate. Chingu was right. He owned 3 apartment buildings and a warehouse at the dock in Damings de Shang. As for the farms outside the city, Chingu hadn't visited them and wasn't sure if they belonged to him. But talking about owning some property in Damings de Shang was not an exaggeration. Kato didn't know these details. After Chingu accepted his business card, Kato started showing him around. "I see you're not very familiar with these people. Do you usually stay away from Damings de Shang?" "Yes. The air there is too bad, and you can't see the sun. I usually live in a manor outside the city, only coming in to collect rent." Hearing this, Kato became even more enthusiastic. He was a landowner outside Damings de Shang. He also understood why Chingu wasn't very familiar with the wealthy businessmen inside the city. It seemed Chingu usually stayed in his manor, so his social circle was different from theirs. No problem. Kato could take this chance to build a connection. He warmly took Chingu's hand and said, "Come on, Mr. Jack. Let me introduce you to some friends." Soon, Chingu was led to an elderly nobleman who looked to be in his 60s. The old nobleman's skin was starting to sag, and his small mustache was turning gray. Even in the restaurant, he habitually wore a formal hat. "This is Baron Dennis Ward, the owner of Freeport. He has 11 manors there." Chingu was surprised and quickly stepped forward to greet him. He also noticed that when he approached, two men who looked like nobles beside Dennis were paying close attention to him. Until Chingu retreated to a safe distance, they finally looked away. This Dennis is more than just rich. A thought crossed Chingu's mind. He could tell that the two people just now were not very friendly and were almost openly indicating that he was an extraordinary level bodyguard. They clearly didn't trust anyone who approached. Fortunately, Chingu had all his weapons hidden in his backpack. If he had dared to carry a gun or something similar, these two might have attacked him directly. After introducing Chingu and Dennis to each other, Kato took Chingu aside. "Those two are the bodyguards of Baron Wade. I heard they are high-level extraordinary professionals. Baron Wade always takes them with him wherever he goes. It's said that this is a habit he developed in the Freeport area. Freeport is free, but not safe." At this point, Kato whispered, "I also heard they have a strange object. It looks like a fist-sized ball, but if you put it in water, it can turn into a boat. It can sail on the water surface and move underwater." A strange object? Chingu wasn't very curious about the boat Kato mentioned. He was more interested in what the strange object actually was, whether it was equipment or a tool. "Oh, you're not an extraordinary person, so you probably haven't heard of strange objects. They are said to have powerful effects, but also great dangers. People who use strange objects have to face the negative effects they bring," Kato proudly said. "The reason I got involved with Baron Wade is because of this strange object. I heard that it's usually kept in a wine bottle, and every day, a barrel of red wine is poured into it. Without red wine, the person holding the strange object would be pulled into it and turned into a sailor inside, never to come out again. Only my family can supply such large amounts of red wine." Kato rambled on, explaining all this, and Chingu finally understood what the strange object was. However, Chingu was a bit confused. He wasn't sure if this strange object counted as equipment or a tool from the endless world. Seeing Chingu hesitating, a faint smile appeared on Kato's face. "Your heart is moved, right? Honestly, having money isn't as good as having real strength. Just look at the recent big fire in Damansk. The city was a mess. Without some strength, it's not easy to survive. For people like us, how can we gain strength? Of course, through mysterious objects. I have a mysterious object here. I see you're honest, so I'm secretly telling you about it. I won't tell others." Chingu looked at Kato and smirked inwardly. He thought Kato was a good person, but it turns out he was just waiting here. However, Chingu also wanted to see what the mysterious object was. He smiled and said, "Really? The mysterious object you have can really increase strength?" "Of course. Let me tell you, there are no more than 10 mysterious objects in Damansk, and this one is great for boosting power. Come with me." Kato was about to lead Chingu aside when the captain, first officer, and second officer had already come out from the corridor behind the dining hall. All eyes on the scene focused on the captain. Chingu had seen this captain before on the balcony, but at that time he was talking at the dock from a distance, so Chingu didn't look closely. Now, it seems the captain is about 60 years old, but very strong. His bronze-colored skin makes him look energetic. When he speaks, his voice is loud and powerful, like a storm at sea. He wears a sextant made of bronze around his waist, and Chingu can even see magical fluctuations on it. "Welcome everyone aboard the Kukrapos. We will spend 30 days together. I am Captain Pluto Caddis. The ship has now left Damansk. From now on, we are all on this ship. I promise, based on my experience as a legendary captain, I will safely deliver you to the free port of the southern continent. But you must follow the rules on this ship. The Maritime Authority chose me as captain because I can keep you in line. Listen carefully. I don't care about your background or strength. On this ship, you must behave. No fighting, no dangerous experiments, no blood sacrifices, and no religious proselytizing. Our ship is a safe passenger vessel, not a fishing boat or a warship. So, don't stare at the sea monsters. Anyone who dares to harm the creatures in the sea will be thrown into the water. As long as you remember my words, I promise your safety on this ship. Now let's have a toast. The dinner began, and the captain and others started drinking with the noble and wealthy guests. Chungu ignored Kato and found a seat by himself. After the waiter asked about Chungu's dietary restrictions, he quickly served his food. Near a small stage, a band was playing beautiful music. Chungu sat alone at a table by the window, and delicious dishes were quickly placed in front of him. For this welcome dinner, the chef had prepared for a long time. Besides the main chef from restaurant number 3, chefs from restaurants number 1, 2, and 4 were also brought in to help. There was no need to order. The food was prepared in advance and simply served after a final touch. Each table had similar dishes, with slight adjustments for individual tastes. Once Chungu's preferences were confirmed, the food was quickly arranged in front of him. The main dish this time was noodles with meat sauce, fancy called Italian pasta, or simply fried sauce noodles. The portion was small, including a roasted pigeon, a piece of crispy fried cod, a medium-rare beef rib, a bowl of rich soup, and a salad. Each table also had a bottle of red wine. The waiter helped open the wine and then quickly stepped back. All the dishes were served, and how Chungu chose to eat them was up to him. He had only requested not to add too many spices, so the flavors weren't his favorite, but he made his preference clear. During his time in Dnipro, he learned what real food hell was. Despite the country having ingredients and spices from all over the world, they didn't use them well. They added spices just to avoid seeming poor, regardless of whether the flavor suited the dish, just throwing in all the spices they could think of, and in large amounts. In the last few days at the hotel, Chungu ate only the reduced portions he requested. If this continues, Chungu might even ask if he can have a cooking pot so he can cook himself. Fortunately, the ship's head chef listened to advice. Maybe because they had limited spices, someone said to use fewer spices, so they naturally used less. Chungu didn't say not to add spices, but made specific requests. Roast pigeons without spices, add half a bottle of white wine, cook cod with only rosemary, and season beef ribs with black pepper. The thick soup was sour and spicy, sour from tomatoes, but Chungu didn't know how they made it spicy. As for the salad, Chungu asked for only fruit, no vegetables. At first, Chungu was a bit worried about making these requests, afraid the head chef might send someone to get rid of him. But after eating a few meals at the hotel, Chungu realized his worries were unnecessary. The head chef was happy to accept guest suggestions. They believed that making the guests happy was the most important thing. So when the waiter came to ask about food restrictions, Chungu confidently shared his preferences. The waiter immediately saw that Chungu knew a lot about food, and the dishes served were all prepared according to his requests. Seeing Chungu satisfied, the waiter was very happy. While eating, Chungu looked around at the environment. He noticed that the other guests had already started sitting in small groups. Some had told the waiters their preferences, some just mentioned their food restrictions, and some didn't say anything at all. Everyone's behavior was noticed by the waiters. Their backgrounds and personalities were already understood. Halfway through his meal, Chungu suddenly realized he hadn't seen the girl who lived next door to him. She had a very distinctive personality, over 2 meters tall, but tried to shrink her presence to about 1.5 meters. Just one glance was enough to remember her. Chungu had wanted to meet her at the banquet, but she didn't come down. He was about to wave and ask the waiter if all the first-class cabin guests had arrived, but before he could move, Kato came over. "Jack, you've already started eating." Chungu looked up at Kato, then smiled slightly. "Yes, I woke up very early this morning, so I didn't eat much at noon. I just had a little something to fill my stomach. Are you not hungry yet? Now is not the time to eat. I just told you I have a strange object. I recently met a new friend who also wants to see it. Shall we go take a look together?" Kato looked like he was asking for Chungu's opinion, but his actions showed otherwise. He reached out quickly to grab Chungu's wrist, trying to pull him away. Chungu turned his hand and dodged Kato's arm. "Wait a moment, I haven't finished eating." Chungu also realized that Kato's intentions were not right. Thinking about what Captain Bolto said earlier, Chungu could clearly see Kato's situation. Is he trying to spread a message, or is he after something more sinister? Or maybe he's just looking for an excuse to push himself into the spotlight. Does he really think I am a naive newcomer? A trace of disdain flashed through Chungu's mind, but he didn't show it. Instead, he smiled and said, "I'm sorry, but I haven't finished my meal yet. If you're not in a hurry, please wait a little longer." He then signaled to the waiter. At first, the waiter saw Kato approaching and stepped aside to give them space. Now that Chungu waved, the waiter quickly came over. Seeing the waiter approaching, Kato's face darkened a bit, and he finally stepped back. The waiter then asked, "Sir, do you need any help?" "Yes, I'd like some bread, a jar of jam, and if there are any fruits, please bring some. I might want a snack later without going out." "Sir, there's no need for that. The staff at the first-class cabin entrance patrols regularly. If you need anything, just call them." Hearing this, the waiter began to advise him, but he didn't insist much. Most of the services in the first-class cabin are free. Not only is the food free, but even taking things doesn't cost much. After a few more words, seeing that Chungu was not changing his mind, the waiter quickly brought the food he ordered. He weighed the packed food in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Carrying the packed food, Chungu left the dining room directly. Chungu was in a hurry to leave, partly because he didn't want Kato to keep watching him, and partly because he wanted to take the chance while everyone was at the restaurant for the banquet to check on the girl in the next room. She was very interesting. Author's note: thank you all for your support. Infinite Flow Undead. This mode can only continue with everyone's support. In short, please subscribe and support. As Chungu was about to return to his room, he noticed that the male servant from the opposite room appeared again in the corridor. When he saw Chungu, he didn't look at him with hostility like before. Instead, he lowered his head and quickly left. Chungu looked around and saw that all the staff had gone to eat, and no one was watching the corridor. It seemed that the ship's security arrangements also had flaws. After watching the servant go downstairs, Chungu placed the food he brought outside the door and gently knocked. "I know you can hear me. I brought some food for you. It wasn't your servant who brought it. I'll throw it onto the balcony later. Your servant can't or won't come up. If you're afraid, don't open the door. If he makes trouble in the corridor, I'll deal with him directly." After saying this, Chungu opened the door and went back into his room. As he closed the door, he heard footsteps in the corridor again. He knew it was the servant returning, but he ignored it. He went straight to the balcony, threw the food onto the opposite balcony with a flick of his hand. After doing all this, Chungu returned to the door, pulled it open, and stepped outside. As soon as the door opened, the servant turned around. He saw Chungu opening the door, his face full of anger, but he quickly noticed the cane Chungu was holding and showed a disdainful smile. "You don't know who you've offended. I hope you sleep well tonight." After saying this, the servant quickly left. Chungu frowned and sneered inwardly. This servant was a bit cowardly. If he had dared to make a move earlier, he would be dead now. He closed the door and took out all his rifles, cleaning and reloading them. All the new bullets had been reinforced with iron bags. Originally, he could have changed weapons during the fight, since each additional day in the iron bag increases the fire attribute. Right now, Chungu hasn't even reached the limit of his bullets. But Chungu doesn't have the luxury to think about that now. He feels that tonight, the male servant will make a move. If it were someone else, Chungu might not have made such a judgment. From the moment the male servant boarded the ship, his actions made Chungu realize he was not an honest person. Not only did he stop some of his actions, but he also embarrassed him. Chungu is sure he will retaliate first. But that's actually good. As long as he takes the initiative to attack and Chungu defeats him, no one can say Chungu was reckless just because he got on the ship. To prepare for tonight's sneak attack, Chungu must get everything ready. Chungu's skills are limited. He quickly switches guns in his backpack and fires his musket at the enemy's chest. These are normal moves for him. He's never worried about things going wrong. He doesn't just have one gun. He has several. If one fails, he switches to another. As long as he hits with one shot, that male servant is doomed. While Chungu arranges his guns, on the terrace of the opposite house, the noble girl secretly takes away the food she threw onto the terrace. She moves very carefully. Despite being over 1.9 meters tall, she acts like a shadow, not attracting any attention. After grabbing the food, she hides inside a large wardrobe across from the bed, keeping the wardrobe door slightly open. She quickly eats while secretly watching outside. It's as if she's afraid someone might suddenly rush in. Even though she's terrified, her eating remains quite ladylike. She nibbles bread and eats fruit carefully. After finishing all the food, the girl touches her stomach and softly says, "I'm hungry." Chungu, who is loading the last musket into his backpack, doesn't know what's happening on the terrace opposite. Suddenly, He feels something is wrong. He pulls out a white talisman, sticks it on his glasses, and looks directly toward the door. In that moment, the door suddenly bursts open with a loud bang. A huge monster rushes in through the door. The monster had the head of the previous servant, but its body was over 2 meters tall, covered in shiny black muscles. Steam pipes connected its joints. It charged into the room, wielding a large sword that looked like a door. The sword swung toward Chingu, as if to cut him in half. Chingu reacted quickly, dodging out of the way and pulling out a small pistol. He fired at the monster. But something strange happened. The bullet moved very slowly as it left the gun. The monster saw this and started laughing loudly. Chingu realized he was not in the real world, but in a mental or spiritual space. The monster charged at him again. Chingu fired his pistol once more. Again, the bullet seemed to get stuck in the air. This was not his real environment. Chingu quickly understood what was happening. He stepped back, broke through the glass behind him, and jumped onto the balcony across. The servant monster wouldn't dare do this in the hallway. He was probably using someone else's mental space. Most likely, it was that small girl who was about 1.9 meters tall. As long as Chingu found the main body, he could easily defeat the monster servant. The monster servant chased after Chingu. When he saw Chingu jump onto the balcony, his eyes changed instantly. "Don't think you can escape." He swung his sword toward Chingu. Chingu had already reached the other balcony. He dodged and quickly entered the house. But when he looked inside, his expression froze. He found himself back in room 9. Suddenly, the door was blown open again, and the monster servant rushed in from the main door. This time, before Chingu could react, the monster servant swung his sword at him. Chingu still had his pistol in his left hand. Seeing this, the monster servant's eyes showed a faint smile. Does Chingu have no other options? But he never expected that Chingu would raise his right hand and point at the male servant's eyes. Flash! The male servant didn't expect this to happen. He instinctively covered his eyes with his hand. At that moment, Chingu's crossfire also pressed against the servant's chest. Bullets won't fly, right? That's okay, as long as they leave the gun. Double critical hit. With one shot, the monster male servant exploded like a bubble. Then Chingu felt the floor shake slightly, and the room seemed to darken a lot. Although it was already nighttime, something felt off. Chingu tucked the crossfire under his arm and started reloading. Just then, a voice sounded behind him. "It's useless. He can't be killed, and this time you used a straightforward method. Next time, you won't be able to do that again." The voice was shaky, as if stuck in the throat and unwilling to speak. Chingu turned around and saw a noble girl, about 1.90 meters tall, curled up in the corner, not even lifting her head. He paused for a moment, then retracted his hand, putting away the crossfire. He walked quickly to the noble girl and lifted her up. "Is this your dream?" The noble girl widened her eyes at Chingu. She didn't expect him to say something like that. "In your dream, you can't defeat that guy, and he becomes stronger because of your fear. How small is your courage? You're the master. What are you afraid of?" Chingu grabbed her collar, trying to lift her. But the girl kept shrinking back, not daring to move. At this moment, Chingu clearly felt a slight change around him again. "Damn, it's coming back so soon. Stay awake. Remember, you're the master of that guy. Be brave, and you won't be afraid." The girl was clearly very scared. Even when Chingu grabbed her by the chest and lifted her up, she didn't try to resist. Seeing the male servant appear again at the door, Chingu quickly pulled the girl and ran outside. This time, he didn't jump to the next room, but jumped directly from the balcony down. "This is just in your dream. You can't be afraid. If you don't die, you should be able to do it." As they ran outside, Chingu said this to the girl. Before she could respond, he took her from the balcony and jumped to the next level's balcony. "Run!" Chingu and the girl ran quickly, turning sharply into a dining room on the second floor. Earlier, when going downstairs, the waiter had explained most of the rooms on the deck to Chingu. But this time, as they rushed into the dining room, Chingu saw it was empty. "It seems this is still your dream. You haven't been here, so there's nothing here." While Chingu was speaking, the large door was suddenly kicked open again. The monster-like male servant rushed in. Chingu pushed the girl aside and raised the morning breeze staff to face him. The monster's servant squinted, one hand blocking his eyes, and reached out to grab Chingu. Chingu knew he was trying to block the flash of light. But did he really think Chingu was using the morning breeze staff just for that flash? Chingu pressed his hand, and the tip of the staff pierced the servant's throat. Bang! The servant's body disappeared again like a bubble. Chingu then walked over to the girl. See? I've already taken him out twice. Are you still scared? It's useless. He will appear thousands of times, 10,000 times. You can't really kill him. The girl finally responded to Chingu. She sat on the ground, hugging her knees and burying her face in them. It's useless. Really useless. It felt like the environment around them was changing again. Chingu didn't care about anything else now. If he didn't deal with this servant, the problem might never end. Can you send me out? I want to go and take that guy down. As long as his main body dies, he'll die in the dream too, right? It's no use. I've tried. Even if he's burned to ashes, he'll still appear in front of me the next day. The girl didn't lift her head. Chingu believed that what the girl said was true. In Damansek City, if someone accidentally caused trouble and was not caught, they could call the gang at night to clean up the problem. If the girl was in danger and wanted to get rid of a certain servant, it was definitely something she could do. However, in the end, the girl was dragged to the Kukrups, which clearly indicated there was a problem. At this moment, Chingu also started to feel impatient. He really wanted to eliminate this girl. Maybe without the dream and the girl's fear, the servant wouldn't have had a chance to act. But this thought was just a fleeting idea. Chingu was not yet at the point of casually killing an innocent girl. However, his gaze caught the girl's attention. Surprisingly, she stood up and said, "Kill me. I don't want to go on like this anymore." Chingu was a bit speechless. What kind of situation was this? Seeing the monster-like servant appear again, Chingu suddenly had an idea. I have a plan. Do you want to try it? I have a city. If you join my city and become my follower, I can transfer your dreams to my territory. Then I can deal with that guy. But we need to agree beforehand. If you become my follower, you can never leave. Your fate will be in my hands, Chingu said to the girl. The girl didn't respond for a long time. Chingu then said, "Anyway, you're already risking your life. Trying this is better than dying." This last sentence made the girl lift her head. She looked into Chingu's eyes, then curled up again. Although she didn't nod in the end, Chingu understood that she agreed to this plan. At this moment, Chingu reached out and grabbed the girl, then activated his city heart. Chingu knew he was inside the girl's dream. He couldn't be physically there. He could only be a spiritual presence. So, he could also bring the girl's spirit back to his city. Sure enough, in the next moment, Chingu appeared on the road beneath the dark giant statue. He looked up at the huge dark statue and put the girl down. We've arrived. Before Chingu finished speaking, his face suddenly changed. The first resident appears in the city. Analyzing resident attributes. Dark fate influence. Resident tags adjusted. Confirmed. Resident Ivanora Bonarodi. Tags. Fear. Gaze of the king. Great strength. Artistic bloodline. Fate bond. Darkness 1. The Wizard of Oz. Cowardly lion. Achieved. 2. Tarot cards. Courage card. Achieved. Is it possible to do it this way? Looking at the information in front of him, Chungwa glanced again at Ivanora, who had just become a resident of his city. It all felt a bit like a dream. Ivanora. No, I'll just call you Iva. Can you tell me? You. Before Chungwa finished speaking, the monster male servant appeared nearby. The male servant looked confused and unsure what was happening. Chungwa said to Ivanora, "Wait here, I'll handle this." Then Chungwa grabbed his weapon and ran toward the monster male servant, leaving Ivanora standing there, puzzled. She still didn't understand how Chungwa knew her name. When they reached Chungwa's territory, the monster male servant realized something was wrong. All the power he gained from intimidating Ivanora had been scattered here. This made the male servant very frustrated. He had chosen Ivanora as his target because she was not very strong but had decent mental strength. Every time he died in Ivanora's dreams, he would quickly revive, gaining more of her mental energy. That's why he could be killed thousands of times in her dreams and still keep coming back. He was about to completely absorb Ivanora's mental energy. But then, something strange happened. Ivanora's mental energy disappeared, and he was transported to another mental space. This space was very different from Ivanora's dream world. It looked barren, but it wasn't a dream. Someone had created a space between the mind and reality. Most importantly, this space's attribute was dark, capable of influencing fate. This was the male servant's weakness. The male servant can repeatedly revive using others' fears, but there must be a limit. Most importantly, he needs to absorb the mental energy released by their fear. How to absorb it here? Even if Chun-gu is afraid, the male servant here can sense dark powers that can influence fate. As long as the male servant dares to absorb a few times, he will eventually be consumed by darkness and become part of it. This is not what he wants. Right now, the only thought in the male servant's mind is to escape. Once he leaves this mental world, he plans to find Iwanora. Then he can absorb Iwanora's fear and still have a chance to turn the situation around. But the male servant's thoughts are a bit too optimistic. As soon as he appears here, Chun-gu, the master of this place, has already noticed him. The two recent battles made Chun-gu feel very frustrated, and now is a good chance for revenge. Chun-gu quickly appears in front of the male servant. At this moment, because he lost Iwanora as a mental source, the male servant's body has returned to its original form. His limbs show a faint translucent quality, indicating he is in a mental energy state. In other people's mental worlds or dreams, he might merge or directly detach. But on Chun-gu's territory, everything becomes impossible. What was that saying? Offend the master and try to leave? Chun-gu rushes forward and strikes with a gust of wind. The male servant raises his hand, wielding a long sword, blocking Chun-gu's strike. From the previous two battles, the male servant has realized that Chun-gu's wind is a magical weapon that can emit flashes of light and also be used as a sword. Chun-gu's swordsmanship is decent, though not as strong as the male servant's. It is a standard style. Whether stabbing or thrusting, Chun-gu performs well. As long as the male servant doesn't let Chun-gu unleash the full power of the wind, he won't have a problem. So, the male servant quickly defends against the wind, while saying, "I say, sir." Before he finishes, Chun-gu's left hand appears with a gun. At first, the male servant doesn't care much, but his face quickly turns pale. This is not Iwanora's dream. He has no control over everything here. The male servant finally understood this point, and Chun-gu's crossfire shot caused a double explosion. The male servant was instantly thrown backward. His body was torn in half by the gunfire. Seeing that the male servant's body did not turn into bubbles like before, Chun-gu smiled. You think you can avoid revival just because you don't want to come back? That's not such an easy thing. Chun-gu waved his hand, and darkness, blocked by the giant shadow, surged in like a tide from the light. After the dark tide receded, the male servant's body disappeared. Chun-gu stuck the morning wind into the ground and began reloading his bullets into the crossfire. You're dead. Just as Chun-gu finished loading, the male servant's voice came from behind him. At this moment, his voice lacked the confidence it had before. It was full of anger and fear. Chun-gu turned and fired a shot. This shot didn't cause a double explosion, but knocked the male servant flying. Chun-gu noticed some black lines appearing on the servant's skin after he was knocked down. This indicated that the recent revival had affected him with dark fate. His idea was correct. Chun-gu raised the crossfire and aimed another shot at the male servant's forehead. With this shot, the male servant died again. While calling the dark tide to drag away the corpse, Chun-gu disdainfully said, "Didn't we agree that the same technique can only be used once? Why can't I do it now? The bullet time where the bullets paused in the air, why not use it anymore?" Chun-gu kept mocking. Moments later, the revived male servant was thrown back in front of Chun-gu again. This time, his eyes had turned bright red, and black lines covered his skin, replacing his original color. As soon as he appeared, the male servant said, "I have no intention of fighting you. This time, you destroyed my promotion ritual. If you're willing to let me go, I'll pretend this never happened." Promotion ritual? Huh? So you're a semi-legendary master. Chun-gu smiled. But so what? I've disrupted more than one promotion ritual, and I'm still alive and well. Boom. Another shot hit the male servant's chest, knocking him to the ground. Then Chun-gu stepped forward and aimed another shot at the male servant's head, smashing it into a rotten watermelon. Moments later, the male servant, revived again, appeared once more in front of Chun-gu. "Do you know what you're doing? If I die here, my body will lose control, and then what? Damn it." Boom. Two more shots. One hits the man's chest, knocking him back, and the other hits his forehead, finishing him off. After 4 or 5 rounds like this, the man's skin turned completely black, and many parts of his body started to twist. When Chun-Gu shot him again, a faint smile appeared on the man's face. You've been fooled. The returning servant did not appear in front of Chun-Gu, but instead appeared where Chun-Gu had previously stabbed at Morning Wind. Now, new red lines had appeared on the black patterns on his skin, glowing faintly red. His red eyes darkened, and joints on his arms and legs bent backward. The wounds Chun-Gu had inflicted on his chest and forehead had grown into long, reverse bone. It looked like the horn on his head and the bone spikes on his armor. He pulled Morning Wind from the ground and laughed loudly. Surprised? I can control where I come back to life, but I choose not to. I want to lure you away. Now that I have your weapon, let's see how you handle me. Chun-Gu calmly raised his crossfire and said, have you ever heard the saying, fast guns outside 7 steps, fast and accurate inside 7 steps? Bang! He fired the crossfire, knocking the servant away. Then Chun-Gu moved forward and shot again. The servant suddenly mimicked Chun-Gu, raising Morning Wind and shouting, flash! But Chun-Gu's weapon wouldn't let the servant use it. Morning Wind didn't respond for a moment, and Chun-Gu shot him down again. At that moment, the servant's body disappeared like a bubble. Instead of being swallowed by darkness, the servant reappeared behind Chun-Gu, as if resurrected instantly. You don't have a gun now. Before he finished speaking, Chun-Gu, who had thrown down the crossfire, pulled out the Queen 17. Bang, bang, bang. The Queen 17's power was similar to the crossfire, but it carried 2 extra bullets. Chun-Gu fired 3 shots in quick succession, once again taking down the servant. Then Chun-Gu did not stop. He raised his hand and fired 2 shots toward Ivanora's position. When Chun-Gu shot, the male servant just appeared beside Ivanora. Before he could react, the bullets pierced his head, knocking him out instantly. Next, Chun-Gu drew the luling from his waist and aimed it at the spot where the crossfire intersected and fell to the ground. The newly appeared male servant was precisely pinned to the ground by the luling. This is my territory. You can't outpace my senses. At this point, Chun-Gu slowly loaded bullets into his gun. And you changed the meaning. You've been making me believe you can control where you come back to life. Chun-Gu had finished loading his gun and said calmly, maybe you really have that ability, but before you gain control of the territory, you probably can't use it many times. You need to make me doubt whether I still control the territory. Only then can you secretly take away my authority. Chun-Gu then pressed the Queen 17-style gun against the head of the male servant. But sorry, I never believe what others say. I only trust my control over the territory. Bang! The male servant's body turned into bubbles again. Chun-Gu picked up the luling from the ground, aimed at the crossfire, and loaded his gun while stepping forward. In the next moment, Chun-Gu appeared in a dark shadow where the light didn't reach. In the darkness, the male servant had already revived. Seeing Chun-Gu appear nearby, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he begged, let me go, boom. A shot directly blew off the male servant's head. Then Chun-Gu quickly moved to another place and started hunting the revived male servant. Ivanora, hiding on the ground, watched Chun-Gu appear here. Then with a bang, he moved to the next spot. A hint of excitement appeared in her eyes. She was once proud, confident she wouldn't fail, but faced with the nightmare-like male servant, she didn't take the initiative to attack like Chun-Gu did. She only used her own methods to kill enemies when they appeared. No matter how she fought, she always felt that the male servant seemed to have the upper hand in their battles. Even when he came out to die, it felt like a cat playing with a mouse. As a result, her rhythm was controlled by the male servant, gradually affecting her reality and even her personality. Chun-Gu, however, was clearly different. He kept the pace in his own control. He made the male servant jump out willingly to die, turning the situation into him chasing and attacking the servant. In this back and forth, the mental strength and confidence changed. The male servant relies on his presence to influence others' minds. It's a mental battle. If others think they are weaker than the male servant, even a small mental flaw can allow him to invade their mind. Eventually, the male servant would expand this invasion, merge into, and swallow their mental world. But now, the male servant didn't seem to have the upper hand. Whenever the male servant appeared, Chun-Gu would quickly show up nearby, making it clear that Chun-Gu had countless ways to kill him, and the male servant couldn't escape. Ivanora couldn't help but smile at this point. Her smile made the recently revived male servant's face change. His already dark face looked like it had turned into a stiff, solid shell. Chingu didn't notice what was happening. He approached the male servant and casually shot him, smashing his head. But in the next moment, Chingu realized something was wrong. The male servant's body had turned into fragments like porcelain shards. Only a black, brain-like object was bouncing on the ground, with many eyes in its neural loops. Chingu immediately understood. Was this the male servant's true form? What happened to his previous body? Was it too damaged to use? Chingu hadn't expected that the reason for this was entirely because of his ritual of advancement. He had finally discovered Ivanora, a girl with strong mental power, but not very strong in combat. He wanted to use Ivanora's mental strength to turn her dreams into his hunting ground. As long as he controlled Ivanora, he could gradually pull others into the dream world. Eventually, he would create a dream realm, and as its ruler, he would step into legend. As a result, the male servant was angry because Chingu had a few words with him and pulled Chingu into Ivanora's incomplete dream realm. Not only did he fail to defeat Chingu, but he also caused Chingu to bring Ivanora into his territory. Most importantly, Chingu repeatedly defeated the male servant, breaking the mental barrier in Ivanora's mind. This also removed the last support for the male servant in Ivanora's dream realm. As a result, the male servant's spiritual form was directly exposed to Chingu. Looking at the brain on the ground trying to escape, Chingu waved his hand, and the morning breeze appeared in his palm. Chingu then stabbed the morning breeze into the black brain, and a white light flashed across the holy cross pattern, causing the black brain to explode instantly. Defeated a level 9 transcendent nightmare. Beginner. Obtained 1 blue treasure chest. Destroyed the nightmare maturity ritual, nightmare killer, legendary transcendence. Gained a nightmare recycling area, city building. Destroyed the nightmare maturity ritual, legendary transcendence. Obtained some information about nightmare-type professions. Would you like to unlock the corresponding profession path? Seeing the series of messages in front of him, Chingu's eyes lit up. Although this battle was a bit tiring, as he kept chasing that male servant back and forth, the gains were significant. This was the first time Chingu had encountered a blue treasure chest since entering the Endless World. Last time he got a blue weapon, it was a one-time kiss of rest, which was extremely powerful, enough to take out a legendary-level demon apostle with a single shot. This also influenced Chingu, leading him to develop the habit of holding a gun against someone's chest and shooting. Although this time he might not get a blue weapon, opening a treasure chest could still yield some equipment, or at least materials. Thinking of this, Chingu immediately took out the blue treasure chest. Unlike the plain white chest or the green wooden chest, the blue chest was made entirely of metal. The small chest, about the size of a palm, looked like a miniature tin pencil box, which could be opened with a flip. Without hesitation, Chingu opened the blue treasure chest. Blank talisman paper 4, blue basic resource in the endless world, similar to experience, money, or basic materials. It can be used to store attribute energy. 10 sheets of blue talisman paper can be combined into 1 purple talisman paper. Dream Fragment 33, green, a special currency of the Nightmare Clan, used to exchange for green equipment, mental strength potions, or complete mental bodies. Dream Liquid 2, green, a unique enhancement liquid of the Nightmare Clan. By soaking weapons or items in it, they gain a mental skill. Dream Bell, green, can summon a dream merchant daily to trade online. The merchant's supplies are random, with no fixed quality. 3,000 kills, blue, long sword, attack, 276 to 330, equipment requirements, agility 10, constitution 10, special 1, repeated tier. Wounds caused by this sword will reopen even after healing, causing pain and continuous health loss for 3 days or until the victim dies. Special 2, Dream Sword, can be used in dreams by spiritual entities and can receive mental space. It can be drawn directly in battle. Special 3, 3,000 kills. In a very short time, it can perform 10 to 3,000 cuts on a single point, based on the user's agility, constitution, and level, focusing all attacks on one spot to cause great damage. Note: This is a sword used in dream battles. All nightmares want such a weapon because only in dreams can they ignore certain rules and maximize its power. Looking at this crystal-like one-handed sword, Chun Gumming understood that everything about the 3,000 kills sword revolves around that special technique. Only in dreams can one ignore everything and make 3,000 attacks on the same spot. Using it in the real world might cause the technique to be released, but also ruin the user's hand. But in the spiritual world, it's different. Chun-Gu holds the 3,000 kills sword without needing to move. The sword merges into his body. Chun-Gu nods in satisfaction. In the future, when killing infiltrators in Misty Street, he won't need to use gunpowder bombs anymore. This gives him a new attack method. Then Chun-Gu looked again at the other items placed nearby. The dream fragments were called fragments, but they actually looked like plastic coins, each marked with a 1,000. The dream potion was stored in a thermos bottle, which held about 1 liter. It was opaque, and you could only tell there was liquid inside by shaking it, but the color was unknown. The dream bell looked like a small copper bell that rings when some shop's doors open. Chun-Gu really wanted to find a door to hang this bell on. But what attracted Chun-Gu most now was not these items, but the Nightmare Recycling Center he had obtained after destroying the Nightmare Ritual. Nightmare Recycling Center, supernatural building, a functional building that can be moved into the city. It recycles various fantasy items from nearby wandering dreams, and you can also discover unconscious spirits during the process. Compared to the description of Misty Street, the explanation of the Nightmare Recycling Center was much simpler. But from these few simple sentences, Chun-Gu saw many different things. The phrase, recycling various fantasy items from nearby wandering dreams, has many interpretations. What does nearby wandering dreams mean? Who does the recycling? What are fantasy items that are recovered? Can Chun-Gu use them? There are many questions here. And what about the unconscious spirits mentioned at the end? Many thoughts flashed through Chun-Gu's mind, but he quickly composed himself, placing the newly acquired Nightmare Recycling Center down. He hesitated a bit about where to place it. Since it wasn't a passage into his territory, nor a farm or field, Chun-Gu finally decided to put it on the north side of the city wall. When he set down the Nightmare Recycling Center, Chun-Gu noticed that its style was quite strange. It looked like a tower made of black brains, similar to the one he had just destroyed. The base of the tower was about 30 meters in diameter, covered with blood and muscle tendons. The tower was nearly 60 meters tall, with emotionless eyeballs beneath the cerebral cortex. The eyeballs grew larger as they went up, and at the top of the tower, there was even an eyeball about the size of a human head. Around the tower was a fence similar to a sheep pen, and inside the fence, some illusory sheep seemed to be jumping. They keep running around the tall tower, and at every moment, an old sheep disappears, only to be replaced by a new one. Sometimes, when a sheep disappears, shiny metal pieces or strange objects appear on the ground. These objects appear slowly. Chun-Gu watched for a while and found that about once every 10 minutes, 1 or 2 strange items would show up. As for what these objects are, Chun-Gu hasn't looked into it for now. He has more important things to do at this moment. That is to ask about Ivanora's situation. All right, get up. The nightmare is dead, Chun-Gu said casually as he returned to Ivanora. You are safe now. Ivanora, curled up, wanted to stand up, but she was really scared by the nightmare servant. She looked like she couldn't return to normal for a while. No matter how Chun-Gu pulled or urged her, she stayed curled up. No, wait, the servant turned into him. No, that's not right. Ivanora's story became confused. From this confusing story, Chun-Gu understood some things. The nightmare appeared directly in Ivanora's dream. When it felt it could influence reality, it showed up in front of her. It might even have appeared because it saw Ivanora trying to run away and had to jump out. Anyway, Chun-Gu understood most of what happened after it appeared. The ticket was bought by Ivanora. Even if she boarded the ship as a servant, she couldn't stay in the first-class cabin. Chun-Gu stayed opposite Ivanora, facing the nightmare. As the nightmare was evolving, it dragged Chun-Gu in. That single action took everything from the nightmare. Thinking of this, Chun-Gu couldn't help but smile. It seems that in the future, if I want to get a job or advance, I must not be affected by other things. Even if I am influenced, I should ignore it and focus on one task at a time. After keeping this thought in mind, Chun-Gu turned his attention back to Ivanora. How much do you know about that nightmare? Why did it come after you? I saw earlier that you were holding a box, which was eventually sealed away. Was it yours or his? Of course, these questions were no longer very important. Chingu was just curious and asked a few more questions. I don't know much. I only know that he used to be a swordsman. At first, his sword skills were very good. He probably became a nightmare by swallowing the dreams of another swordsman. Ivanora's words finally became clearer, but there were still many things she didn't know. As for why he came after me, I really don't know. A few times, I was almost killed by him. He mentioned some kind of divine protection. That box. That box was passed down in my family. Where is it now? It was sealed away by sailors. I don't know where exactly. Chingu shrugged. Although he saw everything, he wasn't eavesdropping and didn't hear the captain's final instructions. Oh, what was inside your box? It was a carving tool left by my ancestors. I haven't opened it in a long time. If that guy hadn't taken it out, I might have forgotten about it. Chingu became curious. If a nightmare preparing to advance to legend valued something, it must not be an ordinary item. He asked, is there some kind of divine carving artifact inside? No, it was blessed by David. It has magic that can easily carve through giant stones. David's blessing? Chingu wasn't surprised that the carving artifact could cut through giant stones. After all, it was called a divine artifact. If it couldn't carve through giant stones, what kind of divine artifact would it be? He was curious about who David was. Was he a stonemason god? Why did his blessing have such an effect? Yes, it was a reward for my ancestors' achievements and artistic skills, Ivanora said proudly. Her lost confidence slowly returned as she remembered her ancestor. Who was your ancestor? Chingu listened to Ivanora talk about ancestors, but he never asked who her ancestors were. He hoped it wasn't some famous craft tradition. Ivanora proudly said, Michelangelo Buonarroti. Hearing this name, Chingu paused. He now knew who Ivanora's ancestor was. One of the three Renaissance masters, a great painter, sculptor, architect, and poet. So, when Ivanora mentioned David's blessing, she was probably talking about Michelangelo's famous sculpture, the Statue of David. Chingu was a bit confused. How could a statue give blessings? Maybe, like in the East, people could pray to statues here too? Why would David be able to give blessings? Chingu asked out of curiosity. You don't know? Ivanora looked surprised at Chingu. What should I know? Chingu honestly didn't understand the connection. I'm talking about David, who is recorded in the Bible. He was a king recognized by the Bible. Chingu frowned. So what? The Bible talks about the Holy Trinity, only one God, right? As Ivanora explained more, Chingu became more confused about where David's blessing power came from. Then Ivanora said, You know Solomon? Chingu nodded. Yes, I know. The 72 Demon Kings. Although Chingu didn't know much about Western history, he had heard of these key things. King Solomon's 72 Demon Kings are well known in Western magic history. Even if he didn't know all the details, he had heard of them before. Compared to David, Solomon was more famous. So, David borrowed King Solomon's power to give blessings? Chingu guessed. Ivanora shrank back, feeling tired from talking to Chingu. People outside were hard to communicate with, and she preferred to be alone. But since Chingu had helped her, she explained, David is King Solomon's father. Chingu was surprised and blinked, indicating that this was a non-explicit scene. Finally, he said, All right, I understand the relationship here. Basically, your family has always received David's blessings and attention. So even if that guy has invaded your nightmares, he can't kill your spirit, right? Ivanora nodded gently, but didn't speak about what she was familiar with. She closed herself off again, becoming a bit difficult to communicate with. After understanding Ivanora's situation, Chunghua had a better idea of how to arrange things for her. Okay, follow me. Just write your name on this door. Standing in front of an apartment door, Chunghua pointed at the door while pulling Ivanora, who was trying hard to stay close to the wall. From now on, you are a resident of my city. This room is assigned to you. You can come out into my city freely using your mental power. You've studied art, sculpture, and architectural design, right? Just a little, Ivanora whispered. Good. From now on, you'll be responsible for designing buildings in this city. As you can see, my city is just starting. There are only 3 apartment buildings so far, which can house 180 people. Other building materials have been delivered, but I haven't learned how to build, and I don't have anyone to help. So, I'm leaving this to you. Help me build those structures. Of course, if you want to design the city yourself, that's fine too. I'll come by every day, and you can share any ideas you have. By the way, I'm not stopping you from going out. Whenever you want, you can wake up and return to your body. But I think it's best for you to get familiar with this city because you're now connected to it. You'll be living here permanently, so you should get used to life here. Ivanora shrank back and looked at Chungwa with wide eyes. It was unclear whether she was agreeing or not. Chungwa also found this situation frustrating. He thought that having residents would make many things easier. But from what he saw now, he still needed to consider the residents' mental state. He wasn't a psychologist, so he couldn't handle all these issues. Seeing Ivanora's shy and hesitant expression, Chungwa decided to speak directly without discussing it further. All right, it's decided. From now on, you will follow my plans. Also, I will call you to eat every day. Listen carefully. When I call you, you should open the door immediately. Chungwa pretended to be stern as he spoke to Ivanora. Ivanora kept nodding, looking timid. Chungwa doubted whether her confidence and pride could ever be restored. Okay, that's it. Don't go near the foggy streets unless necessary. There's still fighting there. After saying that, Chungwa opened his eyes and left his territory. As for Ivanora, she could stay wherever she liked. Chungwa didn't have time to worry about her. Back in his room on the ship, Chungwa stood up and checked his equipment again. Although the recent fight was fought with his spirit form inside his territory, the bullets used were real. The bullets in Chungwa's bag were almost gone. If he fought a few more times, he might have to call on Morning Wind. That's good enough. Chungwa sighed and looked outside. It wasn't yet midnight, so it wasn't a good time to sleep. Should he return to his territory? He thought for a moment and decided to let Ivanora stay alone for a while. Once she adapted to the environment there, her mental weaknesses might gradually heal. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Chungwa's face. He never expected that just after starting his journey today, good news would come one after another. First, a main quest appeared, and then a new resident showed up in his city. Now he was beginning to understand the power of dark fate. At least, he knew how to use this dark fate to his advantage. But now was not the time to act. Chungwa took out his bullet-making tools, kept some ideas in mind, and carefully started making bullets. During the process, Chungwa's mind gradually calmed. Repeating the work over and over, he slowly cleared his thoughts. At that moment, Ivanora's male servant in the servant's room had already died. Just like the previous threats from the male servant, when the nightmare was killed, his body began to change. Initially, the nightmare became a low-level creature. This nightmare devoured the dream of an extraordinary swordsman and gained his powerful sword skills and exceptional body strength. After becoming a nightmare, although other dreams were just his food, the battles within the dreams did not weaken his swordsmanship. Instead, repeated deaths in the dreams caused a hint of death intent to accumulate in his sword. When this nightmare died, the body of the male servant controlled by the nightmare instinctively took over. The death intent and the aura of illusion immediately burst out from the servant's body. The servant, who was sleeping on the bed, suddenly jumped up and drew a long sword that shimmered like a rainbow dream. He raised the sword and aimed it at another servant on a different bed. That servant was just an ordinary servant. When struck, there were no wounds on his body, and he even showed a slight smile. But his eyes had lost all vitality. He didn't even have a chance to sit up and was already dead from the servant's sword. At this moment, the servant's eyes flashed with a red light. Instinctively, he straightened his body and pushed open the door to go outside. As he pushed the door open, the door on the opposite side also opened. The person living across was a bodyguard of a noble. He had no security duty today, so he stayed in his room eating something. Just moments ago, when the servant killed someone, he clearly felt a surge of death intent. The bodyguard was very sensitive to death and killing intent. Sometimes, protecting someone relied on quick instinct. As soon as he sensed something was wrong, he immediately woke up the other passengers in the room and grabbed his weapon to come out. When he opened the door, he saw the same servant leaving. Seeing the servant's expression, his bright red eyes, and the rainbow-like long sword in his hand, the bodyguard knew what was happening. This guy has lost control. Call for help. After saying that, the bodyguard charged forward and punched the servant's head. The servant responded with a sword. At the moment he drew his sword, The bodyguard felt as if he was pulled into a dream. The most dangerous part was that this dream could be deadly. The bodyguard didn't have any suitable weapons on hand. His guns had already been taken away, and enchanted cold weapons were sealed. He only carried a basic longsword. But the bodyguard was used to fighting with a shield. Faced with the scene before him, the bodyguard quickly threw his sword into the air. Then, he felt the surroundings become quiet. It was as if he was submerged in the deep sea, and the out-of-control servant was now surrounded by a large amount of water trapped in front of him. The bodyguard looked back and saw the captain of the sailors walking out nearby with a serious expression. "What happened?" he asked. In the room, Chungu suddenly raised his head while making bullets. He opened the door and looked outside. He saw that 2 sailors had appeared on the corridor, though he didn't notice when. These 2 sailors were different from the servants on this floor. They wore blue and white striped sailor uniforms, with bulky belts that looked like they were carrying many things. When Chungu opened the door, the 2 sailors immediately focused their attention on his face. Their eyes showed caution and alertness. "What's going on?" Chungu asked quickly, not giving them a chance to speak. "It's nothing. There was a small problem in the servants' cabin, but we were worried it might affect the luxury cabin, so the captain of the sailors sent us to check," one of them explained carefully. Chungu nodded, closed the door, and put away the bullets he had just made. Soon after, there was a knock on the door. Chungu opened it and saw the temporary steward of this floor standing with a man in front of his door. The man was dressed in a dark blue sailor suit with bright red hair. From his stance, it was clear he was very strong. When Chungu opened the door, the man looked him over from head to toe, then signaled to the steward to let him speak. "Mr. Jack, this is our second officer, Mr. Teldo. Do you know if the young lady in the room opposite has gone out?" "What happened?" Chungu asked instead of answering, questioning him. "Well, the servant brought by the young lady in the opposite room had some issues. We wanted to ask her a few questions, but she hasn't opened her door when we knocked." Chungu shook his head. "I haven't seen her go out, and I didn't meet her at the previous banquet either." The steward and Teldo looked at each other. Teldo said, "Let's borrow a few female bodyguards and prepare to open the door." "Second officer, about this matter. The servant had a small issue. We just need to suppress it. If a first-class passenger has a problem, our reputation will be ruined." The temporary steward nodded and went to call someone. Teldo also said to Chungu, "Sorry to trouble you. It's okay. You're just doing this for the safety of the ship." Chungu closed the door and then closed his eyes, suddenly appearing in his own territory. At this moment, Ivanola had already entered her room. She didn't wander around the dark city like Chungu when he was away. Instead, she piled many blankets on her bed and hid herself inside. Chungu knocked on Ivanola's door. "I don't want to ruin your good mood, but someone is looking for you in the cabin. If you don't want your body to be taken away like Sleeping Beauty, you'd better come back to the real world." When he heard the knocking, Ivanola's body, hidden under the blankets, trembled involuntarily. But when she heard Chungu's words, she also looked up, wanting to respond. However, she didn't say a word in the end. It was as if she had sealed herself inside the room. Chungu only stood outside her door for a moment before leaving, because he heard knocking on the door of the room opposite. Through the peephole, Chungu saw that the temporary steward had called several female bodyguards, and even a noble lady had come along. It seemed the steward had prepared everything. Chungu thought that after receiving his message, Ivanola might return to the real world, at least open the door or something. But he never expected Ivanola to act quite boldly. She completely ignored the knocking outside. When the knocking went unanswered, the steward brought the key to this level. Chungu clearly saw that all the room keys on this floor had seals on them. He didn't know who came up with this idea. Then, the noble lady opened the door and entered. They rushed into Ivanola's room and found it empty. There was no sign anyone had slept on the bed. "Where is she?" Teldo looked around. This situation was strange. If someone from the first-class cabin was missing, everyone would be responsible. Fortunately, the room was not very large. After checking that no one was in the bathroom, everyone's attention focused on the balcony and the wardrobe. Several female guards quickly moved forward to check these areas. Finally, they found Ivanora curled up inside the wardrobe. When they discovered her, Ivanora only opened her eyes briefly, looked at them, then closed her eyes and went back to sleep. Teldo stepped forward and pressed his hand to Ivanora's forehead. She's asleep. Oh, she's asleep. Everyone was quite speechless. After such a big event, the source of the problem was actually sleeping. At this moment, Teldo looked serious and said, "This is extra sleep after waking from a nightmare attack." It seems our guess was right. The nightmare creature, whether it was eating or evolving, lost its power after encountering some issue. "Mrs. Biss, please help her to the bed. The others stay here and watch over her. If she wakes up, just let us know." After making all the arrangements, Teldo left the room. Behind him, the temporary butler followed. "Second officer, what should we do now?" "Go back and handle the body, write a report, and wait for the lady to wake up. Then tell her what happened." "Is it that simple?" the temporary butler asked, surprised. "Yes, it's that simple," Teldo replied confidently. "When I first joined the ship, handling such things was even easier. Back then, if someone died on board, we didn't need to notify anyone. Just tell the family, and we could throw the body into the sea." "Is the family now being notified?" the butler asked. Teldo shook his head. "Now we have a boiler, so we can burn the body. At least the family can take some ashes home. It's better than before, when all they knew was that their loved one had died, and they couldn't even find a bone." The butler was stunned when he heard this. He hadn't expected such an explanation. Teldo didn't pay attention to the butler's thoughts. He quickly left the room. As the ship's second officer, Teldo had important duties beyond his combat skills. He didn't have time to stay here any longer. This time, if a nearly legendary nightmare creature hadn't appeared on the ship, he wouldn't have come to take a look. Now that the situation is clear, he naturally wouldn't stay long. He still has many tasks to do, and it's not the time to relax. Shingu never expected how quickly news could spread inside a ship that wasn't very small. The events from last night were suppressed on the surface, but in fact, they had already spread among the passengers. The first to hear about it were the passengers in second and third class cabins. Their rooms were located below the deck, not far from the servant quarters where the staff lived. Although the fight over there ended quickly, the news had already gotten out. So, when Shingu woke up the next morning, he saw several servants standing in front of cabins 7 and 8, whispering about what had happened last night. "What's going on with them?" Shingu asked a nearby servant, glancing at the people standing there. The servant looked a bit helpless. "It's because of what happened last night. They've been here early in the morning, probably trying to show loyalty to their master. We can't stop them from coming over, so we're just waiting here with them." Shingu smiled and shook his head, saying nothing more. These people wouldn't stay here for long. Everyone needs rest. They can't be guarding their master's door day and night. And honestly, if something really happened, they would be just cannon fodder. It's like if the nightmare creature from last night really appeared. Even the young ones still evolving would all die if they encountered it. If Chungu hadn't had his own territory and dragged the nightmare into his domain, who would have won or lost is uncertain. He casually closed the door and handed the key to the servant. "I'm going to get something to eat. Please clean my room. The money on the table is a tip. Take it yourself. Also, bring me some fruit." Chungu nodded with satisfaction, then grabbed the civilized staff and morning breeze. He crossed his arms and looked up toward the stairs. After going down the stairs, Chungu did not go to the third restaurant from yesterday. He had already asked that the best breakfast was at the fourth restaurant on the second floor. This fourth restaurant mainly serves breakfast and late-night snacks for first-class cabins and suites. They also offer room delivery service. But Chungu was not a homebody. He didn't like staying in his room all the time. He took this chance to go out and walk around. When he entered the restaurant, he saw busy chefs working inside. As soon as Chungu approached, a waiter came over to greet him. "Sir, do you have any dietary restrictions for breakfast?" Chungu looked at the waiter and asked, "Is this place order-based or buffet?" The waiter quickly shook his head. "No, it's not a menu order. In the morning, we mainly serve a few special breakfast options." "All right then. I want hot milk, a boiled egg, toasted bread without butter, with cheese and bacon. That's all." Seeing Chungu order so naturally, the waiter felt a bit helpless. But since there were no other guests, the waiter finally reported Chungu's requests. While waiting for his meal, Chungu noticed a folded newspaper on the table. That was quite a new thing. He knew many people from the Sunset Empire had the habit of reading the newspaper during breakfast, but they were all at sea now. How was this newspaper delivered? As Chungu wondered, he picked up the newspaper on the table. Flipping through it, he saw a photo of the Queen of the Sunset Empire. He read about the recent major fire in Damsk and the chaos in the city, along with plans for response and management. They also sent specialists to clean up and regulate the supernatural beings hiding in Damsk. Additionally, they planned to rebuild the heavily damaged areas. Chingu looked at the list of areas to be rebuilt and was surprised to see that the Southwick Street, where the priest who taught him reading and writing lived, was also included in the reconstruction zone. I hope the priest is safe. His belongings. Chingu thought about the old equipment in the priest's hands. If those items were to be leaked, chaos would surely break out in Damsk City. While reading the newspaper and thinking, Chingu's breakfast was quickly brought to him. The waiter placed the breakfast down and was about to leave when Chingu curiously called him back. Wait a moment. Where did this newspaper come from? The waiter looked Chingu up and down, then replied calmly, "Yesterday's newspaper." This simple answer left Chingu speechless. He was about to put down the newspaper and eat when the waiter added, "No need to be polite. We brought it just to make it look good. Many people like to read newspapers. Without one at breakfast, it feels like something's missing." Chingu decided not to respond and simply ignored the waiter, focusing on reading. He initially planned to pretend to look at the paper a few times, then start eating after the waiter left. But when he turned to the second page, he couldn't help but exclaim softly. On the second page, there was an article about the investigation into the fire at the Damsk North Newt facility. Although the article mentioned a few detectives with names like Charlotte or Fa, it didn't stop the bureaucrats at North Newt from bragging about their work. Chingu usually didn't care for such boastful reports. What caught his attention was that, during this cleanup, North Newt had captured some hostile, extraordinary individuals. They even kindly published photos of these captured individuals. Chingu noticed one face that looked familiar. He had seen that group of bandits from North E continent outside the museum last time. Below the photo, their name was written, along with a small note, "Part of a gang, others still at large." Normally, this wouldn't be enough to catch Chingu's attention, as it was just a face he recognized. But when Chingu saw the photo, a sudden feeling stirred in his heart. He sensed he might encounter them again. That was why he reacted like that. After folding the newspaper neatly, Chingu made a judgment in his mind. His feeling was probably influenced by dark fate. He was somewhat unsure about how this kind of fate might bring different changes to himself. He didn't know if these changes would be good or bad. However, Chingu could now see clearly that because of this dark fate, various things kept happening around him. Hopefully, this time it will be a good thing. After breakfast, Chingu finally had the chance to wander freely on the supergiant ship, the Kukrapos. As he was told when he bought the ticket, a first-class ticket allows him to move around most parts of the Kukrapos freely. Places he isn't allowed to go will be marked, and someone will come to remind him why he can't enter those areas. At the same time, Chingu gradually learned about the ship's apparent strength. Most sailors and staff on the Kukrapos are ordinary people, but the armed sailors are at an extraordinary level. Besides their usual duties as sailors, they also patrol the ship and are responsible for keeping everyone safe. The senior officers, including the captain, are all legendary-level fighters. The strongest among them isn't the captain but the first mate, Riggin, who is said to have a legendary level 3 skill. However, he isn't a sailor by profession, so he remains the first mate and hasn't become the captain. Captain Bruto is a legendary level 2, following the sailor career path, starting as a sailor, then a chief sailor, and finally a captain. As long as he signs a contract with a ship, he can learn everything about it, and even use certain methods to move the ship slightly on the sea. The second mate, Toldo, is the person Chingu saw last night. He is a legendary level 1 and also a professional captain, but his strength is weaker. When the ship's giant backer chose the Kukrapos, he didn't become the captain of this super ship. Chief Sailor Lewis, also a sailor career professional at legendary level 1, didn't become a captain when he advanced to legend, but instead became an armed chief sailor. This role involves strong combat skills on the water surface and excellent leadership abilities. If a real fight broke out, his fighting power might rival that of the first mate, Riggin. Captain Mito is a new profession created after the invention of steamships. It is a step up from the sailor profession, moving into the steam-powered route. He is responsible for the entire propulsion system of the Kukrup's ship, which includes both the main steam power and the auxiliary magical power system. On the ship, there are also 3 legendary level figures. For example, the high-ranking Navy officer Chun-gu Sa is a level 2 legendary expert. These two are under the command of a count who stays in the top suite. One is a bodyguard, and the other is a priest. They usually stay with the count and rarely appear. Most people don't even know their names. Sailors only learned about their existence because, last night, during a nightmare incident, a bright light covered the upper deck. That's when the sailors realized the count was also accompanied by these two. While bragging to the sailors, Chun-gu also re-evaluated the strength on the Kukrups. He isn't exactly sure what level a legendary is. But Chun-gu, who is preparing to advance to legendary, has defeated two such enemies. In both fights, Chun-gu clearly felt the difference between extraordinary and legendary levels. When fighting at the extraordinary level, he could win just by holding a gun. But against these two enemies preparing to become legendary, he had to fight multiple times before barely defeating them. The most obvious difference is their survival ability, which is much higher than that of extraordinary level. Plus, legendary experts have expanded and deepened their skills, making their combat abilities even better than ordinary extraordinary level. While bragging to the sailors, Chun-gu heard two things more than once. First, when the nightmare's body appeared yesterday, the priest beside the count sealed off the top deck with holy light. Second, the sailor who captured the nightmare's body drowned it in water, killing it by submerging it alive. From these, Chun-gu is sure that if a legendary level profession doesn't switch to another path, their strength in this profession could be about 10 to 30 times that of an extraordinary level. Chun-gu feels a bit lucky that he's facing enemies preparing to become legendary, rather than ones who are already legendary. Otherwise, even if he has great talent, he would still be just a liability. After learning this information, Chun-gu's thoughts started to drift. When he boarded the ship, he saw Mr. Jack, who had won the ticket. Normally, his appearance would probably cause the maiden voyage ship to sink. This time, the ship carried many legends, not to mention the captain could even make the ship move a little without power. Plus, their route was not north, but toward the equator. It was unlikely they would encounter icebergs. So, how could such a big ship sink? Could it be that the power of dark fate only leads people onto the ship? Getting the identity fragment from the lucky ticket winner Jack would depend on Chun-gu's skills and methods. Maybe he should go see Jack? Chun-gu thought for a moment and came up with an idea. He bypassed the restricted area and headed to the front deck. Unlike the back deck, which was filled with entertainment facilities, the front deck was stacked with many lifeboats. Passengers staying in second and third class cabins below the deck could take this chance to come up, walk around, and enjoy the sun. Some also came up to eat. Although there were designated restaurants for second and third class passengers, offering food, some still preferred to go to restaurants 1, 2, 3, or 4 to order more expensive dishes. So, the front deck was quite lively. Chun-gu carried his magic staff and took a few steps on the front deck, then looked up at the sky. At this moment, the Kukrops had already left the area around Daming Psychdaking. The thick fog and dark clouds that once covered the city had disappeared. The long-lost sunlight shone on Chun-gu, allowing him to feel the warmth from the sun for the first time in this world. This comfortable feeling made Chun-gu naturally expand his chest. He even let out a contented moan. This sunlight is really nice. Chun-gu turned around and saw a man dressed like an old gentleman standing beside him. The man had taken off his black coat and was wearing a white shirt, standing in the sunlight and enjoying its warmth. Yes, the sun feels so nice. I haven't felt such sunshine in a long time, he said. Would you like to have a drink together in this lovely sunshine? The old gentleman suggested. Chun-gu was a bit surprised. Are people this direct nowadays? Then the old man added, You don't know? I've been sober for many days now. Except for important social events, I usually don't drink. Today, since the sun is out, I think it's a good time for a drink. Chun-gu understood immediately. He was looking for an excuse to drink. It seemed that the old gentleman's sobriety wasn't entirely his own choice. There was someone at home who kept him in check. Sure, it's a good time for a drink, Chun-gu agreed with a smile. They had already boarded the ship, and the main and side quests were very clear. They had over 30 days to complete their tasks. Chun-gu didn't need to worry about finding a way to finish the mission. He could relax, chat with someone, and have a drink. He could handle things in a few days. But since the weather was so nice, Neither Chen-gu nor the old gentleman planned to drink in the ship's restaurant or tavern, where there was hardly any sunlight. Sitting in the sun, enjoying a little drink. Didn't that sound better? After some discussion, Chen-gu decided to get some drinks and snacks from the tavern. The old gentleman, named Old Wega, went to find a spot on the front deck. Since Old Wega was also a first-class passenger, and food and drinks on the ship were free, Chen-gu wasn't worried about anyone taking advantage of him. He went to a nearby restaurant, picked up 2 bottles of whiskey, and ordered some freshly cooked edamame and pickled cucumbers, recommended by the chef. Chen-gu had no objections. Whatever the chef recommended, he took. After the waiter packed everything up, he carried the drinks and snacks and headed out. When he found Old Wega, Chen-gu saw that he had already chosen a place. Old Wega was waiting for his drink and was chatting happily with a few middle-aged men who looked to have similar status. Some of these people had already brought drinks, and a few of them started sharing cups. There was no side dish, but one person brought a few pieces of chocolate, and they started eating and drinking with the chocolate. When Chen-gu came over with drinks and snacks, Lao Weijia happily waved to him. "Mr. Jack, over here. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Jack who lives in the first-class cabin. These are all first-class passengers. This is Jamie, who lives across from me. And this is..." Lao Weijia introduced Chen-gu to the people he had just met. Chen-gu smiled and greeted everyone one by one, placing his drinks and snacks on the table. The others weren't shy. They offered Chen-gu a cup and poured him some wine. For them, the quality of the wine didn't matter anymore. They were just enjoying the atmosphere. As they drank one cup after another, they started bragging. People from the Sunset Empire usually start talking about the weather, then move on to other topics. Most of their bragging was to show off their abilities. Jamie, who was the least experienced with drinking, took a few sips and then began telling everyone about what happened last night. "Last night, you guys don't know, but something big happened. I saw a zombie in the servants' cabin area." Zombie? Chen-gu thought Jamie was going to talk about nightmares or strange dreams, but suddenly he was talking about zombies. Yes, a zombie. Its eyes were red, and it had no awareness. It would attack anyone it saw. In the end, the sailors trapped it in a water globe and took it out to sea, Jamie said confidently. After listening for a moment, Chen-gu realized that Jamie hadn't actually seen what happened. He had only heard a few things and was now bragging. Chen-gu didn't mock such bragging. Everyone has their moments of drinking and boasting. It's normal. But he didn't expect that among these drinkers, one person would be so serious about it. He took a sip of his drink, put down his cup, shook his head, and said, "That's not a zombie. I heard about what happened last night, but I didn't see it myself. I just went outside and asked around about what happened. The news I heard wasn't much, but based on my judgment, the person who had an accident yesterday was probably taken over by a nightmare that affected their mind. So, it's better not to talk about zombies or similar things. If you do, people might just laugh." Chen-gu looked at the middle-aged man named Andrew with some surprise. He noticed that Andrew's clothes were very tight. Under the bright sun, most people had taken off their coats, but Andrew still wore his, even with his hat on. Although he had just argued with Jamie, he didn't look proud or boastful. Instead, he kept his head down, as if he didn't want others to see his full face. This kind of gesture is quite common in Damsk City. In that city, full of fog and coal ash, if you face the wind and look up, your face can turn black in just a few minutes. Everyone wants to hide themselves in clothes. But here, under the sunlight, these people seem to have had a lot to drink. Their outfits look very strange in this bright setting. Chen-gu was curious and looked at Andrew, wanting to understand what was going on with him. Suddenly, Jamie, who had been caught off guard, rushed forward and punched Andrew on the head. That punch made Chen-gu realize 2 things. First, that Damsk City people tend to get angry after drinking, and second, that Andrew had reddish-brown hair. "How do you know so much? Turns out you're a Romani." Jamie spat when he saw the red hair. "You shouldn't be in first class. You belong in third class." Chen-gu pulled Lao Weijia aside and asked, "What are Romani people?" Lao Weijia rolled his eyes. "They're a wandering tribe. Men make a living by stealing and doing odd jobs, women by fortune-telling or singing." He didn't expect there to be a Romani person in first class. He had even invited the person to drink. If this got out, Lao Weijia's reputation in social circles would be ruined. Lao Weijia didn't say much more to Chen-gu. He went ahead to help Jamie. Gu suddenly realized. Wandering tribe, men stealing, women fortune-telling or singing. That sounds like gypsies. Could it be that the gypsies in this world are the same? Maybe his earlier comments weren't just guesses, but were based on some method or insight he had seen directly. Gu wanted to ask Andreli about something, but he saw that old Weijia was already dragging Andreli out with Jamie. The remaining first-class passengers looked stunned and confused, not quite understanding what had just happened. Because of Andreli's situation, the drinking party here didn't continue. Since the leader had run off, there was no point in staying and drinking. Gu had a few drinks with them, then made an excuse to leave. As he turned to go, Gu overheard two people talking while drinking. Isn't Andreli a name from the Ice Kingdom? Why does it sound like a Romani name? Are you stupid? Romani people don't use their own names. They want to get on the ship and stay in first class, so they probably bought their tickets under someone else's name. That makes sense. Haha. Cheers. Gu only heard this conversation and didn't think much of it. He didn't pay much attention. He wandered around the front deck, holding a glass of whiskey in one hand and a pickled cucumber in the other, casually drinking. Mostly, he wanted to see if he could spot that lucky Mr. Jack. Normally, Jack might be a painter, and in this weather, he would probably be outside sketching. But after walking around the front deck for a while, Gu didn't find his main target. He didn't even see anything interesting. Feeling a bit bored after finishing his drink, Gu turned around and headed back. Anyway, he had already gone out for a walk and stretched his legs. Now he wanted to check on Ivana in his territory. He staggered back to door 9, but suddenly stopped. The morning breeze he had stored away was back in his hand. His other hand had already drawn the Yingling dagger. It turned out that Gu's room door had been opened. Although he had asked someone to tidy up the room before leaving, the atmosphere inside was clearly strange. There was someone in the room, but the door was tightly shut. It seemed someone had taken advantage of Gu's absence to break in. Gu cursed silently. What kind of thing was this? Did they really think his place was a public toilet? Anyone could come in, anyone could leave. Gu lifted his leg, and the door was kicked open. This startled the person inside the room, who quickly turned around and threw a punch toward Gu's face. But Gu was faster. Flash! He used his civilized cane to block the attack in front of his eyes, then kicked again with his right leg, aiming at the opponent's left knee. After the kick, the person fell to the ground. Gu pressed the Linging dagger against the person's neck and lifted his head. Is it you? Gu immediately recognized the person who had sneaked in. He was the Ram who had been taken away earlier by Lao Weijia and others. What are you doing here? The Ram, who was temporarily called Andre, glared at Gu and clenched his teeth, unwilling to speak. Gu just smiled. Interesting. You got beaten by the first-class cabin crew, and instead of finding trouble with them, you come to bother me. You're really used to it. Gu pressed the Linging dagger down, grabbed the Ram's burgundy hair, and tried to drag him outside. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded behind Gu. He initially thought it was the temporary butler and servants who had been alerted by the noise. But he quickly realized it was not right. If it were the butler and servants, they wouldn't be so anxious. It was probably the Ram's friends or companions. Without hesitation, Gu raised his hand, cut a line across the Ram's carotid artery, then turned around and threw the Linging dagger toward the direction of the footsteps. In that moment, Gu saw several people rushing down the corridor. They were all dressed in black windbreakers and tall hats typical of Damskdad, just like the Ram called Andre. It was clear they used this style to hide their identities. Their strength was also noticeably higher. Gu didn't think much and quickly drew his crossfire, firing a shot at the approaching group. The group had just passed the dagger Gu threw, but they didn't expect Gu to be so ruthless, using a long-barreled rifle at such close range. Faced with Gu's attack, they all raised their coats over their heads, preparing to withstand the shot. At this moment, Gu switched his long spear to the Queen 17 style. He fired 5 consecutive shots at the enemy. He realized all 5 shots hit the target. This time, Gu noticed that when the bullets hit the windbreaker, it was like hitting yellow sand, only causing tiny ripples, and the bullets disappeared. Then, the enemies quickly rushed toward Gu, trying to capture him. Instead of retreating, Gu advanced. He aimed his morning breeze civilized staff at the nearest enemy and stabbed with all his strength, using his best swordsmanship. If a normal person had been stabbed, they might have been killed instantly. But these enemies were not normal. Their black windbreakers could block everything. When Chungu's staff pierced forward, it felt like stabbing into flowing sand, unable to kill the enemy, and almost as if being pulled in. At that moment, Chungu thought of something. He replaced his staff with the 3,000 kills. His current skill level wasn't high enough to fully use the power of 3,000 kills, so many effects couldn't be activated. But that didn't mean it was powerless. The blue sword was even stronger than the Morning Breeze civilized staff, even with a simple attack. Chungu pressed his right hand onto the 3,000 kills and pushed down with force. The black windbreaker, which could block all attacks, finally couldn't hold up. Chungu injured the people behind the windbreaker. He saw their light brown skin. This reminded him of the museum robbers. He wanted to keep watching, but one of them pulled the windbreaker onto themselves and quickly turned into a black wind belt, escaping with a few people. All that was left was a small light brown arm Chungu had cut off, along with the body of someone named Andrew and the thrown yin swallow dagger, which Chungu hadn't taken back. Instead of retrieving the dagger, Chungu hurried to Andrew's body and started searching quickly. After the enemies escaped, the area's blockade disappeared, and soon crew members would come to investigate. Chungu needed to find clues before they realized what happened. At the very least, he wanted to understand why Andrew had come after him. What is the relationship between those people and black windbreakers from the Northy continent? While Chungu was searching the pockets of the corpse, he heard hurried footsteps coming from the corridor. It was the servants and sailors on this floor. At this moment, Chungu no longer hesitated. He quickly put everything from Andre's pocket into his backpack. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the temporary steward behind him. "Mr. Jack, what happened?" "It was a thief. He sneaked in while I was out. When I caught him, he tried to attack me, so I had to defend myself. Also, when he died, a few people in black windbreakers arrived. They seemed to be a team. I couldn't beat them, and I only left an arm behind." Chungu pointed to a spot outside the door. But no matter what Chungu said, the temporary steward's eyes never left him. It was only the first day of the ship's voyage, and already various incidents had occurred. Everyone was very nervous, afraid someone might suddenly go berserk. In such a small ship with thousands of people, chaos would be a serious problem. Chungu didn't pay much attention to this situation. After sharing the information, he told the sailors to handle the body. However, Chungu didn't expect that the body wouldn't be dealt with by the temporary steward. After sending a sailor to call someone, the steward brought a cup of hot cocoa. "Have a little first." Chungu looked a bit confused. The steward seemed to notice Chungu's thoughts and smiled, saying, "Hot cocoa can help improve your mood." Chungu nodded, took the hot cocoa, and started drinking. At this time, the second mate also arrived with the sailors. He looked at the body on the ground, his expression tightening. "Isn't this the same Roman from before? How did he die here? Never mind. Let's drag his body away." After giving orders, the second mate, Toldo, directed the sailors to move the body. The bloodstains on the ground would be handled by the steward. Once the body and the arm were taken away, Toldo looked back at Chungu. "Mr. Jack, could you please tell us again what happened earlier?" Chungu did not hesitate and directly explained what had just happened. However, he did not mention that he had seen Andrew on the front deck, nor did he say that after dealing with Andrew, he had turned over Andrew's body and taken the items from his pockets. Listening to Chungu's description, Toldo asked a few more questions repeatedly. Each time, he focused on key details. After finishing all his questions, Toldo nodded. "I understand now. We will investigate this matter thoroughly. Also, I will arrange for patrols along the upper deck corridor so that such incidents do not happen again. Mr. Jack, please rest well. Someone will come to take care of things shortly." Chungu held his hot cocoa without saying much. He put away the assassin's dagger. Toldo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to ask for the dagger back. After all, it was not a high-end weapon. If Chungu wanted to keep it for self-defense, that was fine. Once Toldo and the others stepped back, Chungu sat on a lounge chair on the balcony, holding his hot cocoa. He reclined slightly, closed his eyes, and mentally entered his territory. The acting steward saw Chungu's actions and understood his intention. He quickly called a servant to come and clean the bloodstains here and in the room that Andrew had ransacked earlier. While searching for Ivanoira within his territory, Toldo went to a vacant room around the corner. The body that Andrew had dragged in earlier was placed inside. A man who looked like a doctor was examining Andrew's cause of death. Seeing Teldo come in, the doctor sighed and said, "Teldo, how many times do I have to tell you? I am a ship's doctor, do you understand? Don't keep calling me to do forensic work. Now, besides you, who else can I trust? I'm also doing this to benefit you. If you don't encounter a few dead bodies where you are, big trouble will follow." Teldo smiled and said to the doctor, "How is that possible? I've been sailing for so many years and never had any big incidents." "Exactly. Every voyage, there's always 1 or 2 murders on board. Just admit it. Everyone on the crew knows your reputation as the plague doctor. That was an accident." The ship's doctor spoke quite irritably. "Is it an accident? You don't get to decide that. Anyway, I won't talk about this anymore. How did he die?" Teldo didn't say much and directly asked the key question. "It's simple. He was kicked in the knee, fell to the ground. Then someone stabbed him with a dagger near a major artery. The attacker was very cold-hearted, probably a killer. Most importantly, the dagger was poisoned. Even if it didn't cut the artery, he would have died from the poison. Also, I noticed that the dagger seemed to cause bleeding. The wound on the major artery doesn't look right." Although the ship's doctor kept saying he wasn't a forensic expert, he was quite skilled in that area. He quickly figured out how Andre died based on the wound. "All right, all the details are here. Now, it's your turn." The doctor packed up his things and was about to leave. At this moment, Teldo stopped him. "Why? Aren't you curious?" The doctor shook his head. "Not curious at all. As long as I don't get curious, the dead won't keep appearing in front of me." Hearing this, Teldo also remembered his friend's situation. "Fine. If anything else happens, you'll come help again. I told you, I'm a ship's doctor." The doctor left somewhat speechless. After he left, Teldo's crew members entered the small room to take away the body. On the ship, they couldn't keep the body for long, and they didn't want anyone to find out. Once inside, Teldo said to one of his men, "Jack, keep an eye on him. Watch where he usually goes." "Okay, but is there a problem with him?" Teldo thought carefully. "The timing is off. This guy used someone else's name to secretly buy a first-class ticket, which is suspicious. When we found out, the captain arranged for him to stay in 3rd class. That was a fair punishment. But he actually sneaked into the first-class area and was killed there. That's clearly suspicious. I suspect this guy is one of Jack's men. They must have some plan when they got on the ship. Jack's attack was too fierce, and he directly killed the person. Since Jack was a first-class cabin passenger, we couldn't just arrest him. We could only keep a close watch on him," Teldo said seriously. As he mentioned, passengers in the first-class cabin are like important people. We can't arrest someone just because of a small suspicion. Even if Chungwa thinks there's a problem, he can only watch secretly. Chungwa didn't realize he was being watched. When he returned to his territory, Chungwa first checked if there were new fights on Misty Street. Since Chungwa suspected that a spy from the Military Intelligence Department was causing trouble on Misty Street, they saw it as a key point that must be taken over. Every day, they sent a few spies to fight and die. The plans for sending spies varied each time. Before Chungwa boarded the ship, nearly 20 people had already died on Misty Street, and most importantly, they didn't even have a chance to carry the bodies away. He didn't know what the warehouse had become now. Today was the same. A few outsiders sneaked in, but their strength had dropped from elite spies to the level of street thugs. It's not that Chungwa looks down on gang thugs, but their strength varies. These were the weaker ones. He didn't need to take action himself. Chungwa looked at the fight on Misty Street and then left. As long as those people kept sending fighters daily, the misty shadows on Misty Street would quickly replenish. Chungwa's Misty Street is 100 meters long, with 10 misty shadows per meter. When the number of misty shadows exceeds 100, the street will automatically extend. Maybe soon, Chungwa will have a 1-kilometer-long misty street. At that time, not only sneaking in would be impossible, but even a small army could be swallowed by the street. After walking around Misty Street, Chungwa entered the main city. He found that Ivanora, who was left behind, didn't seem to come out and explore as he had expected. His main city area remains the same as it was before. It seems that Ivanora's problem is very serious. While thinking about this, Chungu arrived at Ivanora's door. Just as he was about to knock and ask about her situation, Chungu suddenly stopped. He noticed a stack of draft papers on the ground in front of the door. Chingu picked up the papers and saw that there were no messages on them, only some adjustments to the appearance of the 3 apartment buildings. There was also a large city layout map. Although Chungu's city now only has a few apartment buildings, every area is clearly planned out. Unfortunately, Ivanora hasn't explored all the places in detail. She doesn't realize that Chungu's city is infinitely large. She only thought that the city was limited to the area under the dark giant's light. So her arrangements were made based on that idea. She divided the city into 2 parts using the wall touched by the dark giant as the boundary. The outer city mainly focuses on farming, logging, various factories, and the passages in and out of the city are all in the outer area. There are also buildings like warehouses, reservoirs, water treatment plants, and sewage facilities. The inner city is the living and working area with apartment buildings, schools, research centers, libraries, churches, hospitals, and other functional buildings. Unfortunately, Chingu only has 3 apartment buildings now, and only one of them can be considered a functional building. The space in the inner city is too large. No matter how he plans or divides the land, it can't reflect Ivanora's design skills. However, Chingu noticed that Ivanora decorated the outside of the apartment buildings beautifully. Originally, Chungu's apartment buildings had plain black exteriors, with just some dark bronze vines as decoration. For a straightforward person like Chingu, just seeing the decorations is enough. But for Ivanora, this was a serious mistake. She designed different themes for each apartment and even added streetlights and other details. She also suggested placing the 3 apartment buildings in different locations. Putting them all together might make it easier for people to gather, but it would ruin the appearance. Instead of placing the 3 apartments together, they are now built on 3 different streets. Over time, these streets will develop their own unique styles based on the apartments, making Chungu's city more lively. Additionally, Chungu's city has no central point. So, Ivanora designed a city hall for Chungu's city. The style of the city hall is based on the dark giant statue and the city walls outside. Ivanora only made a rough sketch. From Chungu's perspective, she spent a lot of time on this design. As for the Nightmare Recycling Center, Ivanora hasn't visited it at all. It seems she's still afraid of her past nightmares. Chungu didn't insist on this. He stood in front of Ivanora's door and gently knocked. "How are you now? Are you okay? When you have time, remember to go out and eat. Don't keep yourself locked inside." No one responded inside the room, and the atmosphere became awkward. Chungu thought for a moment and said again, "Your city design is very good. I'm very satisfied. When you have time, go out more. It will help improve your mood." Still, there was no reply. Chungu didn't push further. He simply said, "Later, I will move the apartment building. If you're scared, you can go back to the real world first. By the way, if you have any problems, you can come to me directly." After getting no response, Chungu didn't think much and turned to leave. At the same time, he was thinking about how, once he had enough residents, he needed a way for them to contact him. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what was happening in the city. Also, Ivanora is talented. Although her mental state isn't good right now, her designs are very beautiful. Chungu can't treat her just as a construction worker. He should see her as a city designer, a great artist. Maybe now is the time to bring in some laborers. Thinking about this, Chungu felt a bit regretful. If only he had bought some servants when he bought resources. Now that everything has gone overseas, it's not easy to buy people. Lost in these thoughts, Chungu headed toward the Nightmare Recycling Center. When Chungu arrived at the Nightmare Collection site, he noticed that it had grown slightly larger in less than a day. The last time Chungu left, the Nightmare Collection area could only make 10 sheep run back and forth. Now, there were 13 sheep running around the pillars. There were also many colorful, shimmering objects and materials on the ground. Looking at a strange, upside-down vehicle, Chungu suddenly understood what a fantasy item in a dream is. A fantasy item is something people dream about. Sometimes, dreams are illogical and strange things appear unexpectedly. The Nightmare Collection site gathers these illogical fantasy items from dreams. Most of the time, because they lack dream energy, these fantasy items turn into dream materials. Only a few, by chance, can keep their original function from the dream. These fantasy items in front of Chungu are like that. Although these items are big and numerous, when Chungu drags them out of the sheep pen, they quickly break down on their own. For example, the vehicle he saw earlier turned directly into 10 dream iron ingots. There are also transformations he doesn't understand. For instance, a horse corpse that looks like a unicorn, when dragged out, unexpectedly turned into 6 pieces of dream wood. This puzzled Chungu a lot. Fortunately, these materials are very useful for Chungu's city, serving as building materials. This reassured him, as he no longer needs to worry about where to get materials for city building. After tidying up the miscellaneous items, Chungu collected a total of 33 dream iron ingots, 31 dream wood pieces, and 30 dream stones. He was also surprised to find a complete item, a shiny, beetle-like gold button. At first, Chungu thought it was a dream from the North E continent, since that style is common there. But he never expected that it had nothing to do with Northeast style. Instead, it was a pure native dream from Damansk, his hometown. The green beetle button, fantasy item, turns a beetle into a button. This is a basic spell taught at a magic school near Damsk. It is also a lifelong nightmare for one student there. Even after becoming a master of transformation, he sometimes remembers that scene. Holding this beetle button, you can turn a living creature no larger than a person into an object of the same size. The button can be used 3 times in total. When Chungu saw this information, he was momentarily stunned. Later, he realized that this was probably a trick used by the magicians he saw outside the museum, holding small wooden wands. If used well in battle, this item could be very useful. Because of this, Chungu's gaze toward the Nightmare Collection area changed a bit. Just having 1 or 2 of these green fantasy items every day could quickly improve his strength. Even if he didn't need them himself, they could be useful for the city's residents. So, Chungu thought for a moment, and the ground near the Nightmare Collection area started to change. Walls rose up around it. Anyone who doesn't know the way wouldn't be able to get in. After setting everything up, Chungu quickly turned and left. Sitting at the foot of the dark giant, he casually pinned the beetle button onto his sleeve. Then, Chungu took out something he had just found in Andre's pocket and laid it out in front of him. He found Andre's situation a bit strange. The black wind coats that appeared after Andre was killed were probably the same ones he saw earlier outside the museum, likely the same group of robbers. Even if not exactly them, it was probably the same gang. The black wind coat that could block bullets wasn't a bulletproof vest, but a shield made of black sand. Chungu even smelled the scent of rotting flesh inside that sand. If Andre really was part of their group, then why did he run into Chungu's special cabin? Chungu was quite curious about this. As he looked through Andre's belongings, the first thing he saw was a train ticket. The ticket for first-class cabin below the deck, without a balcony, a single room, is located towards the back of the front deck. It can be accessed via the central spiral staircase on the side of the ship. The ticket has Andrew's name on it, but unlike Chungu's luxury cabin ticket, it doesn't have a portrait. There are also some notes on the back of the ticket. For example, food is delivered directly to the cabin. If you want to eat in the dining room, you need to inform the steward in this deck in advance so they can arrange it. Additionally, a bucket of fresh water is provided daily. If you want juice or other drinks, you might need to pay extra. Showers and laundry are available in the public bathroom on this deck, but these services are not free. These notes made Chungu a bit suspicious. The Romani people's features are quite obvious. Their burgundy hair makes it easy to tell them apart. If they stay in their cabins all day or hide inside black windbreakers, they don't stand out much. But if they go to the public bathroom, they are likely to be turned away or asked to leave. Chungu thinks Andrew's purchase of a first-class ticket isn't for bathing purposes. They must have some secret plan. Could they be trying to steal something? Chungu wondered. Earlier, the black windbreaker men seemed connected to the museum robbery. When Chungu received the main mission, he also took on 2 side missions. One of these was to find the treasure vault on the Kukrapo's ship and steal the treasures inside. This means there are many things on the Kukrapo's ship that Chungu doesn't know about. If there are antiques or sacred objects that the northern continent people want to transport, and they hire a Romani person to steal them, that explanation makes sense. But Chungu is a bit confused about why Andrew would come to his room. Does he look that easy to intimidate? Thinking of this, Chungu snorted heavily and punched a small box about the size of a lighter next to him. When he hit it, the liquid inside sprayed out. Chungu immediately felt as if his hand was burning. He quickly stepped back. He then realized that the small box contained a chemical similar to strong acid. Fortunately, Chun-gu was in his spiritual form in his territory. If he had opened this box in the real world, his hand might have been lost. Seeing all the items on the ground corroded by strong acid, Chun-gu felt less angry. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea. Andre's first-class cabin wasn't for enjoyment. The room he chose was the key. He looked at the half-erased ship ticket and recalled the information he had just seen. Deck below, cabin 1037. It seems he needs to find a chance to go and check it out. Turning the corner on the stairs, Chun-gu looked back behind him. For some reason, since a moment ago, he had felt like someone was watching him. He was quite confident in his senses. His current perception level was extraordinary. He could tell if someone was staring at him from afar or even just had a malicious look in their eyes. He would immediately notice. However, each time Chun-gu looked back, he couldn't find anyone watching him. He wasn't sure if the others were quick to react, familiar with this place, or simply blending into the crowd, making them hard to spot. Being watched like this all the time, Chun-gu's plan to check Andre's room for clues was now impossible. If he went over now, it would be like revealing his connection to Andre. Chun-gu wasn't stupid. In such a semi-enclosed space on the ship, doing this could lead to an attack by several legendary-level opponents. He might not survive, let alone complete his mission. He turned away from the deck, checked the time, and his gaze fell on the sea. For a moment, he didn't know where to go. Standing at the ship's railing, Chun-gu showed no expression. He decided to stand here for a while, daydream, wait until the time to eat, then go back to his room to sleep. If that didn't work, he might go to the back deck for some activity. As for the salon or other places the waiter mentioned, Chun-gu and they didn't share any common language. Even if he knew when it started, he couldn't join in. So, his time on the ship was becoming harder to pass. Just then, a woman's voice came from behind Chun-gu. "Can't find the entrance? Come this way." Chun-gu was momentarily stunned. When he looked back, he realized he was just a few steps from a hidden door. A woman dressed in a light yellow noble lady's dress was smiling at him. Her face was rounder and cuter than typical noble young ladies, not sharp at all. She was petite, with her golden hair carefully tied up, looking like a young girl pretending to be grown up. But Chun-gu's heightened perception told him that beneath her foundation, there were faint crow's feet. This girl, who looked like a spoiled young girl, was probably around 30 years old. "What's this? We've been waiting here for so long. There's no need to pretend. Come with me. Next time, remember, when you come out of the stairs, turn left. On the third section of the railing, there's a hanging life ring turned upside down. You just knock on the wall here, and someone will come to open the door. Oh, my name is Bella. Next time you come, just look for me." As she spoke, Bella took Chun-gu's hand and pulled him toward the hidden door. Although Chun-gu felt a bit resistant inside, his body obediently followed. Bella easily pulled him into the secret passage. Once inside, Chun-gu felt the watchful eyes behind him disappear. He relaxed a little and quickly reassured himself, "I'm not here to play. I just want to hide from being watched." But as he looked around, he saw that the secret room was quite different from the outside. It looked like a sailor's room, with rows of three-tier beds forming narrow passages. Women dressed as sailors sat on these beds. When Chun-gu entered, they all sat up, their slender legs hanging down and resting on the opposite beds. Seeing their smooth, white legs and pink little feet, Chun-gu couldn't help but swallow nervously. "Follow me," Bella said, not upset that Chun-gu slowed down, but rather happy. "Is this your first time here? Do you have any preferences?" Chun-gu didn't know what to say. He wanted to share his preferences, but felt he could like anything. Bella seemed to understand something. "I see now. You probably came because of those people's recommendations, right? How could I not see through that? Men are all the same when it comes to this. We do have that here, but only first-class cabin guests or better can access it." Chun-gu was momentarily stunned. What did Bella mean? Could it be that this seafood merchant also sells sea cucumbers? Although Chun-gu didn't fully understand, he instinctively handed over his ticket. Bella took the ticket and smiled even more brightly. "Oh, it's Mr. Jack. You arrived just in time. If you hadn't come, we wouldn't know what to do. Just follow my instructions. Don't worry about anything. Take a nice hot shower here and relax." Chun-gu asked curiously, "Did something happen?" Bella sighed and said, "I don't mind telling you. We've really run into trouble. All the guests who had appointments have gone to pray at the small church behind the ship. Now, the female guests are here, but no one has gone inside. She then whispered, "There's actually a real noblewoman inside." Bella paused briefly, looked around, and then lowered her voice further. "I'll tell you secretly, her husband isn't very good. She married just to inherit her title, you see." Where did this dramatic scene, full of old-fashioned charm, come from? Why did it suddenly make her so excited? But Chungu was still curious and asked, "By the way, Bella, what's this prayer at the small church all about?" Hearing this, Bella's face darkened. That woman somehow found a few professional nuns, supposedly top graduates from the Holy Mother's Academy, and set up a small church at the back of the ship. You know, the confessional inside the church. Chungu didn't know much about Western religion, only what he'd seen in movies, like a dark little room with a single seat, a small window, and people whispering secrets. He didn't understand what was so appealing about confession. Seeing Chungu's confused look, Bella understood that he hadn't quite grasped it yet. She smiled happily, preferring this straightforward approach. Luckily, the person arriving was just in time. As long as Chungu stays and is satisfied, their business will officially start. Looking at Chungu's strong appearance, the noble guests who came today should all be satisfied. Once these noble ladies spread the news, that despicable person won't stand a chance, no matter how many nuns she has. When she opened the door at the end of the corridor, Bella, who was leading the way, said, "This floor is a separate level. We only occupy this part of the main building. All the water here comes from boiler water supplied by the steam engine. The baths are very comfortable. We have large hot pools and private small rooms. Today, we're taking you to the big suite, which has 2 medium-sized hot pools, a sauna, and a lounge. It can hold up to 30 people for bathing. Usually, even if you are wealthy, it's not open to the public. Today, we made an exception just for you." Listening to this, Chungu understood why the big suite was open to him. It was because Bella, the seafood merchant, misjudged the situation. She thought she was the only merchant on the Kukrapo's ship, but she never expected someone to sneak in secretly and create such a big scene. On the first day, all Bella's customers were lured away. If Chungu hadn't come today, Bella might not have had a single customer. Not only would she have lost money, but her reputation could have been damaged. So, even if Bella didn't make a profit this time, she had to keep up the appearance. When they reached the door of the big suite, Bella waved to a few nearby girls. 2 girls in sailor uniforms, barefoot, walked over to Chungu. "This is our big suite. Over there is the changing room. You can change your clothes. If you need anything for drinks, just let us know, and I'll arrange for someone to prepare it." Chungu was still a little excited. He followed the 2 sailor girls into the changing room, which was a small room carved out from the main room. It had only a wardrobe and a long bench for sitting. It looked just like the changing room at the gym Chungu used to go to. But this changing room was only for Chungu's use. Chungu didn't need to do anything himself. The girl in the sailor uniform helped him take off his clothes. She also tidied up his clothes and put them into the wardrobe. Chungu saw that the wardrobe was very well organized, with separate sections. There were hangers for suits and coats, baskets for changing underwear, safes for watches and glasses, and stands for walking sticks. Chungu only needed to reach out his hand. He didn't have to do anything else. After removing all of Chungu's clothes, the 2 girls touched him lightly, and then smiled as they opened the door to the large room. When Chungu stepped out of the changing room, he felt the warm air and saw a thick mist inside the big room. The girl didn't follow but helped close the door behind him. Chungu waited for a moment at the door before looking inside. The big room was about 10 by 8 meters. In the center was a large marble pool with 2 golden lion statues spraying water. Around the room were white columns in Greek style, with each wall having a large wooden door. The spot where Chungu came out was one of these doors. To his left was a door that looked like a sauna, and to his right was a small pool set up like a beach. The door directly opposite was closed, and he didn't know what was behind it. Chungu wasn't sure what to do next. He looked around, unsure whether to get into the water or wait for someone to ask him. Bella had said there could be up to 30 people here for a bath, so why was it empty except for her? While he was thinking, the big door across from him opened. Chungu was startled and immediately stared at the door nervously. Unlike the changing room he came from, behind this door looked like a small lounge. It was about 30 square meters and even had a fancy bed inside. 2 rows of girls in thin silk dresses came out of the lounge. The girl in front pushed a serving cart with drinks. The the same drinks Chungu had ordered earlier. The girl behind was pushing 2 wooden buckets, though I didn't know what was inside. Seeing these 2 rows of girls appear, Chungu always had a strange feeling. Normally, he should have first asked everything in the lounge over there before coming out to take a shower. But instead, he was directly taken to the changing room, which felt wrong. Although these girls were very beautiful, he didn't choose them. At this moment, the girls started to act on their own. 2 of them poured the liquid from the buckets into a large water pool. Chungu noticed it was a light blue liquid. He was curious and asked, "What is this?" The girls didn't answer him or even look at him. Even though Chungu was not wearing anything, they seemed to ignore him completely. This was clearly strange. Just then, another woman came out of the lounge. She looked to be in her early 20s, about 1.6 meters tall, with a strong and confident presence. Even from afar, Chungu could feel the power and a strange coldness radiating from her. That's quartz mineral water. Bathing in it can make your body stronger and your skin more resilient. For me, it helps reduce the coldness inside me and increases my chances of pregnancy, she said as she stretched out her hands. 2 maids beside her helped her take off her clothes. As her clothes came off, Chungu saw her skin was as white as snow, with visible blue veins underneath. Her figure was perfect. She was not tall, but everything seemed just right. She took a few steps forward, grabbed a bottle of wine from a tray, and started drinking. Then she walked to the large blue water pool and sat down directly. She raised the wine bottle to Chungu. "My name is Sophia August, a Prussian. I am the daughter of the Duke of Anhalt-Zerbst, the first in line to inherit, with the condition that I must produce a successor named August. I believe you already know what's next. As long as you stay honest and don't cause trouble, I will make sure there are benefits for you." Chungu blinked, feeling as if he had been sold by a seafood merchant. Seeing Chungu looking a bit dazed, Sophia reached her hand out of the water and gestured toward him. "The water temperature is nice. Are you not planning to get out? Good job. I'll rest for a bit. Do whatever you want." Sophia was carried onto the bed in the lounge by 2 maids, who placed 4 or 5 pillows under her hips to lift her lower body high. Then the 2 maids closed the lounge door without paying attention to Chungu still soaking in the pool. The girls who had watched the earlier fight helped the stiffened Chungu to the nearby sauna. They added fire to the stove, water to the pool, and 2 of them applied oil and massaged his limbs, moving his arms and legs. The rest replaced the light blue pool water with clean hot water. Under the guidance of some girls, 6 or 7 women in their 20s came out of the changing room where Chungu had been earlier. They were different from Sophia. They lacked her noble air. Their skin was not as pure and white as Sophia's, and their movements didn't seem trained. Instead, they looked like innocent girls who had sneaked out. They were all guests from the first-class cabin on the ship, taking the chance to have fun. Once inside the large suite, their first sight was Chungu, who was being massaged in the sauna. They looked at each other and then started to smile happily. 2 shy girls took off their bathrobes and jumped into the big pool. The others went into the sauna to watch Chungu being massaged. "Wow, this guy is so handsome. Such good muscles. Yeah, his skin looks so firm. What's wrong with him? Why is he so stiff all over? Is being stiff bad? I like it when it's firm. Let me touch him first. So cold. Let me warm you up, little brother." At this moment, Chungu's body finally warmed up. He realized why Sophia had said that the quartz mineral liquid could reduce his internal coldness and increase his chances of pregnancy. It turned out that Sophia wasn't cold due to her constitution, but her body was actually icy. He hadn't been frozen to death. This was the result of Sophia controlling her internal coldness. However, I must say, just this one moment made Chungu feel as if he had ascended to heaven. No wonder some people like to play with ice and fire. Real ice is so refreshing, it melts into water. Now, Chungu's mind was floating. When these women touched him, he hadn't fully regained his senses. As they continued, these women couldn't control themselves anymore. After all, Chungu's body had become cold and hard, a feeling he had never experienced before. Plus, the sauna room was very hot, and these women didn't want to miss this chance. They grabbed his hands, moved his legs, and even sat directly on him. Thanks to the heat of the sauna and the previous massage, Chungu's stiff body finally relaxed in their embrace. After an hour, he was able to support the 2 women's shoulders and return to the hot water pool. He relaxed comfortably in the water, But before he could sigh in relief, he noticed the door to the lounge had opened. Sophia, who had been resting on the bed earlier, had already left. Only a maid who served Sophia was standing by the bed, waiting for Chungu. Seeing Chungu look over, the maid politely bowed. "Mr. Jack, my mistress said she is very grateful for your help. She has paid for these ladies. Also, the items on the bed are a keepsake for you. Please accept it." As she spoke, the maid pointed to a small box on the bed. The box was about the size of a book, made of wood with copper wire inlay on the surface. Of course, from Chungu's position, he couldn't see the box clearly or know what was inside. Chungu could only nod at this moment. Just as he was about to speak, someone covered his mouth. Then, someone from behind wrapped around his neck and dragged him into the water. Chungu struggled a little but didn't see any danger, so he let it happen. After all, he was here for a bath and didn't want to waste this opportunity. At least, he wanted to retrieve the book. Unbeknownst to Chungu, all his actions had been watched by someone with ill intentions. Although this layer of the bathroom couldn't transmit information outside, there were always some attentive people watching from outside. In his own office, Vice Admiral Teldo had already received the message. He went to fool around in the bathroom. I think he wanted to meet his companion. Who else went to the bathroom today? Teldo's question went unanswered, and his subordinates looked a bit awkward. What's wrong? Did Bella drug you? Or drain you completely? Can't you answer this simple question? No. Besides Jack, no other man went to the bathroom, a sailor carefully said. Everyone went to the small chapel to pray. The small chapel for prayer? Teldo was not aware that Bella had a rival. Yes, there's a very skilled nun there. In the dark prayer room, it feels like you instantly get uplifted. You don't need to do anything. Just close your eyes and all your worries disappear. Hearing this, Teldo was a bit interested. Have you been there? Are the nuns pretty? Yes, I heard they're experts from the cathedral. The two of them chuckled. But Teldo quickly snapped back to the matter at hand. Now's not the time for jokes. Jack didn't go to meet his companion. So what was he doing? Don't tell me he was just taking a bath. That's not believable. Maybe he just wanted to take a bath, the sailor said seriously. That's not impossible. Teldo chuckled again. When the bathroom was built, Teldo had supported it, hoping to get a chance to meet noble ladies and young women of good family. Chungu was probably thinking the same thing when he went there. Teldo was lost in thought, but suddenly remembered something. Yeah, I always thought Jack's companion was a man. What if his companion is a woman? Ask Bella which women went to the bathroom today. He paused for a moment. Never mind, I should go myself. Bella wouldn't tell you how many women went there. That would ruin her reputation. Only I can find out some news. As he spoke, Teldo stood up. Just as he was about to open the door, he hesitated slightly. He turned to the sailor following behind and asked, "Do you think we should pray at the small chapel before going to the bathhouse?" When Chungu left the private bath, it was already afternoon. His movements were stiff, as if his legs had gone numb from sitting too long. But Chungu knew it wasn't just his legs. His whole body felt numb. If he weren't holding a box, he would have decided not to come again. But what was inside the box made Chungu realize that human nature is really drawn to good smells. The box, decorated with copper wire, was actually a jewelry box containing a small handful of broken diamonds and gemstones. There were quite a few of these small stones, but they weren't of very high quality. Chungu guessed their value was around 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. Compared to nearly 40,000 pounds, which was the highest amount he had, and considering he still had a city's worth of resources, this was not very impressive. But that was just one time's money. With Sophia's beauty and the help of the maid pushing the cart, Chungu felt that if the ice road weren't so cold, he could have stayed in the bath for 30 days straight. By then, with over 100,000 pounds, whether hiring people or finding other ways, he could easily complete the main quest. He might even take the opportunity to finish his professional tasks and develop his territory better. As Chungu left the bath, he accidentally saw the second mate and several sailors heading toward the hidden door he had just come out of. They looked hurried, with dark circles under their eyes, as if they were exhausted. With their tired looks, did they really dare to take a bath? Chungu silently thought to himself, then quickly covered the box and casually put it into his backpack. His movements were swift, but at that moment, he heard a surprised sound nearby. Chungu understood that someone had seen what he was doing. He wanted to see who had noticed him, but when he turned his head, he was visibly stunned. "Sir, have you seen me?" Standing in front of Chingu was a young man about 17 or 18 years old, with blonde hair. He wore a linen shirt, thick canvas overalls, a flat cap popular among newsboys, and carried a drawing board. This was Jack, the artist who had gambled his ticket and finally caught the ship. Regarding Jack's question, Chingu nodded. "I live there. I saw you rush onto the ship that day. It was quite interesting. By the way, my name is Jack. What's yours?" Chingu pointed to his balcony and smiled as he extended his hand toward Jack. Hearing this, Jack became interested. "Your name is Jack too?" "Mine as well. Are you a noble living in a suite?" "No, I'm just a landlord. I own a few apartments in Daming City, and I live in a first-class cabin. What about you? You look like you're an artist." "Yes, I am a painter. I heard that Freeport is a land of freedom. I want to go there and capture freedom in my paintings." Jack spoke excitedly. After a moment, he realized something and shook Chingu's hand. "By the way, my name is Jack too. What a coincidence. Speaking of painters, I used to know someone from the Buonarroti family." "Oh my, could it be the Buonarroti family?" Jack's eyes lit up with excitement. Chingu didn't expect the name of the Ivanora family to be so useful. He also smiled and said, "Yes, that's the Buonarroti family." Jack quickly started talking about them. Although the history of this world has a clear different course, it doesn't greatly affect the arts. Many great artists are quite famous here. The Daming City Museum has collected many of their paintings and artworks. As an artist, Jack must have heard of the Buonarroti family. So Jack kept talking with Chingu. If it were anyone else pulling him into a conversation, Chingu might have only exchanged a few words before leaving. But this Jack was different. When Chingu saw Jack, he immediately received a message. Noticing Jack affected by dark fate, your destiny is linked to his. Activate temporary mission, clue of identity, for paintings. Since Jack received his ticket, his fate has been sealed. Everything about him will be recorded in that painting. Your task is to influence or disrupt key moments in Jack's destiny, January 7th. The reward for this task is clue 4 about his identity, legendary level. Note 1. Painter Jack may not die, nor necessarily find perfect love, but at each key point, fate has already made plans. A small push might change the outcome. Note 2. The more you alter Jack's destiny, the stronger the backlash from fate. Note 3. This time, the reward comes from fate's backlash. If the backlash reaches legendary level, the identity clue you receive will also be legendary. Note 4. Once you make a change to Jack's fate, the task begins. Also, a tip. The ticket Jack has to board the ship is given to you. This message feels quite new to Chingu, as it's not about directly killing Jack. Instead, it's about secretly guiding Jack's fate. Whether Jack ends up dying at sea or safely reaching the free port depends on Chingu's arrangements. Chingu also realizes that changing fate isn't easy. Going along with it is simpler. For example, giving Jack the ticket is following fate's flow. The benefits are small, and the backlash isn't too strong. But if you go against fate, like preventing Jack from meeting the noblewoman Ruth, and instead making him meet a big, burly man, the story changes completely. In that case, the backlash from fate will be very strong, and the level of the identity clue Chun-gu gets will be higher. There's also something Chun-gu can't understand. If the ship Ku-Crops hits an iceberg, is that following or opposing fate? If it's following fate, they are heading toward the equator now. Where would they find an iceberg? If it's opposing fate, does this mean someone on the ship must be sacrificed? This isn't just about legendary level. It might even require a mythic level to pull off such a thing. These thoughts flashed through Chun-gu's mind, but Jack, who was still talking, had no idea. Just a moment ago, Chun-gu even started to consider how Jack might die in a way that would be dignified. Although Chun-gu was planning various strategies, he still hadn't decided how to deal with Jack. Dealing with the mastermind behind the scenes was not easy. Earlier, the slasher mission mainly involved finding and killing enemies, and the apartment tasks didn't have many strict requirements. Now, with Jack the artist involved, the difficulty suddenly increased. Chingu guessed that Jack might have some connection to the sinking ship, but when it comes to fate, no one can be sure. How could he know where the turning point of fate was, or how to push it? He couldn't just take Jack to the bathroom and ask Bella if she could bring Ruth over. Wait, Chingu paused his thoughts. Actually, that was a good idea. Jack, who was in front of him, looked handsome, and his body seemed fine. Most importantly, he looked like the kind of young wolf dog that noble young women liked. He radiated a sense of sunshine and freedom. Chungu could discuss with Bella about setting up a special event just for Jack. As Chungu shifted his thinking, Jack's voice grew quieter. Chungu looked at Jack with some confusion, then followed his gaze. He saw on the terrace on the third floor a noble young girl lazily gazing at the sea. The girl's clothes and appearance surprised Chungu. He remembered seeing her before. Wasn't she the girl who stopped him when he boarded the ship? Are you interested in her? Chungu turned and asked. That's a guest in the suite. Judging by her dress, she seems unmarried. Before she gets engaged or married, she can't go out to play. Want me to introduce some people for you to meet? Hearing this, Jack shook his head repeatedly. No, I'm just a painter. It's just my natural habit. Chungu glanced at the sketchbook Jack was holding and thought, I don't know what you're best at painting, but maybe I should believe it. Everyone knows your habit, painting so much that it ends up on the bed. You are also a free-spirited little waif. It seems like you can really talk to Bella and arrange a special event for Jack. Where do you live now? With a new idea in mind, Chungu decided to give it a try. He wondered if, instead of Ruth, a noble young woman, the situation could change. Oh, in the third-class area, for people per cabin. It's not too bad there, but there's not enough water and food, so you have to buy everything yourself. I've heard that third-class tickets are cheap, so meals aren't included. Is it difficult? Do you want me to help you find a job? Chungu took this chance to share his idea. Jack shook his head. Thanks, I still have some money, and I don't need to spend much on the ship. All right, since we seem to be connected, if you need anything, you can find me at cabin 9 on the third floor of the first-class area. If I'm not there, you can leave a message with the steward. After saying that, Chungu reached out his hand to Jack. Jack understood what Chungu meant and shook his hand. But Jack didn't know that, at the moment of the handshake, Chungu used a bit of dark fate magic and infused it into Jack's body. Anyway, the words had been spoken, and the seed had been planted. Jack's future would depend on himself. Chungu didn't plan to get fully involved. After leaving Jack, Chungu felt his numb body finally start to recover. He touched his stomach. On this ship, the only downside was that he could get hungry easily. So Chungu changed direction and headed toward the nearest restaurant. As he turned, Chungu noticed Jack still sitting in the same spot, staring at the noble young woman who looked like Ruth. Although his eyes didn't seem lecherous, his gaze was definitely different from before. Chungu shook his head. It seemed he didn't need to pour a glass of green water for Jack and tell him, drink this. This is your fate. Ignoring Jack, Chungu went up the stairs to the second floor. This time, he headed to the second restaurant on the second floor. The ship's restaurants include the first restaurant, which is the main banquet hall and also hosts dance parties. Number 3 restaurant is closest to the captain's office and the control room. It is a dining place frequently visited by crew leaders and officers, and they usually eat their work meals there. Number 4 restaurant mainly serves late-night snacks and breakfast for the luxury cabins and suites. It is open 24 hours a day. Currently, Chungu is going to the number 2 restaurant, which is prepared for daytime passengers. The number 2 restaurant is located on the front deck of the second floor. Besides large windows, it also has some terrace seats. In this kind of weather, many people like to eat on the terrace. Chungu isn't interested in that, especially since it's a little past 3 p.m. Having lunch now feels a bit late, and dinner would be a bit early. The restaurant is not crowded, so Chungu casually sits at a spot where he can see the sea through the window. A dedicated waiter stands beside him. Mr. Jack, today the chef recommends the smoked sausage with sturgeon, codfish soup, roasted pigeon, and the drink suggestion is Bordeaux white wine. Do you have any other preferences? After dining here a few times, Chungu knows that on the ship, there are rarely special orders. Usually, they just eat whatever the chef recommends that day. Since everyone is at sea now, it's almost impossible to get fresh small calves or recently slaughtered meat. However, the seafood is fresh on the ship, and the menu has already changed from what was listed earlier. Chungu thinks for a moment and asks, do you have clams, scallops, oysters, or similar seafood? He doesn't want to add anything extra. He just wants to eat something fresh. The waiter quickly responds, yes, we have good quality clams. How would you like them prepared? Make clam soup. Fry the codfish that was meant for the codfish soup. Roast the scallops. Serve the oysters raw. Also, 2 eggs, a loaf of bread with butter and cheese. Just open the wine as you see fit. Chungu states his preferences. The waiter is a bit surprised by how much Chun-gu is ordering, but he doesn't say anything. There are only a few guests in the luxury cabins, so even if Chun-gu can eat a lot, it wouldn't be much. Plus, Chun-gu's requests are not excessive, and since it's a quiet time with few guests, the chef probably won't mind. Soon, the waiter brought the food that Chun-gu ordered, along with a bottle of freshly opened white wine. The dishes arrived quickly. Since there were few guests, the chef came out to look at Chun-gu and asked if he was satisfied with the food. Honestly, the food was already quite good. The seafood quality was excellent, especially the oysters, all about the size of a palm. The oysters tasted even better than any Chun-gu had eaten before, with a milky flavor. "Sir, are you happy with the dishes?" "Very happy, especially the oysters. I've never had such good ones before." "I'm glad to hear that." The chef was very pleased when a guest liked his cooking. Since no one else was around, he happily explained the creative ideas behind the dishes. Chun-gu ate while nodding in approval. Indeed, adding a story to the food makes it more tasteful. Finally, Chun-gu pointed to the empty oyster shells and asked, "What's the story behind these oysters?" "These oysters are all freshly harvested from the sea. We have 2 towing boats at the back of the ship where we farm a large number of oysters." Hearing this, Chun-gu was surprised. Towing 2 boats at the side and back of the ship? What kind of operation is that? Seeing Chun-gu's amazed expression, the chef proudly explained, "You might not know, but this is a privilege for our sweet guests. They receive the best service. For example, a guest on the 6th floor prefers fresh Polish milk. We even keep 3 Polish cows on board just for him. The oysters served to the count on the 7th floor are a daily necessity, so we have 2 special oyster towing boats to ensure the freshest supply every day." Chun-gu finally understood that there are such benefits for sweet guests. But it makes sense. Those who can afford a suite are either wealthy merchants or nobles. They have higher standards for their lifestyle. Traveling at sea for 30 days and only eating ordinary food would be insulting to them. They would naturally have many specific requests based on their habits. Chun-gu feels that drinking milk and eating raw oysters might be just the basic requirements. Perhaps secretly, there are other demands as well. He suspects that the oysters he ate were probably leftovers from the Count's special supply. There's nothing much he can say about it. These oysters are the best he's ever had. If it weren't for the Count's specific requests, he might not have been able to taste such delicacies. Speaking of the Count, Chun-gu becomes curious. Does the Count usually come here to eat? The chef looks a bit helpless. No, the Count has other private rooms. Most guests dine in Hall 1. Very few are willing to eat here. Chun-gu can't really argue with that. Although the Kukrup's ship is small, the hierarchy here is very clear. He can't change anything about it. He just quietly finishes his meal, then asks the chef. Seems like the guest next door doesn't like to go out to eat. Do you deliver food here? The chef shakes his head. Food delivery is handled by the waiters on each deck. Just ask the steward of each level. Also, our Hall 4 serves food that's easy to carry and eat. Our food, as you saw, is prepared and served directly to the table. Once time passes, the taste isn't as good. Chun-gu understands and doesn't insist further. After finishing his meal, he orders a cup of coffee and sits outside in the restaurant, watching the sunlight. Basking in the warm sun, feeling the sea breeze, and sipping slightly sour coffee, Chun-gu feels relaxed. Sometimes, he wishes life could stay like this. Even drifting at sea every day, he would be happy. But Chun-gu isn't the lazy type. He actively seeks to enter the endless world because he refuses to remain ordinary forever. The gentle sea breeze doesn't weaken his will. After resting enough, Chun-gu places his coffee cup on the table, stands up, and prepares to explore elsewhere. Just as he's about to get up, he suddenly senses a hint of life energy in his territory. Someone has passed through Misty Street and entered his domain. Chun-gu was surprised inside, but kept a calm face. He waved to the nearby waiter. Bring some afternoon tea. While the waiter went to prepare the tea, Chun-gu closed his eyes. When he entered his territory, Chun-gu immediately appeared at Misty Street. He noticed there were no new signs of fighting on Misty Street. No one had entered his territory through Misty Street. This made Chun-gu a little surprised. His feeling was correct. His city heart clearly told him that a new life had appeared in his territory. And this life was not animals like rabbits or goats, but a living person who could live in the territory. This surprised Chun-gu. His territory currently had no military power. If someone sneaked in, he really wouldn't have many ways to stop them. Just as Chun-gu was confused, he felt that strange life energy again inside his territory. At the same time, he heard a clear bell ringing. Chun-gu realized it was the dreaming bell. He almost forgot he had such a thing. Originally, he was told that this dreaming bell could summon a dream merchant once a day. Chun-gu didn't expect that he hadn't paid much attention, and the dreaming bell started to act on its own. This was quite interesting. Chun-gu went to the place where he kept the dreaming bell. He thought for a moment, but didn't rush to ring it. Instead, he took some wood from nearby, built a door casually, and drew a 20 by 20 meter empty space next to the door. He placed the door at the easternmost part of the empty space. Then, Chun-gu hung the dreaming bell on the door. This created a strange little area. On this empty land, there was only a fairly large door, with a bronze bell hanging above it. When the wind blew, the bell swung but did not ring. Dreaming bell installed. Dark fate power injected. Nearby structures analyzed. Dark Dream Merchant Guild generated. Dark Dreamland Guild, a movable, functional building in the city, serving as a commercial area. Every day, a merchant automatically appears to sell dark-themed dream products, including but not limited to dream items, dark objects, fate items, various materials, ores, resources, food, and population. The moment the Dark Dreamland Guild was completed, the door suddenly swung open. The bell on the door jingled loudly. A merchant pushing a unicycle came out from behind the door. He didn't look like a typical merchant. He was dressed like an ancient poor person from the East, wearing rough cloth clothes, very thin, with yellowish skin and dry hair. It was clear he hadn't eaten well. His unicycle was loaded with some burlap sacks, which looked like they were filled with grain. Chun-gu sighed with some frustration. He realized that the guild could send a merchant every day, but the quality of these merchants was not always good. The merchant saw Chun-gu as he stepped outside. He was first stunned, then shrank back. "Don't kill me." Chun-gu had never heard a merchant use that as a slogan before. He looked at the merchant with some helplessness and politely asked, "What are you here to buy?" Hearing this, the merchant sat down on the ground and started crying loudly. Chun-gu didn't quite understand what was happening. He didn't go over to stop him, just watched quietly from the side. After a long while, the merchant finally said intermittently, "I sold my son and daughter as children's virgins. I didn't want to do it, but my family couldn't survive. There are more than 10 people at home, and we're starving." He stood up, holding the burlap bag on his unicycle, and spoke somewhat crazily. "You see, I bought so much grain. We can eat for a very long time." Chun-gu seemed to understand something. It appeared that the merchant wasn't a real merchant, but anyone who sold something was considered a merchant. At this moment, the merchant was probably dreaming. His dream was full of regret, but also changed his fate, which is why he was judged to belong to the dark dream category and brought here by the dream bell on the door. Chun-gu waited until the merchant calmed down a bit before speaking. "Are you still selling anything now?" The merchant paused and looked around, finally focusing on the grains he was holding. Chun-gu also saw several sacks of grain. Although he had enough grain, more wouldn't hurt. Most importantly, this was the first deal for Chun-gu's Dark Dream Business Guild, so he wanted to make a good start. The merchant, who wasn't really a merchant, finally realized what was happening and shouted loudly, "This grain can't be sold. It's my life." All right. Since he was dealing with someone like this, Chun-gu didn't have much to say. If he didn't want to sell, then forget it. Chun-gu smiled and said, "Suit yourself. You can stay here for a day. By this time tomorrow, you can leave." He pointed to the empty space in front of him. Chun-gu had already decided that even if they were merchants, they couldn't bring their goods into his city. They could just stay on this empty lot of the Dark Dream Business Guild. After that, Chun-gu prepared to leave. He was attracted here because of this matter, but now that it was settled, he naturally returned to the real world. Just as Chun-gu was about to leave, the merchant suddenly called out, "Wait, is this the underworld? I still have things to sell." Chun-gu stopped and looked at him curiously. This merchant didn't seem to have anything valuable, and his current state clearly indicated he was dreaming. Although Chun-gu's Dark Dream Business Guild bought and sold things from dreams, the man in front of him clearly had no such items in his dream. "What else do you have to sell?" Chun-gu asked with a smile. "My children. I can sell them again." Chun-gu shook his head. He had never seen parents do such things. Selling children as if they were toys or objects in exchange for food. He could understand if it was a desperate act for survival, especially during ancient famines. But selling the children again? What kind of operation is that? This was clearly a distorted view of morality. Chungu shook his head. The merchant saw this and was startled. My children have been sent to become young boys and girls. They probably can't pass this test. I have their birth dates and times. I will sell them to you, whether for a spiritual marriage or to become young boys and girls, it's up to you. I only ask that they have a better life in the afterworld. What a mess. Chungu rolled his eyes. Can it really be like this? But this matter wasn't up to Chungu to decide. When the merchant mentioned his goods, the scene in the dark dream realm trading hall changed. A pair of children, about 7 or 8 years old, appeared in the empty space. This confirmed that the dark dream realm trading hall accepted the merchant's words and approved the goods. At the same time, Chungu saw information about the children. Young boy, young girl. Seeing this information, Chungu felt a bit speechless. It had no attributes at all. What kind of situation was this? All right, today is the first sale for my trading hall. I've made this deal. What do you want? Grain. I want some grain. You give me. Before the merchant finished speaking, a wooden barrel rolled in front of the trading hall. This is a barrel of oats. The deal is done. The merchant quickly stepped forward and opened the barrel. Seeing it filled with oats, he nodded repeatedly. It's settled. This deal is done. These are my children's birth details. The merchant threw 2 yellow papers onto the ground. Chungu saw that there were some words written on them in cinnabar ink. Curious, Chungu asked, who gave you these? Before he finished speaking, the merchant and the barrel of oats disappeared. All that was left was the pair of children standing still in the middle of the trading hall. Now, there should be enough complete information, right? Chungu was about to step forward to check the new information when he saw the children's bodies twist unnaturally. At the same time, strange changes appeared on their faces and bodies. The boy's face showed bark-like patterns, and the girl's hair turned a bluish-green like leaves. More leaves grew on her body, layer after layer. What was going on? Chungu quickly drew his crossfire. If such things happened in his territory, this wasn't over. But the emerging information made Chungu stop. The boy and girl twins, under 7 years old, were sold to a village to serve as sacrifices. They were swallowed by a strange tree spirit behind the mountain, and their flesh and souls transformed into part of the tree spirit. However, their father later sold their souls again, managing to take back some of the strange, transformed souls from the tree spirit. Please choose how to handle the item. Purify, darken, or destroy. Chungu did not choose immediately. Instead, he carefully read the instructions. Each option has its pros and cons. Purification means using his territory's power to clean everything related to the strange tree spirit. In the end, the twins' living souls remain. Chungu can then transform them in his city, giving them a body or an attachment device, making them residents of his city. But with this method, the twin souls are only partly preserved, so their intelligence might be low. Plus, they lack bodies, so Chungu needs to provide them with one. Most importantly, they lose the special abilities of the tree spirit. This is the middle ground choice. Darkening involves Chungu directly injecting the power of dark fate and his city into the twins' bodies. Using this dark power, he keeps all of the twins' original traits, including the power from the tree spirit. However, this also means cutting off the tree spirit's control over the twins. 2 problems arise. First, the tree spirit will naturally become hostile toward Chungu. If it finds out Chungu's location, it might attack him or his territory. Second, the twins might not be able to control the tree spirit's power. After darkening, their bodies could undergo irreversible or uncontrollable changes. The third option is the simplest and most direct. Chungu chooses nothing and simply disperses everything, leaving the power of the tree spirit and the twin souls intact. The resulting materials would no longer be residents, but could be used as building materials. After understanding these 3 options, Chungu has made his decision. He is glad to have 2 residents. He certainly won't turn them into materials. Wasting such a rare opportunity would be foolish. Purification options mean giving up some power, which can ensure that the young male and female remain, but everything else is lost. Darkening is a gamble, betting on luck. However, in the end, it is possible to gain powerful followers. Faced with these 3 choices, Chungu definitely chooses to take a risk. Darkening. As soon as Chun-Gua finished speaking, darkness spread over his territory. Even the lights at the dark golem's place couldn't stop the surge of darkness. This surge was only for a moment. In the next instant, the darkness Chun-Gua had entered disappeared, and he saw that the young male and female who had been standing still in the guild's open space were gone. Chun-Gua looked around in confusion. Before he could find them, new information popped up on his screen. Young male and female successfully darkened, residents confirmed. Analyzing resident attributes. Dark fate influence, adjusting resident tags. Confirmed, resident Wang Goer, young male. Tags, strange, young male, tree-like, twin. Fate bond, dark 1. Shepherd of trees, transformed into a treant, completed, 2. Twin stars, dark strange same-birth twins, completed. Similar strange transformation, completed. Similar fate transformation, completed. Confirmed, resident Wang Mauer, young female. Tags, strange, young female, vine-like, twin. Fate bond, dark 1. Blood-sucking vine, vine body transformation, completed, 2. Twin stars, dark strange same-birth twins, completed. Similar strange transformation, completed. Similar fate transformation, completed. Ding! All requirements for fate bond, dark, twin stars, dark strange, are met, can be activated. Twin stars, dark strange life 11%. Note. Twins born together, transformed by the same strange force, and both affected by dark fate powers, are bound together for life. Looking at this explanation, Chun-Gua was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the fate bond to sound very powerful, but it didn't seem to add any attributes. What does life 11% mean? Does it mean the health of these two residents will increase? Is that all you have to say about the 11% health? It looks down on that pair of children. Not to mention, Chun-Gu currently doesn't even know where these two residents are. As Chun-Gu was thinking this, he suddenly turned his head and froze. It turned out that less than 10 meters behind him, a tall tree over 20 meters high had appeared unexpectedly. This tree is a locust tree. Strangely, all the tips of its branches end in wooden-looking hands. At about 1 meter above the ground, the trunk has a face that looks like a child's. The face still shows innocence, but the eyes are much clearer. Unlike before, when Chun-Gu was dazed, it's clear that his darkening ability has now recovered the soul that the strange tree's spirit had taken. The boy is here, but where is the girl? Chun-Gu looked around and finally saw a white figure in the tree's crown. Unlike the boy, who had turned into a big tree, the girl's appearance didn't change much. She still looks like a 7-year-old girl, dressed in simple clothes. Her outfit has changed from rough fabric to white paper clothes. But then, the girl's actions surprised Chun-Gu. She stretched out her hands, revealing long vines over 10 meters long, decorated with small red and yellow flowers. When she saw Chun-Gu looking, she smiled at him. "All right, you two can stay." Chun-Gu stopped mid-sentence. His apartment building is meant for normal people. These two girls might be able to enter, but the boy probably can't. "King Dog, what kind of name is that?" As Chun-Gu finished speaking, the face on the tree trunk turned and looked at him. "Can you change back to your original form?" Although Chun-Gu disliked it, he didn't change the boy's name. Instead, he asked this question directly. The tree with the hand-shaped branches thought seriously for a moment, then quickly covered the face on the trunk with its branches. Next, a small wooden figure crawled out from the ground. The figure is about the height of a 7-year-old boy, dressed in white paper clothes. The young queen cat didn't need Chun-Gu's instructions. Her vine-like hands wrapped around the remaining branches, and she dropped down from the tree, standing beside Wang Goer. Seeing this, Chun-Gu nodded. "All right, I'll arrange a house for you. Later, you can bring your bodies to the front of the apartment. From now on, as long as you work hard here, you won't have to worry about food or drink." When Chun-Gu moved Wang Goer and Wang Mauer into another apartment, he already knew what they could do. The 7-year-old children mainly played, but they were naturally sensitive to plants. Since they used to be village kids, learning to farm should be possible for them. After settling them in, Chun-Gu took them outside the city. "Just work here for now. Don't plant anything else, just this kind of grass." Chun-Gu was talking about alfalfa and similar pasture grasses. In the West, people can eat some of these when hungry, and in the East, they can be used as medicine. The most important thing is that the 4-leaf clover is a variation of this. In Europe, These are widely grown. When Chun-gu bought seeds, he naturally chose this type. However, alfalfa isn't like ordinary grass. You can't just scatter seeds on any land and expect them to grow. It needs proper farming. Chun-gu's talent for farming was instinctive, but he had never actually farmed himself. All those seeds were still stored in wooden barrels. Now that he finally had people to help, Chun-gu wanted to make good use of them. Both Wang Goer and Wang Mauer had no objections to Chun-gu's arrangements. Children from poor families start working at a very young age. In their minds, they already felt capable of helping adults. Chun-gu assigned them tasks, knowing they were useful. After settling them in, Chun-gu also arranged for their meals. Since the kitchen and dining area hadn't been built yet, he simply let them eat bread, dried meat, and similar foods. Anyway, the first dark dream merchant had already come, and more merchants would arrive gradually. When the time comes, they might find a suitable cook or two. For now, just having enough to eat was good enough. For these children, this kind of life is actually quite good. Especially after they ate bread, they fell in love with this way of living. For them, black bread is also edible and filling. After arranging these two, Chun-gu stepped back outside. By this time, nearly an hour had passed. The deal with the dark dream merchant didn't take long. Most of the time was spent arranging things for the two children. Meanwhile, his body had been sitting on the terrace outside the second dining hall. The waiter didn't rush Chun-gu. He thought Chun-gu was just sunbathing. At most, he would help replace Chun-gu's cold coffee with a new one when needed. When Chun-gu woke up, the coffee in front of him was still warm. He reached out and touched the coffee cup, clearly understanding what was happening. He picked up the cup and took a sip, drinking more than half of the coffee. Then he pressed a 2-shilling note under the cup, grabbed his walking stick, and stood up. It was getting dark outside, and the nightlife on the ship was about to begin. Chun-gu planned to visit the extraordinary gathering place that the waiter had mentioned earlier. Although the waiter repeatedly said there was nothing special there, going to see for himself was better than doing nothing. Just as Chun-gu was walking out of the second dining hall with his hands behind his back, he happened to see a group of 6 or 7 guests coming in from outside. Chun-gu noticed their clothing and movements. It was obvious they were first-class passengers. They seemed to have just met today and were still somewhat distant from each other. One man and his wife were standing a bit farther away from the others. It looked like they were guarding something. Normally, Chun-gu wouldn't pay attention to them, but he recognized the man's wife. Wasn't she Lily, the kind lady he met just a few hours ago in the private bath? Chun-gu still remembered that when he left the private bath, Lily looked full of life. But now, she looked like a cold mountain. When she saw Chun-gu, she raised her eyebrows and looked at everyone with a proud attitude. That wasn't aristocratic arrogance, but confidence from her beauty. It feels like everyone around is just a sycophant, which makes me very annoyed. I want to chase everyone away. Compared to the charming atmosphere in the private bathroom, Chun-gu can't help but sigh. Women really do have two faces. Anyway, the woman who might be named Lily didn't seem to notice Chun-gu, so he decided to pretend he didn't see her. Just as Chun-gu was about to leave the second dining hall, the man beside Lily suddenly looked pale and collapsed to the ground. Then, screams came from inside the restaurant. The elegance expected of a noble was gone. Chun-gu paused, feeling quite surprised by what he saw. If someone fainted because they were sick, most people would go over to check what was wrong. But it was clear that everyone thought the man was already dead. They seemed afraid others would find out someone had died here. Chun-gu had a thought. Wasn't he on a side mission to investigate a case? This situation was suspicious, so he wondered if he could use it as a side quest to investigate. He quietly stayed outside the crowd, trying to see what was happening. But when he looked closer, he felt something was wrong. The man's skin was turning purple, and there were marks around his neck that looked like he had been choked. It looked like he had been dead for 3 or 4 hours. However, everyone had seen them come in from outside the restaurant just now. Something was off here. The restaurant manager stepped forward and quickly ordered, "Something small has happened. Please everyone stay here for a moment. Bide. Go call Telder the second officer, and also ask the ship's doctor to come." After speaking, the manager stood at the restaurant door and said, "From now on, no one is allowed to move. A murder has occurred here. Until we find out what happened, no one is to leave." At this moment, Chun-gu noticed all the waiters had put down their work and were standing at the windows and doorways. The head chefs, assistants, and kitchen staff also came out holding knives. Anyone who dared to move would be immediately surrounded and attacked by them. Chingu thought for a moment, took a step back, and moved to a safer place. Next to him was the waiter who had been bringing him coffee all day. If something were to happen later, this waiter would be the best proof of Chingu's innocence. Soon, Second Officer Tardo and the ship's doctor arrived. The ship's doctor, acting as the coroner, looked at the body and spoke. "This is an extraordinary case. I can't handle this." When Tardo heard the doctor, he immediately pulled him aside. "Please give me some face and investigate properly. There's nothing much to investigate. Just by looking, I can tell that the man died about 3 hours ago. He was strangled during an intimate moment, then controlled by magic. Only puppetry or undead spells can control a corpse. But since he was able to talk to those people for a long time without showing any emotion, I think the possibility of puppetry is higher. He might have even died because of a puppet. If you want to find out how many shots he fired before dying, I might be able to help. If you want to know who killed him, it's best to find an undead mage or a priest to summon his spirit." The ship's doctor rolled his eyes. With his medical skills, he could tell exactly how the man died and even estimate the time of death. But he clearly didn't want to get involved in this matter. He knew that whether it was a puppeteer or an undead mage, they liked to work behind the scenes. Opposing them would only bring trouble. If this incident was just in a normal place, he could cover it up and secretly dispose of the body at night. But now, it was mealtime, and this happened in the busy No. 2 restaurant. If not handled properly, it could cause chaos on the ship. After thinking for a moment, Teldo turned to a crew member and said, "Go find the Count and tell him that something has happened here, and we need a priest to calm the spirits." The Kukropis had its own ship doctor and priest, since there was a small chapel on board, and the priest was a trained professional. However, these priests were either ordinary people or extraordinary beings. They could usually calm ordinary people without trouble. As for how they did it, that was their business. But in this situation, trying to calm a dying spirit and get information from it was impossible. Right now, only the legendary-level priest close to the Count could do this. After sending the person out, Teldo felt a bit helpless. He knew well the situation of the Count. The legendary priest and the legendary bodyguard were both the Count's personal protectors. They rarely left his side, not even for meals or sleep. Teldo felt uneasy about calling the legendary priest for such a small matter. But the order was already given, and since only the legendary priest could handle this, he didn't think much more about it. He simply looked at everyone present. He needed to read their expressions. These details often hide clues. Soon, his gaze fell on Chingu. Seeing Chingu here didn't surprise Teldo at all. Chingu was a guest in the special cabin, free to go in and out of dining room 1, 2, 3, and 4. It was mealtime now, so it was normal for Chingu to come and get some food. But Chingu's position was a bit unusual. He was standing near a crew member. It looked like that crew member was protecting him. As the second officer, Teldo wasn't like the captain who could take over the ship's operations when needed. His main job was to handle the ship's internal affairs. Handling a dead person like this was also part of his responsibilities. All the waitstaff on the ship were under his control. He clearly remembered that the waiter standing next to Chingu was the one he assigned to the second dining hall, mainly responsible for gathering intelligence for Telder. Why was Chingu standing beside him? At this point, Chingu's presence made him seem even more suspicious in Telder's eyes. Just then, Telder's men also brought in the legendary priest he had previously sent for. Seeing this priest, Chingu was momentarily stunned. It was obvious that something was wrong with this legendary priest. He wore a priest's robe decorated with gold leaves and a tall, hard ceremonial hat on his head. He stood very straight, giving the impression of a chess piece on a board. Could this be a special profession? A change that happens after taking on this role? While Chingu was pondering this, the priest had already approached the body. He slightly disdainfully adjusted his sleeve and took out what looked like a small lantern. As soon as he took out the lantern, Chingu noticed the lighting in the second dining hall dimmed noticeably. He also caught a strange scent, like a fragrance that seemed to try to draw his soul away. Fortunately, Chingu had the heart of the city and his own city. He was used to spirits entering and leaving his territory, so he reacted quickly and was unaffected by the scent. But he soon realized that the world before him had changed dramatically. Everything he saw turned into black, white, and gray shades. Besides the people he saw earlier in the restaurant, many fish-shaped objects appeared on the tables. Were these souls? Chen-gu wanted to see clearly, but the scene before him suddenly disappeared. The world in his eyes returned to normal. However, Chen-gu understood that what had just happened was clearly a world where humans could communicate with spirits. The priest was searching for the soul of the deceased, preparing to communicate and gather information. Because of his strong mental power and perception, Chen-gu briefly connected with that world under the influence of the scent. But he didn't see the final outcome, nor did he see what the priest looked like in that world. While Chen-gu was feeling a bit frustrated about only watching the fish, the priest put away his lantern. I didn't see his soul. Before turning him into a puppet, the enemy erased his soul. Hearing this, Teldo also felt a bit helpless, but at least now they knew the enemy was using puppet magic. This could help them find some clues. Still, he asked reluctantly, "Are there any other clues?" The priest nodded, "Yes." No, wait." As the priest's voice changed, Teldo immediately became nervous. He drew his weapon and looked around at the crowd. But Chen-gu noticed that Teldo's gaze seemed to focus a lot on himself. At this moment, the priest's eyes shed blood tears, as if he saw something he shouldn't have, and he quickly collapsed to the ground. "Quick, go save the count." The priest on the ground ignored himself and reached out, asking Teldo to save the count. Teldo finally realized that everything happening here was a trap meant to lure the priest out. "Damn it, keep watch here. No one is allowed to leave." After saying that, Teldo rushed out through the floor-to-ceiling window, skipping the stairs, and headed straight across the terrace toward the suite on the 7th floor. But Teldo was a little too late. When he reached the suite on the 7th floor, the count who lived there was already on the ground. Next to the count was a very beautiful small violin, and a plump maid was curled up in the corner, staring fixedly at the count's body. "Where's the count's bodyguard?" Teldo asked loudly as he burst into the suite. But he couldn't ask anything else, because he saw where the bodyguard was. The legendary level bodyguard was hanging high on the wall of the suite. His skin was peeled back, revealing the muscles underneath, but strangely, he hadn't bled at all. It looked as if his skin had come off his body by itself. The bodyguard's eyes were wide open. Beneath his body, various weapons were neatly arranged. From daggers to short muskets, from shields to clues, every weapon you can think of is here. The weapons are arranged from short to long, with 3 centimeters between each one, neatly organized as if by someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. This strange arrangement surprised Tardo. He immediately drew his own weapon, watching carefully for any movement around him. Tardo's weapon is a golden musket. Unlike the breech-loading muskets held by Chen-gu, this musket is not a modern development, but an old, antique model. Apart from the barrel, most parts of the musket are made of wood. However, Tardo has wrapped many metal wires around it. These wires are made of gold, silver, bronze, or iron. They are wrapped around the musket to strengthen it. After years of reinforcement and handling, the metal wires have become part of the musket itself. When Tardo drew his musket, a red glow appeared on the foreheads of everyone nearby. This included the dead count on the ground, the body of the guard nailed to the wall, and the portrait hanging on the wall. "Interesting method, but it's not enough, my hunter friend," a voice suddenly sounded from outside the suite. Sophia August lifted her head, supporting her lower abdomen with her right hand, and walked confidently into the room. As she entered, the temperature dropped quickly, and frost appeared on the glass of the large window. She looked at the dead count on the floor and extended her left hand to her side. A maid quickly placed a handkerchief in her hand. Sophia pressed the handkerchief to her nose. "My poor Carl, I told him long ago not to eat raw oysters. His stomach isn't good, and look, he just couldn't digest properly and passed away." Hearing Sophia's words, Tardo's face turned pale. "What does she mean, indigestion?" "Your family's indigestion has a strangulation mark around its neck. Your family's indigestion nailed the bodyguard to the wall." But at this moment, Tardo couldn't do anything about the situation. What's happening now is no longer their concern on the ship. Count Karl Peter Ulrich is the nephew of King Charles XII of Sweden. Although his claim to the throne seems unlikely, his status is clear. If he causes trouble on the ship, it could seriously damage the ship's reputation. "Countess, this," Telda wanted to say more, but Sophia interrupted him. "Don't call me Countess. I am the daughter of a duke, the first heir of the Anhalt-Zerbst duchy. Countess, that's not me. Sophia snorted loudly, then looked at the body of the count on the ground. Who is Ulrich Count? He's just a useless toy player. But, Count, Teldo hesitated. You can call me Miss August, Sophia said carelessly. It was obvious she looked down on the title of Countess. But it's understandable. Her husband is only the nephew of the king, while she is the first heir of the Prussian duchy. It's clear who has a higher status. All right, Miss August. No matter what you think of the count, his death is a fact. We must. No, there's no need. No one will care about this. I just wanted to find you. So, I'll be direct. I've decided not to go back this time. She continued. His aunt really thinks this useless person can suppress me? Just send me safely to the free port. As for his body, he liked playing with soldier dolls, right? Then let him play to his heart's content. Hearing this, Teldo's face changed as if he remembered something. Miss August, that's impossible. Before we reach the free port, the captain's treasure room door cannot be opened. I don't care. It doesn't matter whether it happens sooner or later. It won't affect me. As for his aunt's reaction, it's up to you. If I were you, I'd keep this secret. After all, once we reach the free port, where the sun doesn't shine, if something happens, his aunt won't find out, right? But this is the count. Teldo still wanted to argue. Sophia no longer gave him a chance. As she moved her finger, ice began to form on the ground, and the room's light seemed to be swallowed up, quickly growing darker. The count's body, lying on the floor, was frozen solid by the cold ice. As long as the ice doesn't melt, the body won't rot. This is also why Sophia said it wouldn't affect her much. Watching Sophia's actions, Telder understood what he had to do. He knew who was more important, a dead count or a living duke heir. Just don't think about the captain's treasure room, and the count's matter can be discussed. But we need to report the ship's safety to Daminsk City every day, and you know that. Hearing this, Sophia showed a slight smile. She raised her hand and waved gently. Then just say it directly. They might send warships to trouble you. And besides, aren't you all fools? Isn't there someone named Carl in the cabin? Just say Carl is still alive in the cabin. It's not lying anyway. Then she turned away from Telder and left the room. Telder instinctively felt danger. He didn't stay long. He turned and crashed through the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window, rushing onto the balcony. When he looked back, the room had already been frozen. It was as if time inside the room was frozen at the moment the count died. Telder quickly jumped down from the 7th-floor suite along the balcony and returned to the second dining hall. At this moment, the guests in the second dining hall hadn't left. They gathered in small groups, occasionally glancing at the two bodies over there. Seeing this, and thinking about Sophia's attitude, Telder felt a bit helpless. Just tell them to shut up and let them leave like this, he ordered a subordinate. What else could he do now? Most of the people in the second dining hall were first-class cabin guests, and some wealthy first-class passengers also came here to eat. Should he eliminate all the witnesses here? Will the Kukrups still set sail in the future? He must minimize the impact of this incident. Teldo's men didn't fully understand the reason behind it, but they followed Teldo's orders. Every guest was specially informed. Chungwa was among them. You may leave now, but before you go, there are a few words we need to say. This incident was just an accident. Please trust that our Kukrup ship is safe. To give you good service, perhaps you could forget about this small matter for now. This kind of persuasion was something Chungwa had never heard before. The other passengers also didn't want to get involved in such matters. They didn't trouble the staff much and quickly agreed. Chungwa did the same. He quickly promised the staff that he wouldn't tell anyone about this. Then he left with the crowd. Watching Chungwa leave, Teldo felt strangely annoyed. Find someone smart to watch him. I have a feeling he might cause big trouble. Teldo's men didn't ask more. They just kept an eye on Chungwa. As long as he didn't go somewhere restricted, it was easy to watch him. After leaving the second dining hall, Chungwa stretched lazily. Today was really full of ups and downs. This was only the first day the Kukrup's ship set sail, and so many things had already happened. Could this ship really make a 30-day journey to Freeport? As Chungwa thought about this, he noticed that the passengers coming out of the second dining hall acted as if nothing had happened. They accepted the situation naturally. Maybe they were just brave, or for some other reason. But thinking carefully, Chungwa remembered the Miranda ship he encountered when he first arrived in this world. That ship carried a mummy, and the 15-day voyage took 30 days. From the start of the journey, there were deaths, accidents, and even a near shipwreck. Yet, when the ship reached Minsk, the passengers happily disembarked. It seems that in this era, going to sea is a gamble with your life. When they boarded the ship, they had already thought about all the possible situations they might face. Losing 1 or 2 people on the ship was not a big deal. As long as it wasn't them who died, everything was fine. Chingu didn't understand their mindset, but he didn't try to change it either. After checking the weather, Chingu decided to head toward the 3rd floor. He planned to ask Ivanoira if she had eaten. If she hadn't, he would find a way to get her to eat something. Unlike Wang Goer and Wang Maoer, Ivanoira was a spiritual being that entered Chingu's territory. Her spiritual form could move freely in the territory, but her physical body needed food. If she didn't eat, she would eventually lose her vitality. Chingu didn't want his first territory resident to die mysteriously like that. When he reached his cabin door, Chingu hesitated in front of cabin 10, but in the end, he didn't knock. He decided to go into the territory and ask Ivanoira about her condition. If she hadn't eaten, he would find a way to send her back to the real world and make sure she ate something warm. Just as Chingu turned to open the door, a small gap opened in cabin 10, just enough to see one eye. Feeling something was wrong behind him, Chingu turned around quickly, and the door shut tightly. Seeing this, Chingu smiled instead. It seemed he didn't need to call Ivanoira. She had already returned to the real world. That was good. Chingu seemed to relax a little, pushed open the door, and went back to his cabin. It was dark inside, and no one came to turn on the light for him. No electricity was a problem, but Chingu was used to it. He pushed open the sliding door to the balcony, stepped outside, and looked at the sea. He planned to review what had happened today, especially the murder in the dining hall. Although Telder had people hush it up, it was clearly a murder case. Chingu just needed to find the killer, and that would complete the side mission, the Krokrop's ship tragedy. The rewards for this side mission could be random people, buildings, reputation, or items. The last 3 didn't matter much, but the random people were very important to Chingu. Currently, Chingu has only 3 residents in the city. He needs more people to allow the city to develop freely. However, there aren't many ways to attract and bring in new residents. This side mission is a good opportunity. Chingu rests his hands on the railing and carefully recalls what happened when the man died. Based on some information he heard, especially from the ship's doctor, Chingu understands that the man was strangled while doing something he loved. After dying, he was controlled by a puppet technique and made to look alive, then sent to the restaurant. This was meant to cause panic, forcing the ship's leaders to seek help from the Count's priest. Later, the priest also died in the restaurant. What was the target of the priest's death? Chingu has an answer. The Count has 2 legendary-level protectors. One was directly reassigned, so the real target must be the Count himself. He has found the answer. Someone wants to kill the Count. The moment Telder rushed out and returned was proof of this. That's why he temporarily silenced everyone and made people leave. The other side's goal has already been achieved. Compared to the death of the Count, the 1 or 2 deaths in the restaurant are minor. This is good news for Chingu. His task is only to find the killer, not necessarily to catch them. The death of a Count is far more important than the death of an ordinary man. Chingu's side mission has now reached its highest level. As long as he finds the killer, his reward will be the best. Suddenly, Chingu, leaning on the railing, felt something strange at the back of his neck. A cool, silky thing landed on him. He casually slapped it away and looked at what he caught. Snowflakes? How could there be snowflakes here? Chingu was startled and quickly looked up. To his surprise, some tiny snow-like particles were drifting from the 7th floor terrace, falling gracefully onto the deck. The snowflakes were small but numerous, forming a bright band of snow in the wind. Chingu reached out his hand, and a few snowflakes fell onto it. But in an instant, the snowflakes disappeared from his palm without leaving any trace. Chingu understood immediately that these snowflakes were not naturally formed. Someone skilled in cold magic had made them. Judging by the snowflakes, this person's skill must be legendary. Although Chingu had defeated 2 enemies who were trying to advance to legendary status, he himself currently had no profession. He wasn't confident about fighting a legendary expert. He looked up at the snow falling from the 7th floor and then turned back to his room. The last puzzle piece was finally in place. The murder case in the second dining hall was a conspiracy targeting the Count's suite on the 7th floor. Now, Chungu had to think about what to do next. Should he look back and identify the real killer? Chungu wasn't foolish. Facing a legendary-level anger directly would be dangerous. He thought it would be a waste not to take this side mission seriously. He considered for a moment and came up with an idea. He couldn't confront the situation head-on, but he could learn about it from the side. He wasn't trying to catch the killer. Just knowing who it was would be enough. If he could find out information about the Count and who was around him, he might be able to identify the killer. However, the Count had always kept himself well hidden. The only information Chungu knew was that he was a Count, with 2 legendary-level guards. One was a bodyguard, and the other was the priest who died in the restaurant today. Besides that, there seemed to be no other clues. Wait a moment. Chungu suddenly realized something. The situation was unusual. He had seen the Count before. It was at the dinner party last night, where the Count was present. But the Count looked quite proud and didn't seem eager to talk to anyone. Plus, Chungu didn't know much about the nobles and rich merchants on the ship, so he hadn't paid much attention. Realizing this, Chungu sat on a sofa against the wall and carefully recalled the details. Although Chungu wasn't a memory genius, the event had happened just yesterday. Sometimes, if someone pointed it out, he could follow that lead and quickly find useful information. Yesterday, he met the Count in person. At that time, a man in a black suit stood beside the Count, while the priest was a little farther away. The Count's servants surrounded him, always ready to serve. Chungu felt a strange sense of déjà vu about this scene. Wait a moment. Chungu suddenly remembered everything. He had seen this situation before, and it was today. Sophia, the beautiful young woman who claimed to be from Prussia, the daughter of the Anhalt-Zerbst duchy, and the first in line to inherit, behaved the same way. Given her personality and how she acts, she couldn't be lower than the Count, living in a suite on the 6th floor and even sharing the area with others. Sophia August's only identity is that of a countess. She approached Chungu not for a few hours of fun. She was being casually handled by her maid, sometimes with her hips raised, making strange movements, all to increase her chances of pregnancy. In this way, she wanted to inherit her family's duchy but didn't want the Count to have a son. Why wouldn't she want the Count to have a son? Chungu wondered again. From Sophia's introduction, she was from Prussia, not from the empire of the setting sun, and she was the first in line to inherit her duchy. Normally, becoming an empress wouldn't be a problem for her. Even the position of duchess should be within her reach. After all, she was a powerful duchess, and with enough effort, she could even become a queen, like the empress of the setting sun. But she married a Count. Is this Count of high status? The empress of the setting sun's sons, as long as they had the right to inherit, all held the title of duke. For the empress, a Count was just a minor figure. Sophia clearly wasn't marrying for love. The only reason she married the Count was that he was arranged to be her husband, used as a tool to monitor her. Now, with the Kukropis ship sailing, the Count was killed, and Sophia wanted a child. All these clues connected like pearls on a string. Sophia wants to escape. She wants to break free from the Empress of the Setting Sun's control, Chungu said slowly. When Chungu regained his senses, he was surprised to find some black powder had appeared in his hand without him knowing. This startled him, and he wondered what was happening to him. He looked closely and realized that the black powder looked a bit like the dark magic powder he used when casting dark illusions. But it was also a little different. Chungu gently pinched the powder in his hand, and the smooth feeling made him smile. He realized that he had accidentally activated the power of dark fate while analyzing the situation. This was the result of him aligning the threads of destiny. It also suggested that his guess about the Count's death was probably correct. This realization made Chungu very happy. Since he guessed right, he could complete this side quest. He planned to find Sophia later to see if he could get any help. Thinking of this, Chungu stood up and gently clapped his hands, as if knocking off chalk dust, to brush away the black powder from his hands. Then he lay back on the bed, focused his mind, and returned to his territory. Chungu didn't notice that the black powder he had brushed off was blown into the wind, mixing with the snow falling from the 7th floor and eventually landing on the ship's aft deck. However, the snow melted very quickly this time. Before anyone noticed the snow falling, it had already disappeared from the deck. At the railing of the aft deck, A noble girl who was lying down and watching the ship's propeller felt a bit cold. She stood up, pulled at her clothes, and turned to leave. Just then, she brushed past the painter Jack.